I need them papers, bro. Okay, let me see. Wait, how do I zoom in on Discord? Let me
On PC,
open
man.
link. Yeah, let me zoom in. Yo, Joe, let me ask you this, okay? Can you freaking read this, Joe? Can you read
Uh,
this? Check my stream.
let me see.
Can you read this, Joe? What is this?
Yeah, no, the quality is really bad.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
Wait.
looks
luckily, you
like,
can.
come on.
An important property of. Yeah, no, I can't.
Any gas and its pressure, yeah.
Wait, I think I
Okay,
can
wait.
read it.
Bro,
Wait,
your
I
gas is
can.
not
Yeah.
reading.
Wait. Yeah, nigga, mine
Look,
is
look,
fine.
side chat, look, side chat.
You
Oh,
can make
no,
out some
now I
words,
can,
but you
now I
can't
can read
like
it.
actually read it.
Okay, now I can read it. Now I can read it. Now I can read it. Now I can read it.
Oh,
An
the photo
important
load up.
property of any gas is its pressure. Um, we have some experience with gas pressure that we don't have with properties like viscosity and core. Bro, I can't read that. Let me open link.
And compressibility.
Why is it still blurry? Wait, let me
Nigga,
open.
wait, it's not bad for me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm on PC though.
Yeah,
Viscosity
man.
and compressibility. Every day we hear the TV meteorologists give value of the barometric pressure of the atmosphere, and most of us have blown up a balloon or used a pump to inflate a bicycle, tree? No, tire, or basketball. Because understanding that pressure is and how it works is so fundamental to the understanding of aerodynamics. We are including several slides on gas pressure in the beginner's guide. An interactive atmosphere simulator allows you to wait, what? Study how static air pressure changes with altitude? Bro, Joe, are you bro?
Hmm.
This is legit what the seller said, bro.
What?
Gotta be Joe. Joe, they're cooking, bro. Joe.
What are you talking about?
Look, from the kinetic theory of gases, a gas is composed of large number of molecules that are very small relative to the distance between molecules. Do you understand that?
No.
Neither do I, nigga.
Okay.
So here's those receipts that you wanted, talking about second law of thermodynamics as well as ideal gas law, right? So these are very well
Thank you.
understood
Yeah,
descriptions of
I
the
appreciate. Listen,
things
Box, I
that
appreciate
always
that for
happen.
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm gonna spend all night reading this. Thank you.
Well, it's already cited out verbatim, talking about what I was saying. Yeah. So if the sky was a vacuum, if outer space was a space, our gas would fill it and equalize because entropy increases. Gas expanding into a vacuum is an entropy increase. And to have gas pressure to begin with, you must have that limited confined volume, right? So
Yeah, I
we're
agree with
breathing
you.
right now, and that implicates that there's a finite limited volume in order to breathe this air, right? So for me to debunk outer space, all I have to do is go take a big breath, and that's easy because
Wait.
it's
So
an
explain this to me again. Okay,
antecedent
wait.
consequent relationship.
So,
Go ahead.
so I'm looking like a layman when it comes to like aerodynamics, like physics and stuff like that. But like when I breathe, I'm refuting that the Earth is round.
Yeah, because in order to breathe this gas pressure, that implicates that there's this limited confined volume, right, of outer space not existing. We're in a closed system, right? Well, Globe claims that there's an open system, that they went to the moon 9 times in the 60s and played golf on the moon, but somehow destroyed that technology and they can't go back,
Yeah.
right?
So
So
yeah, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
if rockets can go into space, so can our gas, because gas pressure is even defined as the forces that get the gas
So
exerts on the walls of its container,
yeah.
right?
So
So you're going
box
to need
up.
a container.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
One more
My bad.
point. The
Yeah.
phase of matter gas itself, right? The phase of matter gas, it doesn't have an inherent shape like when the
Yeah.
globe says atmosphere, sphere-shaped gas. So it
Yeah.
takes the shape of its container, right? And that's what
Yep.
you're also going to need to have gas pressure. Someone's hot
Yep.
micing.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
know who, but yeah, like Neil Armstrong and the other astronauts like landing on the moon. Do you think that's fake? Like, how do you think they
Well,
faked
Buzz
it though? Like
Aldrin
Photoshop?
said, yeah, check it out. Buzz Aldrin said 3 times on video that they didn't go.
Wait, who's that? Who's that?
And that was one of the, huh?
Who's the guy you just mentioned? Who's that?
Buzz Aldrin? Yeah, he was
Yeah,
one of the so-called
astronauts?
astronauts who went to the moon.
Oh,
Yeah, so-called. More like actor knots. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, I liked the Buzz Aldrin moon landing show myself. It was a neat show that they put on.
So, do you have any other questions pertaining to this topic?
Yeah, for me, I'm like kind of agnostic on the issue of what the shape of the Earth is because Loki, like the evidence for the Earth being round is like what's it called? I might say it's like too weak,
Non-existent? Yeah.
and for it being
Well, we just
flat, I
measure
don't.
the Earth to be flat. Yeah. So it's
I
the
mean, I
self-evident
mean,
position as well, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, who cares, bro? Like, just live your life. You know what I mean?
Well, that's a cope, and you could say that about any topic ever, right? So nothing matters. Your most foundational worldview doesn't matter. Knowing where
Yeah,
you
I'm a
live
nihilist in a way.
won't matter. So when you are lost, that matters, right? The truth matters.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, because yeah, some people are nihilists. They follow like Nietzsche in their philosophy. Like nothing has meaning. The life has no meaning. Their actions has no meaning. Like there's no point in anything.
Right. Flat
So
Earth also implicates, because it's geocentric, that there is a creator. Because we're not just by accident or coincidence in the center of creation, right? That we have to be placed in the center for that. That's the
like,
logical conclusion. That's why you're not going to find atheist flat earthers, because they know the ramifications of being geocentric in a unique
yeah.
position where we see everything moves around us,
Wait,
right? Well,
Box
Edwin
Up.
Hubble, what's up, man?
Can I ask you a question? So maybe you can send me like a picture of like the closest like visual representation of like the flat Earth we have on photo right now.
Well, it's just the one you experience outside on the daily. Yeah, so just go outside, take a picture, and that's a picture of the flat Earth.
Wait,
Right?
what's at the bottom though? Like it's confusing me. Like what's
The
at the
deepest
bottom?
hole, yeah, the deepest hole ever dug was only 7.6 miles deep. This was called the Kola Super Bowl borehole in Russia. So it took them many years to dig this deep 7.6 miles in depth, slightly deeper than the Mariana Trench. Yeah,
Yeah.
but during that time, they were wrong on all the predictions what they were going to find next through seismology. So they can't
Yep.
even predict what is 7 miles down, but they tell you stories about what is 4,000 miles down, a
Mhm.
molten nickel iron core in the center of a presupposed spherical Earth, right? Well, 7.6 miles deep, that's only 0.2% of the thickness of their globe, and they were wrong on the predictions on that very shallow depth, right? But you are told to believe they know for a matter of fact what is 4,000 miles deep when they don't
Yep.
know what's 7 miles.
Mm-hmm.
You got
So
another
another
one?
question is, yeah, so do flat earthers believe that the earth has a core?
Well, a core presupposes a spherical Earth, and there is no spherical Earth, right? And it's not even physically possible to have a molten nickel iron core generate magnetism, because there's something in physics called the Curie point, which is a temperature in which metals lose their magnetism, right? So you can't have molten nickel iron generating magnetism when at that temperature it physically cannot generate magnetism. It loses magnetism. It's called the Curie point. Curie.
Yep. Yeah, I think that was like all of my questions. So if anybody else has like any questions for Mr. Box Ups, you can go ahead. Thank you for answering my questions, Boxups.
All good. Yeah, we're just here to provide information and try to get some glow proof, but I'll be back in a minute. We'll see if anyone else
Yep.
has a question. We got some other flat earthers in here as well.
Yep.
Hello there, Necros.
I think Chrome wanted to say something, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's
Hello.
muted him. Who muted him? He's muted
Hello,
you.
yeah, so fast.
Hello.
Yeah, hello? Yeah, who's speaking? Is this Barrington?
Someone said to me hello. I just responded. It's me, Nick.
Oh, I think it was Barrington. I don't know.
Yeah, hello there, Necros. How are you, sir?
I'm very good. Thank you, brother.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so this is my second day in this one of our servers.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think you and I have ran into each other previously in some of the other 24/7 servers, but not in this one, I don't think, obviously.
Yeah, I think I talked to you sometimes in politics server in Flat Earth
Yeah.
channel. Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was politics or politics and religion.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah, yeah.
Hope you are having a good day.
Yeah, it rained here for a bit. I threw down some grass seed yesterday in anticipation of it raining, and I was starting to think maybe I wasted my grass seed, but in fact I'm seeing it rained, and I think I'm seeing a few sprouts actually. So I think I'm starting to get a little something. So hopefully,
That's nice.
yeah. We our ground here has some bare spots in it, and finally getting around to it. So around to fixing them. So how about yourself? How's your day going?
I was chilling. My family, my wife and the kid went to see dad, and I was just alone here, chilling in the house.
Yeah.
It was good.
Yeah, are there any good conversations going on here today? I mean, I heard, I've kind of been listening somewhat in the background, but I've just been trying to stay in so it would show more activity. So has it been, so yesterday when I was here, it was a dumpster fire.
Still waiting for a real honest conversation with the Glober.
Yeah. You know, I've been coming around these Discord servers for 3 years now, and I still have yet to have an honest discussion, except for maybe some, maybe not all, but some of my conversations with Matthew Learns seem to be honest and productive.
Matthew, you can never expect a honest conversation with Matthew or Scott, Doofus.
Yeah, Scott, no, but Matthew, he admits that he's only 99.99999% sure that the Earth is a globe. So I then tell him, welcome to Flat Earth.
Well, he tells me that the Earth is too big to measure curvature. Right, so he can't measure curvature. GlobeSci can't measure curvature according to Matthew. Despite that, still thinks it's a globe with no measured curvature. That's a problem.
Oh yeah, of course it's a problem, but I would call him. I give him a special ranking because, like, most of your typical globetards, you can't get that far in a conversation with, but you can with him. And I've also heard him correct globers. The other day, he was somewhere and he was correcting some globers on their own theology. So I'll give
Yeah,
him
he does
that.
that here
Most of them,
sometimes.
I'm sorry.
Well, there should be, yeah, he does that here as well. Like, there should be a lot more honest globers correcting other globers when they claim nonsense. If they want to have a coherent group of a strong argument, they need to have constructive criticism of each other instead of just go along with what everyone else says in the argument just because it's against the flat earth position. Like anti-flat
100%.
earthers.
Yeah,
Well,
100%.
that's funny. I was answering that guy's questions and I came back and I heard him say, man, that guy cooked me.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, I was talking about thermodynamics and outer space being fake and why.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard some of the conversation, but I must have missed when he said that you cooked them. But
I think that guy who was talking about the gas pressure when he was trying to read that article, I think he got some dot linked in his head, and he's understand it honestly, because I heard him also said that Box is cooking and he's intelligent. So I think he's trying to read the article and understand that thing.
Yo, welcome. What's this guy's name? As 10. What's up? Can you talk?
Yeah. What's up?
What's up, bro? Have you ever talked about this topic before?
Not really.
Have you ever looked into it?
It's hard to believe.
Well, no belief is required because we experience already the Earth to be flat and we can measure it as such. So it's actually defined as knowledge, which comes from experience. Belief means especially without proof. Knowledge means from experience. Well, we all experience the Earth not to be moving and no curvature, right? So that's just the axiomatic or self-evident position, right? But we can measure this. We can go out to large bodies of water and know for a matter of fact through geometry and experience measuring these bodies of water to be flat. So we go out and test the globe geometry and see if reality matches that geometry. The problem is no one could match it. We see orders of magnitude beyond what the globe geometry allows, right? So we do something called distance to horizon measurements on a globe. You could only see a certain distance because they claim a specific size of a radius. So 3,959 mile radius. Well, that value implicates how far we could see. So the distance to the Earth curve, that'd be the geometric horizon. That would be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So that number comes from Washington University Math Department, as well as Earth curvature calculators that you can just plug in the variables and it'll tell you how far you can see. So that's what we go out and test. So because the globe claims the specific dimension, we go out to either verify or falsify the globe radius through these measurements. And I can drop that in the chat real quick, just the formula and why there would be a certain distance we could see. I'll give you, in the side chat, here's a NASA graphic telling you why there would be this distance to horizon. All right, basically Pythagorean theorem. And then here's that Washington University Math Department giving you that same formula I said, right? And they say for any practical use, for all practical purposes, you can use this formula. So we test reality to see if the globe geometry exists in that reality, but no one could find it, right? So I can give you an example of a distance to horizon measurement. There's the full video, but I'll just give you the clip so you don't got to watch it all. So here's that video as a GIF. So it's only 1.5 feet observer height. Based on this observer height, the globe horizon, your Earth curve, would only be 1.5 miles away because it's only 1.5 feet above the water, right? Just applying that formula for the Earth curve, yeah. Well, the problem is we see the horizon over 31 miles, right? So that's a discrepancy of over 2,000%. This observation would require the globe radius, instead of under 4,000 miles, to be 1.8 million. So orders of magnitude falsification. At the same time, there's this East Anacapa Island over there that is 85 feet tall. Well, based on these variables of the distance and observer height, that would be physically obstructed by over 600 feet of Earth curve. Right, I'll give you the Earth curve calculator right there, and then I'll give you a screenshot of the variables you can plug in, telling you that exact number that I got. So this is the advanced Earth curve calculator. You just put in the observer height, the distance, and the size, right? And then you look in the top left. It says 0 feet of that would be visible, and it would be hidden by over 600 feet of Earth curve, right? So we all measure the Earth to be flat when we go to large bodies of water. We cannot confirm the globe geometry exists. Be right back. All right, Azatin. So, did you have any questions about this measurement? How we're measuring the Earth flat, or any possible rebuttal that you can reconcile still being a globe when we measure it flat? Nothing? Yeah, so, yeah, man, we just measure the Earth to be flat. It's geometry. That's how we know it's flat. We go out and test the surface. And it's not just flat earthers unable to find this geometrical horizon, formerly known as Earth curve. NATO as well, during the Sapphire trials, admittedly, they were testing for refraction, using infrared, all this stuff. They were still unable to find Earth curve. They said during all their observations, they were unable to locate the position of the geometrical horizon. Right, so no wonder flat earthers just measured as flat whenever NATO are also unable to find the curve of the Earth. Does anyone have any questions about this observation or flat Earth in general?
Well, I'm going to say, I guess he didn't have anything to say about that, did he? That was,
Yeah, he dropped out. But yeah, probably planted a seed there. If he's being honest with himself, he should at least look into it. Didn't
yeah.
sound like he's ever looked into this topic before, so people have no idea what the arguments are. Galactic Hamster, what's up? Welcome. The other globe earther just dropped out, so if you have any questions or want to possibly give a rebuttal to this measurement, yeah, he dropped out. Can't handle the heat.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones, I wish that I had been in a position at the time to at least save the YouTube stream of it, was back from the main server back in like 2022, early 2022. A professor of some variety came in, and we were having a really good chat with him, kind of say pre-game, get to know each other kind of thing. He said that he was a physics professor, and a lot of his students came and would talk about Discord. And he wanted to see what it was we were talking about and have a discussion with us, et cetera, et cetera. And then he more or less said that, oh shoot, this is my dad calling. I'll have to finish it up later, sorry. Okay, sorry about that. But just to finish up, Miggy asked this professor, well, are you sure that we live on a ball? And he said, yes. He's like, okay. How sure are you? Are you 100% sure? And the professor said, yes. And then Miggy said, now I know it's going to sound a little redundant, but here in the server, we always want to make sure what somebody knows for sure or what somebody suspects or feel. He said, so what I'm going to ask you here is are you 100% sure that we live on a globe, or are you 99.99999% sure? And the professor disconnected and never come back. It is interesting how often that happens.
That stuff is flat.
Tell you what, I finally agree with him about something.
Space is fake and gay.
Space is really fake these days, that's for sure.
Do you believe in the tilt? The 23.4-degree tilt? The fable of wobularity?
the distance between Serene and Alexandria, as I showed in the picture in the chat.
Okay, so the shadow is being cast on the surface. Sorry, Indy, are you trying to jump in?
No, I was just going to ask him just a question.
Okay,
Were there
ask
any
me a question.
assumptions? Were there any assumptions that Eratosthenes had to make to reach the conclusion that he was measuring the angles to the center of the Earth? Did he have to assume anything?
Yes, he assumed the Earth was a ball. That's not the point. I'm
What
saying
else?
this
What
is
else?
what he
What
used to
else?
measure the
What
circumference.
else?
What else?
What? Yeah, there's another assumption. In it.
Okay, I know where you're going with this. Yeah, perpendicular rays. If you want to do
No,
like, if you want
parallel.
to assume parallel, whatever. If you want to assume corpuscular, then we can do math and find the distance from the Earth to the Sun. I did that the other day. Do you want to do that again?
How? How did
Finding
you do that?
you want to see my here? I'll turn on my camera. I can't turn on my camera. I'll do the math
Hold on.
right now.
Hold on. Math using what? The radius that you're trying to prove?
No, using the angle of the stick and the shadow cast. If we assume corpuscular rays and a flat Earth, you can very, very easily calculate the distance from the Earth to the Sun. It's very basic trigonometry.
No, it's not basic.
Yes. Yes. Well, oh, yeah. It's not basic to you because you're.
No, it's not basic. So we're talking about the real world, not in Fantasyland. On a
Math isn't fantasy. Math isn't a description of reality.
No,
if I have one object and I have
it's not a description of reality. Jesus.
no, it
Christ, where do you
literally
get
is.
these ideas?
If I have one pen
No,
and then I add
literally.
another pen, I have two pens. Math is a description of the things we observe, the laws we observe in the universe.
Yeah, all you did was state inequality. Fucking, you didn't really say anything.
No, I did. If I have one pen and then I add another pen, I have two pens. That's
That's because 1 and 2 is defined as 1 plus 1. I mean, dude, like all you did is say you're saying the same thing twice.
Okay, numbers
Listen,
and math are arbitrary.
1 plus 1 equals 2 is just a tautology. It's saying the same thing twice.
No, it's what? No, it's a description of a fucking natural phenomenon of an observable law of the universe. Math does not exist. They are abstractions we use to describe relationships we find in the universe. If I have one pen, one does not mean anything. It is a description of this phenomenon of having a pen. If I add another, I have two. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That you have 2 pens, and when you say 1 plus 1 equals 2, you're saying the same thing twice. You know that, right?
No, I'm not saying the same thing twice. I am saying that
so
numbers,
1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2.
It does. 1 plus 1
Okay, so you're
does
saying that.
equal 2.
So if I say 1 plus 1 and I say the word 2, I'm saying the same thing twice.
I guess. Yeah, that's not the point.
Yeah,
that's
what
really
the
not the
sign
point.
means.
The point.
It means these
The
things
point.
are the same thing.
Yes, the point is that math is a description, a fucking abstraction of the laws of reality that we observe.
There are no laws of reality, dude. What are you talking about?
There are consistent observable laws. Yes, there are. Like things fall to the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That is a consistent and observable law.
Listen, we're going like way off the track anyway. I actually want to get back on point.
Okay, my point was that using very simple math, we can determine the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so when the Chinese at the same time as Eratosthenes used the flat Earth assumption and got a different result, what does that mean?
It means they got a different result. I don't.
And they concluded that the Earth was flat, and
yeah,
they used
cool.
the exact same
don't
method,
care.
right? The exact same time as Eratosthenes.
Okay,
different assumptions. So how did you decide Eratosthenes is right and the Chinese are wrong?
I didn't. I said that Eratosthenes' experiment was to show the fucking circumference. If you want to assume, hold on. If you want to assume a flat Earth, a local sun with corpuscular rays, we can do the math and determine the distance from the Earth to the Sun and then go and verify that because we have technology to do that. Do you want to do the math and find the value and then...
Enrique, hold on. This isn't a red herring. No one's trying to get a distance to the Sun.
Okay, but I'm using it to point out the flaw in your guys' worldview.
No, we're talking about the circumference that you claim. So we're not trying to get the distance to the sun. We're trying to get the circumference of the Earth. That's what we're
You know how
talking about.
GPS
Don't
works?
divert.
Hold on,
Oh,
hold on,
God.
hold on,
Another diversion.
hold on, guys, stop. Indio was trying to speak. Could you let him finish?
Yeah. So your problem is that you think that the sun has like some geometric position that's like common to a bunch of observers. That's what you think. But that's not how
Define
it is. It's not even
subgeometric
that.
position.
That means
Are
that
you
one
saying
person
it doesn't exist in physical reality?
the fuck
Enrique,
said
let him
that.
finish.
So,
Jesus
whenever
Christ.
someone says, "So you're saying," inevitably this is a straw man. Why are you straw manning me? I didn't say anything like that.
All right, fine. My bad.
Okay, so if we take the angles, the azimuth and elevation angles, say from like time and date or sun calc,
Why? Why?
use those.
Why those angles?
Well, because we can use those instead of sticks, right?
Okay.
Right? The elevation angle of the sun. How high it is above the horizon, right? And then we can get the direction. Right?
Sure. What is the relevance of that? I'm talking about the distance.
No, the distance to the sun. Yeah. And we can take these elevation angles, these azimuths, and we can take a 3D program and draw the angles and see where they meet in 3D space, right?
Yeah, you can do that, but I can also just do
Wanna know
very
what actually
simple math
happens?
and get the same
Wanna know what
result.
actually No, because your math is based upon an idealized reality. It doesn't actually exist, right? Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. When I said doesn't exist, I didn't talk about the math. See, your idea of what the actual data in the real physical world actually says, that's you're misunderstanding what it actually shows. See, you think it shows one thing, but it actually shows something else.
No, I'm not. I was showing
Time and date
how we
wrong?
got the circumference of the Earth, and I'm telling you that if you want to do the same experiment and assume a flat Earth with a local sun with crepuscular rays, we can determine the distance and then verify that that is not true, showing that the assumption that the Earth is flat in the experiment is wrong.
Okay, so what result shows that the assumption that the Earth is flat is wrong? What result of the experiment? What exactly is it?
It's not a result of the experiment. It is a result. You can look at technology that we have now, like satellites that you can go and physically observe in orbit around Earth.
Always I change the subject again, man.
GPS works because fucking the Earth is a sphere, and they need to account for that. Satellites need to account for the spherical nature of the Earth for GPS to work. That's how the technology is designed.
You're just gonna appeal to a bunch of
You have no
derivative
idea what you're
stuff.
talking about, do you, Enrique? You have no clue what you're talking about.
No, I do, because I know science. GPS works because of the curvature of the Earth. It is not works because of it. It is the technology is built upon the physics of a spherical Earth.
No.
Cool story,
Yes.
bro.
Yes.
I have no
Ask
idea what you're
any
talking about.
engineer alive,
Okay,
any
what coordinate
technician
system?
alive.
Yeah. How about I ask you? So what coordinate
I'm not a
system is
technician
GPS?
or an engineer. I just know that's how it works.
You
You
so
don't know how
why would I
that's
have
how
to
it
ask
works.
a technician or an engineer if you know how it works?
What?
Gotcha,
what?
bitch.
So
No,
yeah,
I didn't.
see,
I didn't hear
so
the first half of your question.
what coordinate system is GPS in?
What?
What is the system of coordinates that GPS uses?
I don't know, and I don't care. That's not the
So
point.
why are you saying that it involves a globe Earth in the mathematics? Because it don't.
It does, though.
You use something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed,
You know
and
what
the
a nautical
coordinates you're
mile
on
is?
it. Listen, it uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, and your location is on a tangent plane. Plane, plane. You're on a plane. The coordinates. Yeah. You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, whatever. The point is, we can
Yeah, of
do
course, whatever.
the same experiment, assume a flat Earth, and then verify that that is not, in fact, a reflection of reality.
What
That is my point.
What data shows that?
The fucking math that I can easily do right now.
The results
I
of
can
what
show you the
math? I don't want to look at you. Just describe it to me with your words, bro.
I'm sorry you can't understand math, but like that.
No, I don't want to look at your fucking screen, dude. Like I've done this thousands of times, man. You're not teaching me anything, okay?
Yeah, because you don't want to learn. Why math? Why do you have such this fucking weird distrust for math?
Listen, I see math as what it is. It's a useful tool to do some things. It's not useful for other things.
No, it's useful for fucking everything. What are you talking about?
You know that there's some cultures that don't even use numbers?
Yeah, I know. And?
Yeah? Is it useful to them?
If they learned it, yes.
Yeah, because
I'm not saying
whether I'm going to eat or not, and whether I spear a monkey is fucking. I need to know how many monkeys there are. I can't eat, right?
Yeah, you need to account for Coriolis on that spear throw, Indio.
Dude, what are you talking about? Coriolis? No, I'm talking about Eratosthenes' experiment and assuming a flat Earth. And
so, so have you ever seen the I proved the Earth is round with my bike? It's a video on YouTube where someone replicates.
No, I don't care about the video. Please, I'm saying.
No, dude, it's you. It's you guys. It's Eratosthenes.
What?
The Canadian dude.
What are you talking about?
Okay, there's a Canadian dude who replicated the Eratosthenes experiment. Replicated it, right?
Yeah.
Hey. So there's a problem. Because in that video, right, in the video itself, he had his little sticks that he was using to measure the angles of the sun. And it shows when the sticks are only 3 feet apart, because he has, like, they're meter sticks, right? So there's a meter horizontal and a meter vertical. And a meter vertical casts a shadow and the meter horizontal, right? And you can measure the length of the shadow. Right?
Okay.
Right? So he's got 2 of these. One where he starts from and one where he ends up. Right? So because he has a buddy. His buddy's going to measure one stick. He's going to measure the other stick. Well, when the sticks in the parking lot right next to each other, they show that the lengths of the shadows are different. How was that?
What was the distance between the 2 sticks?
About a meter.
About a meter. Okay, what were the weather conditions like?
Oh, so now weather changes shadow angles?
Yes, it literally does, because light refracts in the atmosphere if there's heavy fucking accumulation. If there's clouds, light will refract in different ways. The reason the Eratosthenes experiments worked was because he specifically did them when there were fucking clear skies, when the sun was directly overhead. Was the sun directly overhead?
Did he account for refraction as well?
He's just making shit up, dude. This is
No, because you don't have to when there's no fucking clouds in the sky.
So now you're claiming you knew the weather conditions.
No, I'm not. During the Eratosthenes experiment? Yeah.
You know the weather conditions.
Because otherwise the experiment wouldn't work.
Wow. There we have it, bro.
Yes. If the clouds block the light can't cast a shadow.
Bro.
If clouds block the light can't cast a shadow.
Okay,
it's very simple. Are you telling me that light can just perfectly penetrate through clouds?
Let me enlighten you, Enrique. So there's no primary sources for what Eratosthenes did, meaning we don't have what he wrote down.
I don't care.
Well, you just claimed you knew the weather.
Okay.
Okay, there's no secondary sources, meaning someone claimed to have wrote about what Eratosthenes wrote, but we don't have that either.
Okay, cool.
So there's a tertiary source. So you think that wrote about Cleomedes writing about Eratosthenes?
I really don't care because the fucking experiment itself.
We know the fucking weather.
Okay, fine. I don't know the fucking weather, but it is
an
experiment. It is an experiment specifically designed for specific conditions. I don't think Eratosthenes, with as smart as he was, forgot to account for fucking weather, and also made a prediction that ended up being true when we use actual precise measuring technology. Yeah, I can give you a reason, but you won't accept it because it's NASA and government.
Again,
And
you just said the exact same thing the other guy said.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Give you data,
I'm
but you
trying
wouldn't
to
believe it.
explain.
So I'm not going to give you the data that I don't even know where it exists, and I'd have to Google it for 30 minutes.
I tried explaining the math. You are not
Explain to me.
fucking.
Wait, no, listen. I know math way better than fucking you, dude. You're just a child. Okay.
No, you don't.
So,
no, you do
yeah.
not.
Yeah. Okay. Look, the math classes you have yet to took, I took over 30 years ago. Okay. So just.
Yeah, I'm so sure.
Yeah. Anyway, so tell me.
You study
tell me this.
teriology, bro. I'm not fucking.
Tell me this, dude. Tell me this.
Yes.
If Eratosthenes came up with the correct result, why did they use Ptolemy's radius for the next fucking 1,500 years, which is 10% smaller?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Of course not. You do. You sound like a crazy cultist. You know that, right?
Dude, I showed you. No, I showed you the math. I'm explaining that with the
is right.
same.
I don't care. I don't care what all these other people say. I don't care what he did. I don't care if the experiment
I'm
is
doing
well
the math.
documented. I don't
I'm
care if they had
doing the math
angles or
based on data.
Dude, you can't do the math because Eratosthenes, first of all, could never have used angles. Angles weren't even
Why?
introduced into Greece. Because angles weren't introduced into Greece for another 300 fucking years after he was dead. So how did they use angles?
Angles weren't introduced into Greece.
Yeah, angles. That's right, angles. They didn't have 360-degree measurements for angles. The Greeks subdivided circles into units of 12 for the zodiac sign. They didn't go smaller than that. So, why don't you tell me how Eratosthenes measured a fucking angle in the first place when he didn't even know an angle existed?
Simply, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
No, you are.
Right.
You are wrong. You are wrong. You are objectively, demonstrably false.
When Eratosthenes was alive, then go look up when angles was introduced into Greece, and there's a 300-year difference.
That's crazy. Anyway,
yeah, it is crazy.
if you want to do the experiment, and assume a flat Earth, then you can calculate the distance to the sun.
It's not anything.
Tell me why a calculation is not a measurement. Explain exactly why.
Because you can calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pen, can't you?
Because what?
You can calculate the number of angels that fit on the head of a pen. It has no correspondence to reality. So you can calculate things that have no correspondence to reality.
What the fuck are you saying? They are values. These are values. They have little to nothing to do with the context. They are simply values, and they have relationships.
Listen, let me ask you this question then, because you're obviously slow. So, can I calculate how fast Superman flies?
Yeah, you can if you have data.
Does that mean Superman's real?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so you can calculate the circumference of the Earth, and the circumference of the Earth it doesn't necessarily real. So fantastic.
Sure. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
I don't care
if you assume a flat Earth, you can calculate the distance to the sun.
No, you can't calculate the distance to the sun, okay, on a flat Earth or a globe, because there's no parallax.
Who cares? Why does that matter?
Because you need.
What do you mean there's no parallax? What the fuck? Okay, and no parallax? What are you talking about? Look, okay, I'm gonna go back to that Superman, that stupid ass Superman hypothetical.
And you don't know what parallax is.
No, I know what parallax is. I'm just saying, what do you mean there's no parallax? It's the sun and the flat, assuming a flat plane of the Earth that creates a right angle, and using the fucking angle of the shadow of the stick, using simple trigonometric functions, you can determine the distance. They're absolute values. They have relationships. We find those relationships. We do calculations. Those relationships exist in reality. They correlate in reality. Geometry is about proving why this works. You can literally prove these relationships.
What relationship?
Between numbers, between values. Trigonometric, like sine equals tangent, or sine equals opposite over hypotenuse. That is a relationship. You can prove that.
Yep, you do. Yeah, so that's fine.
Yeah, you can prove that as well.
we've already demonstrated you can calculate things that don't exist in physical reality, right?
Yeah, but if Superman did exist in
Yeah,
physical reality and those values were real, those values would be real.
So Superman
Oh
would
my
fly at
god!
speed.
All right, you got him all fucked up, Indio.
Sorry.
Those
Listen,
values
All right,
are
Enrique,
just
you need to
values. That is all.
You need to reset, bro.
It doesn't even have
Pretty
to
much
be
just
Superman.
conceded.
Just shoot
You just conceded
a
Eratosthenes.
cannon in the air.
We can
It's
move
the
on.
same thing. You have the
We can
velocity.
move
You
on,
have the
Enrique, we're going to move on. You conceded that Eratosthenes did not prove that the Earth was a globe. Let's move on to anything else that you think does.
All right, whatever.
I mean, let me say one more thing about this. If we take a bunch of sticks, right? So say we use more than 2 sticks. We use like 15 sticks. Can we
Okay.
get the position of the sun doing that?
Can we get the position of what?
The sun doing that using like bunches of sticks instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So you can extend the shadow, right? So you can extend that angle off the surface of the Earth to some point in space.
Yeah,
right?
what is the
all
angle
these
between the sun and the ground? What is the distance between the sticks? You have to have these values.
Yeah, fine, dude. Fine. Okay, we'll use the fucking globe. We'll use whatever you want. Doesn't matter. We should be able to get a location for the sun, right? In 3D space. Well, why can't anybody actually do that?
We can.
No, we can't.
You can't.
Nobody
you cannot.
can. Well, how do you think they got the distance to the sun? Do you think that's what they did?
We measured the angle, but with this the moon when it was
Publish it
in
in
the half
astronomy
stage.
journals that say the
We
the
found
solar parallax.
that
and
there
then you
was a
read
right
it, and it says,
angle.
well, they admit it in astronomy that you can't measure the distance of the sun by looking at it. So, what are you talking about?
Yeah, not
want a citation?
precisely. You can get an estimate.
Well, no, because if there's no parallax, it's infinite.
Yes, you can get an estimate. Use the moon. The moon has a very specific relationship with the sun. The sun illuminates the moon. If the moon is in its half stage, that means it is forming a right angle between the moon between the Earth, sun, and the moon. If you do that on both sides, you can use the angles to find the fucking distance.
Yeah, so Aristarchus did that. His value was wrong, and they used the wrong value for about 1,000 years. And all he got was
wrong. It's the closest estimate we had with the fucking what's the word?
All
The
you can
rudimentary
get is a ratio. You can't get absolute values. You can only get a ratio. The relative distance of the moon to the sun. That's all you can get.
No, you
value.
you can get an estimate for the distance. It's just not going to be extremely accurate because they didn't use precise measuring tools. But you are going to sit here and deny the existence of precise measuring tools because big government fucking has that. It's proprietary.
You have to tell yourself. You have to make up a story about me to continue on in your delusion.
Are you telling me that you trust the government and their technologies and the claims that they make?
Government's technologies, where are those?
The fucking technology that NASA has, the technology that sent us into space to the moon, the technologies that gave us GPS.
Oh yeah, that was good. I remember that going to the moon. That was good. Were you
Yeah,
there?
they televised it. You might have missed it. I don't know.
Exactly. That's your entire worldview. They televised it. That's your entire.
No, that's not my entire worldview. There is plenty of evidence that we went to the moon, but that's irrelevant right now.
So if you didn't watch the TV that day, you wouldn't know you're on a globe.
I didn't watch the TV that day. I wasn't fucking alive, but I know that we went to the moon.
I wish they didn't lose the tech to go back. That sucks.
We lost the infrastructure, not the technology. There's a difference. We don't have the
moon. Hold on. How do you know they went to the moon?
Because there is recordings, there is physical evidence, there are light reflectors on the moon that we can.
Yeah, they said they lost the recording.
Sure, they lost some of the recordings, but they still have
all of them.
No, they do not. You can find a recording on YouTube.
Yeah, but that's a recording of a recording. The originals I'm talking about.
Okay, and what's the
Why would they?
relevance?
How would they? Why
What
would they
difference
lose
does it
those?
make? Tell me what. I don't know. Bad record
You're
keeping, physical records can burn in fires. I don't know.
Is that a
No,
fire
they
at
lost it in
NASA?
the couch.
I don't know. That's one explanation.
But doesn't
Maybe
it
I'm
seem
not gonna
strange
fact
to
check
you?
it right now.
Doesn't it
I
seem
don't
strange to you?
care.
Like the most important of mankind's achievements, supposedly, and they just lose all the original evidence. Isn't that weird to you?
Yeah, I guess. And, is it a
I
little
guess.
weird? Maybe. Does it
Was
mean
it
that
like
we didn't
14,000?
go? No. If we didn't go,
14,000
Russia
reels?
would be up our ass because
They'd be up
we
our
were in
ass.
the middle of a
Hold
space
on.
race.
You realize that it was either this year or last year, the Roscosmos guy, Prigozhin, who's head of their little space program, said that he doesn't think we went to the moon. Like, what are you talking about?
I don't care.
No, you don't care. It's what you just said. The Russians would tell on us. They told on us.
No, they wouldn't tell on us. They would scrutinize us. They would prove that
They
what we
did.
did was fake. But they didn't because they can't, because it
They
wasn't.
because they can't.
What
Because you can't
one
prove
man
something didn't
said
happen that didn't happen.
does not matter to me. What
It's
one
more
man
than
said
just
does not
one
matter
man.
to me.
It's more than just one man. It's been
Well, yeah, but
listen, it's been going on in Russia for fucking decades. They don't believe the United States went to the moon. You think the United States press is going to publish, oh, Russia busted the United States not going to the fucking moon? How fucking naive are you really?
who was talking about the press? I'm
Well,
saying
how else would
Russia.
you know about it? Do you read Russian language websites? Are you watching RT? Do you read TASS? Like, fucking, how would you even know about it?
No, I do not read any of those things. Look, dude.
So they're Russian language publications. You don't read any of that shit. So how would you know what the Russians think or not? Unless you're told to by Western sources. And those Western sources would have to be outing the hand that fucking feeds them. That ain't gonna happen. It's just such a lame
Not
argument.
all Western sources are funded by the same organizations. There are
Operation
different.
Mockingbird. Go look it up.
No,
You're a good American, Enrique. Don't read RT. Don't listen to Indio.
no, don't get me wrong. I don't trust the fucking government. The government is shit here in
What are
America,
you
but I
talking
know
about?
for a fact
You're just telling
that
us. You're just telling us you believe
not
in.
all
You,
media publications are funded by the
Enrique.
same entities and
Enrique. You
organizations.
can't.
No, they're
Enrique.
penetrated, dude. They're compromised. Go
Yeah,
listen
you can't.
seriously.
By
There's
fucking
something called
who?
Operation Mockingbird. Go read about it. It was a CIA operation to infiltrate all the major news media in the United States. They got busted because of something called the Church Committee, which was an offshoot of the frickin' Select Committee on Assassinations because of the JFK, RFK, MLK assassinations. Right, so all this shit happened back in the 70s. They got busted for Operation Mockingbird. Operation Mockingbird, like I said, was infiltration into all the media organizations, dude.
Okay, and do you know that they were successful in completing that mission?
Are you the one who brought up Watergate?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't want. No, it was some other. I was in some other chat.
Okay, you can't
Watergate
really
was a
tell us.
CIA operation run because they were infiltrated in the press. Just to give you a little background, Robert Woodward, who exposed Watergate, was a defense intelligence asset, and just instantly somehow, within 1 month of becoming a journalist, has the frickin' White House press room and is writing about the president exposing him for Watergate out of nowhere. Yeah, the CIA is infiltrated all the press in America. Come on, dude. Really, seriously, really have to think, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Why
okay,
wouldn't they?
you can't really tell us in the same breath that you believe the government when they tell you that they sent men to the light in the sky that we call the moon and played golf, and that you don't trust the government. Right? Those two things contradict. How did he leave? That was another good one.
Oh, wait, hit the ejector seat? Shit.
Must have done. So who else wants to fall on their sword for the moon landing? Always a good one. Well, globe defenders in here. Which of you are for the moon landings?
I am, I guess.
You believe in the moon landings?
Yeah.
Did you say you don't trust the government?
I don't trust the government, yeah.
But you do trust the government when they tell you they played golf on the moon?
Yeah, I trust the engineers, not the government itself.
Right. So, but it's not the engineers that told you that. It was the government's presentation of that story to the public that you believe.
Was it? I'm pretty sure I've talked to engineers who've helped on the Apollo program. Were they lying to me, like personally, just to deceive me, or?
No,
Well,
they're
it's
deceiving
not
themselves.
Yeah, it wouldn't really be them that you're believing, because you'd have to be believing the astronauts who actually said they went to and played golf on the moon. That's who you claim you're believing, right? You didn't speak to them, did you?
It's not even necessarily about the landing itself. It's mainly about just the whole program in its entirety. Is I know people worked on it.
Right.
I mean,
So
yeah.
what evidence do you have that they actually went and played golf on the moon?
I would say that I have none other than the images and photos, or images and videos.
And that's enough for you and the government that you don't trust?
Well, I'm saying it's not a very. I definitely agree that it's not a very strong argument to say, right? That's why I said I believe. I don't know. If I said I would have said I know, if I actually could know with 100% certainty, right?
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You said you believe it, you don't know it. I mean, it still seems wild to believe it if you say you don't trust the government, but hey, each their own. Doesn't it bother you that they lost all of like the evidence and the technology and all that? What's all that about? They can't go back.
Lost the technology.
Yeah.
And we're gonna
Doesn't
quote
that seem
the
weird?
What do you mean lost the technology? What do you mean by that?
Well, Don Pettit, right? Said we destroyed that technology. We painful process to build it back. All that.
Yeah.
Destroyed what tech?
Saturn V stages and F1 engines and J2 engines. Why would we build those again, dude?
Well, wouldn't they? Well, if you want to go back to the moon, you'd build Superior, you'd suppose, but they haven't done that either.
I would not build a J2 engine or a F1 engine again. So no, I don't care if they quote unquote lost the technology. Get outdated technology.
Right, but they managed to do it then, and they are not managing to do it now.
What do you mean not managing?
Oh, they I'm confused. What do you mean they're not managing to do it now? I mean, rockets have got more advanced. I mean, they never used to be able to land the rocket boosters. Now they can land a rocket booster. I'd say I don't think we've lost the technology, right? Because we have the ability to replicate it, but we've moved on to something better. No, and we still do build rockets for satellites and stuff. No.
But they're not going to they haven't been back to the moon, have they?
Well, they don't need to go back to the moon. Why the fuck would you go back to the moon for?
All right, so they're just done with it.
Well, I mean, about the space race, what it was about. It wasn't actually about, oh yeah, let's get to the moon and find out what the fuck is on there. It was a show of power, right? That's what it was about. There's not really much up there, brother. There's not really much on the moon. I think they found. I don't think so. I mean, if there was some incentive to go back, I'm sure they would, right? But
is that what they're saying? They're saying, is that what NASA are saying? They're saying they're not going to go back to the moon because there's nothing there.
No, I think they are planning to go back to the moon, but it hasn't been in our. It hasn't been our.
Why, if there's nothing there, why would they bother going back?
Well, now because they we're trying to fucking colonize fucking the stars and whatnot. I think the idea is they're going to try. Well, yeah. Well, I mean that is a thing. Like, yeah.
What are we doing? How are we colonizing? What are we doing?
Well, I mean, Elon Musk is trying to fucking build a rocket ship that can take people to Mars. NASA's trying to. You're just being condescending, but like these are all Googleable things, NASA's NASA wants to build. Well, NASA wants to.
In the sky.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk has revolutionized space travel, right? He made the biggest change in space travel since the start of rockets, bro. Like, what do you mean?
Really ignorant and don't know anything about the technology or the capability, or just the fact that, like I said, engineers. I've talked to engineers currently working on an engineer from a company who worked on rocket engines there, and I'm working on a rocket engine with him right now. I mean, like,
all right, you're no doubt, man. You're going to be going to live on Mars with Elon, I'm sure.
No. But okay. Well, we can both agree that like rockets are still being made and shot into the sky, right? And you can watch them with your own two eyes, not through a screen, not through whatever. You can visually see a rocket take off. Yeah. Go into space or go out of your vision in fucking whatever and come back, right?
Out your vision. Right.
Yeah. Which means like there is no like ability for you to say like, oh yeah, it's just going around the corner. You get what I'm saying?
Well, it means that you can't say where it goes. You just see it goes out of your line of sight.
But if you're visually watching something go up, right, and into the sky, right, and now it becomes it's in the sky.
Well, they
so
take
small
a
you can't see it.
parabolic arc. They take a parabolic arc, right?
Yeah. They'll
So
go
it'd be
straight
like
up.
it's
Yeah.
like a golf.
Yeah.
like a
It's not like they go.
golf ball
Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say though. Like, okay, so what's your explanation? So what does it happen where there's a mirror and they trick you to make it disappear or what?
No, well, a parabolic arc starts on the ground and ends on the ground.
What were you expecting to see?
So,
yeah, what are you expecting to see from something
Trig, we're speaking to the new guy now.
Yeah.
You're all right.
You have to try and deceive him because he doesn't know about all your tricks.
No, we're talking about it.
This is my first time in here, bro. Like
I'll try and deceive you. Yeah.
No, brother. I've been in here
Okay,
before.
well, if you're just gonna try and poison the well, you can just get fucked. Little fluffer.
What do we expect to see? It's not our. Like, why are you asking us what? Hold on a second. Just want to point this out. He's asking us what we expect to see. It's not our claim that rocket launches show rockets going to outer space. That's y'all's claim.
Yeah.
Like, why are you asking us questions?
And what I'm pointing out is you see a parabolic arc, which certainly doesn't tell you that it's going into an infinite vacuum of outer space. It just tells you it's going up and coming down.
Well,
so it doesn't tell you anything.
Okay, it does, but it is fine.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. Yeah. So, if say you watch the launch of a medium range ballistic missile, would that look any different than say some rocket they say is going to space from your point of view? Medium range ballistic missiles go about 500 miles.
I don't know how high fucking missiles and rockets and shit go. I don't know like what they're, But I would assume yes, they probably do look similar, and so therefore I do understand your point. It doesn't really prove necessarily that it's going into outer space, but I mean it is.
Then if you watch the videos,
I don't really know how to fucking argue that one. Like,
well, but then if you watch the videos, right? Then the videos, what they show there, like on the rocket, they always cut out to some CGI after like a couple minutes.
No, they don't cut out to some CGI. What are you talking about?
So you think there's a rocket, camera shot from on a rocket from the ground to outer space that doesn't cut?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, it shows a continuous shot, right?
So no, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure they cut, but it's not. I don't think
like
it's
an animation. That's what they always do. They cut to some fucking animation.
No, they don't. I never seen the animation. I've seen it where like they basically film it on the ground, and then they'll have the cameras that are like on the actual rocket or whatever that's going up, and then it will like kind of go in between them both, right? And there'll be one on the thingy, and sometimes it blacks out or whatever, and then it goes back to the other one. But like, I mean, it doesn't look like CGI to me at all. And also as well, like you're watching the rocket fly up into the sky, like from a camera that's on the ground where there are people watching it, and you're also seeing like all of the shit as it like goes up. You're seeing all that shit get smaller and smaller type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a match. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is what if I was the perspective of the rocket and I was flying up, that's what I'd see looking down, and that's what you see as you see it going up. So it's really difficult for you to try and argue like, oh yeah, they're just doing CGI up there because again, like there are people on the ground watching this thing go up. So it's not like it's just like it's going somewhere, right? It's doing something.
I'm going to show you an example because you're like, oh no, they don't cut. They do cut. They can't show. It's against the law to show anything past the second stage. They can't show any footage from a rocket after the second stage. And their reasoning for this, according to them, when they started commercial spaceflight by legislation, was that you can use it for military purposes, which is obviously bullshit because they have satellites orbiting everything. What the fuck's a rocket second stage? What's that going to tell you? That you can't get from a satellite. Right, but hold on. I want to. Tesla. Trying to find the full video of the Falcon Heavy. I don't know where the fuck that shit is. They erased it off the internet.
Yeah, I don't think that that's true either. I'm just gonna have to take your word for it. And I don't really know how to word the
question. It's in the Code of Federal Regulations. It's on the Department of Commerce's website.
Pardon?
It's in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. I don't know what it is in other countries. I know that's what it is here.
I live in America. I'm American. I'm a dual national citizen. But yeah, so like, what is it? I don't know what's.
So, but and they passed. So back, I don't know, was it 20, 30 years ago now? They passed laws to allow commercial space flight, right?
Yeah.
They didn't allow it before. It was only done by the government.
Yeah.
So they passed laws. Part of these laws was so it went through the Department of Commerce, which is like the business arm, but they are tasked with writing regulations. So one of the regulations is you can't show any feed above a second stage, and all the video feeds they have to go through. Can't remember what the name of it is.
Why would that be the case?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. Because military, they think it's supposed to be like a national security risk.
Yeah. Well, remember, like I was saying earlier, like remember when they had the whole fucking like when they were like going to the moon and shit, like we thought that the Russians were gonna build a fucking laser beam and put it on the moon, and they thought that we were gonna put a fucking laser beam on the moon. So it was all sketchy at that time, innit? But to me, it seems now a little bit insane. I don't know how much information you would get off of a camera that's like on the outside of a big fucking rocket that's being televised to be shot up into, you know what I'm saying? Like, I already see what they would be, I don't know what they would be hiding. You get me? But fuck
it. They took it off the internet.
NASA lost 14,000.
Fucking shit, dude. No way. The Tesla in space shit, dude. It looks like it's not on.
I'm not even gonna lie to you yet. I don't like that one because that one looks so. I'm not gonna lie to you. That does look sus. That does kind of look CGI-ish. I'm not gonna lie to you.
No, I'm just gonna use that one because that's the one I've seen the most. It's like when they get to a certain altitude, they cut to like a animation view of like the rocket over like a globe Earth. It's basically like a little freaking trajectory going over like a Google Earth thing. They almost always cut to something like this.
Yeah.
But the point is that you can't just like see a rocket launch and conclude it's going to space any more than you can watch an airplane fly away, and then when it lands again, you concluding that it flew around the Earth. I mean, that's fucking silly, right? It just goes out of sight. That's all you can really say as an observer.
Damn, I didn't know that. Hey.
Well, what if a friend of yours was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take my plane. I'm gonna circumnavigate the world," and you watch him take off, and 2 weeks later he lands again, and he was like, "Yeah, I did it." Like, what the fuck? You don't know what he did. Probably just flew to the next town, got drunk for a week, and then flew back. Cyclone, you got anything to say? Wolfgang?
Do I have somebody? Is there somebody talking that I've muted?
I'll be back on in a few minutes.
All right, cool. I mean, do you really want your worldview shaped by a TV show? I mean, really? I mean,
What's the TV show? What's the TV show that's shaping my worldview?
Rocket launches. Star Wars. I mean, think if you were like born in the Amazon rainforest and were never exposed to any of this stuff, you wouldn't think the Earth was a globe. You wouldn't think there's rockets in space. You wouldn't think.
No. I totally disagree with that, and I think that.
What?
I mean, there's a
I think if
plethora
you're
of
in the
reasons.
Amazon rainforest, you'd think the Earth was a globe.
No.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I mean, if you were just stuck in the Amazon rainforest, you don't really know fucking much about anything, do you? You don't really know about anything. So I mean, that's a little
you
bit.
do.
No. I think it's an inevitability for people to discover things about our whether it's universe, our planet, our biology, or whatever. I mean, humans are inquisitive, and I think that we disagree. Yeah, that's what this is fun. I'm happy to have a debate, but there is no way that you can ever convince me. You are totally right in having your beliefs. I think that you're insane to think that the world is flat. I think it's bonkers, but I love having a conversation. I think it's really interesting how we can, how people can come to those assumptions. But I mean, it's not like somebody just woke up one day and was like, "Oh yeah, the world's a fucking globe." You know what I mean? Like it was a bunch of things that came together, which made them go like, I wonder maybe the Earth isn't fucking flat. I mean, maybe it is a globe because of XYZ reasons, And people test those theories at this point over centuries, and I think it's a pretty widely understood fact that we live on a motherfucking globe.
Hey, Osama, it is okay to be delusional. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
You don't need to,
Can I address what he said, Clay? Let me just address what he said first.
Yeah.
Because you said a lot of things, like we have a belief, blah blah blah. Actually, everything you said, you just told us your beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, well, I mean,
Hey, you you don't know the history of the globe, but you said that they discovered it this way or that way. But I could ask you questions about, okay, how is the globe? How did this whole idea come about? And I could lay out the entire history. You have no idea about it. You just believe something, right? So everything you just said is what you believe is true about how they came to the globe conclusion. But you don't actually know any of this.
Well,
And
for
I'm not
sure. I
saying,
mean,
I'm not even saying like from the viewpoint of like everything they wrote down is fake. But like whatever they wrote down, whatever it is, you don't know what it is. So you just have an idea of how they came to this conclusion. Well, your idea of how they came to this conclusion, but it didn't come to it because of science. Well, it didn't come from science.
Well, I mean, where did it come
It came
from
from
then?
philosophy.
Which is a science. No.
Science is a part of philosophy, but
Okay. Well, I mean, you just said okay. Well, if okay, what? Yeah.
Well, I mean, listen.
I mean, you kind of dug yourself a hole right there.
I mean, my foot is a part of my body, but my body isn't part of my foot. Okay, it's not how it works. You subdivide things in smaller units, not bigger units. Science is a branch of philosophy, but the point is that they came up with the globe idea because they had metaphysical ideas, idealized concepts of how reality should be on a metaphysical level, not on a scientific level. Right, and they made observations of the natural world, and that's how they came.
But they have made observations of the natural world and also come to the conclusion, or maybe not come to the conclusion, but they've confirmed there.
No, they're not confirmations.
I believe they're confirmations. You don't. I'm happy to have this conversation.
Well, I can tell you why they're not confirmations.
Okay, tell me why.
Because it's starting from an underlying assumption that's not based upon empirical knowledge, right? So if we think about what are the observations, right? Well, if I go out into the world and I look at it, it doesn't look like a globe. It doesn't feel like it's spinning, right? So where's the empirical evidence that that it's a globe? They didn't look at the Earth, right? Because if you look at the Earth directly, yeah, you can rationalize after the fact that it's a giant ball, but that's your rationalization. That's not empirical, right? That's conceptual. Like I said, they had a concept initially, Earth is a globe.
So
they went out into the natural world and cherry picked and used confirmation bias to look at phenomenon that conformed with this idea, and all the observations that did not conform to that idea are ignored.
What about the space station though? Like, there's people who actively
had the space station in fucking 300 BC. Like, what are you talking about?
No. I'm talking about now. I'm saying now there's space station. Like, there's people who are up there and they can see that the Earth is not.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that?
Because I've seen it.
Well, I mean, technically, The guys in the
You can
space
see
station
it.
do say it looks flat, but like
But it's not flat and it rotates,
from
right?
their point of view, look like from the altitude that ISS should be at, it would look flat.
Doesn't the Earth rotate underneath them, or it doesn't work like that?
Well, apparently that they're going so fast, they wouldn't be able to tell if it's rotating or not, right?
But
Because
isn't
they're
there
supposed to
isn't
be
there
going fucking
but can
17,000 miles per hour.
but can they not? Is there not are they spinning at the same? I don't actually know about this. So
They're
you're
supposed to be going
informing me.
17,000 miles per hour. Like
Do
you
they
can't tell
not?
what's going on.
Do they not check? Like, is there? They're not like tethered to a. They're not always hovering over the same spot of land, if that makes sense, right? Or are they? I don't know. I don't think so, though, right?
Well, no, they're claiming they're going 17,000 miles per hour.
Right. So the world is spinning underneath them. So, like, if they were to crash now
Well,
and it was to fall, it would not land in the same place as it would maybe 2 hours from now. From
well, I
that
mean,
point, right?
if you're going 17,000 miles per hour on a flat Earth, do you think that you're gonna experience anything different?
Well, if you were going 17,000 miles an hour around, I mean, wouldn't they see like wouldn't they get to see the underside of it? You know what I mean? Or they're just spinning around
Oh
the
my
top is your
God!
assumption.
Not
'Cause the-
underside of it. What?
Well, I mean, because I mean, the Earth is flat, right? So it has to be an underside if it's flat, right?
He's talking about going
No.
underground. He thinks ISS would go underground with Earth.
No, he thinks the Earth is a space disk, and fucking they're gonna
Oh,
fly around the disk.
Wait, so you think space just doesn't exist at all then, or what?
No, there is no outer space vacuum. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space.
We don't exist in a cosmic vacuum.
Oh, the plot thickens.
That's funny. Greggy, can you take over, Hank? One of you two, because I got to piss.
Go ahead, Greg.
And Larry.
The
Was
plot
that
was
Hank or Larry?
Same thing.
Larry, sorry, I'm using his priest transition name.
Yeah, we don't exist in a cosmic vacuum. And so the problem with that issue, because very often these two issues are swerved in between one another when having the discourse, the two different premises. You have the issue of the geodesy of the surface of the Earth, and then you have this other cosmological issue, which is, do we exist in a cosmic vacuum or not? And we don't, even within the premises of the scientism cosmology. Why? Because you have the supposed law of conservation of mass, and then you have the supposed law of universal gravitation, either in the sense of mass attracting mass or in the sense of bendy spacetime. And they're two different doctrines, and they're not compatible with one another.
I'm sorry to be rude. I'm sorry. I want to ask an honest question, but like, why do you believe this shit? I've always been curious about like
This
flat
is
Earth.
the usual pestilence that we have to deal with in this voice channel with people like them. But anyways,
I think it's a valid question. I think it's like
it's not just a matter of the validity of the question, it's about decent behavior, etiquette.
I don't think he was being totally disrespectful. I mean, I think he's more flabbergasted.
Well, come on. I mean, he just blurted out that condescending retort in the middle of me talking. Come on.
Yeah, we can get to all that. We can get to all that, but for the meantime, we're in the conversation with you, so we're going to keep it that way. It's a one-on-one conversation.
I didn't know it was like that. I thought it was just kind of like more of like a people just jump in when they want to. You know what I mean? That's what I'm
Well, they
used to.
can, but we try and keep some kind of flow going. And at the moment, we're having a decent conversation, so let's maintain that, at least for now.
So, besides that, in scientism, this worldview that we're taught in the state indoctrination system.
What's scientism?
And so,
is that like
that's a word that is convenient and useful to identify this particular worldview, that we're taught in the state indoctrination system.
Okay.
And so I'll cite the source on it in the Internet Encyclopedia also, just to really show you something interesting. And so besides that, within their own premises, the two doctrines are not compatible, because the former, with mass attracting mass, which is usually ascribed to Newton, but primarily was promulgated by Cavendish in history, the idea that the sheer existence of matter causes other matter to be attracted to other matter. And then a couple of centuries later, you come up to the early 20th century, and Einstein supposes that the sheer existence of matter is causing the so-called space-time continuum to bend, to fold, so that things fall along the surface of space-time to the center of a given material entity. So the two different supposed effects because of the same cause. Right? So the two doctrines are different. Either way, you have mass attracting mass, both doctrines are unverifiable because the independent variable in the supposed hypothesis is the sheer existence of matter. The sheer existence of matter is the cause of things falling or things being pulled to one another. You can't manipulate the sheer existence of matter. You can't cause matter to discontinue existing and resume existing and vice versa. So you can't manipulate the independent variable. So you cannot verify the hypothesis. So they don't know this doctrine is true. And lastly, both doctrines imply absurdities necessarily as it concerns mass attracting mass. Supposedly after the primeval atom expansion or explosion, pick your word because they hop back and forth between the two, can barely make up their mind. I'll refute that doctrine later when it's appropriate. You have the supposed primeval atom expansion. After that, you either have everything expanding from one another, contracting to one another, or staying completely idle. But all three possibilities are entirely false, patently false. We don't live in a world where all material particles are completely disintegrated from one another. We don't live in a world where all material particles are clumped together in one humongous mass. And we don't live in a world where everything is completely idle. So not only is this mass attracting mass unverifiable, but it patently implies absurdities, and that which implies falsehood is false. And then as it concerns bendy spacetime, finally, you have a reification fallacy. A reification fallacy is the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, where you ascribe concreteness ontologically to that which is not concrete. Space and time are not concrete entities. So matter cannot contact space and time so as to cause it or have any effect on it to do anything, let alone bend so that things can fall along its surface to the supposed center of mass.
That has to be the dumbest thing I've heard all day.
If fucking Jeff Bezos, yeah, said, "Oh, you want to jump on my rocket and let me take you to outer space," would you take him up on that offer?
That's a good point.
Nope. I'll let him show me someone else doing it.
But he
and
can't
then I'll consider it probably.
No, but if he shows you somebody else doing it, then you'll just be like, "Oh yeah, it didn't really happen.
Yeah, it's fake.
Footage,
Yeah, it's
whatever." So like,
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
no,
You don't need
I
to
mean,
leap to that presumption.
Well,
Wait,
I'm not
I
leaping to
swear,
that
like-
presumption, but I've been in here often, and I've had this conversation with you guys enough that would instantly be. I mean, that's half your shit. But I mean, it's the footage doctored.
They'd be like,
Okay, again, you don't need to leap to the presumption, so I'm just going to deny that because that's a presumption.
Okay.
It's prejudicial conjecture.
Yo, Gregory, by the way, did you know that like all of your Facebook is linked on your Discord profile? Just to let you know.
I cannot hear you clearly.
Your Facebook is linked on your Discord profile, bro. You should probably take that off.
I'm aware. Thanks. So anyways, there's my deductive refutation of the universal gravitation doctrine, which is not compatible with the law of the conservation of mass. So there is no account for why things don't fall off the humongous ball of rock, supposedly
Well, there is. I think there is. Unfortunately, I am not intelligent nor versed enough in whatever type of fucking science that is to be able to articulate all the rules and all the but exceptions and all the whatever. Right? I can't speak on those. But I think that there is like a maybe not a general.
What's the use in you saying that? What's the use in you saying that just now when you just patently conceded that you don't know what you're believing to be true?
No, I believe it to be true. I'm just saying I don't know.
I know that.
100%.
So what's the use in you saying what you said when you just explicitly conceded you don't know your beliefs are true?
Mm-mm. No, you're doing trickery. I know what you're trying to say, but I am.
Someone said I did trickery.
I said that you're doing trickery. That's what I said.
Why do you say that? I resent that.
Because I understand what you're trying to say. If I am not aware enough to be able to like explain all of the intricacies and all of the laws, then I just then I can't believe it because I don't know it. But I know.
I didn't say you can't believe it. I said you don't know it to be true.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I think at this point nobody knows anything by your logic. I mean,
oh wow,
everything is questionable.
If no one knows
know?
anything, do you know that to be true?
I don't know. Do
If
I?
it's true, then you don't know it to be true. If it's false, then you don't know it to be true. So you're caught in the horns of a dilemma, my guy.
No. Yeah, you got me. You got me, buddy.
Got you. That long-winded tangent got you.
Yeah, no, for real.
Anyway, why do you guys
Well, you
believe
kind of got yourself,
flat
right?
Earth theory?
Because if you say
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
no objective truths, you just made an objectively
I
true.
didn't. I didn't. No, I didn't say there are no objective truths. He said there are no
But that's
objective
the
truths.
same
I didn't say
solipsism
that.
bullshit.
Well, then how is that? How did you get that from what I said? Please elaborate, because I said nothing of the sort. I did
You
not
said
ever
no
say
one
there are
knows
no
anything.
No, I was saying as a question. Well, then nobody knows anything. I don't believe that that's true. I think people do know things. Of course, of course there are factual statements. Grass is green, right? That's a factual.
Well, that wasn't a
statement.
question you said. You said, well,
Huh?
then no one knows anything. Well, that's not what's implied by my argument.
I think it is. I think what I was trying to say. What it felt like he was
Explain
saying
how
to me
that.
is.
Explain how my argument implies that.
I will explain what happened. It felt as though I was explaining to you, hey, look, I don't know, I can't tell you all of these laws, I can't tell you, how fucking laws of physics work and all that bullshit. But I'm aware, yeah, that there is a pretty a formal understanding between people, obviously in the scientific community, which is the the people who obviously study that shit. Obviously, we're just normal people. I don't know fucking nothing, and I accept those to be true, even though I cannot, express every single one of them. I believe them to be true. That's what I think makes sense.
My argument was
and
you're completely ignorant of physics, or you're not omniscient about physics. Therefore, you don't know anything. That wasn't my argument. So you're attacking a straw man.
What?
That's what you just told me.
No,
you just
bro,
told me
you're
my
the-
argument was you don't know all of physics. Therefore, you don't know anything. That wasn't my argument.
That's how it came across to me. Maybe I misunderstood, but that's how it came across to me. And I was saying, yeah, I can't explain all of them, but I'm aware that they exist. I'm aware of enough of them to say that this is my truth. And so yeah, and so I don't know where you were going from that to say what to say. You said what I can't. Because I don't know them all, my opinion is invalid, or I can't know it to be true.
You
because I don't
replied
know
to
all of
me
them.
after
No,
I said my deductive.
I'm asking.
I know. You replied to me after I said my deductive argument. Abandon the issue that I concentrated on. I was concentrated on a specific delineated subject, which is this doctrine of universal gravitation. Then you expanded the concern to the whole of all of physics. So you obscured the issue, expanding it to the macroscopic issue of knowing all of physics. Just zoom in back onto the particular focus I was talking about. Zoom in back on this doctrine of universal gravitation, this mass attracting mass, or bendy space-time. So that's what I just deductively refuted.
Yeah.
And you just conceded that you don't know the facts concerning that issue, so you don't have any rebuttal to refute my refutation, which is logically sound and deductive in refutation to either the two universal gravitations.
I was kind of going on to go and ask you a question, but then you kind of did this whole like weird little thing which didn't really need to be done. And more or less, I was going to ask you. So, at what point did you come to this realization that you're being lied to, and basically everybody is full of shit? At what point did you realize? You know what I mean? Like, at what point did you deduce that the world is flat?
The point was when I saw clear observations on the water where things that are supposedly obscured behind, as it were, a water hill, the water curvature around the Earth beyond the horizon can be zoomed in back into perspective with optical devices with zoom capabilities. which patently demonstrate that the horizon, the meeting point between the sky and the water, is not really the fixed summit of a water hill, as it were, wrapped around the ball.
A water hill? What the fuck?
Yeah, he's talking about like like how when a boat, fucking goes over and fucking, the horizon shit. That's what he means.
Yeah, because there's a curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no curvature.
Yeah, that's why boats disappear behind the horizon, right?
No, that's your a priori interpretation of that phenomenon. You didn't actually observe any curvature in that instance. You're interpreting the phenomenon of seeing the objects become invisible from the bottom up as
so
indicative
how do you know
of
that
Earth
that's
curve.
flat?
You didn't actually see the Earth curve, and nor is Earth curve necessary for that phenomenon.
Well, it is.
But it isn't. You don't have any argument to justify that. You can have bottom-up obstruction because of the attenuation of light, angular acuity, and refraction on a flat surface.
None of these explain this phenomenon. That's just a fallacious use of physics.
You have to form an argument, my guy, not just unjustified negation retorts.
Yeah, sure. So tell me why the Earth is flat. I can just destroy your argument with
You're
the same
digressing
logic.
from the issue. You need to be justifying your unjustified negation retorts.
It looks flat. How about that? Negate that.
What?
The Earth looks flat. You asked, what's the evidence the Earth it's flat? Yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah, so you say it looks flat?
Wait.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So the guy just refuted my argument because I said it looks like there's a
Wait,
curve, that's why boats
I
are
refute
disappearing.
your
And now you're
point.
making
The
the
Earth
argument
looks
saying that,
round.
oh, it looks flat, so it must be flat.
You didn't observe curvature. You're being dishonest and combative.
Looks
When you
flat.
look
200
at the
IQ, my
horizon,
God.
at the beach,
Wait,
looking at the water, you don't observe the water curving into a ball.
I can't see the curvature though. If I'm out on the sea, there's a reason why I can't see very far out into the seas because of the curvature of the Earth.
So when they listen, yeah. So when you look at your meteorological report and it says visibility, that's the curvature of the Earth, and it changes every day.
What?
Yeah. So you have a weather report and a list of visibility at sea. And
No, that's
sometimes
just
it'll say
like
10
fog.
miles, sometimes
No.
it'll say 5, but not always fog.
That's
Even on super
completely
clear days.
different.
That's completely different.
Well, why can't you see? It's the curvature of the Earth.
No, that's completely
Weather
fucking
patterns
different.
is very much different.
Look, I
from
understand it's
fucking-
completely different. That's demonstrating
Why
this
did you bring
argument
it
is
up then
fucking
if it's
idiotic.
different?
Yeah,
Because your
what kind
argument
of
is
fucking
idiotic.
argument is that?
Because your argument is idiotic. You're saying I can't see forever, so it must be Earth curve. Well, obviously, that's not the reason, because we have meteorological conditions that limit our vision, right?
Okay, another question then. If the
So how far
if the
can
Earth
you?
is
No.
if the Earth-
We're not moving on.
No. He's asking you a
I have a
question.
question,
No.
I have a question.
So how far
If
can
the
we
Earth
see?
is flat,
Listen,
if
in
the
the
Earth is
clearest,
flat, why does
if
the
the
sun
Earth
not
is
stay?
if the Earth is muted, dude, you're gonna answer the fucking question. You're gonna shut the fuck up. What are the two? Answer the question.
Nah. Be reasonable. If you're gonna mute people for being disrespectful and all that shit, at least be a man and fucking. Okay, then you don't have to, but
I
that's
I want him to answer the question. I just want him to answer the question. It's real fucking simple. Right? He's the one who came with this argument, right? So we're gonna bring it to its logical conclusion instead of him just trying to jump off of it like jumping out of a hot frying pan. Okay? Real simple.
Okay.
Real simple. How far in modern physics can you see at sea level without curve? Just like the perfect clarity, the cleanest possible air. How far can you see?
I don't fucking
296
know.
kilometers. 296 kilometers. That is if you do the physics, how much light air absorbs. 296.
To be fair, it can change though, depending on how high up in elevation you are. And why does that change? Because there's a curvature of the Earth.
That's non sequitur.
If you're higher up in elevation, the farther you can see because there's a curvature in the Earth.
Hey,
that's non sequitur. You're
got a
god
father?
awful at arguing.
Yeah, hold on. Do you got a father?
He does.
Did you ever ride on your dad's shoulders? You say, Dad, I can't see. Let me ride on your shoulders. Did you do that because of Earth curves?
No, what?
Well, why'd you want to get up higher?
He's talking about a distance though,
I
right?
don't know.
That's
It's
why.
just
Yeah,
like
can you see, dude? It's not. Listen, this argument is so stupid.
if I'm
Everyone knows that when you go up higher, you can see farther, and it has nothing to do with fucking Earth curve.
well, why is
It
that
does.
then?
It does,
It
bro.
does.
What the
It
fuck?
just does.
Yeah,
It
these are
just
just
does.
idiotic
That's a hell of an
replies. He's not
argument.
trying to engage in discourse.
I'm
You guys are
I'm
fucking
very
dumb.
convinced. It just
There is a
does.
reason.
It's
There's
amazing,
a
actually.
reason why on the Burj Khalifa, if you're like if you're on the 80th floor and you're fasting, and you're a Muslim fasting, you have to wait an extra 2 minutes for the
Yeah,
for
I
the sun
read that on.
to
I read
set.
that too. Yeah, I read that
Yeah,
on Google
why does
too.
it happen then? Why does it happen then?
Because you know when you go up higher, your angle
Yeah.
changes. The angle that you're viewing the ground.
Yeah,
No,
that's
Yeah,
no,
but
Instead of
no.
looking
wait,
at
wait, wait,
all
wait, wait.
that,
Why?
that's
Why?
crazy.
If the Earth is flat, then why would the angle change if you're higher?
Yeah, why?
Yeah. What the
is that a serious question?
No,
Yeah.
that's a fully 100%
That's
serious
100%
question.
Yeah, no, hold
serious
on. You got to
question.
answer that one.
No, that is. I've cooked with that one, brother. You got to answer that.
Holy fuck, y'all are stupid as fuck.
No, answer it. Don't be disrespectful.
You believe
I
what?
asked you. Don't try to run away from it. Don't try to run away from it.
Trying to irritate.
Answer.
No, it's almost like it hurts. It's so dumb. So okay, so let me explain it to you really quick. So if I'm 6 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
And I'm looking at a spot on the ground 6 feet away, that's a 45-degree angle, right?
Brother, if the Earth is flat,
Yes or no? Is that a 45-degree angle?
Answer his question.
Yes.
So if I go 3 feet, right, that's
Yeah.
a smaller angle. And then if I go to 1 foot, that's a smaller angle. And if I go to 1 inch, that's a smaller angle, right? So as you go up, so let's reverse this. From 1 inch to 1 foot to 3 feet to 10 feet.
You're saying words, but then they don't mean
the
anything.
angle increases, and you're looking at you go from looking across it to a top-down view, right? So obviously you can see farther because your angle.
No. We're not talking about. We're not talking. No. You're changing. No. Mute. You're gonna mute me. But no. Mute me. You're gonna mute me. But that's not what we're talking about anymore. We're talking about
and that's why I have to. That's why I have to go further because I can tell you didn't understand what I said.
No. You're saying a whole lot of noise right now.
Now listen. Now imagine you're on the surface of an infinite checkerboard, and you can see all the squares, right? And the squares. Listen,
I'm imagining.
Yeah, because I have to make it very remedial for you guys. So it's an
You
infinite
still
checkerboard.
said nothing. You still haven't said anything about.
Yeah, well,
he has said things. You're just
I'm
being
trying.
convincing
I'm
me.
trying to. You just don't understand them. That's why I'm making it remedial. Okay, so you see these squares, right? And as the squares go off into the distance, right? The squares distort, right? They go from squares right at your feet, and then they become more like trapezoids, et cetera, et cetera. Now, if I go up higher, right, and there's going to be a limit where I can no longer see the squares, right, at some distance, right, and that'll be the horizon. But as I go higher, right, I'm going to see more squares.
Yeah, that's literally not why I asked you. I was not talking about being able to see further from being higher.
I'm demonstrating that no matter. It doesn't matter if it's Earth.
That's not why I asked you. But that's not why I asked you. I wasn't talking about.
You did ask him that. You asked him why does the angle change?
That is not why I asked him.
You asked him why does the angle change?
No, stop. We were talking about being in the Burj Khalifa, right? So time takes longer, 2 minutes, whatever. Yeah. If the Earth is flat, then why would the angle matter? It doesn't matter.
He just answered that.
No.
You go at a higher. Listen, because when you go to a higher elevation, right? So listen, I don't know how basic I have to make this. If you're looking at a table, right? If you're looking at a table, right? If your eye is parallel to the surface of the table, you can't see the surface. But as you raise your eye level above the surface of the table, you'll see more and more of the table, right? So if the Burj Khalifa, so you have, say you're on the ground, right? You're at the bottom of the Burj Khalifa and you're looking out. You're only going to see so much ground, right? And the sun or whatever is going to be obstructed bottom up in the distance because that's the way shit works on a flat surface. Contrary to what you believe, things do disappear bottom up on the flat surface, and we can demonstrate this by experiment. Not by talking about it, by experiment. And then when you go to the top of Burj Khalifa, now the angle to the ground, that limiting angle, that changed. Now the distance you can see is further until you reach that limiting angle again, right? So it goes. So say maybe the horizon was 6 miles away. Now go to the top of Burj Khalifa. Now it's 100 miles away. Now I can see 100 miles of ground instead of 6 miles of ground. Obviously, I can see farther, right? So where the sun appears to be relative to the ground, right? There'll be a time delay. I can't see. It's one moment here, I'm looking from this elevation. Another moment here, I'm looking at another elevation. So this is why you think the sun sets, right? The sun is going to appear to set at a different time. Was that your argument? Anyway.
So let's not pretend he didn't answer the question. So it isn't as though sunsets or anything disappearing bottom up progressively over time as they move away from us from our perspective cannot and has not been accounted for by our position. It's been accounted for.
Hey, Real Osama, did you understand that? You still confused?
I did. I'm stunted. I'm just stunted.
All right. Can you think of anything that would prove that you could do or we could do as members of the public to prove that the Earth is a spinning ball?
No, there's nothing that I can think of off the top of my head to prove that the Earth is a spinning ball. I'm sure that there are some.
So for you, then, at least, it would we would just say it's a belief that you have, not knowledge.
Yes, for sure.
Okay,
I think
that's a big step. Good for you.
Well, it's not a big step because I'm still. I don't think that I am the person. I don't think that I'm smart enough to understand the complexities of the world and the universe around us and the laws of physics and all of that
Does that
shit.
mean you don't think you're smart enough to understand where you live?
No, I think I'm smart enough to understand where I live for sure.
Okay, then you're smart enough to understand whether you live on a giant spinning ball or not.
I think that I live on a giant spinning ball because smarter people than I have decided that we live on a fucking giant spinning ball. So that's what I believe.
Well, evidently there are smarter people than you that believe that the Earth is flat. Why don't you believe them?
Because I think that there's more proof that to me there's more proof that the Earth, like, I believe all of
You
the
don't know what the proof is, though. This is the problem. I'm just trying to ascertain from you. Is that
There's
enough
images.
for you? Like you're gonna
no,
put
yeah, there's like
your whole worldview?
there's images and shit and fucking.
Yeah, but you can't verify any of that. You can't
No, I
verify
can't.
any of
Well,
that to be
I
true.
choose to
That's the problem.
believe that those images
Yeah,
are
this
not.
is
No
what I'm
one's
saying.
attempted to get a flat
Are you
Earth
willing?
image.
Hold on, but this is the thing, though. Is that good enough for you? Are you willing to hang your hat on your entire worldview on this belief without investigating it further, knowing it to be true or not?
Yes. Yeah, because again, like I said, like I think that there's a larger understanding by people who have made pretty much all like scientists and engineers are the people who basically like.
Right.
I mean,
I get what you're
progress.
saying. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
so
get what you're saying. But see, this
just
is where we would differ. This is where we would differ because for us, we're not satisfied with just relying on hearsay stories and a belief that we can't actually know or really even understand if you don't know what the actual claims are. That's not good enough. We want to actually know the truth. So that's where the difference is, because you're happy just accepting, as you said, that someone somewhere has proved
that
something.
in you trying to seek out some sort of truth, you're overlooking some possible facts because you're going, there has to be something deeper. This, like, you know what I mean?
Well, we're going to be in more of a position to be able to come across those and review them than someone who doesn't even bother trying to research it, aren't we?
So the fact of the matter is, let's not whistle past the very obvious conclusion. This is a matter of fact. So either you know the scientism cosmology that you believe credulously to be true, or you don't. Evidently you don't. You repeatedly conceded that you just credulously believe this cosmological doctrine and this pretty much the entire worldview that you've been taught in the state indoctrination system. We've given several arguments, inductive and deductive arguments, refuting this doctrine and proving our position is true.
Yeah,
I think it's a really simplistic view of how things work. It's like, it feels as though you
It's
don't
reality,
allow
though.
there to that's fine, but it feels to me as though you don't allow there to be any more complexity. It has to be like a if I can't see it, therefore that is the thing that it's explaining it, then it cannot be true. You know, there cannot be any of
It's
does
not
that
us
make
saying
sense?
that there can't be any complexity. No, I mean, the system is very complex. We're not even claiming to understand it as a whole. But what we're talking about is just the geometry of the surface, right? That's one definable aspect. If it's a ball, then it has to have a curvature to the surface. But when it's measured, there is no curvature to the surface. It's that simple. If there's no curvature to the
At this rate,
surface,
you're persevering to
then it can't
ridicule
be a
our
ball.
position rather than just acknowledging the logical soundness of it. No, I'm
No,
not
I'm
an
not. I mean,
empiricist.
I have not tried to ridicule.
Just hang on. Just hang
I'm
on.
having a
Just hang
very
on.
honest
Just hang
conversation.
on.
Though.
Just hang on. Just
How
hang
am I
on.
trying to ridicule?
Just hang on. Come on. I'm not an empiricist. I'm not so simple. I'm not so naive, as in naive realism, to think if I don't see it, therefore it's false or it's not real. That isn't the case, as it specifically concerns this particular premise that the Earth is a ball. That is an empirical predication. Either there is empirical substantiation to demonstrate that it's true, or there isn't. Either we can empirically detect and especially measure it, or we can't. So if there's no empirical detection, and especially if it's not possible, then there's no possible justification to believe the doctrine the Earth is a ball, nor any other empirical predication that doesn't have empirical substantiation. So because of the empirical inadequacy of the doctrine that the Earth is a ball, and that the Earth is a ball in a cosmic vacuum, in this whole cosmological paradigm of scientism, therefore it is false.
Are there other planets and stuff or not?
What is a planet? Let's
They don't
be
believe in
clear.
planets.
Okay, I see. I see.
Wait
They
a
just see
minute,
it like
hold on,
God,
time
I'm
out.
gonna ban
No,
you.
you
Lie
don't
one
get
more time.
you don't get to
Lie
make
one
our
more time,
arguments
dude.
for us.
Yeah, lie one more
Yeah,
time.
what
See what happens.
bullshit.
All right.
You tried to get holes in the
Yeah, I'll
wall.
just ban you now. Why even play around?
Okay. Not then. Fucking not a planet. Then what the fuck?
Listen, you see
Is
them in
there?
the sky. You see them in the sky, right? Why are you asking us if something you observe is there or not? Of course it's there. Just doesn't mean it is what you've been told it is.
But like, so you don't think that they're spherical. You don't think that they're a globe.
There's no
You can't-
verification for that.
How would you verify that?
Like you can see it. Telescopes
No,
and
you
shit.
can see a little blob of light. It doesn't tell you what it
Okay,
is.
so what's a
or what
planet
shape
then?
it is.
Explain it.
Well, how are you going to verify that? That's the question.
Well,
Sure,
why
we
don't they
agree
look
that-
like? Why don't they look like discs?
Because they weren't
Earth was a
made that
disc.
way. Next question.
So why would all of these other
Yeah,
things?
we're not claiming the Earth is a disk, by the way. You understand that? We're not claiming it's a disk in space.
Wait,
do you understand that?
Delete the idea from your head that we live
What
on
is
a
it?
disk in a cosmic vacuum.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
yeah.
our position.
So
You're in a contained system.
I have a question.
It's level
What's
at the
the
surface.
difference
and it's
if it
motionless.
was a disk in the cosmic sphere, than if it's a disk in like a what's it called, like a thing like around the sphere, like a glass pane or something? I don't know what it is.
You have to clean up that question.
Anyway,
think about
no,
that
you're
longer.
not.
Yeah,
and come
sorry.
You're not in a disk in space.
So that's what. So if we're not a disk in space, then like what are we? Like, you know, like what? Like that's what I'm
You're in
trying
a
to understand.
motionless. You're in a motionless, contained environment, not a spinning ball in a vacuum.
What is the difference between the flatness of the Earth and like a cosmic atmosphere versus it being
Meaningless
contained
nonsense.
in something?
Are you
Like, what would
drunk?
be the key differences there? Like,
You just said the differences in the question.
no, but like, what would be like how would that affect us realistically?
People are just stuck in this habit of
how would-
repetition.
how would
You
that
just
affect
said the differences in your question.
No, listen. We're going to stick with real Osama because he actually seems to be able to hold a cogent thought in his brain.
No.
The other guy's
He is
just
cooking.
saying words.
No. He is cooking. He is cooking.
He's saying absolute nonsense. And don't make me expose that he is, because if I ask you what he just asked, you're not going to be able to tell me.
Well, no. He's basically asking you like, even if it was if it is a disc or if it isn't, what's the effect? What's the meaning? Like, what's the effect? That's what he was kind of asking.
That's saying nothing.
What does that even mean?
I don't
What's
think
the effect? The effect on what?
If it's off and on, or what is it? Like fucking dude. What his statement's a contradiction right off the rip.
No. I understand what you're trying to ask, but whatever. We'll move.
He's saying nothing, man. Like,
We'll move on.
Your attempt to reiterate his question was worse. His question was
whatever.
intelligible.
Whatever.
Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. We're not going to it because it's nonsense. So
hold on.
yeah,
I want to. He said, "If
No. I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear from you. I want to hear from this other guy.
Hey, bro, you're not.
I want to hear from
controlling the
Cyclone. I want to hear from Cyclone.
Yeah, I
I
don't
wanna
care.
hear
You
from
don't get to
India.
pick and choose. You're not in control here. Anyway.
He was speaking. He was
Yeah,
asking
no, but I'm trying to
tell
answer.
me.
You asked a question, so nobody answered it. Okay, I have a pet peeve about unanswered questions. So you asked if the Earth isn't a planet or a disk or whatever, what is it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
not in a. It's not in a category. Okay, so some things are unique and they're not in a category of other things, right?
Okay, yeah, but I want to know what is it? It's a contained environment, whatever. And so how like if you were to draw it, how would you draw it? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Do you get what I'm trying to ask now?
Yeah.
I mean, let's acknowledge that it is entirely fine to inquire about our position about the other aspects of the cosmos. We can acknowledge that.
Oh yeah, there's no problem with that.
Yeah. So if you
Draw
had
from where?
from like you know how people draw like the universe, sun, and all the planets
Yeah,
and
we
shit
can't
around
get
it.
that view of it. We can't get a God's eye view of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's funny. So like
Okay.
when people draw that, do you think that's just made up in their head, or there's some basis for that?
I think that there's some basis. I obviously don't think that it's that clean cut. Obviously, I
So
think it's a
who's had that point of
representation.
view? Well, who's ever had that point of view?
Nobody's ever had that point of view, but that's what I'm saying. Is it's a very
Yeah, this is the situation. You're in the earth. You're on the earth, and that's where you exist. That's your
Yeah,
reality.
so you can't.
Everything you've ever known. As far as you're concerned, the universe is the earth. As far as we're all concerned, there's nothing else. We're not experiencing anything else. We're being told stories about another place, which might as well be Narnia, because none of us can go there apparently. But when it comes to reality, Earth is it. That's all we've got.
But people have been to space, though, right? Or not? Or they're just indoctrinated.
No.
No. Okay.
Well, how would you know? Because you've been told.
Because, I mean, yeah, they went up and then they landed, and you know.
They said, they claimed.
Yeah, they
it's
claimed.
true?
Yeah, and I believe their claims. I don't, you know.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
well, I don't. But either way, there's no compulsion to believe a claim that has no evidence. So yeah.
Well, I mean, there
that's
is.
just a story.
I mean, it's not a story because I mean,
It
like,
is.
again,
Your
like,
reality, remember, is a flat
no, but
motionless Earth.
but the reality is that fucking Russia and fucking America was shooting rockets up into space. I mean, that's the reality of it, right?
That's the reality as presented on TV, baby.
No, people were there. People literally went to go watch the rockets take off and
Yeah,
shit.
but you already
People were there
remember
when they
we had
landed.
this conversation half an hour ago, and you conceded that rockets going up and down don't prove anything.
No, but I'm saying that you're choosing not to believe. You're choosing to believe that they made up a story that they went.
You're choosing to believe a story. I'm not believing a story. That's the difference.
No, because did the rockets? Did people get in rockets? And whether you believe they go up into space, did they shoot up? And did people watch them go into the sky? No matter where they ended up, did they go up into the sky? Yes or no?
Yeah, people.
There's no evidence for it.
Well, there is because people watched it. People literally were
It
there.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We already had this conversation half an hour ago, and you said it doesn't prove anything.
No. I'm saying something different now. That's so you know what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're talking about. The same thing.
No. You're saying I'm choosing to believe a story, but I'm not. The reality of it is
you are.
I'm not. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Look, consider this, because we've been in this circle like 4 times now. Consider this. Your logic sequence is not valid. It does not follow from the premises. You saw humans get into a rocket. You saw a rocket lift up into the air. Therefore, they went into a second law of thermodynamics violation and stood on a rock that is not verified to be a rock and then returned.
Yeah, that is a belief. They present a story. It's up to you if you choose to accept it or not. You've chosen to accept it. That's a belief. You didn't.
It's almost
you
like
couldn't verify it.
us saying prove airplanes didn't go to space because we saw people get on them and go up into the sky.
No, it's literally not the same thing at
Yeah.
all. It is not even comparable in the slightest, brother. But good try.
Well, to
good
be
try.
fair, you're just seeing something go up into the sky.
No, no, no. But you see planes. You see planes. They don't disappear. You see planes, innit? They fly.
You see
them.
rockets too.
Yeah, yeah, but then they disappear, bro. They go into fucking space, brother. They fucking
Airplanes also disappear eventually when they go too
No, no,
far
no, no.
away.
A lot,
go
nah, a
out
lot of
of-
the
out of
times
view, just
planes
like
are visible. A lot of the time planes are visible. Like you see
The
planes.
airplanes disappear when they go far enough away. Acknowledge it.
Well, yeah, of course. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course. What do you
Okay,
mean?
so then there's your parallel. Just like the aeroplanes that
No,
just
no, no, no.
fly through the air,
No.
the supposed rocket is doing the same thing. It didn't actually go into a second law of thermodynamics violation, like I already refuted
It's not
earlier.
like, no, but somebody else, yeah, where you're standing, you can't see the plane anymore. But if you were to go, travel, and stay underneath the plane, you would still be able to maintain seeing it. The thing
you're
is,
not allowed to do that.
You're still missing the point. Listen to me.
No,
Listen.
I'm not missing the point.
Same thing, dude.
Dude, just
You don't
stop
know the difference
preventing me
between
from
rockets and
replying.
airplanes?
Just listen to me.
You're never gonna stop talking, so I'm interrupting you. You don't know the difference between rockets and airplanes?
Bro.
So, Osama.
Are you retarded?
So Osama, besides whatever being disruptive, you're missing the point. There's no difference between the rockets
No, I can
and the
explain you the
airplanes. We
difference.
observe
Just
the
like,
same
no,
thing.
no, I
You
can
don't
explain to you.
observe the
I can
rockets
explain
going
to
into
you.
a cosmic
I can.
vacuum
Do
as you
you want to hear me
continue to
out? No,
talk
you don't
through
want to
me
hear
for
me
no
out.
good
No,
reason.
You're
You're just being
Oh my
disruptive.
God.
You're
Brother.
still just being disruptive for no
I'm
good
not.
reason.
I'm trying to explain to
You
you
can
what you're
stop
fucking telling
talking
me.
now. You don't need to talk through me.
fucking
You don't
Christ.
need to do that.
Dude, you're the one talking over him, like the
Yeah,
whole
you're
time.
horrendously.
Okay, some more disruptions for
Yeah,
no good reason.
just so you know, just so you know.
Rather than moving
Oh
on
my
in the
God, who's
dialogue,
the
you're
guy
just
with the
talking
shit
through
mic?
the person's talking to you. It's no
Dude,
good
that's what
reason.
you're doing. That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm talking through
Yeah,
his
out of all of
disruptions
the
of
people to
me
have a
after
conversation,
I
Guys,
began
you are the
speaking before
worst
him.
one, brother.
Guys, I don't want to have to mute people, but let Greg finish and then respond. And he's speaking to real Osama, so the other guy just pipe down for a minute. Greg, you finish, and then Osama, you respond.
Thank you. So rather than going in circles, there is no difference between the rockets and the airplanes. You see both of them lift up into the air and disappear eventually when they go far enough away. You
on saying
don't
that, and I'm
see
trying to
either of
explain to you
them
the
go
difference.
in.
You don't
He's
want to
still
hear my
doing it
difference.
again.
Osama, let him finish. Jeez.
You don't see either of them going into a cosmic vacuum, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation. You don't ever see that anecdotally. You don't even ever see that in any way at all. You have only seen deception, illusion, where they pretend that they're going into a cosmic vacuum, pretend that they're going to a humongous celestial rock, and then returning.
Okay, are you done? Yeah, you're done now? Yeah, I can explain to you the difference. I mean, the difference with a plane and a fucking rocket is that, again, like I said, if you fucking stand underneath the plane and you follow it, you can still see the fucking plane. It doesn't just disappear, right? And with a rocket, there isn't that. Like, there isn't, like, the rocket doesn't go to some other part over another country, over whatever. It goes out. You can't see it from anywhere. There is no place on the earth that you can see it. You can't track it. You can't follow it. You can't. That's why. That's what the
So you
difference
don't know it goes into space then?
Well, I mean, it's not in our
'Cause you can't
atmosphere
track it.
anymore. It's
Well, just you can't. Yeah, but you can't. You not being able to track it doesn't mean
no,
that you
no,
know where it
nobody.
is. It means you
Well,
don't know where it is.
well,
So it could have just came down.
yeah, but it doesn't. That's my no, it doesn't. You
Well, you don't know
can't.
that, bro.
Well,
This is the
you
whole problem.
can
You're
because there's
assuming you know that.
no,
You
no, no,
don't know
because
that.
there's people around. Like, if there was a rocket that was just gonna like land
No, they're
somewhere,
firing out
that
into the
would already
ocean.
happen.
There's no one underneath them. It's restricted. They don't let boats just sail about underneath the rocket path.
Okay.
So, okay, let's move this along. You've got a belief. Okay. We're not believers in that story. If you think you have any good reason why we should be believers, feel free. Otherwise, we just take reality as it presents itself.
Every time you appeal to any supposed cosmic vacuum observations, I'm just going to repeat the refutation, right? You can't just take for granted the idea that we're in a cosmic vacuum and that humans are so innovative and so smart that we can fabricate vehicles to leave the atmosphere supposedly wrapped around the ball without a container in a cosmic vacuum. That is not possible even within the premises of the scientism cosmology, let alone reality.
Sorry, I'm new to this channel. If you don't mind, I don't know if you guys like talk about this all the time, but what would you flat earthers say about you can buy a weather balloon for like $1,500 and attach a camera to it. Have you guys ever done that?
Yeah, it's been done.
Have you guys done it? Because if you get the like GoPro or whatever that you attach to it after, you should be able to see the clear curvature of the Earth after letting a weather balloon go.
Yeah,
see, the
as soon
problem
as
with the
you let
GoPro-
it go, you can see the curvature from like 100 feet up because it's a GoPro with the fisheye lens.
Well, you don't. All right, then don't use a fisheye lens. Get a different camera, and it'll still look the same.
You sure about that?
It won't
And
look
yeah,
the same.
and fisheye.
Hold
Look,
on, guys.
Go-
Wait. Let me just set it. So, Hank, are you free to talk?
No,
Or
I just
take it with this guy?
no. You go ahead.
Okay, well, no, I was just offering it up to you, but basically, I would just summarize it by saying high altitude photography has been done, and the issue with it is you can't eliminate distortion of the lens, basically. So you can get examples of it looking curved like a ball, flat, and concave, right? Bends the wrong way. So we would say it's not reliable evidence either way, which is why we measure the surface instead.
Has there ever been a case where like a camera has gone into space and it looked concave?
Well, if you use these fisheye lenses on GoPros and things, yeah, depending what the angle is that the camera's looking at the horizon, it bends in all directions.
In on itself, like not like a round
Yeah.
ball, but like, can you show
Yeah,
me
yeah.
an instance of that?
Oof. Well, I don't have one to hand, but if you're on our server, there's channels full of this stuff. I can send you the link if you're interested. And I'm sure folk can post in the text channel if you're following the text channel.
Because the only way that I could make sense of that is like, oh, the camera got flipped upside down, halfway through the flight, and that's why it
Yeah.
appears to be going the other way.
But either way, it comes down to, well, it could be this, it could be that. It's not conclusive, so we just measure the surface.
I mean, if every single time, look, fisheye lenses or just normal lenses, they sometimes, can create a distortive effect, but the farther away they go, the less that effect becomes apparent.
Right, but either way, if you're going to say, well, what I believe I'm seeing there is our curve, but we have examples where we can see flat or concave, then we'll just say,
I'd love to see.
confirm this.
We'll
just say to confirm. Let's confirm what we assume with a measurement of the surface. Either way.
Well, all right. Right now we're talking about weather balloons, right? So I'd love to see a video of any balloon, like any weather balloon experiment going up into space, and you seeing just a flat line.
Look at the open chat. I tagged you.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, to be fair.
Are you loving it, or is it like hurting you a little bit?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you said you'd love to see it, and I'm assuming
wait,
that
yeah,
you're looking.
no, I'm sorry. I'm looking for the open chat. How do I get there? I'm sorry. Sorry, this is like my first time on this channel at all.
If you're on the phone, it's at the bottom. If you're on the computer, it's the top right.
Oh, top right. I'm sorry. Give me a second.
Oh, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hang on. We're in the middle of something.
Oh, okay. Can I talk after?
Well, probably not, because we've got a bunch of new people in.
Oh, okay.
So.
Is it the
maybe
fire
before you
chat?
go in a while. It should just be the text chat associated with this voice channel. And it was posted at 7 minutes past the hour.
God, I feel like an idiot.
Take your time.
Okay. I mean, yeah. While I don't, while I'm looking for this, feel free to. Oh, open chat. There it is. Oh my god. Okay.
See, the thing is that they've been showing the Earth as a globe since Universal Studios, since the
So-
mid to early 1900s.
What's
And you
super-
guys,
Mhm.
guys, I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Sorry.
You guys have been watching TV since you were little, but before that, you had a mobile in the crib, and it showed sun, moon, and planets, or sun and planets, right? And you've been programmed to believe this way. It's the same.
You cut out there.
Lost line, Larry.
Yeah, Larry seems to have cut out. Indio, you want to pick up?
Oh, what I was gonna pick up on. So I've talked in a couple different discourses today, man, and I don't know if it's just me, but the conversations just seem very erratic. Like it's just like everyone's off their ADHD meds or something, man. Just freaking all over.
Oh, you know why most of these Globers come in here? Because they have been previously in here and have been defeated in their previous conversation, and because they have this little, notion in the back of their mind that they might come back in here and hope for just one conversation where they can go out with a win, and every time, and then it gets to like a to some kind of an abusive thing, where you just constantly lose a conversation.
Yeah, it's
And,
like they can stay on one thing, man. It's like they'll bring something up, and you try to like analyze that thing, and like as soon as you start like picking it apart, boom, it's jump to something else, and then you pick that apart, and before you're done with that, jump to something else, jump to something else,
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
It's endless, man. It's crazy.
The coping is crazy, but you got to realize the reason why they're here is not because flat earth is unimportant or anything like that. It's sheer the reason because deep down they know every time they have previously been here, they have been completely defeated in regards to reality. But there's always this little, pride thingy that they need to come back to, and just in the hope, let's just go back in flat earth 2 weeks later and hope that this time I'm gonna beat it, This time I'm gonna prove my spinning moving to the space boy at least, or maybe gonna hear another Glober actually say something.
of darkness.
All right, yeah.
Wait,
Now we're entering circle jerk territory a little bit. I think I've been nothing but cordial with you guys. This is my first time.
Gotta stop the analysis, right? Can't allow that.
Hold on. To be fair, Senzu so far has been pretty chill and hasn't even.
Look at the triggers.
Yeah, man. Like if there's a pack of dogs and you throw a rock, man, the one that yelps is the one you hit, man. Like.
Man, they're so triggered
That
by
was
what
a
I just
weird
said.
analogy.
Well, no, because like the person that cries about like if someone says, "Hey, these people do this," and then they start crying, "Hey, I don't do that." Yeah, you must because you think they're talking about you. If you're not doing
I was
it,
just
then
the
you're not
last.
what he's talking about.
All right, I was just the last person talking.
Yep. So
Yeah,
the
it's
new
alright.
guys haven't been talking in a while. So can I bring up one point?
We're literally speaking to a new guy.
I'm a new guy. This is my first time in the server.
Yeah, this is his first time. That's why we're speaking to him.
In the
So,
server or in this
Senzu,
channel?
No, I joined the server like a couple of years ago, but you know, I completely forgot about it until right now. But this is the first time in this channel for me.
So Senzu, you saw the GIF that I tagged you to and the deductive
Yeah,
refutation.
I saw. Oh,
law,
not the GIF yet. I'm watching the video though. I saw the video that I have like one or two maybe just things. So it looks to me like this video is super zoomed in, because when something is that high, if you watch
Which
the
video?
videos, the Welcome to Reality high altitude balloon.
That's not what I tagged you in. That's something
Oh,
else.
that's not. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm Gregory. I tagged you in both posts. It's just scroll up a bit.
What was it? 7 minutes past the hour.
Oh, there it is. I got it.
But yeah, it's just basically the position would be that it's inconclusive either way. So we measure the surface.
All right. Well, I mean, honestly, reading this doesn't say much to me, just because, you know, I'm not. I haven't looked into any of this at all, and
Are you curious about surface measurements, like if anyone's measured the surface to be a ball or not?
so where my like, you know, first just like sort of desire to get into this chat in the first place. Do you know? Was it the ancient Egyptians used to use the shadows that were cast off of their pillar to tell direction in a way that would only work if the Earth was round?
I think you're
You know
confusing
about
a
that?
few different things there. I think you're talking about Eratosthenes.
Oh, maybe I am. Maybe I am.
A story about a Greek man who took sticks and a well and looked at a shadow, measured the angle of the shadow, and then calculated what the Earth would be if it was a spinning ball. Not even necessarily spinning, but a ball. He assumed a ball in that calculation. He didn't measure a ball.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. I just googled it. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, so that's often what Google will serve people when they ask, who actually measured this ball? They'll tell you this guy, but he didn't actually measure the ball. He just calculated.
But doesn't the fact that his calculation ended up being like basically 100% spot on, doesn't that mean anything?
It can work on, depending on what you assume, it can work on a flat surface too, which is actually what the
But
Chinese
it couldn't.
did.
Like, that's the whole point, right?
No, it could. That's the whole point. And this is accepted even on the globe side. Depending what you assume, it could be flat or curved.
Have you seen
assume about
this?
the sun.
Yeah, do you mind if I send you a video also?
Post it in the chat. I probably won't watch it, but it's probably one we've seen.
Okay.
So we can discuss whatever.
Here, can I just post a YouTube link? Yeah, that's fine, right?
Senzu, look at the images I tagged you in the open chat.
Gotcha. But see, the sun is so far away from the Earth that the sun.
That was an assumption. That was an assumption that Eratosthenes had to make, that it was essentially infinitely far away and had parallel sun rays. That was his assumption. But if you assume it's closer with divergent sun rays.
So all right. So the next argument then would be, if that's the counter, the next argument then would be like, how did we calculate how far away the sun is, right?
They didn't. Oh, you mean calculate or measure?
Or, I mean, we can't literally measure it.
Yeah, so you have to assume it.
Yeah, you have to calculate it.
Well, how did they?
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna Google it. Let's go on a learning experience together.
Yeah, let's do that. Well, we already know the story, but it's for you. It's an educational experience for you.
For sure.
which is good.
No, this is fun for me. I hope I'm not coming across
No,
as
this is
hostile.
what we want. No, this is what we want.
Good.
Investigate the story. And tell us what you find. Indio, if you're here, and you can pick it up. I need to jump off. I'll go on mute for a minute. I'm interested in this distance to the sun, though.
Yeah, it might take me like a minute or two of reading. If you guys want to talk about it. I'll chime up again when I'm satisfied.
Yeah, that's cool.
I also posted several photos patently proving that the sun's light rays are not parallel.
Yeah, I should not have smoked that J before trying to read a dense scientific journal.
Well, don't worry. It's only your whole worldview riding on it.
Hey, I'm perfectly happy just believing that it's a globe. You know, that's another question that I kind of had, but I didn't want to.
You're curious now.
I mean,
because now you're starting to think, how do they know the distance to the sun?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
should really
no,
look into
it's
that.
exactly no, it's a learning experience for me. For that, I love science, and you know,
Well,
just learning more
you're not-
about the
you're not-
world.
You're not going to find any of that, but
Right. But I'm just very curious on a personal note. Why does it matter?
well, if the Earth isn't a globe, let me ask you this way. If the Earth isn't a globe, how do you think it got here?
If the Earth isn't a globe, how do I think it got here? Like got tossed like a frisbee by like Thor.
Okay, so it would have to be an intelligent design.
Yeah, I mean, as far as we know,
So this is what it's all about.
Okay,
That's
so
it.
it's
that
to
would be
like
that would be quite important, arguably, to some people.
okay, yeah, all right. That you've enlightened me because I'm also not religious personally, but I could see how like if knowing quote unquote like if truly believing that the Earth was flat, and you guys also believe that all the other planets are round, right?
Yeah, we're not talking about the other planets. I'm not really making a claim about that.
Earth isn't a planet.
Yeah, no. So no, like I'm
We're not
trying
talking
to
about
piece
belief.
together the
We're just
reason.
talking about the observations in reality. Like
Sure.
what
The
we
reason
see.
why I mentioned that is because like if somehow all planets were were flat, then it'd be like, oh, we're not special. But it's because that Earth is the one flat planet that it's like, okay, that adds importance.
Contradiction in terms.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Planet is a light in the sky. The Earth.
Well,
is
no,
not
that's
that.
a star.
They're both lights in the sky.
I mean, planets are in our solar system are lights in the sky because the sun is
they're not
reflecting.
they're not the ground beneath your feet. They're different things.
You're telling us the doctrine. We're telling you the raw observation without interpreting the data through that doctrine.
Yeah, I mean that's what everybody tries to do with science, right?
So but they don't know the distance to the sun.
No.
Right.
Not in
Oh no,
scientism.
I've been talking, and I'm trying to make my way through. Like, have you guys ever read a scientific journal before? If you don't understand things, you need to Google constantly, because there's a lot of terms that, like, oh, I didn't study trigonometry.
Well, that's
trigonometry.
fine. That would just mean that you wouldn't be able to make any claim really associated with a distance to a sun or knowing.
Especially
anything
if
about
you're
the sun,
using
really.
Google.
I'm reading science. I'm reading a
But that's fine. Yeah,
scientific
you read that.
journal on how. Yeah, and it's gonna take me a second.
Yeah, no worries.
And I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, guys, please feel free to talk about other stuff.
Okay, I got a second for trigonometry, man. He's saying space-time is physical. Can you put it in a jar and paint it yellow for me? So we can look at it? Because space-time exists in the vacuum of space, right?
I'm not allowed to speak on VC because Cyclone's gonna have a hissy fit if I talk.
Oh wow, you're really gonna just start bitching out straight away?
So I'll ask
Yeah, because
again,
we've got
maybe
new
he's not
people in
listening.
here. So yeah, we
So,
can do a minor segue with you while the other guy's busy. But yeah, we want to speak to new people. You already know the Earth's flat. Give someone else a chance.
Yes. So we want indoctrination.
yeah, I'm just curious. You said space-time is physical. Can you hand it to me? What is it made out of? What element on the periodic table is it made out of?
I would like to get back to my original point that Cyclone didn't want me to talk
Oh,
about.
so you want to plead the fifth? Okay, never mind.
No, I can talk to you about it after, but this one proves space, which I think is quite.
You said space-time is physical. If you
Yeah.
don't want to talk about that, then just all you got to do is back up your claim, bro. That's all.
Prove space to you, and then well, if I prove space, then can I prove space
You
time?
said it's physical. Space-time is physical. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Not abstract.
Yep. Are dimensions physical or abstract?
Okay, when I think of like physical, think of something made of elements or chemical compounds and atoms and molecules. Is
Sounds
that
like
what physical means to you?
No, not really.
Okay, what does physical mean to you if it doesn't mean physical matter?
Something that can be like perceived through senses.
So you see space-time in the room with you right now?
Yeah, I walk through time and I walk through space. Yep. So I do.
So space-time is in the room with you right now. It's not threatening you or telling you to harm anyone, is it?
No.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Because, you
When
know,
I'm
to me,
walk through
space-time is the mathematical concept.
Yeah, but when I walk or when I put something in the oven for let's say 10 minutes, is it not moving through space and time? That's
You walk through time? I hate it when 4
I
o'clock
do.
gets in my way.
I do walk through time, yeah. How do I start moving if I don't first begin it at some point in time, right? Are you saying I don't move through time?
Gamma, define space-time.
It was time that was moving.
Gamma, define space-time.
Is this before or after you define linear diameter?
Define space-time.
You didn't define linear diameter yesterday, so I think we should get. I think I should ask you that question like 30
He's
more
dodging scrutiny again. He's a coward.
times. No, I just want to, you know.
So, anyways, that was garbage.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the guy doesn't have a memory either. The term was linear altitude, linear distance, or one of the two.
Gregory, can you check out what I sent you?
Oh,
No, you talked about linear diameter too, but
that doesn't even, as far as I know, that's not even a real term, is it?
well, yeah. I mean, Gregory makes up stuff like that, so we can go back on the tape if you like. Though I think Jekyll has it.
Yeah, go get the clip there and we can talk about it. But I do remember
Define
there's
space-time, Gamma.
It's just fusing of dimensions, the 3 dimension of space and the dimension of time, right?
What color is it?
I don't know. What color?
Is time a property of matter?
Property in and of itself. I would say it gives it its properties. Yeah.
What gives what its properties?
If there was no time, then nothing would have any properties, right? So I would say,
That's what I asked you. Is time a property of matter?
In a way, yeah. That allows properties to propagate. Like, it allows properties to be a thing. To be perceived. Like, I can't know what the color red is if none of the light can get to my eyes, if there's no such thing as time, right?
Do you think
I was
all
interrupted on my
concepts-
end.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I missed his answer. Is time a property of matter, yes or no?
In a way.
What way?
In the way that time allows for properties to propagate.
Okay, so that's categorically erroneous and not what I asked you. So when you say space-time, and then you define space-time to be the 3 dimensions of space plus the 1 dimension of time, either you are saying that time is an additional dimension with the previous 3 of space, or you're not. And if you are, then you're making a category error again, because time is not a property of matter. Length, height, the 3 dimensions, the spatial 3 dimensions are properties of matter. You don't just have space with nothing. You have things that are extending their matter in space. But of course, you don't understand this because you don't study ontology. You just study the scientism rhetoric.
Yeah, Gregory, I don't make up a bunch of Latin words and then think I sound smart like you do, right?
All right, so let's cover this
That
real
wasn't
quick.
Latin. That's an anglicization of the Greek word. So you're also ignorant about the etymology of the terms also.
So he didn't get past the first one, right? Because he thinks that space-time is physical. So this is the Oxford Dictionary. Okay, space-time. The concepts of time and 3-dimensional space regarded as fused in a 4-dimensional continuum. Now, what's a concept? An abstract idea, a general notion. What's abstract? Existing in thought or as an idea, but not having physical or concrete existence. So what you did there is called a reification fallacy, right?
Yep,
You
so I
added
don't.
you added concreteness to a abstract idea.
So I don't move through time and space at the same time.
Ouch.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, you dodged
talking
Larry's
about-
scrutiny again.
We're talking about the fusing of space and time. What's so crazy about that? You can have space.
It's a concept. It's like
not.
fusing liberty and freedom. Can you bend that? Can you bend my fused concept of liberty and freedom?
I wouldn't bend your liberty, Larry.
Right, you can't because it's an abstract idea. You can bend a crowbar, or you can try to bend concrete, but not concepts.
But I can
abstract
bend
ideas.
faster or going slower, right?
So here's the refutation, because you're obviously ignorant about what you're talking about. This stupid ontological doctrine is nothing more, like Larry said, than a reification fallacy. And beyond that, it's a category error where it's conflating time to be a type of spatial property when it's not. Space and time are two categorically different entities.
Unjustified negation retort.
Okay. But I just justified it, so it's not an unjustified negation retort, it's a justified negation retort. You are reifying space and time. You don't have any justification to believe space and time are concrete entities. They are abstract entities. Space is the area of absence that can be occupied. Time is the past, present, and future moments. All of those things I just listed, space and time, are abstract. They don't have any material substance to them. They're not concrete entities. At best, space is a concrete state of affairs. It's not merely an idea, but it's not matter. So it doesn't bend, nor does it fuse with anything. It doesn't contact anything. It doesn't have any causal power. Nothing can contact it.
So things don't exist in space. Those things don't exist in volume.
Which is not implied by what I said to you.
It is, though, Gregory.
It's not. Things do exist in space.
Big words you use.
To then lead to the conclusion that space is a concrete material entity that has a particular shape that can be bent and contacted by other matter is non sequitur.
Gregory, before you use big
if it's
words,
concrete?
before you use big words, I think you should understand what they mean so you know what you're saying.
You're posturing.
How do you walk through, time if it's concrete? How do you walk through space and time if it's concrete? Do you always believe that you can pass through concrete?
If it is concrete, what type of matter is space and time?
It exists, you just can't see it. That's what I'll say.
Before it sets, yeah.
What type of matter is space-time, Gamma?
Space-timonium. You just can't see it.
Yeah. So that factitious dumbass reply just factitiously coined some pseudo word that not even his scientism priests use.
That was a lot of big words, Gregory. Do you understand what you just said?
You're posturing.
Do you understand what that means?
So we've said deductive refutations against your ontologically absurd doctrine. All you've replied with was red herrings or digressions or posturing. You're obviously dead in the water.
Dude, if you're having trouble understanding what somebody says, you could maybe ask them to clarify it. Maybe make it a bit more simpler for you. Like that would be a better than asking, "Do you even know what you just said?"
I don't think he does.
Man, I was gonna put some gas in my car, but then I realized that I could just distill some space time, and that would be like really potent. And I could
Right.
put that in my fuel tank instead.
Oh,
Oh wait,
you're
you
within
can't.
space time, so what would you have to steal?
Wait,
So,
so what-
again, obviously you're ignorant on ontology,
what-
so you don't
what-
have any justification to believe this doctrine of space-time. We refuted it deductively already multiple times. You're dead in the water.
So
Gregor,
Gregory,
you do realize space time works the same way with you, right? You have 3-dimensional space and time. What's the fucking difference?
so Larry, in
Yeah,
order
it
for
doesn't
something
work the same with me because I don't affirm this ontologically absurd doctrine. So way to project.
Oh, so how does it work with you then?
so
I
Larry, in
don't
order,
affirm the doctrine. It doesn't work with me at all. I just refuted it. Can you keep up, please?
I'm saying, how does space and
Larry,
time work with you?
hold on, Larry. In order for the distillation process to occur, do the molecules not have to move through 3D space and move through time?
What does that have to do with the price of rice in China? Is space time a physical thing?
Oh.
No, so you disagree with
Space
yourself
or
from
time?
earlier.
Which one? You're saying
So you've either
space
changed your
time. Which one?
mind or you're double speaking. I can't tell
No,
which one.
that was Matt. I said, yeah, I think it's physical.
Oh, can you put it in a jar and paint it yellow?
Yeah, but you just can't.
So it's
You can't even do the
physical.
first. You can't even do the first step before you even get the color, like Larry asked you. What type of matter is space-time?
You'd mean time, right? You're talking about time. You're not talking about space and time, right?
I said space-time. Do you know that the space-time doctrine is
Space
supposedly
is
distinct from space
three-dimensional.
and time? You have space, you have time, then you have space-time, according to them. So, according to space-time doctrine, what type of matter is space-time, Gamma?
Space timonium. I already said that.
Yeah, cite the source.
Space.
I'd love to
Space
see
is
that.
simply three-dimensional space. And if you're talking about space-time is a continuum with both space and time. Because you can't have one without the other, right?
You don't need to be saying this to me. I already defined the distinction. You're just echoing, dude. Keep up with the conversation. So, what type of matter is space-time? Space-timonium is not a phase of matter, Gamma.
Unjustified negation retort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's say
So
we
another
put these guys on
stupid
mute.
reply.
Gregory's speaking through the reply.
Yeah, speaking for my little reply, Gregory.
That's another stupid reply.
Put these guys on mute and talk to new people. Because they think that space-time is made of something from the periodic table. That's weird.
They don't even think that. He just answered with space-timonium, and he thinks he's clever. That's not a phase of matter. So he can't even identify what type of matter this particular concrete entity is. So he can't possibly know any other properties that it supposedly possesses like any other material entity. He's dead in the water.
This is what they always do. What they always do is they have an ad hoc continuum, and they constantly make shit up as they go. And if it sounds cool, they get the funding, and that's what they're spoiled to. They're just used to making shit up. So we know that the ad hoc continuum isn't a real thing. They're just making shit up for funding, and they don't have anything. They're dead in the water. So is there any new people that have questions?
I was just gonna say, i.e., worse yet, they don't even think.
Someone needs to clip that. What phase of matter is space-time, Gamma? Space-timonium. I mean, what's next? I mean, at least kryptonite really is one of the elements, at least.
Isn't there a Californionium or some shit? So is there any new people that have questions? Is there any people that want to ask us if Earth is a planet, then X, Y, Z?
I'd like to ask about the crisis in cosmology.
Yeah? Would you?
Yes.
Okay, I would like to ask you to demonstrate gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density, and then we can talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll
Good
wait.
luck with that. Try to manipulate the existence of matter.
Try to manipulate space-time if it's a physical thing. Should be pretty easy to do, right?
Can actually. Ever heard of
Go ahead
time
and demonstrate
dilation?
Time
Time
dilation.
dilation. Yeah. Want to know what
So
it
you
is?
manipulated space-time and you cause the flow of time to change its rate.
Define time, Matt.
Yes. Believe it or not, time is relative. Yeah.
Define time, Matt.
So is Einstein's
Time
second wife.
is different reference frames. It's a continuum of reference frames.
It's the fallacy of ambiguity. If you don't specify, it's nothing more than that.
I don't need that's what time is. So if you I know you don't like it, but that's what it is.
Man, so you don't know what time is, even though you talk about
So
time
what do you
all the
dis-
time.
what do you disagree
have
with?
no
What
choice
do you
to talk
disagree
about
with?
time all the time.
Wait, so what
You
is time?
disagree with? Yeah.
It's an abstract entity, first and foremost. It's not matter, right?
No one claims
Distinctly,
it's
it
matter.
is the moments of the past, the present, and the future.
Yeah, we agree. Boom. Done.
Right.
Cool.
So that's more specific than just saying a reference frame. There's all sorts of reference
I
frames.
didn't say a reference frame. That's just an add-on. I said different reference frames. The passage of reference frame is time. Yeah, there you go.
And
Simple.
yeah, and would space exist? I mean, sorry, would time exist without space?
No.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would.
No, because there's nothing for time to impact.
Time doesn't have an impact. Time doesn't have a causal power.
I mean, time is the weird, like a weird quirk that makes not everything the same always. And that's only possible because we have space.
Time doesn't have causal power.
I'm not saying that it does. I'm saying that it's a
Okay, so
force.
it doesn't have an
Time
impact.
does actually have causal power. Okay.
Well, no, causal power.
Time definitely has causal power. Okay,
All right, if
Gregory.
gravity has
Demonstrate,
causal
Matt.
power, time has
Sinzu,
causal
can I just respond to him real quick?
Demonstrate,
Yeah,
Matt.
sorry. I'll shut up.
Yeah. So Gregory, if I have a grenade, right, and I pull the pin, and if there's like a second left, but time stops, can that grenade still explode? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes or how?
What do you mean how? However our grenades work.
How? If time stops, which is the passage of the past and the future, the present,
Should
if
have said
that
that in the first
stops,
place. Time can't stop.
how can the grenade explode?
Time can't stop.
I'm saying if it does stop, that's
It
showing it
can't,
has
so it's a
causal power.
hypothetical. It's an
Oh my
impossible
God. Yeah,
hypothetical.
Sure, it's a hypothetical. Of course it is. If time stops, can that grenade explode in the hypothetical?
There's no point in we're trying to ascertain facts, dude. So stop asking me about
Can
an
you just
impossible
respond?
hypothetical.
Can you just respond? And
I already responded to it.
Okay, so since you're scared to respond here, I will say
I've already
that it
responded
can.
to it. You're just being
Right? The
obfuscating.
grenade can
Dude,
explode.
mute
And the reason
him.
why the grenade
He's
can
just
explode is
obfuscating.
because there's
I
no
answered
passage
his
of time.
question. Now he's
There's no
pretending like
reference
I didn't
frames
answer his
happening. It's
question.
stuck.
He's just
Right?
a bullshitter.
You're the bullshitter. You're scared to respond.
I've already answered your question.
There you go.
You
So I
asked me
proved
if
time
time
has
stops.
causal power.
Let's pause
Boom.
right
That
there.
easy.
Time can't stop.
Time
So
is
there's
the
no point in
biggest causal
entertaining
power,
the
right?
impossible
If we don't have
hypothetical.
time,
It's
if we
not
don't have
even
different reference
possible.
frame, literally nothing can occur.
Just lying. It's the problem with these people. So I've already engaged his scrutiny. This idiot thinks he's clever. The problem is he doesn't know ontology. He doesn't know what time is. He's not being logically consistent with his own premises. He doesn't have any verification by any empirical means of inquiry to verify the supposed materiality of space nor time.
Where was he logically inconsistent?
When you
Sensu, you're
reify
back.
space and time, when you misplace concreteness upon space and time.
All right, and so he flip-flopped back and forth?
Who?
The guy you were just arguing with.
Yeah, he was not consistent. He refused
Oh,
to
okay,
engage
maybe I
scrutiny. He
missed.
refused to
Okay, maybe I
be
missed the
consistent with the
beginning.
premises. He refused to verify his empirical knowledge claims, given that he's supposing space and time has materiality.
Okay, wait.
Anyway, how did you
Yeah,
go?
maybe
How
I,
did you go,
I don't
Sensu?
want to
Did
pick
you-
up on this guy's argument. I only listened to like
Yeah,
the
no.
last little bit, but I
That's
do
fine.
have.
Let's go back to where you left off. You're
Yeah,
reading
yeah.
a paper.
Yeah, so I was honestly like, it took me like 5 minutes. I smoked a little bit more and listened to this for another 5. But it's the parallax effect, which took me a second to understand, honestly. But knowing like the size of our globe, and then using that to judge, we know how long it takes every planet to orbit the sun. Like, stop me if you guys understand what the parallax effect is. Do you know? Because I'll do my best to explain it if you guys don't know.
We know what parallax is. It's okay. You don't need to explain what parallax is.
Okay. So what's your counter to the, like, if you know what the parallax effect is, then we know how big, every planet is and how big the sun is. So we know how far away it is.
Ooh, those are some assumptions, but yeah, Indio. I think this is up your alley. I don't know if you want to take this. Or anybody else?
Yeah, no, it's okay. Look, it took me like 20 minutes to, read about the parallax effect, so you guys take your time as well.
Well, I wasn't listening. What is he saying?
So this was for determining, I think, it was distance to the sun.
Oh, I got something for that. Hang on one second.
You're saying since we know the size of Earth, and since we know about the orbits of planets around the sun.
Yeah, and no, but we can clearly measure when that's how we have a year. We know how long it takes for our planet to orbit the
All
sun.
right, cool. Can you read what I just posted, or you want me to read it?
Oh no, I can read it. Are you I am Larry?
Yeah, just read it out loud.
Yeah. Oh, astronomers derive distances to the nearest stars. Blah blah blah. By a method called stellar. Yeah, I know. That relies on no assumptions other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun.
So you're
Sure.
assuming something according to.
Well, I explained why it
NASA.gov.
had multiple parameters, right?
It requires nothing but the assumption that the Earth revolves around the sun. Is that correct?
Well, that's one of the things that the parallax effect, or the parallax whatever equation, relies on.
Well, yeah.
So you
or
guys
the
don't
star- or
believe
the
that
stars are moving, right? It's either one of those.
Oh, I forgot. You guys believe that it's opposite, right? So it's like the sun is revolving around the Earth, or no?
Well, those are equal coordinate systems, right? The theory of relativity states those are both basically the same thing.
Right. No, so I'm just trying to clarify what you guys believe. So you guys do believe that the universe is spinning and we're standing still.
Well, that's what
No,
we
we're
observe.
not talking
right?
about beliefs.
No, okay.
Yeah, we're not talking about beliefs. We're
Well-
talking about what we observe. Yeah.
Okay.
What we can
Sure.
test, what we can measure.
Sure. And I'll say, you guys can say that I believe the opposite too. I didn't mean it in a derogatory way,
No worries, brother.
So I'm reading this thing that you sent me. Yeah. They're explaining parallax.
And see, the thing is that when you go to school, they tell you that the Earth goes around the sun, the Moon goes around the Earth.
Oh, you're
the sun
really
goes
quiet.
around-
I gotta turn you up.
Sorry, is this better?
Oh, that's much better.
Yeah, sorry about that. So they tell us all these things about the Earth going around the sun, the Moon going around the Earth, and the sun going around the center of the galaxy. But how do you verify all that if, according to Einstein, which is like the mainstream narrative, all motion is relative and both coordinate systems work equally? So when they say that to the children, if they believe Einstein, they're actually teaching the wrong thing on purpose that actually goes against what Einstein said. And we expect schools to be a little slow when updating their textbooks, but it's been like 7 years now? 109 years, something like that. 109 years they haven't updated the textbooks to say, well, kids, actually, we can't say if the Earth goes around the sun or the sun goes around the Earth because of infinite reference frames. So they teach the children the wrong thing on purpose.
And I'm pretty sure
Well-
they came up with that theory right after they actually developed technology that was sensitive enough to detect the Earth's revolution around the sun, right? And we didn't detect any, right?
Awesome. Yeah, let's talk about the
So I
microsolar
guess
experiment. I'm glad you brought it up. So when they tried to detect the motion of the Earth going around the sun, it was actually a failure. And they say that we can detect the spin of the Earth today, but using the same technology, we can't detect the motion of the Earth around the sun. That's weird. Because if one
okay,
is
this
possible,
is funny because so far I've like started on one point, and I think I'm trying to stay consistent. And now, like, okay, now I need to look up how we know the Earth is orbiting around the sun. So I might go dark for a second.
Well, before you go there, I was going to ask. Okay, so you're saying that there's somehow
I'm listening.
like parallax involved. Parallax of what exactly, and why is the assumption required? Why is the assumption of Earth's orbit around the sun required? Is it because they took an observation of one thing,
Yeah, so-
right, and then pretended they moved through space on the spinning ball, and then took another observation again of the same object?
Right. So that's the same argument that I feel like in order for me to move forward, I need to look up how we know that we orbit the sun.
Yeah,
Because
maybe
that's what
even
it's
like
hinging on, right?
maybe even you could find like an experiment that we could do together, like from the Earth, that's like repeatable, demonstrable,
Right.
to
Like
test for the
that's
fact.
the first thing that I brought up, the weather balloon with the camera. But that's a different
And
argument, I guess, than what we're on now.
I'd still like to know how, like, how this leads to the understanding of the sun being at a specific distance away from us, as well.
Oh no, the parallax effect is can very easily be used to measure distance. So the parallax effect is, the farther away, if you're driving in a car and you have a fence right next to you, right? The fence is going by really, really quickly. But if there's a giant sign, like across a big field, that sign is barely moving. So if you know the size of the fence and you know the size of the sign, you can use you can use
There it
an
is.
equation to figure out how far away. No, sorry. If you know the size of one of them, I'm pretty sure this is if you know the size of one of them and you know how far away, and you measure the distance between like their movements, then you can determine the size and velocity of the other one.
Wait,
So what is it that you're looking at in the sky that you know the size of?
No, you don't know the size yet. You're using
Oh.
the parallax effect.
I thought you said you need to know the size of one.
No, sorry. That's I made a mistake in the beginning. Look, I just learned about this today, and I was distracted
Right,
on
okay.
space-time for a bit. But if you know the size and how long it takes, because you know how long it takes for another planet to in this orbit the sun. And I think your planets are still orbiting the sun. It's just you that's
The
not
size of the
orbiting,
so-called
right?
planets.
But then, wouldn't the planets
So
also
now you
have
do need to
move
know the
in a
size of something?
different- No. Okay, look. Sorry, I got distracted. You know the size of the Earth, okay? And you guys don't believe that you know the size of the Earth? Is that the next argument?
Well,
that
no,
we-
we've been asking for a measurement of that forever, dude.
Well, let's do this. Let's have you complete the syllogism first, and then reply.
Okay, sorry, I won't interrupt
What?
again.
Sorry. Okay. If does this hinge right now on you guys not believing that we know the size of the Earth?
No. Just go ahead and complete the syllogism, then we'll engage.
Okay. So, I don't understand that syllogism. That's a new word.
The
for me.
logic sequence. Your logic
Okay.
sequence.
Yes. Nice. Okay. So we know the size of the Earth. We know how long the Earth takes to orbit the sun. We also know how long I think Venus was used. I forget what planet was used, but we used the time another planet took to orbit the sun, and because we have both the knowledge of the size of the Earth and the time that the Earth takes, we use that to compare the time that Venus takes and how big it appears. Or no, we don't even need how big it appears. The size that it takes against our two variables. And then the parallax effect with the sun, gives us the answer.
I think you'll
It would
find
help
that
if you type this out. We have a reply
I think
now,
you'll
but it would
find
help if
that
you type it out.
Well,
I think you'll find that the size of the Earth. I think you'll, dude, stop. I think you'll find that the size of the Earth is only relevant in this instance because they assumed that Venus was the same size. Otherwise, it's irrelevant, and you wouldn't have a reference to be able to determine anything. You wouldn't. You were correct. You do need the size of something that you're looking at in the sky.
All right, I'm trying to find like a nice coherent, because I read and I just read the Wikipedia. The Wikipedia is too long for me to just post in, and I want to find it in relation to how they found out how far away the sun is.
Dude, there's just so many assumptions. Every time it's always something. Some sort of assumption or some sort of tactic or some sort of fallacy baked in. And you could tell because when people come in here brand new and they just do like a quick preliminary Google search, how do we prove the Earth is a globe? And they talk about Eratosthenes, but then we go through it again, like for the 10,000th time. And it's like, well, that works on a flat stationary Earth if you assume the sun is close, and it works on a heliocentric model Earth if you assume that it's far away, but it's all based on assumptions. So it's really weird that they go, okay, well, how about the next thing? If, the Earth is flat, are all the other planets flat too? Well, first of all, that's a malformed question. Can't even ask that.
And sometimes it's just inevitable. Just to say this comment, and then you, Senzu. That's just how the cookie crumbles when trying to do an inquiry of an alternative position. You have to have some place to start from, right? So you can't start from any position except the position you're at, of course. So then you're going to ask the question that is trying to see, do you affirm my position or not? And then if not, then the person at best is going to cooperate and trying to be amicable when answering the question to clarify the distinction. So there's that at best. Go ahead, Senzu.
No, and I appreciate that. I feel like you guys have been very nice today, and I hope I'm trying to be nice also. And I appreciate it. I was honestly just very curious to, I've never talked to flat earthers before, and you guys are all very nice. So I really do appreciate that.
Right back at you, dude. Cheers, man.
Thank you.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge for you, right?
Yeah, and look, I love learning about stuff, and especially if I'm pressured to learn about it. That's why I love I normally do like political debating, which I know a bit more about, but this is very fun, and I honestly like it more. People get so mad.
Are you hanging around a bit longer, or you got to go, or you hanging around a bit longer? Cool, because before you go, do you mind if I DM you a link to the home server? Because there we have a plethora of channels, information channels, that, which are all subtitled, right, to do with the topic and to do with questions that people ask. and it's information that you're not going to find readily available just by a simple Google or YouTube search, right? So we fast track that for you, bypass the algorithms that are in place there, and you can just go straight to there and go to one of the subheadings like what about eclipses, and go through that information in that channel there.
Right.
And there'll be a lot of things that are
No.
presented there that you may or may not get the answer to from talking to us like audibly.
Right.
So I
That's
don't know.
that's very
It's just
nice,
up to
and
you.
I will.
Something that
Yeah, I will.
yeah.
I will join,
Can I do
but
that?
I have to be upfront. Like, look, I'm still heavily on the. I'm a what? What do you call it? Glober.
Yeah, absolutely. And this isn't about trying to convince you of anything. This is providing the information
Yeah,
that
yeah. No,
for
and I'm all
you
for it.
to be able to evaluate yourself, right, and see both sides
For
and
sure.
go, this is what they're saying, this is what the opposing side's saying. And then do whatever you want with that information.
No, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I will join. Did you send me a DM? Oh, you did. Wait, are you Little G, or is that somebody else?
Oh, okay,
That's
maybe
D-Dub.
somebody else did. And maybe somebody else beat me to it.
Is Little G one of you guys? No, this is Little G's server. What is this? That's not yours, right?
I wonder
Hello?
what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, sorry. I
No,
got
no,
like
yeah, it would be
maybe.
called 24/7 Flat Earth, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's Little G? I
No
keep getting
clue.
DMs from Little G, but I don't know who that person is.
I think he's trying to recruit people to start his own server, probably.
I've heard that username before. I haven't spoken to him in a while. So, Senzu, what was the last thing you were mentioning concerning this
Yeah.
distance
So,
thing?
right now I'm seeing like parallax angle can actually be used from a single. So I guess all right. Yeah, this just doesn't work for you because it assumes the Earth is round. Like, because you can find the distance, or sorry, you can measure how big the moon is if you assume the Earth is round through parallax distance measuring. Because if you know how big the Earth is, you can, get a certain away, a certain distance away, and then measure the moon, like, from, and you measure the same point on the moon from two different points, and then it's just a, quick, like, math thing.
So how did we get the, size of the Earth? How did we get that radius?
Right.
It's
So I
it's
guess,
okay
yeah,
if you don't know.
that's what we were talking about before, as I was asking, like, all right, so you guys don't believe that we know the size of the Earth? So that's my next journey, I guess.
You should start with Eratosthenes, however you pronounce that, and then you'll probably end Eratosthenes. Thank you, Eratosthenes, and you'll probably end up with Ptolemy. You might run across Al-Biruni. These things might be on the way, but like, how do we do it? Like, how do we verify it? Because if Eratosthenes is relying on assumptions about the distance of the sun, and Al-Biruni is, relying on a refracted horizon. And I don't think other flat earthers say
I wonder
that.
if anybody's ever, like, just walked across or, like, boated around the entire world.
That wouldn't prove
Is
the
that-
Earth as a ball either.
Yeah, because we
is
use
that-
compasses.
That's
So
not
we
something
use
that would convince you, I'm sure.
Well, we use
Well,
compasses,
they
right?
wouldn't
We
convince
just
me because it's not logically sufficient.
Yeah.
But, like, if you... All right, so compasses, right. So then there's a compass argument, right.
Well, no, I was just saying that that's just a circle around north. So all you're doing is measuring that circle or whatever. You're not really measuring the entirety of the Earth by that. So that's why the argument is very simple, right? Spheres have curvature, typically measured by drop over distance, right? The Earth does not have curvature that we can measure with the drop over distance. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. You see, it's a very simple argument, actually.
It's a drop over distance?
Yeah, like over 1 mile, how much do you think the Earth drops according to the radius value of 3,959?
Well, like, almost nothing, right?
Well, like, what is it? I mean, I'm sure there's math for it, right?
So you know, like if you could stick
I
a
mean, do
straight
you
edge on
what
on
does
a
that
ball,
matter?
on a basketball, right, or a beach ball or whatever, stick a straight edge, a ruler on it, and then you can show in increments the distance between the ruler horizontally placed upon the surface of the sphere. You could, 1 millimeter from the point where it touches the sphere, there's this distance between the ruler and the surface, and then go to 1 centimeter. Now there's this a greater distance, so forth and so on, right? Drop over distance.
Sure. Yeah. So what are you asking? Like, what is
Yeah,
what is
so
the drop
according
over
to like
distance for 1
according
mile?
to the globe math, they say that over 1 mile there's 8 inches of drop. So that's definitely measurable, don't you think?
For sure. Yeah.
Remember that deductive argument I posted earlier with the 2 videos, one from TikTok, one from YouTube, the TikTok video featuring the clip from Nat Geo, and the YouTube video featuring the measurements with D. Marble and Mark Sargent. Remember that?
The Earth isn't a perfect globe. I mean, I didn't watch those videos, but if you
Well,
want to explain them.
Concerning that, that's the deductive refutation to the idea that the Earth is a ball wrapped in water and wrapped in gas. And then the videos are even further demonstration of the specific measurements that falsify the supposed globe and verify the horizontality, the horizontalness of the surface of the Earth and the waters.
I mean, it's your argument would be defeated by the exact same argument as mine. Like, it might work in a flat, Earth, but it would also work in a round Earth. No?
Say that reply again.
Like, a lot of the things that you're saying, against the, you think, or you got not, maybe think is not the, you observe. That's what you like. You observe the universe spinning around the Earth, as opposed to, the Earth orbiting the sun.
No,
And you say that
you're digressing to the celestial bodies. Just stop right there. You're digressing to the celestial bodies.
No,
We're talking about the surface of the Earth right now.
You asked, all right. So
yeah,
what
like the drop over distance, you remember?
Yeah, and all right, do you want me to watch the video? Because you haven't explained.
Hang on. We're just getting distorted. Hang on. So what I just said to you is that I gave a deductive argument exposing that the surface of the Earth is not spherical, wrapped in water, wrapped in gas. The meeting point between the sky and the water is not the peak, as it were, of a water hill, as it were, wrapped around a ball.
Like, what's a water hill?
It's just,
you're using a bunch of words.
Listen. I'm about to answer it. I'm about to answer you. Listen. Yep. It's just a phrase to capture the description of what I'm trying to refer to. So you're standing at one point. There's another thing standing at another point. There's a water hill, as it were, between you, the slope of the surface of the waters, as it were, supposedly, because supposedly
like a horizon?
the waters are wrapped around the ball. That's the idea.
I mean, you can't see the slope because you're not far enough away.
Okay, you say that, but at what distance would it be observed? At what height would the slope be observed?
Is this another scientific journey that I have to go on?
Well,
I feel like I've stuck into my. I've stuck to my same point.
Hey, just look in the chat. Just look in the chat. I'm gonna post a graphic, dude.
No, see, that's the thing.
No, just look at the graphic. You'll understand, dude. It'll take 2 seconds. Look at it.
I know, but I need to look up like the science behind it. I'll look at your stuff also. But if we're having a serious conversation,
just a diagram. Well, you said you didn't understand the water hill thing, right? So between you and any location, right? If there's drop over distance, like there should be an obstruction, especially if it's the ocean, right?
So
we
can
call
you
it a water
see
hill. So it's like a hill of water.
Can you see across like a fifth of the globe?
No,
ever?
You shouldn't. No,
yeah,
you shouldn't.
And that's what
on a flat Earth, but on a flat Earth or globe, you wouldn't see across it because air is not transparent at long distance.
I'm confused.
So this is the point. This is the point. Listen, because you're kind of disrupting the replies. We're not getting to the conclusion. So, like I was telling you, and then as Indio just showed you, he just illustrated what I was describing to you earlier. And my description earlier was in that deductive argument that refutes the idea that the horizon is the peak of a water hill wrapped around a ball. And the videos which do a particular measurement that falsify the supposed globe. That's the issue. So you don't know the Earth is a sphere. And then you reply with this rebuttal where you say, well, you're just not high enough. Well, you are presuming as a controlling premise that the Earth is a ball and you're not at a given height to see the curvature. However,
I never
the
said that.
observations are refuting the globe. The measurements are refuting the globe.
I feel like you said you know, a couple things that I didn't say, and let's go back to the picture that was posted. It
diagram.
looks like, the diagram that was posted.
Okay.
It's like, you know, that looks like a rocket taking off, and that's like, you know, entering the atmosphere. And that's how
You're missing the point.
Look, nobody would ever be able to see, even if you were high enough, you wouldn't be able to see a fifth of the globe. Just because
Well,
of the
the
way
thing
the
is, you're
atmosphere
echoing what
works.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has already said, right? So we know. So your appeal to you're not high enough is an ad hoc retort. You don't know that you're not high enough. You never seen the ball in the first place. So you don't know that you're not high enough. And the fact that we don't see it, even by your own admission, is demonstrative of the fact that the doctrine that the Earth is a ball is not empirically verified.
Let's take it to basics, right? So you were told drop over distance, right? So something goes away from you. It's supposed to be going over the curve of the Earth, right? And eventually it should disappear at some distance past the horizon.
All right, look, I don't like this argument anymore because, look, you need to give me one topic at a time, and I need to look up the
No,
science
I'm going
behind
back
it.
to the beginning. This isn't
He's
science.
talking about the
this is
same
geometry.
subject.
Yeah, no, but you're not
geometry,
giving me
it's not
time.
science.
I said multiple times I need to look it up, and you guys kept talking. So
Senzu,
I'm gonna,
relax. He's talking about the same subject.
I know, but you're not listening to me. I need to stop talking, and I need to look up the science if we want to keep talking.
What science?
Science. You know science?
You're using science in too broad of a term. We're talking about geometry.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you could
There's
take
a
out like
difference.
a curvature calculator or something like that. That's all.
No,
It's
So
not gonna take you that long.
Senzu, if I measured my table, would I be doing science?
Look, so far, this entire conversation has been, you know, me presenting a statement, and then it's like, oh no, now I need to prove how we know how big the Earth is. Now I need to prove how we know how like far away the sun is. Oh, now I need to prove, you know, thing after thing.
You
And
say
now
that.
we're on another thing. So
What's the problem with that?
So you need to give me time to prove the next thing.
Okay.
We can just focus on the geodesy right now, like Indio's trying to get you to do.
Listen, this is like, how do I simplify this? Okay. So there's a claim that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. That
All right,
claim
you guys are not
is-
listening to me, so I'm out of
I
here.
did listen to you.
No,
I did listen
look,
to you.
I've said so many times I need to stop talking and look shit up, and you guys are still talking to me. So, all right, I had a good talk up
You
until
can
this
always
point.
put a bookmark in it.
Senzu, the
You can always
irony
put a
is
pin
you're
in
not
it.
listening to us right now.
You
The
got it.
irony. Like we just told him, you don't need to juggle several different subjects simultaneously. Just focus on geodesy right now.
I'm sure the weed's not helping.
He confused himself. Like, dude, forget all that. Focus on this single subject.
Yeah, just take
We're
it one
feeling
step
his
at a
buzz.
time.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to do. Try to get to the most basic possible thing. All that stuff about the sun and distances and all that. All those, he didn't understand that all those are like derivative arguments. You need the radius first before you can even deal with any of that.
Mm-hmm. But he persevered to confuse himself. He didn't have to say that. Like we explicitly told him several times, dude, forget all that. Focus on geodesy. Focus on this Earth curve thing. And he just kept repeating, no, you're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. Dude, yeah, he was just finding a reason to leave.
Yeah, we
Almost
try
like-
to simplify it as much as we can. What do you do?
Oh, did I
Yeah,
did
he
I
wanted to be a
mistake
low energy guy. There you go.
Crypto?
What crypto?
Oh, I was just asking, did I miss a global rage quit?
It was a mild
wasn't rage.
global rage quit, really, yeah.
It was more of a
frustration.
pity quit.
Or like, messed my diaper, I gotta leave.
Yeah, it was more of a pity quit.
wanted
You
us
just
to
realize
pause
you're
so he
dumb.
could go and study and then come back and like that's cool. Like if he wants to do that, but it was unnecessary. Really, he could put a pin in it and go. That's a point of interest I need to study up on in my own time. Like, and then just let the conversation progress. You know, it's like
Yeah.
this isn't a lecture hall or something.
Oh, dude, he's coming back a flat earther in no time.
Did I break him? I might have broke him.
What I don't understand is like for most people it doesn't really affect their lives whether they're a flat earther or a globe earther, but like they get so hung up on like it one way or the other.
Then
No,
why
it
does
does
the
affect
government
our
push it
lives.
so hard? If it's not really a big deal, why do they teach it to kindergartners as soon as they get in there? And why is it all over the TV? Universal Studios will start a movie by looking at the Earth from like outer space, and then they zoom in all the way to the scene, right? And you know, people haven't really had television that long, so we haven't really adapted or evolved quick enough to determine reality from fiction. And you know, if you can trick a dog with mirror neurons, you know, and to start drooling and thinking it's time to eat just because you ring a bell, then you can trick a human by showing them, you know, hey, look, you live here, Timmy.
Larry, can I ask you, does any war affect you in this moment?
War?
Yeah.
Yeah, as an American, yeah, the bills are getting
Yeah,
kind of
but
expensive.
in a physical sense, does any war affect you?
Yeah, I have to work more.
Yeah, I know that, Larry, but real war.
No, not really.
Oh,
But
really?
it's still bad,
That,
right?
Not
that means
affects the
no,
war.
it's not.
Indirectly, yes.
Yeah, that means who cares about wars? You know, why should you even care about wars?
We should try to stop the wars.
Why? Because it doesn't affect me, man.
Yeah, but it affects other people.
Oh, really? And curved surface doesn't affect you.
Not as much as a hand grenade.
Really?
Pretty
I guess
established a
so.
hand grenade's about 5,000 miles away from you. It has no effect on you.
Well, you
look,
don't know.
We all want peace, but how do we get it? The knife.
I think hurtling through
It has a huge effect on all of our lives.
infinite vacuum space would have more of an effect on you than a hand grenade. But I mean, I'm just
I
Yeah,
think
look, we're equivocating again the word effect. As it concerns the effect that doctrines have, ideas have consequences. As it concerns the causal power of ideas to affect matter, of course, no. So let's not equivocate the word effect. So obviously an idea is not going to affect you the same way a war, including a hand grenade, will. But a war and a hand grenade is not going to affect you the same way an idea does. You can be in the midst of a war and your mind not be changed. And you can believe a particular doctrine and you be in the midst of a war and the idea not change.
Yeah, but all of us get products from all over the world every day. The phones, the computers you're on, a lot of them are made in China, a lot of them are made in Taiwan. Those things are shipped in shipping containers on freighters and through air. And all that stuff requires a globe model in order for these things to get where their destination is.
Argument, please.
That's the argument.
Illegal
right there.
immigrants sleep on it.
They require a globe to get where their
Argument,
destination.
please, for that conclusion.
Yeah, you need to know your heading and your distance when you want to get somewhere, and therefore you need a map and on which to model it.
That's a non sequitur conclusion from those premises to therefore it's a ball.
Well, it's the only map that
You
works.
can have all those things on a flat plane, so it's a
No, you
non sequitur
can't.
conclusion.
But you can't.
Sailing didn't work until there was a globe. They just sat there looking at the fucking water going, man, if we only knew what the shape of the earth was. I don't dare go out in the fucking water. Stop, Scott,
Well,
dude, you're ridiculous.
They didn't get very far.
Which is a red herring.
Yeah.
Your
Sure,
premises are non
they
sequitur
did.
to your conclusion.
You believe in evolution?
You're
How'd they
not
get
going
to
to get from.
Australia?
You're not going to get from.
Yeah, they got to Australia somehow.
Yeah, when they knew it was a globe. Yeah, by the time they got to Australia, they knew it was a globe.
You're just repeating the
No,
argument
I'm
I
not
just
white
repeated.
people, dummy.
already
white
there,
people, the brown
dude.
people.
Oh yeah, they went.
Yeah.
Well,
You're just repeating the conclusion you failed to
they
justify.
went from little place to place, right? They went
You're just
from
repeating the conclusion you
Africa
failed
to
to justify.
Indonesia,
Stop
and then
repeating
they
it.
went down to Australia. Dude, why do you always gotta talk over everybody, man? What's your problem?
Got the secret
You're just
races.
repeating the conclusion you failed to justify.
Gregory,
Stop repeating
Gregory,
it.
what's your problem, man? Why do you gotta talk over everybody all the time?
Stop that, Scott. Come on.
Scotty, he's only telling what are you doing, nothing else.
Yes, but do you think they were getting from England to Australia before they knew the Earth was a globe?
Yeah, they
How
had
were,
a
there were
map.
people there when they
500.
got there.
I
Man,
know.
they have a
Yeah,
old
how'd they
maps.
get there? Were they lost?
I
How they
don't
met?
know how they migrated there. My guess
How,
is they went from Africa through Asia down through Indonesia, and then from there was just a hop, skip, and a jump to Australia.
Came from every direction.
Oh, those people, the Aboriginals in Australia, came from every direction. Really? You
Yeah,
got some
yeah,
evidence for
North
that?
America, they got,
You got
they
some
got
evidence for
DNA.
that?
Dude, you just introduced that caveat you didn't specify in the first place. You're a sophist.
Whatever,
So
dude.
what about
so-
New Zealand?
Yeah,
They
New
get the New
Zealand has
Zealand.
they got redheaded, blue-eyed freaking Maori.
New Zealand's what, 3,000 miles? How far is it from Australia? It's a 3-hour flight. I know that.
Like 500,
So it's-
600 miles or something.
Yeah.
But most of the Maoris came
No,
from the Polynesian islands, not from
yeah.
Australia, I think.
But
Yeah,
I'm
there's
talking
like
to get from.
groups of Maori. There's two groups of the Maori in New Zealand with different bloodlines.
But the
There's two
fact is
migrations.
that every modern shipping company uses the globe model to get where they need to go. That's
Yeah,
just
but
a
your
fact.
premise was it's required, and that's
At
It
best,
is.
that's
It is.
At best, that's an appeal to majority fallacy.
Because the thing
Dude,
is the
it's
flat
not
Earth thing. You
required.
guys don't even have a map.
Dude,
That's a
people
red
have thought
herring.
until every
You don't have
place
a
on
map.
Earth there's
It might be required for efficiency, but it's not required, surely.
Hold on,
Like,
Scott.
actually
No, it is absolutely required.
It is, yeah.
Scott.
You need to know precisely where you are, otherwise you will run into something, right?
Okay, Scott, I posted in the chat for you because you just claimed all the shipping routes use a globe. The shortest path on a globe in my picture is that curved line. When we actually look at the ships and where they travel when they're going from that area of New Zealand to South America, you can go ahead and see the path they actually take. So why would they go out of their way by thousands or like hundreds of miles to take this longer path if the shortest path on a globe is this one?
How do you know, which path do they
They're
take?
done.
Which path do they take?
You can see
All
the
right,
boats
all
taking
right,
the path.
Darth.
Do you not see the red boats? Those are the ones. You see the little circles around the boats?
Look, the fact is, there was Polynesians, Samoans, Carolinian Islanders. They were sailing all over the place. They weren't using a goddamn globe. They could sail whatever the hell they wanted. They couldn't see Polaris. They couldn't see anything. They had their own method of navigation using what's called a sidereal compass. They could go as far as they want. And so there was a dust storm in the Atlantic Ocean in 1897 where you couldn't see the sky or the horizon. They were still fucking sailing without celestial navigation 2,000 miles. You don't need a globe. That is just utter bullshit. It's just
But you do.
nonsense. No, but you don't. And I just gave examples. Yeah.
It's just a
What kind of map did
Not a
they use?
reputation, dude. Yeah. It's childish level reputation. Yeah.
This
My
conversation.
daddy can beat up your daddy. Is that what's next?
Yeah, so you're refuted, Scott. So if you repeat it again, it's just going to be refuted again.
That isn't
I wish
even.
McGill was over here because he's Portuguese and he has freaking pretty good knowledge of how the Portuguese navigated. Free globe.
Don't forget the Phoenicians also navigating around the entire Mediterranean.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the Chinese.
don't need-
And there's a Chinese emperor that, like, supposedly, quote unquote, circumnavigated the Earth before Magellan, because there's records of him being in fucking Europe, and he sailed the other way.
To navigate the Med, you only need coastal navigation. You don't need to do celestial or anything like that. You're essentially doing it locally, right? You can do it with compass bearings and basics. It's only when you're crossing oceans and need to know where you're going to go and land, you can do it. And they can do basic latitude sailing where they can just follow the latitude. That's easy, right? You don't actually need to know the Earth is a sphere to do that, but the geometry is that of a sphere.
So you
Made
believe
absolutely no
in
sense.
your model, in your interpretive framework, that you have no verification
Yeah.
for.
Well, I had this conversation the other day, Gregory, that in my view, the best modern proof of the shape of the Earth is GPS. And I've had this with Indy and a few others here. But
Oh, Google Maps, that flat Earth map, that flat surface of the map.
no, not the map itself. GPS. You don't actually need a map to do GPS.
Where there's no convexity of the surface of the map.
No, you don't need a map to do GPS. GPS fixes your position in 3D space, right? And the map is something that you just
so obfuscate the issue.
No, I'm
So you're
saying
appealing
that
to GPS to
GPS.
try and flip the globe, but then you're obfuscating. Well, it's just GPS, and it has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
No, it has nothing to do with the map. GPS is able to physically locate you in 3D
Why are you
space.
appealing to GPS, Dazzle?
Because it works, right? It works.
Oh, so yeah, it's just the digression to the truism GPS works. To obfuscate the issue that you were initially appealing to GPS to flip the globe.
So, and that's my argument, Gregory, that the GPS works. You can locate yourself to millimeter accuracy if you need to.
So GPS works, therefore the Earth is a ball.
Yes, because the positions on
Millimeter
GPS.
accuracy. You really believe that GPS works to millimeter accuracy?
Yes.
Well, why don't we just have a little GPS device instead of a fucking ruler in the house and we frame it that way? Why don't we just use that?
Is that a deductive argument?
Now let's start. I'm gonna build a house and I'm gonna freaking use a little GPS sensor to get the distances instead of a measuring tape.
Well, it's not practical, right? Inside, but outside, they use GPS to do your surveying.
It has meters of inaccuracy, right?
I know the inaccuracy, and its elevation accuracy is the worst.
It's surveyors, right? Use GPS to survey. They have typically 3 to 5 millimeter accuracy in most of the systems that they use. You can actually get millimeter accuracy with a thing called PPP positioning, which is where you go out and you measure your position with a GPS. You correlate it back with high precision measurements of where the GPS satellites were at the time you took your observations, and you get your position down to the millimeter. And the accuracy is in all 3 dimensions.
Dude. I'm sure it says that in the marketing insert for the GPS equipment manufacturer, but whether that's what it does in reality is a whole other thing. Because if it actually did that in reality, you'd be able to build a freaking house, dude. You'd be able to tile your floor using it.
You don't.
So, Daza, did you appeal to a deductive argument, yes or no?
So I didn't even get past the first point of my argument. So the argument is, and I'm not as you know this, Gregory, probably I'm not strong on formal logic, but my argument is this, that we can prove GPS works, right? It gives us a position, it is repeatable, and it gives anybody on Earth their position at any time. We know that we can get that position repeatable to within millimeters. We know then that those positions describe the shape of the Earth, and that shape they describe is a sphere. That's my argument for GPS. So it does.
So you don't have any justification for that premise where you assume that GPS makes a sphere. You don't have any justification for it.
Well, no. GPS, the coordinates do make a sphere, and I have evidence for that. I've got a number of people have got traces of GPS
they just plot
across
them on a sphere.
No. They take a set of GPS coordinates across a level surface, like a causeway that's equal elevation from the water, and they plot those points in 3D space.
I just said that.
Points form a sphere.
You said no, I just said that. So how does plotting points on a level surface make a sphere?
Well,
that's the thing. It shows that level is actually curved. The classic globe equipotential, right? The surface of the water is curved.
Is curved level?
So level is equal potential, right? Equal distance from the center.
That's not what I asked you. Is curved level?
The level is curved, yes.
That's not what I asked you. Is curved level?
Curved can be anything, right? Level is the thing that we try to define. Level can be curved. Curved can be.
That's not what I asked you. Curved can be non-curved.
No, curved is always curved, right?
Right, so curves can't be non-curve, so curve can't be level because level is non-curve. Curve can be curves,
No.
curve cannot be non-curve. Level is non-curve, therefore curve cannot be level.
The level line at the scale
You
of the
can't
Earth
win this
is
game just by
curved.
playing semantics, you know.
Yeah.
It's not semantics, it's called basic ecological consistency and ontological facts. So let's try this again. Is curve level?
No, level is a curved.
But you just said curves cannot be non-curved. You said only curve is curved.
Yeah, because
Curves are curved, yes.
Right, so curve is not level because level is not curved.
But not all curves are level curves.
Oh, really?
We know that's why they're
I think
called
it'd be better
curves.
that
Yeah. So curve's a generic term, right? Level is one instance of a type of curve.
And
what is
But
flat
level is
then?
not curved. It's not
What
a
is
type of
flat?
curve. It's non-curved.
Like,
It's antithetical to curve.
level
Now
is a
you're
local phenomenon.
making that a
Curve is a
statement.
global
I'm
phenomenon.
saying that is incorrect.
You're just making statements which are self-contradictory on its face analytically.
Right. So do we agree that the surface of the water of a lake or an ocean is level nominally, right?
No, not merely nominally. The name is identifying the fact that it's level in its orientation and not curving convexly nor concavely.
So we agree that oceans are level. Then,
Right, not
if
curved,
I was to,
not in a convex manner nor a concave manner.
no, level, okay. But what if we were to show that level surface has a curvature because our GPS
Then it
position
wouldn't be level.
describes a corner? Okay.
Then it wouldn't be level.
Well, maybe we've got the definition of level is not what we think it is in your scenario. That your definition of level is conflated with flat.
It's not conflated with
Whereas
flat.
my
It's
definition
synonymous
of
with
level
flat. You're the one
is
just abusing English. You're just
my
calling that which is
definition of level.
antithetical to the other thing. You're calling the thing that its antithesis.
Are you waiting for me to talk so you can talk over me immediately, Gregory, or what?
No, you're complaining because I just exposed your self-contradiction. You're calling that which is the antithesis, the other antonym.
So I think some dictionaries will define level as everything having equal elevation, right? That's a definition of level. So on the surface of the ocean, everything has an equal elevation. On the globe, elevation is essentially the distance from the center of the globe or an equal gravitational potential.
That's not an instance of level either. At best, that's an instance of equal distance. Equal distance doesn't equal level.
In the globe model, that is the definition of level.
Yeah, so you're equivocating equal distance. You can have equal distance with no point being higher than another or no point being closer to the center than another.
Okay, so we can solve this terminology problem by going back to a geometric problem, and we can say what shape is described by the surface of a large body of water at rest. And we can say, is it flat or is it curved? We don't have to worry about
shape,
level.
it's a category error.
Is it planar or is it curved?
Yeah, that would be a property of the matter. That would be a property of the object.
Okay.
So obviously the surface of the oceans and Earth are horizontal.
So now you're introducing terminology we don't need to have. We only need to know how we describe the nature of the surface in terms of its geometry. We don't care. We use the word horizontal. I want to use planar and curved, right? Planar or curved?
That's synonymous with planar.
Well, essentially, but we don't. Then we're just going to get into a war of words, and this goes where it always goes, right? So if we just stick to planar and curved, that's essentially what we're trying to describe. Is the surface of a large body of water planar or is it curved?
Planar.
Right? And it's planar. Okay. So my argument then is if GPS works, which it provably does, it can reproduce our position anywhere on the planet with precision for anybody at any time, then if those points of position across the surface of water describe a sphere, then the shape of the Earth is a sphere.
They don't. Therefore, it's not a sphere.
No, they do, actually, Gregory.
No, they don't.
True that.
They don't. You got flat
They don't?
circles.
So let's say if he conflates an illustration with the actual object of the illustration. Again,
To triangulate the position. Flat circles
I
are
know.
helpful to triangulate the position of
So GPS uses
person.
trilateration. It's the intersection of 4 or more spheres of a given
No,
radius.
just 3 circles. 3 cell
No,
towers.
GPS.
No, just 3 cell towers around the position of
No.
the device will pinpoint the
No.
position. Yes.
So cell towers will not be
Yes.
able to give you
3
any
cell towers.
elevation information.
No, just 3 cell
Okay.
towers will pinpoint the position of the device.
Okay. So this is the cell tower GPS argument, right? So I can give you evidence that cell towers are not the source of your GPS location signal.
I can
Firstly,
give you
is
I can give you evidence. I work and my wife work.
don't digress to that yet.
We work
Yeah.
on mobile agency.
you work for what? Sorry.
My wife work for Videotron in Canada.
Yeah. Well, I work for a telecommunications company as well, and I've
Good.
done work with GPS positioning as well professionally.
Nice.
Written software to work with GPS.
Good.
So I can
Cell
tell you
tower.
that a GPS location does not come from the cell tower. 2
No,
reasons. One, you get no elevation information from system
cell
that is
tower.
planar. 2, there is no
No.
coverage in the middle of the ocean. There is no coverage in the middle of the desert in Australia. These are places where GPS works. 3, GPS satellites have a Doppler shift that gives away their speed. You cannot generate Doppler shift from a cell tower.
In the desert and the ocean, we use satellites.
No. So same deal. Satellites or satelloons do not have the velocity that a GPS satellite does
It's
that
a
you can
digression.
measure. No,
This
so
is
he's trying to
digression. We don't need to digress to
GPS
this. It's still on the surface of the Earth. You're tacitly presuming that GPS, the illustration within the algorithm, within the program, which pick your term, is equivalent to the surface of the Earth. That's your tacit presumption.
Yes, you measure your position relative to the GPS satellites in your view, and they give you your location relative to those satellites.
That
And
doesn't
those
get you to the
positions
conclusion the
describe
Earth is a
sphere.
ball. That's your tacit presumption. Just because
It
you
gets you to the
model a sphere in the GPS doesn't mean that it's actually correlative or illustrative of the orientation of the surface of the Earth. That's your tacit presumption.
You're not modeling a sphere as such in the GPS. You're working out your distance from the GPS satellite, and the GPS satellite.
Okay, so nothing what you described concerning the
describes a
GPS doesn't
sphere.
inform you the surface is curving.
You
An
would have
You're just
individual
making
GPS
this non
satellite
sequitur leap
does not
then.
know.
If you're not even tacitly presuming that it's illustrative of the surface of the Earth, you just make this non sequitur leap from GPS works, therefore it's a ball. There's no connection between the premises.
And you would have to
GPS.
prove the surface being a curved surface and that the Earth is a ball before building that space agency and creating those satellites to make them orbit the specific orbit with for a specific sized Earth. So we would have to prove to us that globe before going to satellites.
No. Well, that's your burden of proof there to prove the existence of outer space. I'm saying that the GPS system
It's
works.
not. That's not our position.
No. Maybe it's not. Anyway, I'm saying the GPS system works provably, and that it shows us that our surface is curved.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it's just a non sequitur conclusion. Nothing involved in GPS is going to inductively nor deductively inform you that the surface of the Earth is a ball. You're just making a non sequitur conclusion.
So
if the GPS program and everything involved in making a GPS does not include the surface of the Earth being a sphere, then nothing in the GPS making process and usage process is inductive nor deductively indicating that the surface is curving.
As I said before, Gregory, GPS gives you a position in absolute 3D space.
This is just a fallacy repetition again. We already heard you. We don't need to hear you echo yourself again.
It sounded like he was actually making a pretty good point there, though. I think it deserves refutation.
Proceed.
Is he muted?
Oh, no. Yeah, so yeah. So that's basically my argument for the shape of the Earth. GPS is essentially, other than the argument we had about satelloons and mobile towers. So I can tell you that when a GPS does a fix, the distances that you calculate are not distances to mobile towers. They are distances to objects that are 20,000 kilometers away, and they're distances to objects that are moving at great velocity.
Yeah, so it's either a weak inductive argument or an invalid deductive argument.
You may consider it to be logically weak, but it's sound, practically sound.
No, it's not sound. If it's inductive, then you're going from the particular instance of GPS function, successful navigation with GPS, to the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere, even though nothing involved in making the GPS nor using the GPS requires that you presuppose that the Earth is a sphere. And if it's a deductive argument, then it's just a non sequitur conclusion from the premises.
So
you can
isn't
have
it
GPS on a flat plane. You can use GPS on the surface of the Earth and or the oceans, which are horizontal, planar.
No, you can't. GPS, if the Earth was flat and you could make a GPS system, which is kind of self-contradictory, then
No, it's not. Where's the contradiction?
Because you need gravity for satellites, and you can't have
Say again?
satellites over a flat Earth. You need gravity for
What's
satellites.
the contradiction between GPS works and the Earth's surface is horizontal?
So if the Earth was planar, you would not be able to suspend GPS satellites and have them move at the velocities they move, at the altitudes they move at. And the positions that they describe, then they would describe a flat Earth, but the positions that they
Justify saying
describe
that's
are not that.
impossible.
Impossible. Well,
You say you can't do
I
it.
can't say
so
it's impossible.
You're saying that it's impossible. Justify saying it's impossible.
It doesn't comport with any basic knowledge we have about the behavior of the universe.
Let's try this again. Justify saying that's impossible.
I can't say it's impossible, but it's unlikely.
Okay, so you don't have any justification for that premise. So you can toss that premise out. So you don't have an argument to justify saying that the premises GPS works and the Earth's surface is horizontal are contradictory.
Well, GPS works, and the information we get from it is not consistent with what we would see if it was a GPS over a flat Earth.
Justify saying that.
So the satellites describe a spherical path. They tell us what their orbit is, and we work out where they are based on the time they send us the signal.
Why do they describe a spherical path?
Because they're traveling in a sphere.
Right. So tacitly presume that there's a sphere, even though you haven't empirically detected the sphere in the first place. Like I said. So you're either going to bake in the idea that you are involving a sphere in making the GPS and using the GPS, or you don't, and therefore make a non sequitur conclusion to the premise that the Earth is a ball, even though you've never empirically detected the Earth to be a ball.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, or one of the key things, is that to get the shape of the Earth from the observations of GPS satellites, you don't need to assume anything about the shape of the Earth, other than the satellites in an orbit around a common center of mass.
Oh, you think you have pictures from a second law of thermodynamics violation where you appeal to the impossible universal gravitation doctrine of mass attracting mass or bending space-time? Yeah, so that's a false appeal.
So the GPS shows us that bendy space-time is a real thing because the clocks run slower on GPS.
Okay, so you just committed another category error. Clocks aren't time, so clock slowing down is not an instance of time itself slowing down. So that's false.
That's what bendy space-time is telling us. The clocks appear to run slower.
I know that's the doctrine. I just refuted it.
Right?
Clocks aren't time, so that's not an instance of time slowing down, so that's false.
What do clocks measure?
Clocks measure time, and clocks aren't ontologically
There you go.
identical with time. When the clock stops moving or slows down, that's not an instance of time slowing down. This is ridiculous. So that's
It's
a
like
false
saying
premise.
a ruler isn't distance. Like, it's just as ridiculous.
How's it ridiculous? A ruler isn't distance itself. Yeah, clocks aren't time itself. The measuring device isn't ontologically identical with the thing that it's measuring. This is beyond controversy. So you're appealing to a false premise. So no, you don't have machines flying around in a cosmic vacuum. That's the second law of thermodynamics violation, appealing to the ad hoc retort of mass attracting mass and bendy space-time, which are reduced to absurdity and are not verifiable. So no, you don't.
There is no second law of thermodynamics violation in the atmosphere.
The second law of thermodynamics concerns heat and pressure. Gas is, of course, a concern of heat and pressure. Supposedly, the heat and pressure involved in the behavior of the gas is contracting to a focal point of the Earth so that we don't suffocate to death. Supposedly, what's doing that is mass attracting mass or bendy space-time. You don't have mass attracting mass nor bendy space-time, both of which are unverifiable and reduced to absurdity, implying falsehood. That which implies falsehood is false.
So the fundamentals of the pressure gradient in the atmosphere being caused by gravity is due to potential energy of anything at elevation, right? So we can demonstrate that anything with mass has potential energy with elevation. This includes gases. And the reason there's no violation of second law of thermodynamics is primarily because of that gravitational potential energy. So as gas expands out, it is trading off kinetic energy for potential energy. And that is
Gas does not
part
have
of the
the
reason.
intrinsic tendency to contract to a focal point. That's false.
Why do we have to attract to a focal point?
That's your premise.
Rather
than the gas expanding in all directions, it's now contracting to a focal point so that it stays around the ball so that we don't suffocate to death.
This is not self-gravitation of gases. This is gas being attracted gravitationally to the Earth.
I'm aware. You don't have it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can show that gas is attracted to the Earth, right? That we
Gas
can
does not
in a
have an
vacuum
intrinsic
chamber,
tendency to contract to a focal point. That's a false premise.
What is this contract to a focal point?
So either you're going
not
to
a-
ascribe
not
the
something
causal
as-
power of the gas staying near a local area to the gas or something besides the gas. So it's either the gas causing itself with an intrinsic tendency to behave that way, or contrary to its intrinsic tendency to behave in the way that it usually does behave is expanding, is something else contracting it or locking it into a local area. That entity that you appeal to is mass attracting mass or bendy spacetime, both of which are unverifiable and reduced to absurdity, and that which implies falsehood is false.
How does it reduce to
Okay.
absurdity?
I think it was absurd to start with in that conversation. Yeah. So how does it reduce to absurdity?
As it concerns mass attracting mass, supposedly after the primeval atom expansion explosion, pick your antonym, matter is either expanding in all directions or then contracting in all directions to a focal point or not moving. Those are the only three options as it concerns any and all locomotion. So that would imply that all material particles will be disintegrated from one another. We don't live in that world, that which implies falsehood is false. Or it would imply that all things are contracting into one humongous clump. We don't live in that world, so that which implies falsehood is false. Or everything will be completely idle. We don't live in that world, obviously. That which implies falsehood is false. Then as it concerns bendy space-time, it's just a reification fallacy of space and time, as Einstein made a portmanteau neologism. He just coined a new word with a hyphen in between, and then falsely made it distinct from space and time, now calling it space-time, where he's just reifying abstract entities.
Facts.
But that's what you got to do after the Michael Somorley so-called experiment. If the Earth doesn't look like it's moving, then you got to make up some shit. The stuff I like to call excuses, or what they call scientific explanations.
Well, even if
Not really
sorry,
scientific.
Larry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So even if we
you don't.
ignore
So just just so you don't have the mechanism, the ad hoc retort to mass attractive, mass bending space-time, so that things, including the gas, don't fly away and expand everywhere, and everything falls in a cosmic vacuum into utter chaos, and then we suffocate to death. So no, you don't live in a cosmic vacuum with bendy space-time or mass attracting mass keeping everything together.
Okay, so I think I've got a couple of snippets out of there that might be useful for our conversation. So first of all, you agree that gas is matter, right? And inherently gas behaves like any other matter. It's just very small particles of matter all whizzing around under their own energy.
There's no difference between gas and non-gas. Gas behaves the exact same way as non-gas.
Any small particle traveling at speed behaves like any small gas particle traveling at speed. Gas particles themselves aren't special in that respect, but en masse, they have a behavior that we call a gas, right? A phase of
So
matter.
gas and liquid and solids have the intrinsic tendency to expand to fill the space?
No. But
so then there is a distinction between the behavior of gas and non-gas.
Yeah, but gas as a small particle is no different to any other small particle, right? So if we look at one molecule of gas traveling around,
Stop it. It is. That's how we identify it being different to other states of matter. Are you insane, Dazza?
But an individual particle of gas, Imbo, is no different to an individual particle of anything else. And in fact, you probably could say an individual
It
particle
is.
of anything
It
else might be a
is.
gas.
For
right?
fuck's sake, it's different at a molecular and atomic level. Are you insane?
Yeah, but it is still just a particle, right? A gas molecule is
Behaves
just a particle.
differently in different states of matter.
The particle itself, when it's free, for sure, right? But if we have an isolated particle that happens to be a gas, like an oxygen molecule, it's no different to an individual atom of lead flying around the atmosphere by itself, right?
Get to the point. Cut to the chase.
How are you
Okay,
qualifying
so the
the
point-
distinction?
Wait, hang on.
Are you
Get to the
saying
point. Cut to the chase.
Yeah. I'm not saying that these other things aren't gases on bulk, right? But I'm saying gases as a particle traveling around in space are no different to any other particle traveling around in space. They hit things, they bounce, they have collisions, they have kinetic energy, and they will trade kinetic energy for potential energy. So regardless of the cause of that, can I just finish this one last thing? So regardless of the cause of potential energy, every mass, as it rises above the surface of the Earth, will trade kinetic energy for potential energy. It will slow down as it gets higher. And ultimately, it will turn around and come back down. This applies to gas particles as well. They are no different.
Yeah,
they have
it's false. What you're saying is false. You're acting as though gas has the intrinsic tendency to stop itself and then stay at a particular height above the surface of the Earth. No, it doesn't. You never
It
observe
doesn't
that.
stay at a particular height. The gas molecules will come back
In your
down.
paradigm, it would not be doing that. It would continue until it meets a surface that it cannot penetrate through.
No. So
yes. You're just lying now. How could you possibly believe that gas, when it's in a vacuum, is just going to stop at a particular space and not stop when it hits the wall of a container?
No. So imagine we throw a ball up in the air. It goes up and turns around and comes back down, right? If we were throwing a whole lot of balls up and they were colliding, some of those balls might just bounce around on the top of the other balls and never actually come back down. But ultimately, the net trend is the balls come back down until we throw them up again. And that's
Why
what's
is the
happening in
gas
the
not
atmosphere.
continuing to expand?
Because of, actually, I think it's because of your second law of thermodynamics, but also the first one, that energy can never be created or destroyed. It's going to be changed form. So a gas starts its journey at the surface of the Earth. I think Nathan uses this argument. The individual particle pops off the surface of the Earth. It's hot. It's got kinetic energy, and it's happening to be going straight upwards.
So the gas is not continuing to expand because of the second law of thermodynamics.
That was rude to interrupt his explanation.
Even though the second law of thermodynamics contradicts the very behavior that you're ascribing to the gas, which you've never observed.
Exactly. You're describing a violation of entropy. It goes against kinetic
No, I'm
theory.
not.
It goes
Can
against
you
it all.
continue your
Yes, it
explanation
does.
from where you were cut off?
So, and Tim, I'm trying to describe how a gas behaves in the context of entropy. So entropy is something that doesn't is applied to all of the gases, but the thermodynamics is going to tell us that if we have something with kinetic energy at the surface of the Earth and it's traveling upwards, that kinetic energy must be transformed to potential energy if potential energy is being
What's
gained.
causing it to return, Dazzle?
Well, you could look at it from a thermodynamic perspective, that it's trying to change its entropy, but whatever is causing the energy that everything has, I've got an incoming call. So whatever causes potential energy that everything has is causing that constant transition between kinetic and potential energy.
You haven't identified what causes the gas to stop expanding.
The transformation of its kinetic into potential.
That's just the fallacy of ambiguity.
you say
You have
that
no
again?
entity. Either the cause is intrinsic to the entity or extrinsic to the entity. You haven't identified either entity.
Can you repeat what your answer was to the question?
Me?
Yeah.
Which question?
I think he asked you what you thought the cause was, and you said it in very simple terms, but I didn't understand what you said.
Yeah. Ultimately, the cause appears to be gravity, right? Something causes masses as they gain elevation to gain potential energy.
Mm-hmm.
And this applies to
Can
all
you
masses.
replicate it?
They all gain.
Can you replicate it? You're claiming this is what's happening. Can you replicate it?
Yeah, we can demonstrate the potential energy transfer with objects with altitude. Yeah, that's not a problem.
Yeah, again, another fallacy of ambiguity. We're talking about gas, not just any piece of matter. That's why I'm pressing you about this specific premise. Concentrate. What is the cause for the gas to stop expanding? Something is stopping the gas from expanding.
Yeah.
That's what's necessarily implied in your paradigm. What's causing the gas to stop? It can't be a process itself. Processes can't stop anything. Processes involve entities doing a process. So if you ascribe causal power to a process, it's a category error where you're reifying another abstract entity, which is emotion. So what is the cause? Is it the gas, or is it another piece of matter that's non-gas? Which one?
So gas only expands while it has kinetic energy. As the gas raises, it loses kinetic energy for potential energy. And ultimately...
Okay, so again, the gas. Yeah, gas doesn't
All
behave
right,
like that.
That explanation makes sense. That's the first explanation I've heard of that properly made sense, I think.
Say again, didn't hear you clearly.
I just said I'm satisfied with that explanation. It makes sense. Like any
It
individual
doesn't make
gas,
sense. Gas does not behave like that. He has no observation at all of gas stopping itself.
Do you have any direct evidence that gas does not behave like that? Individual gas particles?
You're shifting the burden with that premise. Your question is tacitly presuming I have the burden of proof. He has the burden of proof to verify that gases stop themselves.
I don't like burden of proofisms generally.
What?
Well, I guess you don't want to be a part of this dialogue.
So yeah, let's say that fairy dust is what causes things to fall. You don't want me to back that up, obviously, right, bro?
Well, it's not a very convincing case, whereas he actually did give a convincing case. That I don't see any immediate problems.
Proof doesn't equal persuasion. It's a fallacy.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got to drop.
I don't actually believe that, by the way, for the record.
That was a good answer, though.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. I've got to run.
You have no verification. You have no
Come back to
demonstration
us, bro.
of gas stopping
You were-
itself.
You were pretty chill.
Oh, you just left. Anyways. So there it is.
Yeah, I think he's
runs away right when it gets hot, right?
well. He kind of baited himself into, relying on gravity again, which is clearly not defined well in modern physics.
And the only reason we digress to this, let's review. We ended there because we were talking about his mass attracting mass and/or bendy space-time. We talked about that because he appealed to supposed satellites flying around in the cosmic vacuum around the Earth to supposedly get us photos and other data that the Earth is a ball. He talked about that because he made an appeal to GPS as indicating either inductively or deductively that the Earth is a ball. That was his initial argument. So I just reviewed backwards.
Yeah, people need to pick their starting arguments better, I guess.
So underneath the appeal to the GPS was the supposed satellites that are supposedly flying around in the cosmic vacuum. The appeal to that, underlying that, is the idea that he lives in a cosmic vacuum on a ball, wrapped in water and gas, with universal gravitation, bendy space-time, and mass attracting mass, keeping everything together in a particular order so that we don't all die within several minutes, so that we can't have the debate. That's why it's not enough for them as it concerns. It's not enough in the effort to complete the debate with just the issue about empirically observing and measuring the surface of the Earth. They have this other major aspect of their cosmology where supposedly humans have left the Earth far enough away to get photos and video of the Earth being a ball. But of course, they don't have that because they don't have that ad hoc retort to make everything stay in a uniform manner so that we don't die.
A uniform what?
Say again.
What was that sentence? You said something about a uniform something.
A uniform manner. You know, if we don't have the mass attracting mass of bendy space-time, then nothing is keeping whatever is not attached to the Earth on the Earth, including the gas, including the water, including every solid that's not attached, but like by a chain or whatever, to the Earth. Everything will fall off or expand away.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hello.
I don't see how they even believe in the standard model of cosmology anyway, because it requires that after the Big Bang, energy became matter, and then matter became gas, and then gas, instead of expanding to fill the vacuum, which is what it would normally do, it somehow has this gravitational collapse to where it comes into the star that can burn for, what, millions of years before it dies and runs out of fuel.
Hmm.
I mean, this whole gravitational collapse thing, show me that, right? And there's always an excuse. Well, we don't have enough gravity. Well, where did the star get enough gravity, or where did the gas get enough gravity to go against the laws of nature to form some sort of gravitational collapse?
This is precisely the problem. Because they don't study philosophy well, they don't realize that they are subscribing to a monism doctrine, either a primary monism or an absolute monism. What's the difference? Primary monism, there's basically only one entity, basically, as opposed to there is absolutely only a single entity. So with the former, they affirm there's a plurality of things, but they're all essentially the same type of thing. So it's just a plurality of the same type of thing. That thing being just matter or energy or quantum field. Pick whatever thing you want to make the primary basic single thing, but there you have it. So anytime you affirm any doctrine like that, when you deny the essential distinction between the plurality of different things, then you reduce the other things that are not the initial primary thing to absurdity. If there is really only one thing, A, then there isn't non-A. But we observe a bunch of non-A besides A. So either the non-A is illusory or it's not really there. Or either it's illusory or it's really there. So if they go with it's illusory, they reduce all their observations to absurdity. They don't really know anything because they think they know anything, but it's all illusory as far as they see. Or if they deny that, then they have to affirm the essential distinction between the plurality of things, and there isn't just only one essence, one type of essence to everything.
Yeah, that is also
So I've spoken to them in depth about this. They either want to appeal to quantum field or energy or matter. But obviously, in the first one, it's just, at best, it's just the fallacy of ambiguity. Quantum is just a borrowing of the Latin words, which means quantity. It's not a specific thing, right? Quanta, quantity, quantum, that's not a specific entity, right? So it's just a fallacy of ambiguity at best. Or they appeal to energy. Energy is not matter. It doesn't have matter extending in space. Energy is a property of matter. So energy and matter are essentially distinct, the former being the property of the latter. And then matter itself is not sufficient either, because matter is not anything else that's non-matter. Vitality, personality, consciousness, sentience, sapience, abstracts, all these other things that are required to have knowledge in order to have a uniform world that operates in a law-like manner, predictable, so that induction is possible. So that any type of knowledge is possible.
Gregory, where did you learn logic? Are you self-taught? Are you autodidactic, or did you go to college?
Yeah, autodidactic. I don't usually say that word very often. Thank you for that. I attended college, but I was barely there. Dropped out twice, once in person, once online, in that order. So it's primarily me being in my room.
Just in there, hungry, trying to figure things out.
Yeah.
You listened to a lot of debates when you were younger?
Yeah, and still do. And I've, by the grace of the Holy Spirit, I have this habit of long form listening. I can listen to 2.5 hours or more straight.
Nice. Yeah, I usually speed things up to 1.5 or 1.75, depending on the age of the speaker.
Yeah, some people speak really fast.
So what I just described earlier is called the problem of the one and the many, singularity and plurality. And in the scientism worldview, they cannot reconcile that. That's one of their dialectical tensions. A dialectical tension just means you have two or more basic presuppositions or basic aspects of your worldview that are exclusive to one another. They don't comport. They're not compatible. They contradict one another. If the one is true, the other is false. If the other is false, the one is true. They can't simultaneously be true.
Like mutually exclusive.
Mm-hmm. If you only have a singularity, then you don't have a plurality. If you have a plurality, then you don't have a singularity. However, if you only have a singularity and if you only have a plurality, you both still have a problem, because there's unity to the plurality and there's a plurality of the unity. But how did you get it? So if you don't have an entity that is ontologically supreme, which everything else is contingent upon, to unite the plurality into a unit, then you don't have the world. You don't have a universe.
Deductively.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm here to debunk Mick, to destroy Mick with facts and logic. Are you ready, Mick?
Mick Fraction.
Mick Fraction.
You should have been there for the remaining hours, Mick. They were trying so hard, so desperately to attack a straw man repeatedly. They at least repeated it about 50 times. I'm not exaggerating.
We actually have more information than we did last time, right? Because Mr. Dazza, the cameraman who made the video, has sent me, very nicely, some of the information about the day, And let me just say, Mick, if you're there and you're listening, I think you might want to wrap your refraction and put it to bed.
Yeah, he's making pasta again or something, probably.
Yeah, exactly, of course. Whenever he speaks to me, he's always making something, and he's never.
He's
I'm
making
like
pasta 20%.
Thank you.
Well, you have a problem with someone feeding themselves?
No, absolutely
Yeah.
not. I just,
Okay.
yeah.
So Mick, what are you able to talk, Mick, or are you busy?
He's kneading his pasta right
I'm
now.
here.
See.
Okay,
it's
right.
not this time. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So Mick, what conditions do you need to have the kind of bottom-up obstruction that you're describing?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I mean, I would say, because I think you sort of know, because you did mention humidity and a possibly inverted temperature gradient, right?
Wouldn't you need 2 or more what do you call it, indexes of refraction?
Yeah,
or one index of refraction between two distinct mediums?
Yeah, effectively. But the information we have about the day, right, I think makes it very unlikely that your refraction's taking place. We know what the humidity of the day is. It's 51% humidity. We know... One second, let's pull up this data from the day. We know what time of day it was taken. It was taken just after 4 p.m. We know the date it was taken on, the 28th of February 2019, 1607 in New Zealand. The wind was 14 knots, the gusts were 15 knots, the max wave height was 1 meter. We have the air temperature at 21.5 degrees. We have the pressure at 1018 pascals.
How much is this actually relevant? How much of this is actually relevant?
Well, I'm going to go through it. I'm just telling you the information you need to know right now, right?
All this is needed to know?
Yeah, and it was in high tide, right? And then I'll tell you why.
I have a cool idea. Hey, why don't you punch all those variables into a model and then give us the value?
Okay, right. So
far, all you've done.
You know you can't do that.
Wait a minute.
Right. Because it's a random numbers that don't mean anything.
Well, I'm going to put it all into context, right?
Hang on. Keep it in mind, though, right? You've already presented your more or less conclusion, right? You've reduced it from "I'm a retard," "I'm a liar," to all of a sudden, given the data. Let me finish. To all of a sudden, given the data, it makes it "quote unquote" much less likely that what I propose is the case.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Okay.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, it's like telling you why you're a retard rather than just telling you why you're wrong, you know? So, to have a temperature...
Just contradicted yourself. Congratulations.
To tell you the temperature inversion, right? Usually happens, right? In the morning or before nighttime. So we're talking about 4 p.m. when the ground would be heated up. So you can't expect inversion of temperature based on that. You know the humidity is too low for typical temperature inversions, right? I mean, you can't rely on humidity at all. It's in the middle of summer. Usually this doesn't happen in the middle of summer. It happens usually in winter because the ground isn't heated up as much as it would be in the summer. Because obviously in New Zealand, summer is in February. The pressure, in your favor, pressure, it's just about where you would want it to be, right? In the sense that, like, you need high pressure, but it's just about high pressure. It's like, on the cusp of it. The wind is too windy, right? For a temperature inversion, you need calm conditions. The gusts is too windy. There's too many gusts of wind. Too significant a gust of wind. You can't rely on that.
Are you going to keep monologuing, or are you going to get right to it?
I'm telling you. Asked me how did all of this information tell you it's unlikely.
Now you're just saying words.
I'm just milking it. I'm taking your orders right now, Mick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're sucking everybody.
No, you're just claim stacking. That's all you're doing. You're just stacking a huge pile of fucking claims.
You're draining everybody's
probability, what it would do, what it's likely, when it's likely.
Oh, I will be happy to. Yeah, I'll be happy to go over each one of them. If you think, for instance, Indio, no. If Indio thinks that you expect heavy, significant winds on a day where you're expecting bottom-up obstruction due to temperature inversion, then Indio's a retard. I mean, that's all I could say about it, really.
Oh yeah, that's a fantastic argument. You fucking really spoke.
I mean, to be honest with you, if you know what kind of refraction you're looking for, and you're saying, well, I mean, I'm after a really dynamic day where the temperatures are going crazy, the winds are going crazy, and the that's what you expect on a day where you're expecting a temperature inversion. Then you're just a bit of a retard, I suppose.
Allow me to point something out, right? What I find really enjoyable is listening to how much scrutiny you've put into this argument against into this.
Yeah, McFraction.
Shut up. Against my argument, where as opposed to actually investing the same degree of effort in scrutinizing the opposite, which is refraction is causing it to bend upward, giving the illusion of flatness. Right? Where so far I have yet to see any of that, but that claim is propagated almost everywhere. Yet here was one instance of a speculative proposition on my part.
McFraction,
with all this, right? So it's a little bit.
Well, we're trying to eliminate possibilities, right?
Let's say it's just asymmetrical debate, to put it lightly.
Okay, so we could go over a few of the possibilities, because we did go over the resolution of the boat, right? I mean, Trig just punched the numbers in. I mean, we did it earlier on anyway, but Trig punched the numbers in. It's just so retarded to say that it's a problem of not being able to resolve the boat at all. The second problem is whether or not your kind of McFraction's happening. All of the conditions of the day point against it, right? And not only that, but just by looking at the boats, that they're not being, not looking at any sort of distortion. One boat's not being affected by it. They're on a few miles apart.
I'm here.
So what else have you got for me, Mick?
He's got.
I mean, you just threw a lot of words, and not sure where you're going with that. What do you want from me?
Okay, let's just put it this way: McFraction
fallacy. He just elongated his straw man fallacy.
Yeah, McFraction's out. Angular resolution's out. Well, we got whatever explanation do you have?
You're asserting that, but you haven't explained anything. You just
can't negate angular resolution.
Oh, so I go through explaining it, and then you complain.
You're not explaining.
Well, what do you expect?
You're throwing a shit ton of variables onto the table without making any connection between any of them, and claiming victory over.
I'll let Trig go through angular resolution. Yeah. Is that what you're going to do? Yeah.
I don't claim the angular resolution thing. I don't.
Okay,
you did.
That's Gregory. Gregory just did.
Okay. Well, we'll do that first, and we'll do refraction after.
Yeah, I don't claim the angular resolution bit. Right. That was one thing. That was one point made initially over something that was just super small and not necessarily obstructed upward, as far as I could tell.
All right, let's let Trig do the.
They're about to attack a straw man where they tacitly presume. They're about to attack a straw man where they tacitly presume that I said only refraction is at play. And only angular resolution is at play. I never said that, so don't do it.
It's almost like it's not at play at all.
Not even be a factor in this. Okay, that's my argument. That's my
so,
claim.
Is there ever an instance where angular resolution is never at play when doing observation?
In this instance, yes, angular resolution is not in.
So you have magic perspective then?
Nope, I just have perspective.
Yeah, you have magic perspective because for some reason, angular resolution is no longer real when trying to observe things.
Yep. So the 2.5 arc minutes of angular resolution of that boat is over 6 times, or it's 5 times, over 5 times the angular resolution limit of the human eye, and this is with the Nikon P1000. So, would you agree?
Are you just making up numbers? How far away is
No,
the
I'm not.
boat? How far
It's
away is the boat?
12.6 miles.
How was that measured? Where'd they get that picture
GPS.
from? GPS?
Yeah.
How?
Global
What are you
positioning
talking
system?
about? This
You have
comes from a
problem with
video,
the-
right?
Well, you can track the ship. The Dazza the cameraman emailed me.
So in the video, do they have the tracking for the ship?
Yeah, Dazza the cameraman showed me exactly where the ship was. Based on.
How would you know?
Jekyll sent it, I guess.
Yeah, he sent me an email about it, the GPS
So
location.
your fucking 4-person circle jerk is supposed to be a reliable source. Why don't you post?
Oh right, okay. Now you're just being.
No, I want the actual evidence. I don't take y'all's word for it because y'all make shit
One
up.
second. Okay.
Post like a screenshot from the what do you call it? From marinetraffic.com or wherever you got it from.
Yeah. 1 second.
And I'd like the boat. What boat it is? That's
All right. Okay, I'm going to post all the information you need.
All
right.
I didn't want to have to do this to you, but here we are. Right. So that's the 2 boats. That's the name of the 2 boats. This is the location of. I'd have to look at the file. No, it's in New Zealand. This is the location of one of the boats, but I'll have to look at the file to remember which one it is. This is the location of the cameraman. 1 second. Okay.
Now, what is the source of this?
Then well, it's in a file. I'd have to open the file.
Does this come from the video? Does
This
this
is
come
the-
from the person who took this?
Yes.
Just as a little side note, just as a little
I
side
just want to
note.
establish a baseline that we're not arguing about faulty data.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, actually, what you're doing is trying to avoid the conversation, really, aren't you? Because we don't do this about the Black Swan, do we?
I think it's worthwhile.
You already made up a bunch of shit. You're easy to.
You're trying to save? You
Spawn away.
made it all up, did I? I mean, I don't know.
The shit about like when refraction happens in the
pathetic.
summer and what time of day you can make one type
It's
of
all made up.
versus the other, and
Yeah.
what causes
This is desperate.
Because if I asked you for the data,
Why are you
to support
clinging?
your
Why are
claim-
you clinging?
You're
clinging to
projecting.
your cartoon?
Jesus fucking Christ, dude! Why?
This. It's funny. This guy's.
If I ask
this.
you, well, hold on. Let me make this point. Let me just finish because if I ask you to substantiate that, the conditions that cause temperature aversion, what time of day they happen, whether they happen in the summer, less than the winter, or all the shit you said, you can't substantiate any of that crap, and you know it.
All right, well, look, I will go into that at the end because we're not doing refraction first. We're going to do angular resolution first. But if you want to get into how we know that you need calm days for temperature inversion, typically, right? How high wind, high wind. Fucking hell, my words. 14 knots of wind is too much wind to have in one day to create that will probably go against the idea of a temperature inversion. We can go over that, right? Usually you need calm temperatures, calm conditions for a temperature inversion. So we'll go over that afterwards, but let's do angular resolution first.
Why it's got to be a temperature inversion?
It doesn't. It could be humidity, but humidity's too low. Humidity's 51 point.
Why it's got to be any of that?
So you just don't know what the conditions are. This is magic.
What are you talking about?
What conditions then, Indio, for the to create the effect of bottom-up obstruction due to refraction? What do you need?
There's other optical phenomenon, namely total internal reflection, that'll create this effect.
All right, we'll go into that. Go into that after we've done the first two.
Yeah, so
things.
you guys think when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That's what you guys are at. You think every observation, there's only one possibility. It's just everything is just refraction.
So
No, this is that we're doing over. No, we're doing the Mick fractions mix idea, right? He did angular resolution. We went over that. Then we did Mick fraction.
He's just.
And we did Mick fraction, and then now you're suggesting a new idea. That's fine, but let's do it all one by one and eliminate all these possible ideas, right? Let's do the resolution of the boat, which was Gregory right now. He wants to do that. We can go into Mick fraction after. Then we'll do your thing. How about that?
That's the twofold argument there. So in the first instance, they appeal to refraction. It's valid for them, but not for us. And then they attack a straw man.
Hey, by the way, it wasn't I brought it up in this point, the whole refraction thing. But to be honest, I didn't make it up. It was actually something that Larry illustrated or went to depth.
Can I ask another question? Because there might be just like a really easy explanation. What way's the wind blowing? What's the wind direction here?
The wind direction?
Yeah, what's the wind direction?
It doesn't say in my data. Oh, wait, does it?
Well,
yeah, 73 ENE. There you go. I don't know what that stands for, though.
East northeast.
East northeast, okay. All right, brilliant.
So it's blowing out?
Just as a side note,
so
this
it's
guy.
blowing directly out from the camera?
That
would be.
Let me see.
Just want to point out, this whole thing is insufferable when Scott Mackey bothers to leave.
Well, he's muted. That's probably why.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Can we
has resorted to absurdism as arguments. He's just gone to full absurdity.
Can we get onto the Trig's debunk of the resolution from Gregory?
Yeah, if Gregory can be
Yeah, your magic perspective where angular resolution is not at play for some reason.
Yeah, if you can be cohesive in your argument.
Angular resolution always exists. Doesn't just go away.
Of course, it always exists, but it shouldn't be considered a factor in why this boat could be perceived to have a bottom-up obstruction.
You just contradicted yourself. If it always exists, then it should always be considered to be a factor.
Not in this case. No, we shouldn't have to consider why.
You're just being arbitrary. You have no reason to say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, think about this. If you look at the boat in the back versus the one in the front, you obviously can see a lot finer detail in the boat in the back, in the front, than the one in the back. And if I remember this video right, you have this little post that's in the front, and it disappears and reappears repeatedly in the video.
Does it?
Yeah. If I remember right, this is the same video, that post, first post, because it's so thin and the air isn't really that clear, it comes into and out of visual where you can see it. Like
Well, I think we're gonna have
disappear
to.
in a couple frames and then come back in for a couple frames and then disappear for a couple frames.
So that's either an instance of natural phenomena.
I think we should verify.
Yeah, fair enough. But assuming that's the case, just throwing it out there as a possible speculation, that's either an instance of natural phenomena causing the optical effect, or, dare I say this, tampering with the video. I'm not saying it's the case.
No, it's just the clarity of the air, right?
Yep.
That means something's going on because obviously the post isn't vanishing in real life, right? It's not, you know what I mean? It's not disappearing in real life. It's not like on a freaking, I don't know. They're not making it. It's not on a piston where it's going up and down and moving in and out, or they're putting it up and down. So you can see it, then you can't see it. That means things like angular resolution is at play in this photograph. It has to be, or it's the clarity of the air, right? You know what I mean? It's at a distance. Yeah, it has to be one of those two, or a combination of both.
That's exactly what I said earlier, India.
Yeah, and there's other things. Look at the width of the little smokestack that's on the back of the boat. Right? One looks
Angular
small and
resolution.
thin, and the other one looks fat and short.
Yeah.
We're talking about an absurd difference in like what you would need for angular resolution and need to be accounted for in this. Like it
says you for no good reason.
Really? So what's the angular resolution limit of the?
No, you justify your claim.
Gregory, what's the angular?
No,
resolution?
you justify your claim.
All right. So the angular resolution size of the boat at that distance is 2.51 arc minutes.
You can't use the size of the boat. The total size of the boat is irrelevant. Talk about individual features of the boat. So, no, the total size of the boat is irrelevant.
No, we're talking about the angular resolution of the boat.
So, listen, I can give you an example. Now, say
we're
I have
talking about
a
the
building.
angular
Listen,
angular resolution.
yeah. But we're looking at features. We're looking at particular features of the boat, not the entire boat, right? That's what we're evaluating. Whether I can see parts of the boat, not the whole boat.
I can
Right.
see.
So if I have the Empire State Building, right, and it's covered with windows, right? The resolving power at one distance, right? I'll be able to just clearly see windows. But if I go further away, I won't be able to see the windows no more, right? I'll just see lines, right? I won't see individual windows anymore.
Yep. So
right, and if I go even further away, dude, I'll just see like a block.
All right. So then let's go down to what's the smallest possible object we could resolve on that boat from that distance.
12 miles is probably.
All right, let's do it.
Well, it would have to be 0.001 or something.
0.001.
So if you had two lights that were like 12 feet apart, they would look like one light.
So 10 meters.
I'm going to make this very clear again because they're not going to do it. So the initial argument with appealing to this video with Daza is to supposedly demonstrate that Earth curve is obscuring the boat's bottom up. That's why they're appealing to it. However,
as opposed to angular resolution,
given the distance and given the height and given the refractive index, right? Given all the things that we repeatedly talk about in here, those boats wouldn't be visible like they are in the first place if we lived on the ball they believe they live on. And their appeal necessarily implies that super looming is happening with the right boat, but not the left boat for some reason. So they're the ones with the magic refraction. And then lastly, they try to attack a straw man where they project their error onto us as though we're saying the refraction is only happening with one boat and not the other when we never did.
Hold on.
And
point.
for
Yeah,
some
hold on,
reason,
that's a
our
good
appeal
point,
to
man.
refraction and angular acuity is not valid.
They have to listen. That boat's supposed to be over the curve, right? At 12 miles, that should be like what, 80 feet under the
He's
horizon?
30 foot above the water. He's 30 foot above the water.
He's 30 foot above observer height, and the closest boat is 2 miles or 8.8 miles? What is it? Closest boat is 8.86 miles, and the
We
observer
worked
height
it out
is 30
earlier.
feet above the water.
The nearer boat should be about 1.5 meters obstructed, and the other one should be about 7 meters obstructed. Which looks
1.5
about
meters.
right.
That's barely nothing at that distance.
Why are you saying meters? You should be saying feet.
Because we're not autistic like you, Gregory. We use metric.
No, we converted it.
Yeah, the metric, the obviously superior system, which is
Yeah.
metric.
No.
Okay, so all that cheerleading for
Anyway,
metric as you switch
I
from
really
one
do
metric
hope
system
on
to
that
another for
note.
no good reason.
Metric
So
for the
just on a
win.
side note, I really hope America completely abandons or at least really implements the metric
Completely
system
irrelevant
in the
Oh,
next
come on,
10
spare
years.
us, spare us. Enough. Fuck.
Maybe they won't be
miles and all of a sudden going to meters for some reason.
Miles and meters. Are you retarded, Gregory?
Yeah. Maybe
Yeah,
if they
you mentioned
pick up metric,
30 feet observer height, 12 and 8 mile distance from the observer, and all of a sudden you go to meters for some reason. Say
Yeah,
it in
because
feet.
we
How much
converted it to
curvature should be
meters.
obstructing
Duh.
with
We
feet?
converted it to meters. Duh.
How
You
much
got a problem with
curvature
that?
would be obstructed in feet?
What was the
In
number he
feet,
gave in
it's about 20
meters?
feet. I don't know. Something like that.
I
What was
want
the
the
number in
question,
meters?
man. Is that the geometric horizon blocking that boat?
Gregory's
So
asking.
they're trying to get away from the.
Yeah,
from
we
the
don't want to
objections.
talk
We want to know
about
what's
that. What's
happening.
blocking that boat? Is that the geometric horizon? Oh, we don't ever see the geometric horizon, except for now. Now we see it again for some reason.
Oh, look. Now you're just trying to run away from the objection. What's going on there?
Projection.
No, it's
answer
it's hilarious.
Answer India.
I think
Is
there's some
that the
sort of
geometric
microfraction
horizon that
going on.
blocks the boat? The thing that's cutting the boat in half. Is that the geometric horizon?
No, I think there's some sort of microfraction going on.
Microfraction.
You see how much they squirm to run away? Like, look at that. It's just squirming.
Projecting again, dodging India's question.
Squirming away, running away from the problem. You don't know what's going on there, do
Listen,
you?
there is no
That
problem.
is an emotional
There is no
appeal.
problem. You can
and
listen. You
cringe
made a big
as well.
artifice straw man of claim stacking with zero evidence to support any of it, and you're saying but there's nothing to run away from. You haven't presented any
And-
evidence that needs to be ran from.
And
Stacked a bunch of claims.
Well, there's no point really, is there, Indio, if you're going to pretend there's magic refraction happening? I mean, at least with Mick,
Mick was trying to say,
Mick described the
Mick was
refraction
trying
that
to
was
say,
happening.
Not Jekyll, right? Not Jekyll. Mick, what were you trying to say?
And I was just gonna say, and now as a result of this, I guess I'm YouTube famous now, right? Having a thing coined after me, I'll take it.
Yeah, so at least McFraction gave us an idea of what kind of refraction he thinks would have
That's
to be
straw man
happening.
fallacy. So answer India.
Whereas Indio, he's saying, well, you can't say that has to be calm conditions. But of course I can't. If Indio wants to pretend it's magic, I mean, yeah, I
so
can't
go
say what
ahead and
conditions
answer
would be
India
there.
now.
I
Dodging the
have
question.
never once characterized it as magic. Your ignorance as to how things work does not imply that I'm implying magic, dude.
Okay, so what kind of refraction's happening there?
What kind? What does that mean?
Well, I mean,
How many kinds
if
are there?
you
What are
think
my
there's
choices?
refraction that could be happening there, what
On the
kind's
menu
happening
for
there?
refraction? No, what's on the menu for refraction? You asked me what kind. What's on the menu?
You could have McFraction. You could have McFraction. You could have magic.
I'm
You
not
could have
Italian.
magic.
I'm not eating the McFraction.
Okay, but I do want to get into did you do the angular resolution with him, Trig? Or
Yeah,
not?
exactly. So your little rhetorical trick didn't work now, did it? Of what kind of refraction is it?
Well, I don't know because it's your problem, not mine.
No, there ain't no kinds of refraction. There's refraction. There ain't no kinds of it.
Okay. What? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how to describe it other than what type.
You want to know what the weather was? Conditions were.
No, what type of refraction is happening?
What does that mean?
As in, do you think that there's
Google right
stooping,
now,
looming? What do you think is going on?
Those are purely observational. They're not based upon anything other than the observation, right?
Yeah. So if all of the types of refraction you could think of or contradict what you're seeing, then what's going on?
No, they're descriptive.
Yeah, but they're
So
dependent
if I
on
see a
conditions.
superior, no, they're completely descriptive. Okay, the hypothesis of why they happen, that's in dispute, even in the scientific literature. It ain't even my opinion that it's in dispute. You can just go look it up yourself. I'll post some of the shit if you really want me to. Right,
Yeah,
so
I
the
mean,
causes of inferior mirages, the causes of superior mirages, the causes of brick inducting, the causes of stooping, the causes of sinking, all that shit's in dispute. The terminology for that's the description of the observation, that's not in the dispute because it's just descriptive, right? We see two things with the tops touching, a double image, we call that a superior mirage. We see the bottoms touching, we call that an inferior mirage. We see something floating above the horizon, well, appears to be floating above the horizon, even though they're not actually floating above the horizon, but they look that way. We call that a fata morgana, right? See, these are words that describe the observation. They don't. There's no
yeah.
explanation in them.
So
Now, people have
it's not
associated
predictive at all, is it?
explanations with them, but those explanations need to have actual evidence to support the explanation, and there's none of that. That's the problem. There's none of that.
So it's not predictive at all. You just look at it and you say, I feel like that's this kind of refraction.
No.
You're just describing what you observe.
Yes,
What are
but
we talking
what you're
about?
observing, it could also be the case that you're not observing any refraction. That it's actually that the Earth's not planar, right?
Right. So appeal to truism, right?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Well,
So
if you're
instead of
just
using
going
the
to
word superior mirage, we could name that red. And then if you saw a building with two tops touching, a double image, you could say, that's red mirage, and that's a blue mirage. We'll just rename them. They're just words we use descriptively to describe what we're seeing.
Well, you're not
There's no
even okay.
explanation in them.
You couldn't even look at that and describe a type of refraction because if you look at the two boats together, right, one boat is almost completely below the water, and one boat, which is only a couple of miles away from the other boat, is no distortion, no problems, completely above the water. What's going on?
There is distortion. In the video, there's distortion. I've seen this video.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. There is no distortion.
That's horseshit because I already told you what distortion is observed. The post that's in the front disappears and reappears. So there has to be distortion.
Distortion, like to the degree where you could imagine a boat going completely below the horizon line.
Well, the boat is opaque, right? So it's not completely clear because of the opacity of the air, right? That's why the front post is disappearing and reappearing.
So what we could do then is we could highly edit the image just so you feel better about what you're observing, like how you did in the Black Swan.
It's not about how I feel, dude.
Apokroi, are you like flat Earth or not flat Earth? I can't.
He's an anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's beyond freaking not flat Earth. Oh, sorry, Quad.
I want like the best argument maybe because I can't wrap my head around the idea of flat Earth because it's been
so
debunked.
Listen,
many times over. All right.
And Apokroi Fun. That's a cool name. It's almost accurate. Listen, we can come up with words. You want an explanation to why this observation looks like that. Now we can make something up, right? I can make up. Well, the air conditions are X, so the air conditions are Y, or the air conditions are Z, and I can geometrically all map that out and make up some bullshit, like the retroactively post hoc frickin' refraction slider Bisgum calculator that I can just move the sliders around to match any fucking image, right? I could do that, but I'm not gonna because I'm not a fucking loser, right? And I don't make up ad hoc hypothesis. All I know is that we can demonstrate observations like this on a flat surface, whereas you can't demonstrate observations that are too far with moving horizons and shit on a curved surface, no matter what you do. You can use CO2, you can use fucking butane, you can use whatever the hell you want. Super cool there. You can't demonstrate our claim. You can't demonstrate the things you say exist in the air will cause any particular observation, but we can demonstrate what we claim on a flat surface.
You're saying it's
explicable. You just echoed everything I said repeatedly to them last night and with more detail.
Okay, wait. Okay, well, I don't think that's the case, Gregory.
Over and over again.
Gregory was in panic last night.
You want to be honest about this whole thing? You want to be honest? Let's keep it honest, right? So there's two observations that we're always arguing about. Things appear in cutoff, right? Bottom first as they move away, right? And then there's the observations where you see too far. You have an explanation for seeing that, right? And we have an explanation, right? So we have two opposing viewpoints, right? So when you see something cut off, the air's perfect or nearly perfect, but when it's not cut off and you see too far, there's refraction bending light around the curve. That's your position. That's the globe position, right? I didn't straw man you. That's the right position, right? Correct?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So our position is the Earth's flat, and the only reason you don't see too far are the meteorological conditions, depending on what they are, in that it's normal for something to disappear bottom up going further away, right? And that when things appear cut off bottom first, that's purely because of meteorological conditions, and that the fact that the horizon's not physical. And that
All
will
right,
appear to
okay.
be in different places at different times.
Right. Okay.
We
So
can demonstrate our claim.
all
You
right.
can't demonstrate yours.
Perfect.
Understand
Right.
that.
That's fine. Right. Now I think I was
said.
almost,
Thank you, India.
I was almost going to commend the honesty that is actually what the problem is, but the end you kind of ruined it a little bit, right? Because now you're saying that you can demonstrate, given the meteorological conditions, what kind of observation you'd expect to see. What kind of meteorological conditions are you describing, India?
Always persevering to scrutinize us, never trying to do his burden to demonstrate the
Gregory,
superlumin.
just stop
And
being
that's
afraid
not
of
what he
questions
said.
for once in your life.
That's not what he said. He didn't say we can demonstrate due to meteorological conditions. He just said we can describe. We can demonstrate it.
Demonstrate the same. What I said was we could demonstrate the same optical effect, or what I meant was I did use the word explain. Sorry for my verbiage. You guys are all hooked on the word explain, right? We can demonstrate the observations on a condition where we know that the surface of observation is flat. We
All
know
right,
for
okay.
certain that it's flat.
So just looking.
Jekyll, would you like to demonstrate how refraction makes curved surfaces look flat and make things completely obstructed appear on the surface?
Doesn't sound that that's like what we're engaging with in this video, is it, Gregory? Well, what we're engaging
Would you
with in this
like
video
to demonstrate
is a
your
problem,
superlumin?
where I
Would you
asked
like to demonstrate
flat
your field of
earthers-
refraction?
Gregory, stop trying to turn it around on me because it's not going to work, right?
See, he's trying to dodge the scrutiny.
If you
Still
okay,
doing it again.
India, if you don't mind, right? Can I
Jekyll,
just
would you like to demonstrate that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat?
just a little bit, just to see how?
Let him say something for 30 seconds or something, and then we'll fucking.
Okay, Gregory, I want to know just what's going on in the image, right? What kind of what kind of effects are you observing? Is it refraction? Is it angular? Because you said resolution earlier on. Obviously that doesn't work, right? And then you're saying you said refraction. You teamed up with Mick to say Mickfraction, right? What do you think is going on, Gregory?
Okay, so everything that India just explained to you. Now my turn. Would you like to demonstrate that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat?
Did you hear him answer the question, anyone?
Yeah, everything India just told you already and what I said to you several times last night. So next question. Would you like to demonstrate
or did you say it, Gregory?
curved surfaces look flat?
I don't think you agree with India because earlier on you were saying things like, to be honest with you,
Persevering to dodge the scrutiny.
I want to focus on you because you won't shut the fuck up, right?
Of course he does.
So you said earlier on it's resolution.
You're dodging my scrutiny. I've already answered your question.
So you've put something on the table, then you were teaming up for
You're being a
Mickfraction.
hypocrite.
Now you're avoiding the question. What is going on in that image? In that video? I could show you the video if you want. What's going on, Gregory?
Yeah, already answered your scrutiny. Everything Indio just explained to you and everything I said last night. So my scrutiny now. Answer my question. Would you like to demonstrate that refraction makes curved surfaces look flat? If yes,
All
please
right.
do so.
All right, so you're not going to answer the question. Okay, now you can mute and we'll talk to India, right? Because you're just not going to answer the question.
Why do you say that wasn't an answer?
So you want some physics explanation as to why this happens, the causal mechanism?
Yeah, something that I can, something that we can obtain by either observation or the data that we have, something that we can like kind of predict what's going on.
What do you mean? Oh, predict? You
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that shit like this is predictable?
Well, it's just like weather, really, isn't it? Like you can predict the rain, right? When it's going to rain, it's going to be a similar.
There's a limitations on the predictions, but this is a little bit more specific, right? We need more specific data to make predictions on this, right?
Indio.
You can't predict when this. Listen. If I asked you, I said, "Hey, what can you predict when you should see something too far?" And if I just gave you like random weather reports, and said, "Hey, I'm going to go down the beach. Take a look at this weather report. I want you to tell me where something. I'm going to be 30 feet above sea level. I'm going to snap the fucking image. The boat's going to be 12.6 miles away. Where's it going to be in the frame?" And you looked at the weather, you wouldn't be able to tell me where the fucking boat would be. I don't care how detailed that weather report is. You wouldn't be able to tell me. So I don't know why you expect something from us you can't do yourself.
Well, it's more like, okay, so yeah, I mean,
Make up an ad hoc excuse after the fact. Sure, I can.
yeah, of course, yeah, but
Hey, you want that?
I want possible explanations. So, like, for instance, we know angular resolution. Unless you want to commit to that, doesn't work, right? Refraction is a dubious proposition at best, right? So, do you have any other ideas?
No,
Why do you claim
they're
that?
not ideas. All I
You
know is
claim-
what they. Well, go ahead, McPherson.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
claim that it's dubious.
Not
and you
refraction,
like to use
McFraction.
Yeah, you like to use that word like it makes you sound smarter or something. You haven't demonstrated any of that, right? You just threw a bunch of data points without connecting any of them, right? And then you just hands in the air. Oh, I must be right. You haven't done shit.
Okay, Mick, right. So, let's just deal with that problem first. So, when
All
you said...
I know is what's been. Well, I mean, do you want to talk to what he said?
If I just want to respond to what he says, and then you can go after.
Yeah,
So, I'll acknowledge, right, that it could be refraction of a kind that we're not, can't really describe, right? But I'm just going to say that's magic refraction, right? What you said earlier was a bit more concrete because you were describing a particular kind of refraction where if there's bottom-up obstruction, you expect these sorts of conditions of the day, right? So they are sort of predictable based on the conditions of the day. But if you're going to say, well, actually, that bottom-up obstruction caused by refraction, given those conditions, is not the kind of refraction you're talking about.
Hang on. Why you
I want to know what McFraction is.
Hang on. Why are you making it sound like I'm changing my position here?
Because you are. Because you described the kind of McFraction you're talking about.
Says who?
You said you earlier on when you said when you talked about, well, it depends on the humidity, it depends on this and that. And yes, we went into that. I went off to get the data for you.
That was all encompassed in the initial supposition that was the case, and then what you went out to get was something that would substantiate it. So thank you for making my point.
What?
You know the humidity changes the density of air, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Humidity changes the density of air. You know that, right?
God.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Fucking guy.
The refractive index of air changes.
I'm like a.
So it is
I don't
a
know.
factor in any observation.
Yeah,
so
of course.
So let me get to the point, right? So I don't go by. I only go by what's been experimentally demonstrated. That's what I go by. So there are things like this have been tested, right? But I wouldn't call the testing extensive. It's very sparse. I would call it almost. I actually only have one source for anything like this of it being like the refraction gradient being tested, right? Where they build like a little tower of thermal resistors, right? Temperature gauges and humidity gauges, right? And they make a little tree and measure the vertical gradient at a bunch of sensors, so they can accurately measure how it changes and what it is, right? Because that's the only way we can really quantify it. You can't just go, oh, it's 10 degrees here and 20 degrees over there. It should do this.
But you know what
none of that shit's accurate.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that. I agree.
You know what I find annoying though? Like, it's a different story, but it's the same script. Because here's the thing. You keep on telling flat earthers what they can't predict as if you can predict what things will look like based on refraction. Like, you keep asking us questions that you can't answer yourself.
But that's what humans have been doing for years. They have been doing that for legitimate years. Like
doing what?
Possibly hundreds of years. Predicting the weather. Predicting the weather. Based on refraction and the
I'm not
curvature.
talking about predicting the weather, okay? Pay close
Then what are you
attention
talking
to
about?
what he said that I'm reiterating.
Man.
Him saying this, you cannot predict what you will see based on the conditions. Neither can he. So I don't know
Wait,
why
on
this
what
is a
conditions?
conversation.
On like air?
The meteorological
yeah.
conditions, the weather, the conditions of the air.
Well, sure you can. If it's foggy, if it's foggy, yeah, and it's
We're
like
not talking about
extremely
fog, dude. We're not talking about fog, rain, snow, hail, none of shit. Not fucking bad weather. We're just talking about the finer points of the weather, right? So is it 20% humidity? Is it 90% humidity? Right? Is it 20 degrees out? Is the freaking water 70 degrees and then the air's at 69 degrees? Like, yeah, the temperature profile of what you're looking across, right? We don't know that. Nobody knows that.
Yeah.
That's why nobody can make a prediction.
Okay, right. There was something you said earlier which I agreed with, but I can't remember what you said now. But it was something way earlier, like before everyone started talking. But I agree with you on something.
Temperature, gradient, whatever.
Yeah. Oh,
There is-
yeah. In altitude, yeah.
I do know of 2 experiments that measured this. Okay, that measured this. One was a LiDAR measurements done in an alpine setting, right? And what they ended up, they used one of these vertical trees of temperature, and another one that was done in the desert. Now, unsurprisingly, the one that was done in the desert supports the idea that things will disappear on bottom up on a flat surface, and they measured the gradient, and the results were I'll post in the chat. So hold on, I got to get one more thing, so we know what we're talking about, right? So basically, they took a mirror, they stuck it like 1 something kilometers away, and when the gradient became extreme, this mirror would disappear from view, would just vanish. You couldn't see it, but it was still there, right? And what they say is this is caused by total internal reflection. Now, this is the desert, so you can see all the sand, you can see the desert, you can see whatever, and then just the mirror would disappear. But because of it's like a reflection, right? So I'll actually look at it. Let me find one more image that illustrates it. So there's a diagram that shows kind of how it works, but I have a better diagram that I marked up that diagram to make it look more obvious. Just give me 1 second.
What I never got is did flat earthers explain how gravity works on a flat earth?
Flat earth is not tough, dude. How does gravity work? Things fall down.
No, but how does it work if the earth is flat? How does it work?
What does that even mean?
How does gravity work if the entire earth is flat? Like just flat.
What does that mean? What do you mean, how does it work?
Exactly what I mean.
Like, how would it not work?
I don't know. Can you explain to me? Well, assuming I don't know.
Yeah, we're going to finish this, and then we'll go to that. We'll finish this, and we'll go to that. Okay,
go
just be patient.
Yeah.
Okay, so Apocryphon, you looking in the see the last diagram I posted? So there's something called a critical angle, especially when you're far away. So even if there's a temperature gradient, right, it will reflect off the less dense medium. It'll reflect down. So if you have your boat, so say you have your camera at 6 feet, right, and there's a gradient, right, and the bottom of the boat is below your level, and your camera's at one level, but the light that's below your camera, right, anything that's coming towards you in the distance, towards your camera, it's below your level of the camera, it can't get into the eyepiece because it's being reflected down.
Okay, would you say that? 1 second, I'm going to reread this. Yeah, total internal
see the boat, man. See how you got that? So N is the refractive index, right? So you got the little layers of refractive index, and then you have how the light that would be the bottom of the boat has to come up to reach the camera, but it just gets reflected back down. So all you're going to see is the image of the top of the boat. You're not going to see the bottom of the boat.
Yeah. So would you say total internal
reflection?
Yeah. Are you going to say total internal reflection is something that you would co-sign as an idea that's what's going on in that?
This is all that's been experimentally demonstrated. This is what I'm telling you. I don't go off of what my opinion is or what I think should happen. I go off of what does the experiment say. Okay. And I already said the experimental data is sparse. I'll admit that, but that's not my fault. I'm not the one funding this shit. If I was in charge of shit, I would fund it, but I'm not in charge of anything. So if we don't have enough data to make predictions like this, They're
Okay.
all just garbage. It's just a bunch of garbage. Everybody's speculating.
See, the
We don't
problem
really
I'm
know.
the problem I'm having, right, is, I mean, the whole reason I bring this topic up is because I usually get told that when you zoom in, the boat will come into view. Now, obviously, the whole point of this video is to debunk that claim, but
There are incidents of that. You can't deny that there are incidents of
there are, of course, there are, yeah. That's the point of this video, right? And so the question I'm really struggling with is, is it McFraction, or is it something else?
there's shoaling too,
So the
right?
thing you're struggling with is, in reality, if you're at a beach and you don't see a boat, but you take out some binoculars and then you can see a boat, is it McFraction? That's your question. That's how you go through life thinking about things.
What? Wait, did you say, is it McFraction?
Well, that's what you said.
Well, look, McFraction seems to be.
Every time that I ask you a pointed question, you go, "Well, look." Like,
Well,
bro,
no.
it's very simple.
The point, like,
It
so
was
when
it was a question that
And
has
I'm
A, B, C, D on the
if I could get 3 words in, maybe you'd get a response, retard.
Not E, and I'm about to write a paragraph as to what I want to answer. Like, what the fuck? How? Because I know college did.
Oh my lord!
College did not do this to you.
So
It didn't.
I was 3 words in, and you're complaining already, all right? So with McFraction, that was brought up earlier on. It's not something I would say, oh, everything that isn't going in accordance with angular resolution
What's
is.
that got to do with what I just asked you, bro? That's why I stopped.
You said, do I always just want to defer to McFraction?
No, that's not what I asked you, bro. Are you slow?
Yes, you did. That's what you said.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, go on, say it again. Maybe I misheard you. Maybe I misheard you.
Is that what I said?
No, go on, say it again. Maybe I misheard you.
Indio is what he said remotely what I said.
Did I mishear
I
you?
don't even think you guys are talking about the same subject at this point.
I mean, what was the question? Do you want me to rewind? I'll rewind if I have to.
Because you're just retarded. That's why.
What did you say? What did you say?
You're just retarded.
So you're just not going to ask it?
That's a great argument, Elijah. Great argument.
Yeah.
He's muted.
Sorry, what I was going to say to Indio anyway. Yeah, so, I mean, that is the problem for me. Like, what's going on in that image? Because unless I get something a bit more concrete, I mean, if people want to say, look, if you want to take your position, which people are allowed to do, right, and say that, look, refraction is just the observation. Maybe I couldn't tell you the specific conditions I'd expect to experience whatever type of refraction is going on, but it must be that given the Earth's flat. Then I just fear that it's just going to be a stalemate, because at that point it's going to be kind of an ambiguous sort of position. McFraction is not going to be able to be put forward.
No, listen.
And that's a problem.
What I'm saying is that these observations at sea of we're not the one who are claiming that these observations indicate a globe or not a globe. We're saying that they're not geometric. Like, you're making these observations, and sometimes you guys will say the same thing. We're not saying, oh, ships not going over the horizon is proof of a flat Earth. We're saying that those are not proof of a globe because the same observation could be demonstrated on a flat surface, which means the observation is not exclusive to a globe. But there's still textbooks sitting out there that talks about massive ship disappearing and shit like that.
Yeah, I think there's too much ambiguity around this. Let me just ask you this question point blank, right?
I've debated this particular fucking back and forth fucking thousands of times over the past fucking gazillion fucking years. Roll back fucking Nathan Oakley. I mean, we've been debating this fucking ships over the horizon for a long goddamn time, man. And I'm honestly quite tired of it, because the evidence of either way, right? There's evidence for either side, right? But when you have evidence, when you have the observations support either side, but both sides don't have plausible experimental demonstrations of the anomalies, right? So y'all would claim that seeing too far is an anomalous observation, and that what should typically happen is a ship should disappear over the horizon. And when that don't happen, that's an anomalous observation caused by weather conditions.
All right,
We're saying we should normally see too far, but when a ship goes over horizon, that's the anomalous observation, right? And that's caused by weather conditions. Now, okay, fine. We have these opposing viewpoints. Fine. What does the evidence say? What supports your evidence? What supports our evidence? We actually have demonstrations of our claim. Y'all have no demonstrations of your claim. Y'all can write diagrams. You can just say, well, this formula, and I can make some post hoc fucking goddamn graphics program to try and match any freaking photograph by moving sliders around. Like, y'all have no real world shit.
Oh, okay, that's not true. First of all, I can just hold on, John Wick. Just give me a second.
You can make a horizon. You can take a curved surface, make it look flat by changing like the air and the weather.
Yeah, I can. Well, not the when you say air, I mean I can change the density of gas in the air, and then I could make that effect.
Make a curved surface look flat.
Yes, I can. Well, I can show you that right now. 1 second. But just to be clear, I'm going to show you a reference. Well, I mean, 1 second. You can just look at the video.
Wooden board, the freaking goddamn the 8x10 or whatever the fuck that. Or the
Here you go.
2x10, 1x10.
So this is all that we're saying is happening, effectively, right? In the side chat, but that's not actually. I mean, look, if you want to watch that, that's fine.
Yeah,
But I want to set something up for you, Indio. I want to set.
Doesn't change though. The surface doesn't change.
Not in reality, it doesn't change. It just looks like it's changed.
No, the surface doesn't change. All you're making the things do is move up, and you're making the objects behind there move up and down. But the horizon doesn't change. Nothing changes. The surface doesn't change at all.
It's just an optical effect. Like nothing's changed at all. It just looks like that, right? That's how. I mean, light is bending over an obstruction, and it is revealing itself on the other side.
Look, no.
Yes.
No. You're making these things move up and down, right? At no point can you see the surface of the fucking board beyond where the horizon, your quote unquote horizon of this board is. That never changes even once.
Oh shit.
Never changes.
Well, when you say the surface of the board is in the thing going on behind it, I mean, all you can see is the laser. But that's just depending on how much refraction is going on at the time, right? The actual surface is actually changing in that video, and all you're meant to be describing here isn't supposed to be like, oh, you know, is this particular surface going to be lifted up or anything? Just like the idea that refraction can bend downwards and reveal something on the other side of an obstruction. That's all we're trying to do, right? But Indio, I just want to set something up really quickly.
No, that's all you're trying to do because that's all you can do.
Okay, India, if I may, really quickly, I just want to say that with your refraction, it's so ambiguous to the point where I'm not sure you can say you demonstrated it because there's no way to demonstrate such ambiguity. Because if all the conditions that you need to create that refraction just aren't present, right? Then I mean, this just becomes magic, right? At that point, right?
What are you talking about? What conditions?
Well, for McFraction.
We sit on the 2 inches of Bubba Lake and we drive a little artsy boat away, and it fucking disappears bottom up. We don't have to wait for any special conditions. It's been done 20
For
times.
McFraction, you do, right? There has to be like kinds of conditions that allow for something to happen more likely than something else. But I do need to set someone up really quickly because on the topic of
let me clear the air here. Okay? So just so everyone's up to speed, there's this new term that Matt and Jekyll think they're funny in having created. They're dubbing the term McFraction, right, to describe the proposed phenomena that I brought forth to describe or to explain what's going on in this photo, right? Whereby the bottom part of the boat is bending downwards, right? Because it's due to distance and conditions, right? And because I said it, they think they're funny in calling it a new term called McFraction instead of just what otherwise would normally be, which is refraction, right? And thank you, Indio, for bringing up the total internal reflection stuff because it's just added.
I want to move on to. That's exactly what I want to move on to.
Well, I want to point out something now that we're talking. So we'll go back to the beginning, like how this started, this McFraction thing. Y'all, you and Trigonometry Man have named it McFraction, and you've said, well, whatever you said it was, Mick, that's not what's happening. You've never gone, because you can't quantify it, basically.
He described it earlier on, Indio. You weren't there. It was like 12 hours ago.
You were talking about all the, well, I don't know. Okay, I wasn't here 12 hours ago. All I know is what you've said since you've been here.
And Indio, I explained to you earlier.
You never actually said what's wrong. You just listed a whole bunch of complaints, but you never said like this complaint causes this effect, so this isn't. This complaint causes that effect. You just listed a whole bunch of gobbledygook and said, "Nuh-uh," because of this gobbledygook.
Okay, right. I'll get on.
Really specific.
I'll resolve that for you separately, India. But I think because I wanted to set this up for like the last 5 minutes, but I think Trig wants to do the internal reflection thing.
Yeah, total internal reflection. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, how can you be serious when you say that that could be a possible mechanism of action to explain this?
Because the experiment.
Yeah. Okay. Let me show you what.
So I've
internal
actually gone.
reflection
So I've
might do.
actually gone and what do you call it? So
Mhm.
there's a ray optic simulator, right? Are you aware of it? You ever seen it? It's like a
Yeah, which
GitHub
one?
ray optic simulator. I
Which
think it's
one?
on GitHub. It used to be on GitHub. The guy might have got his own website now. Hold on. Ray.
I mean, you
Yeah,
obviously
so
know
ray
total
optic
internal.
simulator.
Yeah.
So I'll post in the chat. So what I did was I went and got I went on in this toolbox, and it has the Sitter equation, which so it'll have you can calculate the refractive index based upon a particular meteorological condition. So I poached one value in, right, and got a refractive index, and I changed it by 1 degree, and then I got another refractive index, and I made 2 slabs of those varying refractive indexes. And it turns out that that if you have a 1 degree temperature difference between two adjacent like layers of air, it's just 1 degree temperature difference.
What's the separation in distance between the two?
Well, the point is no, none. They're
There's
touching.
no. So it's infinitesimally close.
Yeah. The only purpose is to figure out what the critical angle is.
Yep. So the critical angle is that makes it so it's 90 degrees, reflects back into the medium, doesn't go into another medium.
Yeah. Okay. And so there's a critical angle, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So 90 degrees would be parallel to the interface, right?
Yep.
Unless
So
you
it
want to call that
reflects back
0
in.
degrees.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
if there's a 1 degree temperature difference, the critical angle is 0.02 degrees, which is really fucking odd because that number just comes up over and over again for some reason. It's the angular resolution of the eye. It's the dip of the horizon at frickin' 6 miles. That at 6 miles is the size of an object that would be unresolvable to the human eye, or 6 feet would be the dip of the dip. So I said all that wrong. So the critical angle is 0.02 degrees. So if the light hits the boundary at an angle 0.02 degrees or smaller, it'll reflect fully back in. Now, that's just at 3 miles. This thing is 12 miles away, right? So the chances you're going to read the angle, right, that the air is going to be parallel to the boundary layer, right, your so-called spherically symmetric fucking gradient, that don't actually exist in reality, but you guys play pretend like that's how it is. Let's just pretend that exists. There's still going to be a critical angle. It's going to get reflected down. I have a whole other idea of how shit actually happens. I think it's a combination of optical effects. That's just not like, I would model it as a wave phase front. I wouldn't model it as a bunch of fucking rays. I think that endeavor is stupid and unphysical, and that's why there's no predictive models for refraction. Because it can't be predicted because the weather ain't like that. The air ain't like that. So
Yep. So
these idealized. But if you have something to say about it, about the total internal reflection, go for it.
Yeah. So, are you able to draw like a orthogonal view of what we would expect to see if total internal reflection was in play to cause this image?
I already posted a diagram.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Scroll up. I'll post it again. Hold on. Let me find it. Now, this is a marked up diagram. This is a marked up diagram from a paper. I posted what the paper is. It's called now it's paywalled. I used to have a copy of this, but it's on a fucking laptop, a Mac I have, but I don't have the power supply for that Mac, so I can't even fucking charge it. I gotta pull the hard drive at some point and fucking pull the shit off of it. But
this is some
the
crazy
mechanism formation of desert mirages, right? So this guy had he did this complicated. This is a Chinese guy. He did this shit because there's a Chinese idea of the air breeze. It's called air breath something, some Chinese fucking fable that turns out to be actually what's happening. Phoretic water evaporation. So they wanted to quantify this, and they did, but they did it under the guise of desert mirages. And in the course of their observation of their experiment, right, they noticed that this little mirror here was vanishing and reappearing.
Yep. So
they looked at the data. When the mirror would disappear, you'd have a steep fucking temperature gradient. And if you do the calculation, right, that it was total internal reflection that was causing it to disappear, because they know with the temperature at every level, right?
Yep. So
I think they were separated. The temperature things were separated by 10 centimeters.
Yep.
So they knew. Well, hold on. Let me finish. So they were separated by 10 centimeters. I think there were 16 of them. Now I'm just going off my memory, so don't quote me on these numbers.
Like
so the 16, they had a tower, 16 temperature freaking sensors, humidity sensors, separated by 10 centimeters. So they know the gradient to that level of detail. And when they looked at the graph of how the gradient changed, right, the temperature profile, they noticed that the mirror would disappear when that gradient was a certain. So you can actually map this out by using like layers, right, 10 centimeter layers, and mapping it out. Okay, refractive next year, refractive next year, model it, and say, hey, what's happening? This can't be refraction; it has to be total internal reflection. So that's how they came to that conclusion that total internal reflection was making this mirror disappear. Now you just take this, right? This is what's happening close to the surface of the the ground, water, whatever. So if you have the same phenomenon, this steep temperature humidity gradient, because it wasn't just temperature, it was also humidity, that the humidity and temperature would spike. So if you have this steep temperature and humidity spike, you will have this phenomenon of total internal reflection. Now they did this at 1.6 kilometers, which ain't even that far. That's close. We're talking about 12 kilometers. So all the angles, right? All the angles to everything, parts of the boat are all very shallow. They're infinitesimal. So the angle to any part, like to a boat, like say, if I have a 6-foot camera and it's the 12-mile boat, and I have a light that's fucking 6 feet below eye level, I'll never see that light on the bottom of the boat. I won't see any at the bottom of the boat. It'll all get reflected underneath the camera. It's just the way it has to happen, because the angle is 0.01 or something. It ain't even point.
Yeah. So I get
linear perspective would be 0.01 angle, not way less.
So can I just say what I think you're saying, just so we understand, get on the same page? So I can repeat. Yep. So in the image of the boat, and then the waves or the light bouncing off the boat and then hitting these N layers of temperature, so N1, N2, N3, N4. Those are all layers where the light does not totally internally reflect, so it does not enter the camera, and then or wait, no,
no,
it does.
no.
Those are the layers
underneath the camera. So see how that the little arrows are reflecting down?
Yep, I see now. Yep.
That would be reflecting down. That would not reach the camera. Where stuff above that line would reach the camera.
All right. And these are what fucking Gobi Desert temperature? You're saying it's Chinese?
They did it in the Gobi Desert. Yeah,
they did.
I think it was the Gobi Desert for this one.
Okay.
Can't remember. I read it a long time ago.
Yeah. So Gobi Desert and 60 to 20 degrees Celsius water. I mean,
yeah, it's the gradient that matters. The temperature gradient that matters. Absolute values don't mean anything.
It sounds like absolute motion, but
no, absolute values of temperature don't mean anything. Look, you're gonna get those same light bending at 100 degrees stable, no temperature change, as you do 0 degrees stable, no temperature change. It isn't gonna. Nothing's gonna happen. The light's gonna go straight.
So what we would require in that
the absolute? You didn't know that? You think it's the absolute value of the
No.
index?
I was just making I was just joking, since we were talking about it was an absolute velocity joke, flat Earth. The water would have to be very, 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 very hot in order for this to be the same thing. Because in the Gobi Desert, I mean, the temperature of the sand is going to be boiling. It's going to feel like it's hot as hell. So, I mean, this is just, again, McFraction in play, where we have to have these things that couldn't be observed in this image.
No, the water doesn't. Listen, it's the gradient. Okay, it's not that the water has to be hot. It's the gradient. Okay, it's the relative temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
I think this happened in 10 degrees.
So what sort of in that temperature tower? What was the change in? What was Celsius per meter?
Hold on, let me find it.
All
Maybe
right.
it's somewhere.
I need Matt to cheerlead.
Yeah, I
me.
found a graphic. A couple.
Matt, can you cheerlead me?
Go get him, King Glober. Go get him.
No, you're just throwing shit against the wall, hoping something sticks. Okay, so here we go. This is. I wish I could give you the whole paper. I used it's somewhere, man. I just don't remember where I put it. Dude, I got fucking
Terabytes.
Dude, I
of
probably
flat
have
Earth
like
material.
no, just peer-reviewed shit, dude. Just fucking gigabytes of shit. You don't get it, bro.
I do get it actually. I have a lot of shit saved on my computer too. Peer reviewed stuff.
I don't. Listen, I'm a digital pack rat. Okay, like I don't have shit in my house like pack ratted like other people, like closets full of stuff in their garage full of shit. I'm a digital pack rat. So like my computer's got hard drives laying around all over the place of shit I've saved.
Nice.
There's one. Hold on. There's another graph too. Hold on a second.
Time, temperature.
Here's another one. This one actually works out. Refractive index difference in the temperature gradients. The temperature variation is.
All right, so the 520, the 5, 10, 20, are those the temperature sensors? What they measure?
Yes, the first thing I post is the refractive index difference in the relative humidity. So, yes, so each line, each one of these squiggly, each one of these lines, right, different colors. So that's a line for each sensor, right? So the sensor that's at 5 centimeters height, sensor that's at 10 centimeters, sensor that's at 20 centimeters, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, this would be.
And they measure the humidity, they measure the temperature, and then they calculate the refractive index, and then apparently they measure the absolute humidity.
So if you have
I don't even know what the fuck that actually is, but whatever.
If you have a problem with Walter Bislin's, yeah, I heard you saying slide the refraction scale. This is
you can try to make it do anything.
Yeah, so this is like orders of magnitude higher, Celsius per meter. I don't know how they even got this data. This is Gobi Desert, only Gobi Desert or something absurd. This is like Celsius per meter. The max slider on Walter Bislin's calculator goes to 0.1 Celsius meter.
Yeah, listen, they're measuring the temperature gradient at a fixed vertical point.
Yeah.
Whereas Bislin's calculator is over a whole layer, right? So if you have one, say you put something at a distance 100 freaking kilometers away in his little freaking graphics, it's not even a simulator. It's a graphics program. All it is. It's a fucking graphics program.
They sound very
angry. That's what it is. It's a graphics program.
Yeah.
No doubt. That's all it is. It doesn't simulate anything.
I mean, yeah.
Look, do you think that if you submitted that to a journal and said this is a light simulator, that they would accept that shit?
Of course not.
Of course not, because it's not a simulator.
I agree.
It's something made to fool people, and it works pretty good. I have to admit, it fools a lot of people. You even got flat earthers using that garbage, which just blows me away. Anyway, the point is that his little changes, right? So in his calculator, he has 5 different possible values that you can add to it. And then you can add the elevation, and that's supposed to go out forever and ever. It could be like he has a flat earth. I don't even know. I wonder if that's different. Now I'm curious. because he has a flat Earth one and he has a globe Earth one, and I wonder if like he uses the curved fucking gradient because his math has a refraction radius value, a coefficient. So I wonder if he does that on a flat Earth or he uses the same shit. Now I'm really fucking curious. But yeah. So like his thing for like say his simulator is not going to have the values. So if you have a 10-mile observation, you can use 0.01 because that's an infinitesimally thin fucking line, right? Right. So if you put 5 meters, it's 20 degrees Celsius. That's an infinitesimally thin line going out forever. He doesn't calculate like a gradient. He's actually using layers.
Yeah.
But the point is, it's easy to have temperature gradients like this at certain times of the day. Okay, so I actually have another one. I have like I said, I just go by what the empirical evidence says. Okay, so when I actually test the vertical gradient, you get crazy spikes like this. This is what you get when you actually measure. The fucking sun's out and beaming down, you get crazy fucking spikes.
You would just never see an obstruction. Like total internal reflection cannot create anything like this. If you can find a demonstration,
Is a crazy reputation, man. Yeah, just
because
can't do
there's
it.
no
Yeah.
demonstration of this anywhere.
Well, how do you think the little RC boats disappear?
I just have to believe you, dude.
What do you mean, believe me?
That this is McFraction. You haven't. All right.
No one said it was. So you have to keep going with your fucking gimmick word, right? Even though I never made any claim about refraction. I'm saying it's total internal reflection, but you're still, like I said, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. All you have is the word refraction to just say over and over again. Like
All right.
a fucking parrot.
So can you provide a demonstration of something being obscured over?
Yeah, I just did that paper. That fucking mirror disappears.
All right. Am I able to see it, or are you able to? You said you can't,
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
crazy.
not admissible.
Oh, hold on. There might be an image of it not there. I mean, is that what you want? You want an image of it not there? Okay, cool. I think I got that.
In the Gobi Desert.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can use Nat Geo too. But the bottom line is like what? It is refraction when it's not helpful to the claim of a geometric horizon. It's not refraction when it explains why something is clearly not obstructed, like an RC boat or the mirror, but it seems that way. Interesting.
For that moment, the water turned into the Gobi Desert.
What does it matter, dude?
Because the temperature differences in height are not going to be anywhere near the same.
Do you think the humidity gradient over water is going to be greater in the Gobi Desert or fucking on the ocean?
I think it's going to be higher over the ocean.
Yeah, okay. And as you can see, that's one of the variables that correlates with this total internal reflection, right?
Yeah.
Because the humidity, it not only does the temperature gradient increase, the humidity gradient gets crazy.
So why do we? Okay, so not only that, but we would have to have this perfect cutoff point between the layers. So like where?
No, you don't need a perfect cutoff point. Why would you need a perfect cutoff point?
Right. So does this happen
What would
whenever
actually happen is that
boats go over the horizon
actually-
all the time? So does this happen
No,
every
they
time?
don't, dude. I literally live on the ocean, man. They don't go over the fucking horizon all the time. I've literally never seen it, not once. Not even once.
You have a camera?
Yeah, I have a camera.
What camera?
Well, phone camera.
What camera?
I think I got a freaking shitty Coolpix, one
Yeah,
of the little teeny
that's the
fucking
thing.
cameras.
Like people say that they seen. This is their claim. They say I've literally seen them.
No, I have not.
But that
man's
isn't
never
isn't
seen
that
it.
what most
I
people?
have not seen
Isn't
it.
that what
Yeah.
most people say though? They say I've literally seen it.
No.
Go
I
over it.
never said I've
Like,
seen it.
but here's the no. Yeah, okay, great. Is your name most people?
Well, you're trying to group me in, so yeah.
Is your name most people?
Yeah, you're trying to group me in with people, so yeah.
No, that's
I am.
stupid.
If I change nickname terms, it would be.
That's stupid. Like instead of saying no, my name is not most people. Therefore, okay, fair point. You're not talking to just me. Like these people just have to tie you up into this very gay conversation with just them. It's not just about you, bro.
Hey, you're the thing. You're the one
So
who brought up gay stuff. I mean, that's fine with me, but
so anyway, most people say that. I mean, for God's sakes, you can Google it. That's what's said. But nobody's ever seen it. Nobody's ever seen it. No, you didn't literally sit anywhere and watch that happen. No one. It's not even on video.
yeah, I've never seen Gobi Desert internal reflection before. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, so
but
here's
it's
another
not even
funny
on
one.
video.
Here's another funny one, Elijah. You know how many people have come into these chats and these discords and say, I've seen ships over the horizon. Then you go, okay, where were you? Oh, I don't remember. Well, what ocean was it? I don't know. What body of water was it? I don't like. They've seen it, but they have no idea where they saw it.
I actually
You know how
never
many times
claimed
people
that
have
I've seen
lied about this? Listen,
I have
Trick,
never
you know how
said
many
it,
times?
dude.
I'm not talking about you, dude. You have to internalize everything, dude. You're worse
I
than
have
a
to
woman.
internalize it just like the internal reflection. Yeah.
No, you're just fucking a chick, man. You just fucking think everything. Like whenever I say something about me, you think I'm talking about you. No, dude, it's not about you. Okay, so real simple. I've been lied to. When someone says I saw ships over the horizon, then I ask for details, and they don't know anything, and they just lied to me, right? Hundreds of times, hundreds.
Sorry, you were lied
Well,
to.
I mean, it's not a big deal that they lied to me. The thing is, listen, right now, the only person I know that I really think saw that and believes they saw it, maybe, is Scott. Other than that, there's nobody in this chat that's seen that. There's no person that's coming to this chat that has seen ships go over the horizon. All they've seen are a handful of videos on the internet with something cut off, right? So I actually want Sheepdog to talk. Sheepdog, you still in here? Fuck, you left.
Kinda.
Oh, no,
I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm here.
dude,
What's up?
show him your fucking windmill thing. Show him the windmills.
Oh, I did. I showed it to him. I don't know if you saw it. Did you see it?
I saw it. I want you to explain it to him. I want him to explain it to us, you, or fucking anybody else.
Let's see this.
Why the
Here,
windmill
I'll
hub
put
is
it in
fucking
there again.
huge.
I'll put it in there. I'll put it in there again just so he can describe it. You don't have to go back.
I
Yeah,
see it right
I
now.
wanna know-
Yeah. Lensing magnification.
Yeah, why are those hubs so like gigantic?
Oh,
They're farther away.
There's a new model, bro. There's really tiny
Just a new
windmills.
model.
Yeah.
They're like, we fucking that vendor sucked. Let's get these big ass ones where we can twice the wattage, infinite power.
Air magnification.
Air magnification?
Yeah, air is a magnifying effect.
What?
What he hold on. What he means to say is different pressures, right, are exuded by different temperatures within air pockets. So when light travels through these different air temperatures, it changes the effect of the light passing through different temperature air pockets. And causes refraction, a shimmering effect like a mirage and so on and so forth, which is why heat waves will be noticed.
Yeah, thank you.
Which is why heat
Counselor.
waves. Which
Thank
is
you,
why
Counselor.
heat waves
Now,
will be
maybe
noticed.
the prosecutor wants to
I
present
know
his
what he's
case.
talking about.
Wait, hold on. He said, and that's why heat waves are noticed. Is that what you said?
Because you get that blurring, waving effect of as the light passes through
Oh my God!
the air
So
above
you're using
the
my
hot
image
area.
to debunk the black swan? That's what you're doing?
This guy's a
I'm
Chad.
not sure how to explain it any other way.
You talked about
Explain
the
to
wavy
me.
air and stuff. That's because the air is moving. So moving air actually deflects light, contrary to popular opinion. It'll deflect light in the direction of motion.
The way light passes through cold air and the way light passes through hot air is different, and that's why you'll get the variations between the hot and cold as the
Have
light
you ever seen
passes
the
through it.
Have you ever seen the shrinking mill video in Canada?
I've never been to Canada to see it.
Have you ever seen the shrinking mill video
Oh,
that
fuck,
people
the shrinking
record
mill
going
shit's
through Canada?
nuts, bro.
I know it
That
is.
shit's crazy, man. Like,
Do you have a
seen
link?
it, Vanderman?
Yeah, I
Do
can
you
put
have
a
a
link
link?
in
I
there
would
for you,
love to
man.
see it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, you're gonna be fucking blown
So
away. You're like, how's
as
that fucking possible?
I know it's like literally magnifying, and it like literally looks like it's there the whole time until you get up on it, and then it actually shows its normal size.
Wait, is this McFraction happening in Canada?
It's beyond McFraction.
Yeah, it's beyond
Wow.
McFraction.
Dude, it's Big Mac McFraction.
Yeah,
Fucking the
it's
secret
the Big
fucking
Mac
sauce.
McFraction.
It's the whole meal,
Quarter
dude. It's the whole
pounder.
meal.
It's the
Because
quarter
the
pounder refraction.
atmospheric gas when you're watching the moon rise will make the moon appear bigger on the horizon than it does as it's above.
Of course,
it has a magnifying
said that's
effect
an
as
I have
you
no
view it
problem with
through
that.
Same
the.
size.
It's an
You know
optical
what
illusion, but
I
Yeah,
have
they,
no problem
no,
with
I know
that.
what they say. They say bend over and look between your legs, and then the moon will return back to its regular size. This. I'm not. I shit you not. This is what they say. Is moon the
Yeah.
moon? Look between your legs, right? Bend over, look between your legs, and look at the moon, the moon, and then it'll look at its true size. And that if you're just
Yeah.
looking at it on the horizon, that it's an optical illusion.
Because then you have your reference moon on the Earth.
What, your asshole?
So we're still waiting for that demonstration of refraction to make curved surfaces look flat.
That's what I'm saying. I can do it on a flat surface and make it look like something's disappearing bottom up, but you can't
Hey,
do it
we're
on
on
a
the
curved
same
surface and make it look
page.
flat.
Circumcision is just what are you doing? Come on now, what are you doing?
Anyway, if you do a quick search on YouTube, I just went with one that I knew was a good video to watch, the Shrinking
I've
Meal
seen
Pork
that.
Colburn.
I've seen
But
the
there's
video that
several
you made.
videos out there. It happens more than once, and it doesn't have to be on a cold day. It happens on many days. So
Yeah, the one I
yeah,
saw.
what's going on with that? Is that the
I've seen
air?
one in
Is it?
summer. I've seen one in winter. I've seen it in spring. Like there's a bunch of these.
Yeah, is that air magnification or is that lensing?
I don't know. Ask Jekyll. He thinks it's a curved water hill getting in the way, right?
Well, unless McFraction's happening, which, by the way, is just magic. Then yeah, it's a curved water hill.
So McFraction is magic?
That is basically, as I understand it, yeah. It happens. It can happen. Like McFraction's so powerful that if you have a landscape view, you see one thing go below the horizon line and one thing isn't. McFraction only happens to
I
one
still
of
don't
those
know what
things.
mixfraction
Have
is.
you watched the video at all,
It's
dude?
Jekyll's
they're
coping mechanism.
What?
they're
What?
trying
Can
to
you
make.
define?
They're trying
Can you
to
define
roast.
mixfraction?
Hold on. I'll tell you what it is. So they're trying to roast Mick from last night because he was telling them that one of these ship cutoff videos was caused by angle resolution and humidity. So they're trying to shame him and frickin' clown on him with this McFraction thing. So yeah.
Wait a minute, but Nat Geo made the same exact
It
claim
goes
Mick just
uphill.
did. I'm sorry. Let me rewind and restart. So the same thing that you guys are clowning Mick for is the same thing that Nat Geo said, or not Nat Geo, but people said in that video and that observation.
What observation?
In the observation about the flag.
I don't know what you're talking
So
about. Maybe
you
I
don't.
missed the context.
So it's the same. It's the same thing. You have what's supposed to be obstructed by the Earth, aka the horizon, because the horizon can only be so far, right? Right?
Okay.
Okay. So you have a horizon behind the boat, and then there's stripes from the flag missing,
Okay, but that's not what's going on
as
in
if they're
McFraction.
obstruction, as
That's
if they're
different.
obstructed.
I think
Then you have RC boats. Then you have RC boats, like Indio was telling you. No way in hell that they would be obstructed by Earth curve, because you could just do the math on that.
Okay,
But
Elijah.
it's still missing bottom up.
Elijah, just look at this image. Where's the horizon in this image?
You tell me. I'm not looking at anything.
Oh,
I just asked what
do you mean?
mcfraction is, and so Indio was telling me
McFraction is
that you
what's
guys
going
were
on in that
clowning.
image.
It's Jekyll's coping mechanism where he persistently, for the past more than 24 hours, is insisting that Mick is arguing that refraction is only affecting the left boat and not the right boat. He never said that.
So he thinks it's happening to both boats. Is that true, Mick? Because he brought up McFraction, that's for sure.
What?
Do you think McFraction's happening to both boats or just one boat?
Well, apparently it's only really. Well, I can't doubt that lights being.
Here's the thing, though. He's asking you that question, but he can't make any predictions as to why it looks like that either.
That's a good way to avoid the question, Elijah. Very good.
I mean, you would say that. You would say that, but no one. I mean,
very impressive.
Hang on, how about
you don't
this,
have a
right?
prediction for. Okay, this is exactly why this is happening. Do you?
So Jekyll, how about this, Jekyll? Let's say the phenomena would happen on both, right? One is further away, right? So would it be fair to assume that the effect is a little bit more profound on the one that's further away?
Yeah, 2 miles or 3 miles between them, yeah. 3 or 4.
Okay. So what's the problem?
So, okay. To describe that kind of McFraction where you have one boat that's experiencing serious, severe McFraction and the other one that isn't.
Asshole is really still using
when the
that
conditions required, as I understand, for your type of McFraction would have to apply surely to both boats in the same way that in the Black Swan they apply to both boats. I mean, it just seems a bit absurd to me, you know?
How about this, right? So assuming the boats are the same boat, same dimensions and everything, right?
How come y'all guys let people say like whatever they want?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh no!
To both things
Lopers
in
are allowed to talk. Oh
Black
dear.
Swan.
Hang on.
I'm just saying that's a really big thing to have an oversight about. You
Yeah, I'm not with
claiming that refraction is affecting two things in the Black Swan. What the fuck?
I'm not claiming. I'm just proposing an idea, right?
Does the boat on the right look McFracted to you? Like, does it look distorted? Do you see anything that looks out of the ordinary on boat on the right? No,
it does not.
So what's going on? Like, is it like just the McFraction has a small radius, selective radius, maybe?
Why would that be the case? The thing's further out, right?
By a couple of miles. It's
right.
not crazy like distance there between them.
Doesn't matter, right? What you define as crazy is, I guess, a subjective species.
Subjective and ambiguous.
All right. So to create the effect on the left, right? I assume there'd have to be some significant conditions, right? Not just the average day conditions, right?
So now he's going back to this presumption where there are particular distinct conditions to make a particular effect. After Indio explained to you at least 3 times that there's just
it's magic.
descriptions,
Yeah, it's
there are
magic.
no explanations.
Good, brilliant, magic, perfect.
Okay,
Yeah, not magic. When I say that, that doesn't reduce my position to absurdity. You are tacitly presuming that there are specific conditions that can be repeated in an experiment to cause that phenomenon. You don't know that.
Yeah, it's magic. You're just saying, I'll say it's McFracted.
Magic. That's
I
not
don't know
justification
why.
for my premise. You're continuing to obfuscate with your sophistry.
Doesn't look like I feel it should
that's
look
a
like.
real,
You know?
That's a real cute way to try to take the burden off of yourself.
My burden.
Who would try to cloud? Who would try to cloud? Who would try to cloud your own claim in saying that? Well, it's this refraction. Oh yeah, how do you know? Based on what information? That tough.
Are you confused?
Right?
Are you confused, Elijah?
So when we say that you can't really make a prediction, you're saying so that's magic then. Well, go ahead and you give us some information.
Yeah,
to make it not magic.
You're very confused, right? Because you're the one saying.
Here's the clarification.
You're so confused because you're the one saying McFraction's happening here, right? So surely there should be some
the clarification. No, not your straw man fallacy.
Oh no, magic refraction. Sorry, not McFraction anymore.
Not your straw man fallacy.
Maybe McFraction is magic. Who knows?
Right? I'm going to clarify it now. Stop. Not your straw man fallacy. You have the burden of proving there is a specific set of conditions that will make a particular refracted image.
Oh, okay, right. So if I told you, for instance, temperature inversions create typically will lead to refracted images. Would you disagree with that?
You didn't specify which description. You're acting as though you know the conditions that will make a particular described phenomenon, like looming, like stooping, and all the rest, right? You don't know the conditions that will make the particular type of refracted image. No one does, like Indio just explained to you several times.
So the issue here is that when I say that there are conditions, I'm actually being broad, right? Temperature inversions, high humidity, right? I'm not saying there has to be like all of these things in accordance with each other, right? One or two will be fine, right? Now, when you look at that, and given what you're observing, knowing that only one boat seems to be heavily affected, they're right next to each other, basically, right? It seems that McFraction has to be magic and selective, and there has to be a small radius for this McFraction, right?
Again, attacking a straw man. So you're still tacitly presuming that you know the conditions for our position, and we don't have a position where we're saying that these particular conditions must be the case in order to make this particular delineated refracted image. And then you just conceded that you're being broad, which means you don't know the specific conditions to make a particular type of refracted image.
I can give you
tacitly presuming
well,
that our position requires particular conditions in order to see this particular refracted image.
Yeah, Gregory, an implication is just something you've made up. You made up what my position is. If I can give you general conditions to create a refracted effects, and you're telling me no, right? No conditions will be explained. It's magic. It's happening to one of those boats, not the other. It's magic. You know, I'm not going to tell you. I won't even tell you if it has to be high humidity. It just is happening. That's magic.
That's not my premise. So you're attacking a straw man again.
I love magic. I like magic, but I don't like this kind of magic.
That's not he just said that you would reject something. What is it? What is
High
it that
humidity?
you have information that? Because you said if you say okay, what information did you have?
What are you talking about? The general conditions of the day. Yeah.
Although what do you mean by general conditions? Like, can you go into more detail about that?
The humidity. The
okay. What is
tide.
it? What is he? Okay. To what end though?
To act as though those conditions are not sufficient.
So wait a minute. If I say heat, cookies, flour, and sugar, I mean heat, flour, sugar makes cookies. Like, do you think that is valid?
Elijah, I always think you can't string an argument together because you asked me to tell you what conditions were of the day, right? And I told you, and now you're confused. To what end? That's exactly what you should ask Mick. That's exactly what you should ask Mick.
Well, the actual information, though, like
He's asking you
the actual information,
of the humidity.
because I don't know what Mick's. I don't make a claim as to why it looks like that. It just looks like that.
Okay, so for instance, higher humidity is more likely to produce refractive effects.
For you, you have this idea that perhaps things happen because of refraction due to these general. All right, I'm asking you. Okay, so make a prediction then, and how shit would look based off of actual figure.
This is very desperate to kind of try and reverse the burden.
My God,
onto me.
I'm getting so frustrated right now.
Reverse the burden onto me, and I keep saying to you, it's your job to explain what's going on.
To the particular conditions of that particular day, as though it's not sufficient to make the refracted image.
Unlikely.
That's why he's saying that.
Unlikely. It's unlikely given the conditions of the
Right,
day.
he doesn't know that. That's the problem. That's what Indio has been explaining to you. You don't know that those conditions of that particular observation in that video, in that image, are not sufficient to make that refracted
I didn't say
image.
that. I didn't say that.
Know that.
Gregory, you're straw manning me. I didn't say not sufficient. I'm saying it's not likely, right? Based on...
You don't know that either.
I'm going to tell you... Okay, look, I'll tell you how we know this in a second, right? Let me just sort out the first problem, because you are a bit retarded, Gregory, right? So the conditions of the... So when I say general conditions, for instance, I'm saying that if you're expecting the effect of bottom-up
Didn't I get
obstruction...
muted for calling him retarded earlier? Like,
No, you got him muted for over talking.
What's
which
up
you're doing
with
right now.
all the bias and shit that be happening?
Bro, just stop complaining. Anyway, so if you want to have bottom-up obstruction caused by some sort of refraction, the typical conditions you expect are calm, calm conditions, right? Calm conditions, high humidity, or temperature inversions, right? Those sorts of things will give you that. Now, it doesn't mean that you can't possibly have it without the low humidity, high temperature inversion, no temperature inversion, high humidity. There's loads of different conditions that can create it.
Yo, can I say something real quick?
But none of those conditions seem to point to the direction that micfraction is what's going to be happening here. It's unlikely. It's something you're going to have to cling to low probability to believe what you want to believe.
A bunch of assertions, no substantiation with demonstration.
Right. 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yo, wait, hold on. When I was
Quantify the likely
when I was
versus
5 years old,
unlikely.
no, I explained this. When I was 5 years old, my dad was on an expedition in Antarctica.
Yeah, no one cares. You're not changing the subject. Good try. Throw your body in some other gears. Okay, so next. So you keep saying it's unlikely. What makes you think it's unlikely? Can you quantify it? You're just saying that this is unlikely versus not unlikely. Why do you
That's
think
also
that?
a red herring. There's two
Oh,
things.
my Lord.
Not only do you not know that it's not likely, but that doesn't equal it isn't happening. Things that are unlikely are still possible and happen.
It's the black swan.
So just before we get on to the demonstration of certain conditions leading to
Hang on. Let's clear
another
the air,
one.
right?
Oh my Lord!
No. Hang on. Huh?
Well,
Just
he's
wanna make a
he's
point.
the target, so he gets to talk. He's the target.
Yeah.
Oh my Lord!
Just wanted to make the point. This is all that the claim that I made was, right? That this phenomena, right, is occurring because of this it might be possible or that it's plausible that this would be an explanation, right? I didn't make a claim that it is the only reason, right? I just threw it out there as a possibility, right? Because that's what was asked, right? And then for some reason, the dog pile ensues, right? It's been going on for about 24 hours. So I don't know, but it almost sounds like a bit of a desperate move there, right? For something so...
dude, are you being retarded? The desperate move
No,
is
you're
to say...
retarded because evidently you think unlikely means impossible.
All right. Gregory,
Yeah,
if I could just respond to one person at least today, that'd be nice.
Jeffo, you've been talking way too much.
You just... This is three flat earther... No, four flat earther.
Yeah, my question is, how come, like, you think that much should be missing in only 3 more miles? I don't get it.
He doesn't know.
I don't know.
That's interesting. It's actually, I mean, the actual difference is 1.5 meters on the other one, and the other one's 7 meters underwater, right? Now, that seems to be, based on the radius of the Earth, what we've inputted the numbers as, seems to be in accordance with where you'd expect it, right? So,
Hold on,
I mean, according to our globe calculator, it seems to be exactly as you'd expect it to be.
A non-perspective of calculator where something will be 6 feet no matter how far out you put it. That's kind of ridiculous.
What are you talking about? You're trying to say it's a
about
different
exactly what you're
perspective?
talking about. Well, no, perspective is not in the calculus. Like it's not.
Yeah, it's not a problem of perspective. We've done this earlier.
It's not a variable at all.
Yeah, perspective is not going to be a variable in this observation.
Why are you talking about real feet?
Well, because perspective is not going to be a problem in this observation. It's completely irrelevant.
So if something was, a million miles in the distance, the only thing that would block it is refraction and nothing more.
Is that what I said? Are you, Elijah? You're so incompetent.
Rewind,
Real.
not refraction. Rewind. No. Any value that you get from the calculator, regardless.
We
of
know
how
enough
far
data,
something is,
know enough
how
information
far
about these
regardless of
observations.
how far something is, it's still going to be missing by X amount due to the curvature of the Earth.
Right.
No matter how
Okay.
far away it is.
Yeah, but it's due to the curvature of the Earth, not due to a problem of resolution or perspective.
Yeah.
That's what. There is no problem with resolution in this image, right? It's perfectly resolvable. The only thing I'm not going to imagine it could be is mcfraction or curvature of the Earth. Now we're going into why mcfraction is unlikely, right?
Yeah, you keep saying that. Just keep
Well,
saying
no.
it over and over again. It's
Well,
unlikely because it's unlikely because it's unlikely.
Well, no, that's not actually how it's going down. You're kind of like, to be honest with you, what we'll do, India, what we'll do.
Likeliness. I want the actual numbers, dude.
That's just being a bit retarded because you don't need to like have an exact number of a percentage of likeliness.
Hey,
All you need is to know what the conditions are presentable in the day.
Of course, it's retarded to press you to be consistent.
To know if something's likely, you don't need to be able to quantify the probability necessarily. You could do things like, for instance, if I say, oh no, because look, in everyday parlance, right? If I say something like Indio is wrong most of the time, I might be able to quantify exactly how many times you were wrong, Indio. But I think most people in the room would say, okay, Indio is mostly wrong, therefore he's probably going to be wrong in the future or something along those lines.
You've never even
right?
quantified the supposed instances with these particular conditions.
It's just a bit anal to ask for an actual percentage.
These times you've never done any of the quantification like Indio's pressing you to do.
Gregory,
is not as though
this is
ever done.
A desperate cope.
It isn't
Gregory.
as though you have ever done.
It's a desperate cope to avoid
various
McFraction.
experiments with these particular conditions.
No, you're just being called out on your little propaganda words, saying things like likely as if somehow you saying the word likely gives your claim validity. It don't. Because you can't even quantify the likeliness. So hold on. I'm gonna post the image in the chat. Now,
To be fair, if you think it's magic McFraction, then I think you would have that position. Yeah, you would have been no conditions you could possibly have that could lead you towards an idea of what kind of McFraction you're going to have.
Your magic probability, right? In your magic probability quantification.
It's magic McFraction, right? Because it has to be. Otherwise, it could be the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, and like
exactly.
It can't be because you just claimed it's unlikely. And your claim is unlikely supports what you're saying has to be magic refraction, right? So you're in a circular loop of bullshit.
Well, I could tell you, I could come back to this with you, Indio, and get a bunch of sources, and we can go through them and talk about how. Oh no, Indio, we're going to do this. We're going to do this later on, right? I'm going to come back to it.
We're going to do it now. I'm going to test you right now. I'm going to test
we're going to do it later because I need to get sources for this, right? It's a whole new sort of subject area. If you want to go through with me later on to do with all the different sources that will go through what kind of conditions you'd expect at different McFractions, right? Then we can do that. But if you're then going to say, if I do that, you got to commit to the idea that McFraction depends upon certain conditions, and not just the idea that it's magic.
Okay, that's your idea. That's your.
It's your idea. You're doing magic McFraction.
No, you're the one who's making claims that if these certain meteorological conditions exist, we should make this observation. Any observation contrary to that observation is unlikely. That's a bunch of horse shit, and you know it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to post an image. I know all the geometry for the image. I'm going to tell you where the camera was. I'm going to tell you how high it is. And I'm going to give you, actually, I'm going to do you even a solid, dude. I'm going to give you an image of the exact same thing taken 5 minutes apart, one in infrared, one in visible light, the exact camera, and you're going to tell me what the weather conditions were to allow us to take those images.
What, you mean the probable conditions were?
Well, whatever you think they were, you tell us what the weather was today that allowed that.
Yeah, just tell me. You don't even have to do that. Just tell me what type of refraction. We could talk about what kind of conditions there needs to be.
What do you mean, what type of refraction? We already covered this. What do you mean?
So, for instance, if you're going to say, well, you're observing stooping, right? What kind of conditions would you expect to have if you're seeing stooping? What kind of conditions would you have if you're having looming, right?
Yeah, so apparently I've dubbed a whole new term of a whole new type.
Stooping, looming, fucking, who claimed any of that shit?
That's the point. The point is to say that refraction doesn't just happen magically, right? Conditions are required first, right?
Straw man.
Oh, so now so you can't talk about the conditions, but if I say you can't talk about the conditions, it's a straw man. It's either fucking magic, Gregory, or you can attribute it to conditions of the day. Which one is it?
Getting mad, bitch.
Hey, you're retarded. You're saying you're acting like it's magic, then it's not magic, then it's magic. McFraction does whatever you want it to do, right? Depends on how you feel.
Straw manning again.
That's
you
ironic.
That there are particular conditions for each
description. McFraction does whatever you want it to do.
I already explained that to you. You're a hard-headed sophist.
I don't think you understand I don't think you could understand the first thing about refraction.
I already told you, stooping, looming, and all those things are descriptive.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Okay.
No, you pause, dude.
Let one. I haven't talking yet. One big pond. Please explain
You're not changing the fucking subject, bro. Okay, stop it. You guys can keep trying to throw yourselves. What are you calling all these people in? Help me! Help me!
It's just magic. It's just magic.
No, it's not magic. We know the weather. We know weather affects any particular image.
Oh, so now it does. I thought it didn't.
It always has. Who's
Well,
claimed
look,
that?
If you're saying,
are there particular conditions you might
there are
expect?
particular conditions for the effect, you don't know the correlation between the particular conditions and the various descriptions. That's the point.
Okay, so would you say it's crazy to say higher humidity creates a higher likelihood of refraction?
See, the ambiguity,
Crazy.
just refraction.
Crazy.
He's trying to argue that there are
Crazy.
particular conditions,
Magic. It's
different
magic.
sets of particular conditions for each type of description.
It's magic, of course. I mean, it's fine.
Right, not magic. See, he keeps hopping back and forth between the two. He's caught.
Caught?
So check this out. So if I check this out, if the relative humidity goes up 10%, how does it change the refractive index?
It's not. It's well. It's actually to do with what you're observing. You're probably going to experience more situations with. I mean, to do with bottom-up refraction. More situations that with a higher humidity.
Well, have you actually quantified it? Have you looked in the Sitter equation and seen that this is the case? Or are you just making it up?
I don't have a paper on the hand, so I'm not going to be playing.
Well, I mean, it's right on this website. Anybody can use it. It's free.
Right? Well, no, because I don't know if you can change the humidity. I mean, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, you can change the relative humidity. You can change CO2, relative humidity, temperature, air pressure.
And what does that have no impact on likelihood of refraction?
Well, I think it depends on the pressure and humidity, right?
Yeah, it depends on other things as well.
So it changes the refractive index. So it's like a multivariate. It's a multivariable output. It's a multivariable input. But that output doesn't exactly correlate with humidity. Humidity and the other variables together, right? So they
can have outliers, yeah.
Like distance.
Not just outliers. So here's the funny thing is, I just posted an image in the chat. So this was taken from the top of Mount Canigou, right? So we have one invisible light. You can see that Mount Ventoux on the right is compressed, and then in infrared it's not compressed. And what would you think the humidity was this day?
I don't know.
Well, the horizon from this altitude should be in the water. It's only supposed to be 127 miles away.
Well, I think
which isn't quite even at that shoreline. So
you say, right? But I don't know much. I've heard that image being contested all the time. No, I've heard
this is just the geometry.
How do you know the distance between those objects?
What are you talking about?
How do you know the location and distances of those objects?
What?
Well, the horizon, the mountains that are all labeled. How do you know the distances? How do you know where they are and the distances?
Well, I mean, I can pull that up. It's not.
Yeah, do it. Yeah. No, because it was exactly what you asked me when we talked about McFraction earlier on. So I just wondered, how anal we can get about this.
No, because the funny thing is, right?
No, do it. Do it now.
No, the funny thing is, you're going to have to claim refraction made this up.
Just do it. I mean, do it like how you did it to me earlier on. Go on.
But the humidity this day was 21%.
What? Where he was standing?
This area of the world.
Yeah. Okay. So cite it. Yeah.
Okay, I'll post it. It's in front.
But also cite the locations of all those places and what the humidity was over there.
So Jekyll doesn't know the correlation that he's trying to tacitly presume between the various sets of conditions and the descriptions.
Well, actually, it's not. It's
your own argument.
That's not the case because just before you moved on, Indio, I accepted that they're multivariable. You could have low humidity, high temperature inversion, and that would still create refractive effects.
That's fantastic. But what you said was based upon the weather conditions that you saw, that it was unlikely. But you don't know the actual weather conditions anywhere. You know the general weather conditions for that area. But you just asked me, what's the humidity at the mountain, right?
Okay.
What's the humidity at the boat?
So, I mean, this is actually this is actually a good question then, Indio. If you didn't know, well, the humidity at the boat's about 51%, right? But if you didn't know all the information, Indio, all you knew was the humidity is really high that day, right? Would you say just based on that information? No, shut up. I'm not talking about your image. If all you knew was that the humidity was 90%. And someone said, look, right, so it's 90% all around this area. Would you say that given just that piece of information, not knowing anything else, that there'll be more chance of refractive effects or less of a chance.
Look, I don't know. I've never seen any data that correlates humidity to refractive index.
Okay, well, we'll go into that later on because I don't have the papers on me. But
two things. Jekyll doesn't know the correlation between various different sets of weather conditions and the various descriptions, and he's never done or even cited any experiments that supposedly quantify how often or unlikely these particular types of descriptions would happen with any given set of conditions. He doesn't know.
It wouldn't have to be an experiment, but like if you just look at this, Gregory, if he wants to talk to an audience, Gregory doesn't know what's going on in this image. He thinks it could be anything. He thought it was angular resolution. We debunked him on that. He thought it could be mcfraction. We debunked him on that. And then he was trying to co-sign with Indio by saying it could be anything, right?
Asshole is constantly attacking Strawman.
Magic. It could be magic.
Sophist.
McFraction's magic. That's all it
Danny
is.
asserts that it's been debunked when we've actually been talking about it for the last, going on 16, 18 hours now, to no end, yet assert...
Because you don't believe it is. You still think, it's certainly possible.
Again.
You know, in north of Finland, we can appreciate some people who believe in this theory because it's a very old theory we had back in Finland.
Yet asserts a win, despite the fact that this has been going for 18 hours. So I don't know where this guy...
He barely even asserted a win. Well, he kind of did. It was a tu quoque fallacy at the end.
Tu quoque? Look, I know you just learned what tu quoque.
You don't know.
You learned what a tu quoque
either. Yeah,
that's so funny.
Fallacy.
You learned what a tu quoque was from me, and now you can't shut up about it. So
He's
funny.
An idiot. I never learned
So
it from
funny.
him.
Yes, you did. Yes, you
before I
did.
even heard of you.
No, you didn't. Anyway,
shut up. So he doesn't know, and then he tries to say I don't know, even though my answer to him before Indio came into the voice channel, I said what Indio said before Indio said it to him. So I just got corroboration from Indio concerning that it is angular resolution. You can't negate angular resolution when you're trying to do visual observations. In addition, with refraction, whatever the conditions are that day, not knowing the goddamn correlation between any given set of conditions that day and any given type of description. So you're caught, you're done, you're dead in the water.
So you do think it's a problem of perspective?
Even worse than that, Gregory. So Apocryphon, I decided I was going to go fact check you. So at 50% humidity, same 20 degrees Celsius, 633 nanometer wavelength, the refractive index of air is 0.00271373. But if you change the relative humidity to 80%, which is much higher, 30% higher, it's 0.000271118. So it actually goes down.
Yeah, it depends on
with more humidity.
It doesn't just depend on just the humidity being there. It could also be the gradient of humidity.
It became less dense. The air became less dense optically.
What, when you increase humidity?
Yeah, with increased humidity. So you got it backwards.
Well, look,
at that temperature.
I'll cite that for you later. I'll cite that for you later in a second. But with I just want to respond to something that Gregory said.
I don't care about citations. I like data, dude. I don't care about.
Well, I'll get you the data.
They're monologuing some bullshit.
Yeah, you know I'll get the data because I bothered to get all the extra information about what happened that day. So you can bet on that, right? As far as Gregory's concerned, when he says it's about perspective, Trig, I don't know if you're still here, but do you have your calculator to figure out why it's not a problem of perspective again? Just so Gregory can hear it.
Yeah. Not only do you have a lawyer, you have like a freaking.
He's got his calculator on board. I don't have it.
Never said it was only angular resolution, so stop appealing to. He's just attacking another.
It's just not that really at all. That's the problem.
Yeah. Of course, the lawyer
goes away. Angular resolution doesn't go away.
It doesn't go away, but that's not. It's not going to be. Tell him, Indio, please. No, it doesn't ever go away, but it's not going to be causing any significant effect in this image.
Of course, the lawyer's.
Is that likely or unlikely?
Was 125 times optical zoom at 12 miles? Yeah, I think we could all agree it's not going to be a problem.
Appeal to yes. Are you going to summon your quant now, Jekyll?
Let Trig go.
All right.
Yeah, 2.5
quant, dude.
Oh my god,
bro. Quant.
Need to pee. You'll be all right.
If he was a quant, he's freaking counting.
I don't even know what a quant is.
Quant is like someone that took physics or mathematics at university but didn't want to do the field and enter the financial field and now makes models to game the financial market.
Exactly, that's the joke. You're important now.
Yeah. So it's like 2.5 arc minutes of angular size. I mean,
why the fuck are you using arc minutes? Why don't you use fucking something normal like degrees or radians?
because I'm not autistic.
Yeah, radians is not autistic. Use grads. Use MGON.
I prefer to use turns. Can we use turns in here?
You also use spread.
Fucking MOA.
How many different things for angle do you actually need? Like, how many? Fucking retarded.
Yeah, it is kind of retarded.
There's
And
reds, grads, freaking MGON,
Turns.
degrees, arc seconds. Like,
turns.
fucking gay.
I don't know. I think. Anyway, do you want it in degrees? That bad? I'll do it for you.
Yeah,
just-
because then I have to like do the conversion myself.
We finally cleared up McFraction.
All right.
Not really. So just fill
0.08
this 0.08
degrees. Yep. Wait, no. That's nope. Never mind.
That seems a little tiny, bro.
0.041. There you go.
And that would be what? It's the angle of what?
That's the angular size of the boat from that distance.
Dude, you wouldn't be able to see that boat. What are you talking about?
What do you mean we won't be able to see that boat?
0.004 degrees is the angular size of the boat from 12 miles. How big is that fucking boat?
It's like 15 meters in height.
So I just use this as a rule of thumb. 3.2 miles away, 6 feet is 2.02. So if you double that, right? 12 miles away, 6 feet is 0.01. It's linear perspective, right? In degrees. That's in degrees, not fucking arc minutes.
Yeah, this is why I use arc minutes. It's 2.5.
Well, I mean, if the boat's 50 freaking meters or 20 meters or whatever, dude, how can 6 feet be bigger than fucking 20 meters?
6 feet of what?
The angle. So if you had a 6-foot pole, the angle subtended from 3.25 miles away is 0.02.
Can we please stop using feet and fucking degrees? This is ridiculous.
No, okay, fucking, what do you want? 1.7 fucking meters?
Yeah, and arc minutes.
Now you feel better?
Yeah, and
It's
arc
okay,
minutes.
dude. We're not doing that. Fucking
We are.
What the fuck
Americans.
is
Go back to your
argument, man?
country.
Come on, dog.
What country you from, man?
Trigonometry, man. Oh, wait.
United States.
Oh, it's because you're Canadian, right? Are you Canadian?
Oh, I'm from the U.S.
What the fuck are you
he's trying to be European.
Arc minutes are to do with parallax.
Are you trying to be using metric and shit? What the fuck?
Because it's based.
Because he's
Bro,
trying to
switching up
smuggle
on
in
the homies.
astronomy into terrestrial observations.
I actually kind of am.
Yeah, I know.
I'm back now. Hello.
You
Anyone
got
that
me.
says
Fucking
arc
Dio.
minutes, fucking, I know what they're doing. They're trying to smuggle in astronomy.
And Dio got me.
So is Gregory defeated yet, or no? What happened?
No,
He's
he's
been
still
defeated, that's
he's learning new.
Gregory
Still,
defeated. Yeah, okay.
he's learning new vocab words right now.
Wouldn't you like to know, asshole?
He's got his
You're
thesaurus
like
out.
digging up your corpse and trying to stomp on it again. Like, what are you
He's got his
talking about?
thesaurus out. He's thinking about what new words to say.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jekyll. Your quant made a rounding error.
Quant.
My quant and my McFraction.
How do you spell that anyway? How do you spell quant?
It's short for quantitative.
Oh,
QUANT. Check my meme out if you know the
How do you
reference.
quant? How do you quant McFraction? That's what I want to know.
No, you tell me.
Fraction. Don't
You
you
seem
get
to
them
know
from
I'm-
McDonald's?
Yeah,
So
you-
I guess they're done trying to negate the effect of perspective, laws of perspective, when trying to make visual observations.
Oh, you just Googled what perspective was. I understand.
I hope they have, because that's retarded.
I'm just glad that we finally got over the whole McFraction
I'm
thing.
so
It's
glad
been
that,
17
Google's
hours.
useful when
obviously
it
Earth
comes
code,
to
right?
science,
Gregory
has
but
been- you
when
guys
it comes
haven't
to
conceded yet.
geopolitics,
Gregory has been
Google
defeated.
is useless.
Gregory
No,
has
y'all
been
haven't
defeated.
y'all haven't conceded yet that you keep asking for predictions that you can't make yourself.
The beast Gregory has been defeated.
They know
Gregory's
making
a
a
menace.
resolution
All you
doesn't
need-
affect
well, to be
things
honest with you,
while you're trying to
India,
make visual observations. Yeah, great job.
all you need to know is you've got such powerful McFraction on one boat and no McFraction on the other. It's crazy McFraction, that is.
Yeah, with 4 mile difference, it's crazy. Yeah.
They contrived this bullshit all by themselves. All by themselves.
I know. So listen, Mick, you wonder why they dogpiled you? So you know how like there's a bunch of zebra and the lions try to pick off like the weak ass fucking zebra that's lagging behind. They thought you were like
you say Mick's the weak ass zebra?
They thought you were the zebra that was lagging behind, and they were trying to pick you up.
Who's the lion
Of course
here?
they would.
Who's
I'm
the
the
lion?
one who's lying. You guys are more like
He called you a
hyenas.
baby Glober.
It's more.
I mean,
Sorry, you guys are
baby
more like
fluffer.
hyenas than lions, man.
Oh,
Hyenas.
Mick, you've just been
Wait,
called
so
a baby
Indio, you
fluffer.
basically called him a baby
Women with
fluffer. That's what
penises.
you called him.
He's the weak zebra. Oh dear.
Because
No,
this,
Females with
No,
penises.
he didn't call Mick that. He's describing
called
your
him the
stupid ass
weak one.
attitude.
Yeah, that was your faulty perspective.
this division is
See,
exactly what
again,
the
their faulty
corrupt system
perspective. They
wants.
were not determined at all to be charitable in their interpretation of what they heard Mick saying last night. That's why they kept saying the same straw man fallacy, and I resisted them every time.
It's
More
hard
than
to be
50
charitable when
times
you say
last
dumb
night.
shit
They were
like
coping so
McFraction's
hard,
happening.
it was ridiculous.
So much so
It's
that they
hard, it's
made
hard to be,
a
it's hard to be
fucking meme.
charitable when
The
you're
funny
that
thing
angry
is,
at
I
things
come in
from
today and I
so much
perspective of McFraction.
so much so that they bothered to make a fucking meme out of me, thinking that maybe that's gonna go viral and whatever. Let's see how that goes. I mean,
You're like a
granted, it is
victim,
kind of
dude.
funny. Granted, it is kind of funny, but I guess we know the context, right? But
They literally
yeah,
overdosed on their copium straw man fallacy.
Listen, dude,
Yeah.
you don't gotta act like
I
a
wasn't
victim, man.
there,
It's
I'm-
just Discord.
No, I'm not, man. I'm not. You guys are gonna learn to be victims.
Right, I
didn't
see.
I wasn't there. I didn't actually hear any of that conversation, so I'm kind of
That's
Wait,
okay.
Van, do you
lying
want to
on.
look at
God
the
bless
side
that
chat
you-
real quick?
God
Let's
bless
start
that
from
you
the-
actually managed.
He didn't hear the conversation. Let's start from the beginning. Just kidding.
No, we're not going to start from the beginning.
Oh,
I just want to show him what McFraction. I just want to show him what McFraction is. If you look at the side chat, Vandman, or whatever your name is,
Just Van.
basically the what's going on is there's this thing called a McFraction where it's magic and it chooses which boat it's going to refract. It's really crazy.
Yeah. So another dose of indulging in the copium straw man.
Yo, Jekyll, can you pass the
It is possible to do a
McFraction
reverse
pipe?
image
Dude,
search.
oh, dude.
fuck.
Hard, man.
More accurate
Yo.
synopsis
You're
would
gonna
be
come up with the McFraction burger. You see the burger right there?
Yo, Matt, take
no,
a hit.
more accurate
reverse image
synopsis
search
of what's been going on is these guys don't actually understand refraction or how it works, and because they don't, their incredulity has to project onto Mick that it's McFraction. Just because they can't understand how this could possibly happen.
They're literally projecting their error onto Mick.
Yeah, it's crazy. Oh,
Shows the
boats
maturity
can't
in their
disappear on a flat
conversation.
surface, so it has to be magical refraction.
Yeah, simply because
no.
simply because when this example was brought up last night, and I was questioned on, what could possibly explain why this was happening, other than my Earth curve, right? Because it's obviously an Earth curve, right? And I said, nah, it could be other shit like optics. Gregory and I went at it, threw out some possibilities, whatever. One thing I brought up was shut up. One thing I brought up was refraction, and we were talking about it, and now all of a sudden I'm a retard because I said refraction and it can't possibly be so for unspecified reasons, and now all of a sudden I'm at the center point.
Tony away from them. They've been riding that horse until it's in the
Just
ground. Man, you
adults
can't take that
acting like
from them.
children.
Only we can say it, buddy.
Yeah, only they can say refraction. Only they can use it as a band-aid for every goddamn thing.
I said a naughty word. How dare I?
Nah, mix.
Yeah, how
No, you
dare
can't-
you disrespect us?
You can't claim things that demonstrate the flat Earth like refraction. You can't claim it as your own. It only exists on the globe. Doesn't exist on the flat Earth. Flat Earth is just pure geometry living in a vacuum.
Orthogonal Euclidean perspective, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're all looking at the
Extremely
flat
linear.
Earth from a side view. That's how it
And
is.
so
Like,
as Gregory's persevering to condescend to the point, right?
He has attempted more than 50 times to impersonate me. He keeps doing it badly every time.
Sorry, Matt.
I'm not even insulted.
Yeah,
Right.
I'd be insulted by his horrible impression.
Can I just interject here on the McFraction? Just side chat. It's a YouTube video. P100 zoom into the distance, ships February 28th, 2019. I think the image was captured from here.
Are you just reviewing out loud? Because we already seen all this.
Have we?
We have.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, we know all the
Sorry.
conditions of the day.
Glober's
we know everything we need
excuses-
to know about them. I actually emailed Dazza this morning when what's his name? Mick said, "You don't know anything about what was going on that day, or how he knows how far the boats are, and so on and so forth."
Yeah, I just wanted to go over this. Glober's excuses are bricks on the house of failure. The quote came about recently.
Hang on, Jekyll. I never said you guys don't know anything. Right? At that time when we were talking about it, so as far as I remember, there was no specified information apart from the image itself. So I said, hey, because we don't have all the information.
You knew the camera he used, the optical zoom of the camera. You knew the distance.
The weather conditions, Jekyll, you lying ass.
Height of the observer.
I was talking about the conditions. I was talking about the condition, right? We knew the height, right? We knew the distance supposedly, but all the other bits of information that might be involved in causing the optical effect, right, in question, that we didn't have, and that's why, presumably, you went on your little escapade to gather some information, then came in here and then basically barfed all over the room with all sorts of factoids, present the to make it look like you actually knew what you were talking about and justifying your claim, right? I just wanted to clear that air.
You forgot the quant.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Indio and that quant.
Of course he needed his quant to gather it all, which he actually failed to do.
Yeah, so can I ask you guys a question? This video was taken 5 years ago. What's been Dazza? He's in here every day. What's he been doing for 5 years? Why doesn't he have a bunch of these?
It's a different Dazza.
Sure. You sure?
Yes, I know, because Dazza's confirmed it's not him.
Well, Dazza the cameraman, if he is a cameraman, why aren't there like dozens of these?
Oh, you're talking about the guy? I mean, I could ask him if he wants to come in one day.
Yeah, what? No, but why is there only one video of a ship going over?
Maybe he's just not interested in flat Earth. I don't know.
No, he is. He's been involved in this debate. He's been in the other Discord.
From what I can see, Dazza seems to love this P1000 zoom. Like, it seems like a pretty cool zoom. I'm actually thinking of getting that camera now.
He's been around for years.
All right, then. There you go. I don't know what you want me to say. Why is he not? Yeah, maybe
why
he
don't
doesn't
he have
want
like
to
hundreds
do...
of these? You guys,
So,
he said this happens all the time.
Okay, that's
sold
silly.
a camera.
That's actually silly.
In fact, real quick, the Nikon P1000 has been discontinued by Nikon after they got their contract with NASA.
Okay, so just to be clear,
Really?
that's stupid, right? So I went on
That's kind of like
the 24/7.
Yeah, this picture. Why don't they have more of them? It's sort of like the Black Swan one, where the horizon's sort of like in front of the first rig, and they say this is how it normally looks, but they only have this one example of how it normally looks.
Okay, that's that. First of all, there are other videos. There are other videos, right? Obviously, but the silly thing is what India said is that this particular person should keep doing it, right? And I find that silly because I went into your server and there's about 3 laser test videos. You should just keep doing it. Why are there thousands? Why don't
Dude,
you
if
just
you
keep
go on the
doing it?
wiki, there's fucking 7, 10.
Oh, so now you appeal to
15?
other places, right?
No, it's my wiki, dude.
Yeah, well, you didn't do all these laser tests. These are laser tests you collected from other people, right?
Yeah.
Way to shift the focus again.
Yeah, so
15
Dazza
that I
might have
know
just
about.
done this once and thought, okay, that's done. We've solved that problem now.
In other
Because
words-
he's actually trying to solve the problem of if you zoom in, will the boat come back into view? He looks at it doesn't. Why would he have to do that again?
In other words,
Yeah,
so in other words,
It's not a deflection. It's what he's aiming to do. That's
Do
he's solved it.
you own a farm? Because I don't know how you have to own a farm to build all these straw men, man. I don't get it. You have to be cutting a lot of grass.
Because you're straw manning Dazza because he has the title of the video, which is does more zoom, does zooming in help the boat to reappear again, and he does it. He
reason I
doesn't see
say
it.
this. Well, there's a reason I say this. It isn't just because I'm just an asshole. It's because I remember Soundly doing a live stream looking for his curvy fucking Lake Pontchartrain bridge, going through folder after folder, day after day. Each folder's got fucking 500 photographs in it, all thumbnails, and you can see none of them show a curved fucking bridge, none of them show curved power lines, and he's looking for his one image to show a curved fucking bridge. Okay? So there's reasons I say this. It isn't just because I fucking don't like Clovers or I fucking doubt everything. It's because you guys, maybe you present company fucking excluded, but crazy anti-flat earthers are some dishonest fucking schmucks. Okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, they are.
And in
That's not fair,
conclusion,
because that's just like saying,
and-
well, the Black
and-
Swan, the principle of the Black Swan fails now because if you're saying that like just one example isn't enough, which is what the
There's
whole
more
premise
than
of the
one
Black
Black
Swan was,
Swan,
that's why
man.
you called it that. That's why you guys chose
There's
to call
more
it the
than
Black
one
Swan.
Black Swan, dude. There's
Are
more
we
than
talking
one.
about COVID?
The principle of your Black Swan.
He doesn't know the
you need
principle of
to
the Black
know,
Swan,
right?
Brit. He doesn't know what a black swan is. He doesn't
The
know what
Black
the
Swan
Black Swan
theory,
is.
Okay, this is
or the
this is
theory
silly,
of the
right?
Black
The
Swan
principle of
event,
the Black
is a
Swan-
metaphor to describe an event that comes as a surprise, has a major effect, and is often inappropriately rationalized after the fact with the benefit of hindsight.
Yeah, yeah.
That-
That's
that-
not
that financial Black
Brit
Swan.
definitely
That's
does
not the
not know
scientific
what the-
Black Swan. Sorry,
just-
dude. You
yeah,
fucked up.
there's the
Yeah, Brit,
First
you don't
of
know
all,
what the
Gregory,
Black
do you know
Swan is,
who
bro.
who
Relax.
coined the term Black Swan, Gregory? Out of curiosity.
No, it's me. Brit, you don't know what Black Swan is. Just relax.
So to conclude the, let's say, last 24 hours there, so
Wait,
everybody,
Gregory didn't answer the question. Why are you moving on?
No, it's not Gregory. It's CB. So yeah, you don't know what the Black
Gregory
Swan
said that
is.
I don't know what the
It's-
Black Swan is.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sure he knows
definitely
the
don't.
point.
You don't. Yeah, facts. You don't.
No.
I don't know who you are. Like, who's this guy? Anyway, what do you mean you don't
Who's
know
this
what the
guy,
Black Swan
Brit?
is?
You know
Right?
who I am, clown.
You said you don't
Be
know. You
quiet.
said like is it Taleb by chance? Nassim Taleb?
What? You don't know what the Black
No.
Swan is? You can address
No.
that.
Earl Popper coined the Black Swan with a thought experiment
Fucking
about
clown, Brit.
falsification, but it was made famous by Nassim Taleb in a book he wrote about the 2008 financial crisis.
Yeah.
So-
I didn't ask you who came up with the concept. I said the term.
Yeah,
Black Swan.
yeah. You're my simp,
Well, it
Brit.
became famous because of Nassim Taleb.
So before, I guess we can move on now. So just to conclude the last 24 hours, for those who don't know, I am famous now for no reason. Thank you.
Yeah, so
Well,
let's say
sorry.
this. So Jekyll and accompanied sophists appealed to this video and screenshotted a particular still in the video to initially demonstrate that this is an instance of Earth curve obscuring the boats, and then switched to try and scrutinize me and Mick, particularly last night, as though this data is not reconcilable with our geodesy, even though it is. And Indio just came in here and added further detail that really corroborated that. And then they had to cope by appealing to a straw man fallacy, which they then termed the McFraction. And so the McFraction is their coping straw man appeal, where they act as though we asserted that refraction is only affecting one out of the two boats. We never asserted that. So there's that, and then moves to try and go to the appeal that the refraction that we're appealing to, that refraction is happening, is unlikely, but have no verification, no demonstration, no substantiation, no justification for that appeal, because they have never done, and no one has ever done, the experiments to try and correlate any given set of weather conditions to any of the particular descriptions. So he doesn't know that refraction is not happening. He doesn't know that any given particular description is not happening. So there you have it.
Okay, that sounds like a long way
Damn.
of saying McFraction's magic. All right, that's all I heard there.
What is
They-
McFraction?
Like I said,
look
it's
at-
their
look at
coping
the-
mechanism. They have been heavily indulging in the
Oh.
drug, in this
Magic, it's magic.
inebriating drug that is McFraction. It's their
So
copium,
no curvature.
where they
Got it.
assert
Yeah,
that
it's
Mick
magic.
primarily said that refraction is only happening with one of the boats, and he never did.
Yeah, it's
So
magic.
not curvature. Got it. Yeah. Thanks. Easy.
Yeah, well,
And the
I mean, you
irony,
can see
to
it's
top it
covered.
off at all, to top it all off, their premise necessarily implies, especially from 1 foot observer height, we all know the Earth curve calculator, that the boats would be behind dozens of feet of Earth curving. We couldn't see them at all. But they ignore that. So for some reason, a type of refraction is happening where we can see the right boat, the 8-mile boat, but not the left boat, the 12-mile boat.
or at least not evenly and consistently.
This is code.
So
Say
they're
it's
the
magic.
ones
McFraction?
that are
Fine. So
tacitly
that- yeah,
insinuating or implying that their refraction, which then Rumpus, called super looming, is happening with the right boat and not the left boat. So not only do they make a straw man fallacy, they're projecting their error onto Mick.
Yes, it's
So,
magic. Yes.
so magic McFraction. Got it.
Well,
They have the one. They have the magic refraction.
Did you know that the McFraction burger is actually made out of weak zebra? The weakest zebra.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, it's more bad humor.
Why are you saying that with such confidence?
To try and deflect from the
Clown?
reputation?
Because India called Mick
idiot.
the weak. Mick called.
That's his favorite
India
supplemental
called Mick
drug.
the weak zebra.
So he goes with
facts.
the McFraction copium, and then he goes with
You're
bad
cooked,
humor
bro.
also.
Gregory,
He likes to put them two
I need to
together.
ask- I need to ask Mick a question. So, in your model, Mick, is there a weak micular force and a strong micular force? Keep the atoms together.
Yeah, they're trying to deflect with the bad humor.
Got him cooked.
Cooked. Flat Earth. Mick Earth is over.
Flat Earth W. Flat Earth
So they
W.
got their asses whooped again.
Burned weak zebra. Burnt weak
facts.
zebra.
Brit's a clown. Facts.
This is their copium. So McFraction copium, that's their main cuisine, and then the supplements, the side dishes with bad
Yeah.
humor.
L clown. L British people.
British people literally made flat Earth, dude. Why are you saying
What?
no?
What you mean
Yeah.
made flat Earth? No, they did it.
Zetetic astronomy.
Yeah, modern
isn't
flat
the
Earth
same thing
theory came
about
from
them?
the UK.
British
Yeah.
people. Bro.
Yeah, well, flat Earth was a conception. This is true.
It's not a conception. Like it's not a
The
concept.
modern flat Earth idea came from the UK. That's for sure.
There is no idea. What are you guys talking about?
So
How offended
when
they
when
get?
you say you see too far
Yeah,
over,
offended-
No
they're
one
offended by
offers you
reality. They
any
can't
ideas.
stand reality TV.
You guys are offended by reality.
We
It's
buried
crazy,
you,
bro.
brother. We
We're
buried you,
offended
man.
by it. How are we
Cooked.
offended by creation?
You are
by
because you're calling
theory?
it a concept. Like when you go outside, is the Earth outside where the grass
Yeah, it
is?
looks
and-
curved,
Is that a
yeah.
concept?
Yeah, well, it curves around.
Okay,
Yeah,
this
I
guy's
can
a
literally
this
see a
guy's a
curve
clown.
on
We don't
the
take this
outside,
guy
yeah.
seriously. Brit,
You
just
see
mute
the
up.
curve when you walk
Just mute
I
up.
don't expect to
Idiot.
see when I go to
Just mute up, clown. Just mute up.
The
bro.
word- the
Relax.
word
Yeah,
presented
like
so
where my
what we're
house is, I
saying
can
is
actually
what
see
we're
a way
saying
down
is
to the
the
valley, and
Earth.
it goes
Sorry,
way
sir.
out,
Excuse
and I
me.
can see
Excuse me.
curvature of the mountains.
The Earth. You don't
Kinda
see
crazy how that one
curvature.
works.
You guys are retarded.
You
'cause
see
literally
curvature from the top of the mountain. You're saying.
mountains.
You see curve from the top of the mountain. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the mountains. If you look at the horizon line, curve. Yes.
You guys are clowns. They actually say the Earth is too big to see curvature. So what the fuck are you seeing?
If you
Can't see
have a
curve.
valley that is
Oh,
long
you
enough,
have so you
can
have
see curve.
special eyes. You see curvature. Got it, bro. You're a
No,
clown.
there are areas on the
The
world
Earth
that you
is
can
too big to see
curve.
curvature, idiot.
Like when you're at
So
like
is it
you-
Earth curve or is
you
it
can
just
see
like
curve.
the is it Earth curve or topography?
What the fuck?
Never made
So
it
in
out.
contrast to the mainstream orthodoxy of scientism, people like him are the heretics that believe that you can see Earth's curve with the naked eye from the top of a
Bro,
mountain, even though you can't
that's
see it from the Felix
crazy.
Baumgartner high jump.
That's actually crazy, bro.
Yeah, so they say you can't see it from 128,000 feet, or 93 miles, like the Blue Origin people. They went up and said in a rocket 93 miles and
You're a-
said we weren't high enough to see Earth curve, but you're seeing it from a fucking mountaintop.
You're a
I
fool if you
never
say
said it was a
that.
mountaintop. I said where I
You-
live, it's a very large valley.
So you
And
don't
can
live
see
on a
mountains at very
mountaintop,
large
ding
distance,
Apparently, where
dong.
you
and thus you
live,
can
they
see
don't have
curve.
eye doctors, and that's what the actual problem is.
I don't know, man. It's like you don't want to listen to something. You keep on talking.
Hey,
about
I
it.
bet
hear
this
you
guy doesn't
loud
even
and
live on a
clear.
mountaintop.
This
I
guy's
bet
saying we're
this
not
guy has
listening.
never even been to a mountaintop and looked out.
No, hell no. But he's saying we're not listening. We hear you loud and clear.
No, you
You're
keep on
saying
over-talking me. You can't be
no,
listening
sir,
when
sir,
you're
no,
talking to
sir,
somebody.
sir. You're
No, I
talking
just
to
keep
me.
looking at your
You
name
said
and
directly
wondering how
you
your
see
name
Earth
Hey,
matches
man, when you're
your birth.
screaming, that doesn't help very much neither.
Sorry. You saying your see Earth curvature? That is fact. That is
Yeah,
false.
in the position
Okay,
I'm
that's
at. If you have a
absolutely
large
false.
valley and there's mountains
Sir, you're
in
cutting me
distance
off.
You need to go see an
already.
ophthalmologist
You're
at your
cutting me off.
non-mountain.
Any average, the smarter globe earthers will
Oh, yeah, I
say
forget,
the Earth.
Gregory. Are you a flat earther
You're
or are
already
you a round
cutting me
earther?
off, which is crazy, dude. They're saying the Earth is too big to see curvature. So you saying you see curvature is literally crazy.
You know, the other Globers in here are cringing at the shit you're saying.
Yes,
Oh,
fact.
I forget. Gregory, are you a glober?
Oh, why are you
glober or
laughing?
or
We're
a flat
laughing at
earther? I
you
forget.
saying you see curvature, ding dong. You don't. We all live on the same Earth as you, where we don't see curvature. So you saying you see it
Or
is
you don't live in the
you
same area I
being
do.
No, it doesn't matter
Retard,
what
do you
area
understand
you
you're
live in.
contradicting the mainstream orthodoxy?
Wow, what area is there where
Well,
there's
that's why I keep
curvature,
asking you.
bro? No, there
So
is
what do
no
you mean in
area
that
where there's
sense? Like,
curvature.
why are you saying
Does
that
he
that
have
is in
me
certain
muted?
spots of the Earth that you
Does
can't
he have
see?
me muted?
He's just talking
Bro.
through you. He might have you
He
muted.
just has me muted.
Yeah,
He
he's
has
just
me muted.
talking to you.
Facts. He talking
I was
straight through
trying.
me.
Gregory asked the question.
Can you
so I
hear
was
me,
trying to
sir?
answer him.
No, he can't hear you. He just answered you. See? He's
Bro,
just talking
like
through you.
retard. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I
I'm
got
trying to
headphones
talk
in. I
to
know I'm not
There
on
he
a
is.
shitty mic. I know my mic is all right. I
I
know you can
know,
hear
It's
but
me.
very
you're
clear.
kind of spurging out. So I'm.
So
No, he's
there's
just
no,
talking
I'm
to
not
you,
spurging
CB.
out, bro. I'm talking to you just plain, like a normal human being. You live
You
on the
haven't.
same earth as. Okay, well, you live on the same earth as everyone else. There is
Hey, I just want to
no
know.
part
Go
of
ahead,
the
CB.
earth where you see curvature, dude. Like,
I
I don't care
I
what
just want.
valley it is.
I don't know why.
I
No,
just want
there's
to
not.
know. I just want to know what mountaintop Matt has been to the top of.
He's
Yeah,
not
I,
even.
Come on,
that's what
Matt.
I'm
He's
saying.
been
I
to a
don't really want to
mountaintop.
deal with creation there. He's just kind of crazy, and he's just not talking like rationally.
What do you mean I'm
He's
crazy?
Who is
crazy.
it?
What
You're
do you
Is
mean?
it?
literally.
He's
He's
just like
wrong.
talking like he has
Whoa!
like
You
ADHD. I
literally
don't
came
want
in
Is
to.
here
it,
with a
is it
name.
retard?
I'll deal with
Retard's
anybody
been.
else in here. Just
Rita,
like I
you're
have
saying you
strong
see
Retard with a
curvature,
wheelchair in
bro.
it. You be calling him
Wow.
crazy?
Bro, like literally, they've made fun of flat earthers for like 6 years straight, saying, "Well, the Earth is too big to see curvature."
Okay.
But then you come in here and you're like, "Well, I see it." You sound
Yeah, there are areas
retarded.
on Earth where you can see the
No,
curvature.
there's
I see it from the
not.
mountaintop.
Where?
Where? Here,
Where,
I'll get
retard?
hold on.
Where?
Where? You're gonna Google it?
There's a
I
few.
want
Let me
to.
educate
I
myself
forget the
first.
exact
Why don't you
areas.
tell? Why don't you tell? Why don't you tell me?
I know there are.
Why don't you tell me where you've been that you've seen curvature yourself?
What's up? Say that again.
Crickets, crickets.
I know, right?
couldn't hear
Why
you too
don't
well.
you?
Say it again.
Why don't you tell me where you have been on Earth where you saw curvature yourself?
In the Sacramento Valley, if you are on one side of it near the Sierras, you can see the other side. I want to say I forget the area, more like the Folsom Mountains. And the valley is far enough where you can see the curvature between those two mountaintops.
What
Now I'm
the
not on a
hell are you
mountaintop. I
talking
am
about?
I am near the Sierra.
What the
and
fuck?
I'm on the Sierra mountainside.
You realize
Yes.
you need a
At
flat
best, he's going to
surface to measure
equivocate curvature
right?
with the undulations of the valley rather than the
Right.
orientation of the surface.
You need a flat surface to measure curvature, bro.
So hey, check this out, man. Check this out. We're gonna make you some money.
You know you
You're
can
gonna
also
set
do
up
this
a-
on the desert, right?
No, hold on, retard. We're gonna make you some money. So that place that where you saw curvature, you're gonna buy that piece of property and you're gonna set up a tourist attraction. And people are gonna come there and you're gonna say, you can come here and see the curvature of the fucking earth. And you can sell T-shirts,
Yeah,
and
there are
fucking
areas that are
swag,
like that,
and a
yeah.
bunch of shit, and
Areas
sell
in
a
Europe.
bunch of money, being the only place on the surface of the earth that you can see curvature of the earth. And right, you can open up a franchise, and you can also open up a little shack at the end of Lake Pontchartrain where you can also see curvature of the earth. Come on, dude. Stop. Just stop, dude. You're fucking
Take
trolling.
off your headset. Take off your headset. Let the dent in your head rest a little bit, and go outside and breathe some fresh air, bro.
And then you
Yeah,
could
well,
sell
actually,
some
I was
lunar
outside
real
with
estate, and they
Casper
got
for
Martian
many
real
years,
estate,
but
and they got Venetian real estate.
Yo, Sheepdog posted the funniest fucking video today. Sheep, dude, that shit was so funny. All these gamers with dented heads from wearing headphones so much, bro, it's so funny.
Like that one, Indio, the one the picture I just took a screenshot of and made a meme out of.
Dude, what that was funny was the because my oldest son watches him. He's like that one gamer where he like looked at that side profile and then he looks and then he's got the same fucking dent. He's like a super famous Twitch streamer or maybe Kick or whatever. I don't know, but he's like super famous. He's like a teenager or something, dude. But the dude just like he's famous from like streaming like nonstop from just like gaming. So it's like doesn't surprise me he has a dent in his head from the headphones.
PewDiePie.
No, not PewDiePie. I don't know his name, man. I'm not into that shit.
Tyler
For all
won.
the guys in here know.
Tyler won.
What's the name?
Tyler won.
I think
that's
Trig
it.
put.
Yeah,
I think Trig put a picture of him.
I sent a GIF in the side chat.
No, not him. Not him.
I put the video on there.
Yeah,
there's a video of his dent, the Tyler 1 dent. This guy is absolutely crazy, dude.
I had to step away for a second. Did we cook this guy yet? Is he officially cooked or what?
He cooked himself, man.
Oh yeah, facts.
No, this guy. This guy.
What the hell?
Bro, who the fuck? Like, how do you say you see curvature from the ground? That's retarded. Like, maxed out the retard level. I see curvature. No, the fuck you don't. The fuck?
Username, man. It's his username. Don't blame it on him. He took
Like,
that username
retard?
and contaminated.
Are you
Yeah.
stupid? Like, what?
he's
Nobody
retarded.
agree with you. Nobody agrees with you. Globe experts.
There's no
nobody agrees
Globers
with
in
you.
here right now.
Doesn't matter. Like,
Okay, so then why would you say
Globers in here?
Globers agree?
it
or
doesn't
Globers don't agree
matter,
with
bro.
me?
Listen. You don't know
But
the
your
size of
entire
the Earth.
argument
If you're
was based on the
shut
idea
up,
that
dummy.
like,
You're
Globers
no,
were
it's
also
not. No,
disagreeing. There's
dude,
nobody in
stop
here who's a
talking.
Glober,
You sound
man.
stupid.
Dude,
Man,
you're
it's
dumb.
okay,
You're
you're
even saying
talking
more
about
dumb
it.
shit. Trigonometry
you're
man's a
saying
Glober,
stupid
you
shit.
dummy.
I feel like you guys are
Yeah.
freaking out a little bit.
No, you're
Wait,
not
is
freaking
he-
out.
Guy right
You're
above you,
talking too much
OQ
to
or
get
whatever his name is,
corrected.
the frickin'
You're literally
Glober.
both talking over each other.
wait,
Yo,
is
bro,
this guy
you're literally
berging out at
talking
me?
You guys
too
gotta
much
calm
for
down.
someone
Maybe
to
get
correct
like
you. Bro, stop
Yo, is
glass
this guy's
water.
berging out at me?
Stop
Maybe
talking,
cocoa.
dummy. Like
Is this
you're
guy's
literally
berging
not
out at me?
allowing someone to correct you because you're talking too goddamn
Well, yeah,
much.
man. I'm not even talking
Yeah,
that
you're
much.
still talking.
You guys are
You're
over
still
talking each
talking.
other
You're
right
still
now.
talking, dummy. So it's not
Only a
about
Glober
what,
would. Go ahead.
it's not about who
You
says
guys are
what.
literally trying to over talk.
Bro, shut your mouth. It's not
This is
about who.
ridiculous,
You
really.
just be quiet. Be quiet. It's not about
Crazy
who
Duck
says
Bear. You
what,
okay,
bro.
man?
Literally, bro. Like you
on.
said something, and we're trying to
Unum,
address it. You
unum.
still are
I'm
talking,
gonna.
so no one can
Just like
address the bullshit
calm
you've
down and
said.
say what you gotta say, man.
We're calm. You're wrong, and not. It's not based off of who
Wait,
said what.
was
It's
he
based off of.
spurging out at me?
Dude, listen. What is going on,
Yeah.
bro? Like, what? This is
You're the
why
next
this
man.
panel is so fucking toxic, bro. You guys can't listen to an answer.
No,
But
this
it
is
doesn't matter.
No, this is a shtick on the server, man. This is the
Yeah, of
culture of the
course.
server.
Of course,
Is to play
bro.
these
Toxic.
stupid fucking kid games.
Yeah, toxic. Just trolls. But like, doesn't matter who says anything. It's based off of the size, the claimed size of the globe Earth, which y'all clearly don't know, because no one needed to say it. That's just how big it's claimed to be. So based off of that, you can do certain calculations and determine, well, how high off the ground do you need to be to see curvature? Well, it's not the fucking ground, idiot. And then no one needed to tell you that. It's based off the claimed size. Come on, man. You guys sound stupid when you say you see curvature from the ground. That's like
Just
idiotic.
Just Google at what height do you need to be to
It's not
see
the
Earth
ground.
curve.
Yeah.
They will usually say Google will usually say 35,000
Airplane or
feet.
some
The
shit.
highest
Yeah.
peak of the Earth is 29,000 feet. It's 6,000 feet short, dude.
Holy shit, man. We got guys in here saying, oh, well, I see it from the ground. Okay, bro. You sound
Like, what are you,
stupid.
6,000 feet tall that you can bridge the
Yeah.
gap between Mount Everest and the minimum height to see the Earth curve?
You sound like a clown. And now he's quiet. He got nothing to say, which is hilarious.
I
Worse-
muted him because I got sick of him playing the over talking game.
Oh, good. Yeah, be quiet
If you want
then.
him to talk, I'll unmute him.
Worse yet, you got clowns like Scott Mackey who come in here and say, "Oh, I can see the Earth curve from
Holy shit.
from the shore of the beach."
No, he
Right,
says
where
a
I-
straight line is Earth curve. He says if you spin the camera, that's Earth curve.
Yeah, exactly. And I basically told, I'm like, dude, like, first off, like, take your glasses off, right? Those fucking thick ass lenses are distorting your view, man. Like, holy shit.
Oh, Lord.
Say it again, ZB. Say it again.
Oh, Lord. Incredible. Take your freaking bifocals off, nerd.
This too much.
Holy.
This too much.
Bro, I just cannot stand it. I can't take a globe earther saying, well, I see curvature. We done spent 9 years straight. We're in season 9. We're listening to Globehead say, well, you can't see the curvature. It's too big.
What would you
Then-
consider yourself a
to have
flathead?
one retard come in here and say, "Well, I see curvature." You sound like a fucking clown.
I'm not the one who proclaims myself to be.
Doesn't matter. No one claims to be a flathead.
We know
Put your
we know
side
how
in check,
the
Trigger. Why don't you put your side in check? Let him just talk all sorts of nonsense. Why aren't you smacking your boy up?
Yeah,
Smack
smack
my-
your boy
who's
around.
my boy
Why didn't you call him out when he said he saw curvature? Do you see curvature too, weirdo?
Call it ideological.
Yeah, I
nepotism.
didn't think so. It's you like women. You have a sister.
I like that. I like that term.
You like that?
Ideological nepotism. Oh yeah. Perfectly describes.
well you know how this goes though, right? They'll say, "Oh, we saw curvature from a mountaintop, or we saw curvature from the plane." You know,
Yeah.
oh yeah, when did you go on the plane? I've never been on a plane, but I've seen pictures of it. It's like, oh my god, dude.
So here's the funny part. If we seg the trigonometry, man, the globe Earth predicts we should see curve from the top of a mountain, and we don't see it. Therefore, the Earth's flat. He'd be all over that shit.
Yikes!
He'd be jumping all over us. Hypocritical, lame.
Wait, no. I
Not
do.
disappear one
Wait, hold on. Who was saying? Somebody said they saw when they stepped outside. I mean, that's retarded.
That's retarded. Hey, thank you.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you. Is that a globe earther?
yeah, I'm not
Bro,
saying.
Earlier
tell
they
your
were saying
homeboy,
space time
yes.
is physical. So
Yeah,
Bro, come
okay.
on.
Control your
man.
boy,
Come on.
please.
We
Control your boy.
Nah, we gotta let this glober cook this other glober because who was it earlier that was saying they see curvature?
Oh, I have
We need-
muted him. So cook.
We
the
need some
shit out of him.
Globy on Globy.
Yeah, who's the
action,
globe guy that's actually
Yeah,
saying this?
smack this dude around. Don't be quiet now. You were
Trigonometry is
interrupting.
beyond a globe guy. He is an anti-flat earther.
Don't be shy
He's
now.
way
I will say
beyond.
though that you finally at the end were able to say that without like.
I'm not an
spurting out, so
anti-
I
Don't be
appreciate
shy
that.
now.
Appreciate that.
You were talking a storm, bro. Why are you shy
I'm not
now?
an anti.
I wasn't even talking barely at all.
Whatever that means.
You were talking
I think
way
you're
too
freaking
bad.
out,
You
man.
were interrupting everybody.
I think you're freaking out a little bit. Gotta calm down.
Not really. We're just cooking you at the moment. So what do you have
So
to say
where's the
about
flat
that?
Earth guy or the non-flat Earth guy? That,
Yeah, what do you
agrees
have to say about that? Yeah.
I think he was trolling.
He's
Maybe
trolling.
his name is
Yeah.
Bartholomew.
Okay, sure. How is he
My name is
trolling? When
Bartholomew.
he's just
Because
speaking facts.
he's not talking anymore.
He's talking about
How
you,
does that-
Trig.
He's calling
He's
you
gone.
out. He called you out.
I know. Where is
said
he now?
He said you're a little
What does it
punk, man.
matter
You,
where
you
he
ain't
said
here.
you're
What does it
wrong.
matter? What? God, you guys are just like the most
He said
like
you were wrong.
childish
You're not
people
gonna
in the
address
whole
that?
world.
Wait, no. How are
I
you
see
not
the
gonna address what he
curvature
said?
from outside my house.
You're an idiot. You said you saw
Really?
curvature.
I mean, come on, man. Really? That's all you got? Really?
I see the curvature outside my house.
Bro, like
One guy
everyone
came
in
in
this
here
panel is
who's
making
a
fun of you.
self-described
No,
non-flat
it's-
earther, and he said
not
this.
everyone.
Then I'm
It's-
asking where he is now, and you can't tell me where he is.
Why does it
It's
matter
just
where he
vanished.
is? Or you're not even addressing.
It could have
the
been
facts on
somebody
the
in here who
table.
just randomly said it.
Bro, my first thing that I said was it doesn't matter who says what. It's based off.
Well,
of the
it
claims.
doesn't matter what you
You're
agree at
already
all.
cutting me
Nothing
off.
matters.
You're
Great.
already cutting me off, which is crazy. I already told you. I addressed this. It's not about who says what. It's about the claim size of the globe Earth, which you believe in.
I'm eating plums right now. Maybe that's why I'm more calm than you are.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter how calm. It's a matter how retarded you are because you're saying you see curvature
Well, you
from
just
the
keep on throwing
ground.
personal insults and anger.
It's not. It's just a fitting description when you say you see curvature from the ground.
Well, he's addressing you by
I
name,
feel like you
dude.
could say I'm inaccurate, right? So
Yeah,
just
you're
say
wrong. Like
retarded
factually
or all these-
wrong.
There
He's
we go.
addressing you by name,
Mathematically
so I don't
wrong.
see
You're
why that's a
factually
problem.
wrong.
Well, retard would be my name.
Yeah.
Retardy?
Not
Would you want me to
stupid
call you
and,
retardy?
What do you want me to call you, dude? Like you're wrong. I'll
Maybe
call you
my name's
wrong.
Bartholomew.
Okay, that's valid. That's fair. I don't agree, but
What? There's
You
no
know what I
like.
hear right now?
How do you disagree with facts?
Huh? What is that?
True.
Is he
That was
trapping
a good point.
Gregory?
You getting your ass
Bro,
whooped.
this guy's getting
I
smacked
don't know.
around
But
like
Gregory,
bro.
like honestly though, you're friends with ADJ, so I would have expected better. Are you
What?
a flat earther or are you just a globe earther? Because if
What?
you're
It
globe
don't
earther,
matter what
then
you
valid.
expect. How are we just gonna move away from you saying you saw curvature, bro?
I can. Things vanish off the horizon line.
So who were you? The guy that said you saw
Valleys are large
curvature?
enough in size.
Are you the same
seen
person
on
that
one
said
side.
you
I'm
saw
still getting you
curvature,
the
sir?
answer. If you, I don't know why you're over talking me.
But okay, but
Okay,
okay.
awesome.
Are you the same person that
like
said you
again,
saw
like I'm
it or
saying, you don't have any
no?
calmness. You just have to over talk
Okay,
people.
no.
I don't know what's
So
wrong with you.
I'm just curious. If you're the same
I
person
know. I'm
that
just
said you
curious why
saw,
you have to keep over talking me.
you're already cutting me off. Are you the same person that
Are
said
you
you saw
okay, man?
curvature?
Like, what's
Can you
what is
imagine
wrong
being
with
the
you?
parents of this boy?
What is happening right now? Are you the same person
What's
that said
happening?
you saw
I
curvature?
was giving you an answer, and you're freaking out.
Wow, because you're
Persevering
contradicting
to
yourself.
deflect from the dialogue, right?
Yeah.
No,
he is.
no, he's doing the meta, and now I'm like,
Bro, there's no meta. I'm asking you a straight question. Are you the same person that said you saw curvature? Yes or no?
I'm the guy who's literally explaining why I said that.
We don't
Who
care
else would
about
there
that.
be?
We don't
for
care about what you're
information?
explaining anything.
Are you
Did you say
lost or something?
No, bro. Did you say you saw
Are you
curvature?
lost like 5 minutes
Bro,
back?
is this guy trolling or
Perseverance
is
to
what?
crosstalk through other people. It's like a
he doesn't
mastered
want
art
to
of
be
his.
addressed.
He's been
He doesn't want
talking
to be
right through me, man.
talking through you. I'm asking you a question. You won't let me finish. Are you the same
I was
person?
giving you your
Are
answer.
you the person
Are you
that
okay,
said you
man?
saw curvature?
Oh my God,
yes
CB.
or no?
CB, please calm down.
CB, you gotta calm down, buddy. You are freaking out.
You can't
Now we
stop
have
talking.
the crazy guy CB like going crazy,
Bro.
Well, you're just freaking out.
Yeah.
You're just like yelling at me and just like.
Are
For the
you the
YouTube
person
audience,
that
this is
said you
the sort
saw
of garbage that
curvature?
scientism produces.
Bro, how can I not
Scientism
answer
garbage.
one question? You guys
Well,
can't
like I was saying, Gregory, I expected better for you being ADJ friends with him,
Mods,
but
can
I
you
mean,
guys mute these guys
I don't
while
know
I
what
can
you
ask a
are, and you're
question?
deciding to
Mods.
not say anything.
So now he's persevering
Mod.
to get people muted, right? Persevering to get people muted. Yeah.
Bro, like I'm just trying to address what you said.
Persevering? What do you mean?
You said you saw curvature. Yes or no?
Yeah, and I was giving you an answer. Can I continue with that, or are you going to freak out some more?
Then you said, well, the reason why you don't see curvature, like how you can't say both.
I didn't say that. I said that you can in many different
You
aspects.
realize we're on
Persevering
YouTube,
to
right?
criticize himself and be hypocritical,
So
right?
do you want to argue
Wait,
my point, or
can
do
the
you want me to
cheerleader
argue?
calm
my
down?
point? I'm just wondering at this
No,
point.
we're just addressing the thing you did actually say.
So are you arguing my point, or am I arguing it?
We're addressing the fact that you said you can see curvature.
I
Which you
don't
can't.
want you to argue my point.
What else are we supposed to do?
Make your
Let's argue
argument,
your
and then
point,
you ask me a
idiot.
question, or you
What?
argue a point, and then I argue
You
my
made a
point.
point.
And
We're
then I ask
addressing
you a
it.
question.
Is that a problem?
It's usually how that would go. I mean, I don't know if you guys know how to have
Yeah,
conversations
if
down
you
here,
make a
but
point, we address it. That's usually how it goes.
yeah, and it doesn't seem like you're doing that very well.
Yeah, you said
So
you
by
saw
now,
curvature.
retard, are you going to give an argument to prove that you know the Earth is a ball? Or are you going
You
to still
said
appeal
The
to
Earth
the
is a ball because
verifiable
that's what
appeal to
most
seeing
science
the Earth
says.
curve from the
Only-
ground?
Bro.
Sorry, say that again. You gas something, but then you said just another thing.
Yeah, because I was trying to finish my sentence. You kept talking to me. Are you going to finally give an argument to prove that you know the Earth is a ball, not appealing to the very patently false appeal to try and observe Earth curve from the ground?
Which is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, there are that. Didn't refer to you just saying earlier that is the orthodox opinion or the main line opinion of science. That's what
not
most
an
people,
opinion of
most
science.
well-funded and or well-educated people would agree on, and it's only a fringe notion to think that the Earth is flat.
So appeal to majority fallacy. Try again.
Well, that would be a
Hey.
valid response. You can call it a
What
fallacy.
argument are
but
you making?
better.
The mainstream
It's not a valid
science
reply.
says you don't
Most
see
people believe it.
curvature.
Even the
Gregory, I asked you
academicians
something
believe it. Therefore, it's true. That's an appeal to majority fallacy.
Okay, well, I guess it's a fallacy when I asked you questions earlier, but you don't answer me, so I can call you a
What
fallacy. for not
fallacy
saying
would
anything.
that
It's
be?
not a fallacy.
Then? That's not, you'd have to name
Go,
the fallacy.
I'm going to give you a
answer,
key.
so
Go to
saying nothing is not interactive with
logicallyfallacious.com and identify that fallacy.
He doesn't know what the fallacy is. He probably doesn't even know what a
I'm
fallacy is.
answering
to begin
questions.
with.
Fallacy. Go ahead and find that in logicallyfallacious.com. Go ahead.
He doesn't.
Gregory, I feel like you're coming at this with like a certain level of anger. I don't know.
Not really. Well, why bring feelings into it, weirdo?
Well, it just feels
feelings are
emotional.
erratic.
It feels
Your
emotionally charged.
feelings-
when you're saying these things. I don't know.
Well, who cares
I'm a
about feelings,
schizo.
bro?
Okay,
Like,
well,
stick
see,
to the
emotionally
facts.
charged, like I said.
The facts are you don't see curvature from the ground. So just acknowledge that. and
So
we can
appeal to
move on.
incredulity
Well, I gave
fallacy
you one
at
point,
this
but
rate.
he
So
kind of
you
immediately
try
shot
You
it
again.
down,
didn't.
just kind
You
of being
didn't acknowledge
aggressive.
it. You said it first that you
But
see
Gregory, you're a
curvature.
smart man. I don't understand why you're being so mean.
Smart man. Who
Honestly.
cares about
So
your
ad hoc
feelings,
fallacy.
faggot?
Try again.
What do you mean? I'm just saying that you're being mean.
Who cares, bro?
Incredulity fallacy. Try again.
You're being mean.
Okay.
Your feelings.
Well, not only this, but but I did also say in that, I don't know if this is another fallacy of yours, that there are extremely well-educated people that have citations and lots of
Name one
studies
single
and
person.
papers that have done numerous amounts of hours on this subject itself.
Name
that can have
one
At
validated
best,
it.
this is the
Give you
fallacy of
their papers.
ambiguity. So give specifics like CB is pressing you to
Yeah.
do.
Like certain
Name one
people
single
specifically,
person.
like certain papers.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. We'll wait.
And by the way, if you just specify certain persons, at best, this may be an appeal to
You know
authority
what's-
fallacy.
I said
Unless
know what's so
certain
crazy?
an
The
argument.
fact that-
You are jumping the gun way too fast. You
Not
are
really. That was you.
really like high strung.
No, I was warning you before you commit the
No,
fallacy.
you're
but you
high
have to
strung.
commit it
You need to
anyway.
calm
It's part of
down.
my warning to you.
I use the word paper. I use that
Name
specifically.
one. What paper?
I will get you one of
How
a
are you
specific
saying
paper
there's
done
so many
about the
papers,
curvature
there's
of
so many
Earth. I literally
scientists,
said this
and then
in
you
my
have to go
statement.
and Google
go do
which
it. You
paper
don't need to
which
keep saying it
What
over and
I'm
over again.
doing, or do you want me to continue giving you
Go do it.
answers?
No, you don't
Go
know
do
the
it.
answer. You have to go look up the answers before. Like that's what's crazy. You're
Well,
saying,
I'd
well, there's a
imagine if
lot
I
of.
asked you for some
Well,
paper
bro,
that's
I don't know why you're
about Earth, you'd
talking
do
when
the
you need to
same.
be googling your answers right now.
Do you want me to be
quiet and
googling
go
it, or do you want me
Google.
to be asking you
Be
these
quiet
things?
and go
Or
Google.
CB is right. You just exposed that you don't
You
know it.
don't
Right?
have the answers ready
That's
to
what
go.
would happen
That's
with you
why you have,
too.
bro.
If
Why
I
are you
asked you
talking?
for a paper that
Why
proved
we
flat Earth, you
didn't
would do the
offer
same
you
thing.
any
You obviously
papers.
don't
Yeah,
have
I
it
got
on
one.
hand.
I
Why
got
does
one.
he have me
I
muted?
got one. Hold
Like,
on, I'll post in the chat. Hold on.
There
I'll
you
get
go.
it.
Okay.
why does he have me muted?
I don't have you muted.
Then
I
why are
was
you
talking to
talking
you.
through
Creation,
me?
you were freaking out, man.
Not freaking out, bro. We
He
didn't
doesn't
offer.
like
You
how
probably
stingy
had
you are
your
with
We
you
pressing
didn't.
him.
probably
We
had your
didn't.
mic turned
Well,
down,
that's what I'm
maybe.
We
saying.
didn't,
Why
bro.
do
Like,
you have to be pressing
bro,
people consistently
bro.
instead of
Can
having
I
a
talk?
conversation?
Am I
Why
allowed
is
to
it
talk?
No, I
pressing
said
people?
that to his credit, not to his
I'm just
ridicule.
trying to
That's what I'm
address your
saying.
bullshit.
I'm
You're
not saying if
literally
it's credit or
talking,
whatever. He's pressing people.
bro. Shut the fuck
Get
up.
tongue tied.
This is crazy.
Tongue
You said,
tied.
well, there's
I'm not.
so
What do
many.
you mean tongue tied? I'm
Can
saying
I
it doesn't matter
talk?
whatever you're saying.
He
The
has
point is
me
he's
muted
Honestly,
for
pressing
sure.
things.
he's more focused on me, CB.
He has me muted. Facts. Like I can't even
No, I
talk to this
don't know why you keep
retard.
saying I have
No,
you muted, man.
he can hear
Why are
you.
you talking when I'm talking? Shut the fuck up.
Because you guys are both talking at all the
Bro,
time.
you're supposed to be Googling your answers right
I
now,
know,
dummy.
but you keep on
Go
asking me
Google
things.
and shut the fuck up while I
Well, I
talk.
thought you were
That
asking a
doesn't.
question, man.
That's
You'll
not a
be
cause to make you
quiet.
stop googling.
Be
Creation, hold
quiet.
on. So am I being like? So why do you want me to be quiet now? I thought you asked me a question
Bro,
just a second ago.
shut up. For real. Like,
Why are you being so mad about this?
bro, I'm not mad.
Because
I'm
you
trying to
won't
address
shut
your
up.
bullshit. You're talking too goddamn
Just
much.
calm down, and maybe I'll look for it, and we can all be great. How
Bro,
about that?
shut
Yeah, he's in
up.
here to
Like, for
troll.
real. He cannot stop talking. You said, oh, well, there's so many papers, so many scientists, so many facts. And then we ask you for one fact, one scientist, one paper, and you're like, well, hold on. Let me go Google some shit. You don't realize how crazy that sounds? Why would you lead with, well, there's tons of answers, tons of scientists, tons of papers, and we ask you for just to give us one of them. You're like, well, I don't know. Let me go see what I can find that's out
Let me
there.
go actually find what I vaguely referred
Fucking
to.
crazy, bro. Crazy.
I muted him because I got sick of it. He's doing it on purpose, obviously.
Yeah, facts.
Obviously.
So I posted that flat Earth paper. Go ahead, check it out.
Fucking hell, man. This same dude said he saw curvature, man.
From the Earth.
Fuck, bro. Come on, man.
He goes on a Little Prince planet, man. Little Prince planet.
That's fucking wild. And he tried to say, well, the reason why you don't see it, shut the fuck up, man. Sounds stupid.
I see curvature from the surface of the Earth. The reason you don't see curvature from the surface of the Earth.
Like, what are we doing here, bro? Yo. And you know what's crazy? None of the globe earthers are gonna sit here and call him out. Y'all like some women. Sorry, Lulu. But like there's like a sister Uberalis. A woman will say something
y'all gotta
like,
chill with that
yeah,
one.
girl, you're not fat.
Y'all gotta
And like
chill.
no one will no, it's facts. Bro,
low-key
they'll
that-
be like, you're not fat. Oh yeah, girl, you're definitely not fat. That's how globers
No,
are.
Gorlak.
Girl,
No, Gorlak.
you're a
fucking
queen,
hot.
girl. You're so hot, girl. Some glober will say, "Oh, I saw curvature," and they'll sit there and be quiet and never say anything to him. Like, "Hey, man, you
Girl, am I
shouldn't say
tripping? No,
that."
you ain't tripping, baby. You ain't tripping.
Yeah, girl, you did see curvature. Go, queen. Y'all let each other fail. Y'all like some women, bro. Holy sister Uber.
Yo,
It's like
man.
a Glober Uberalis.
Yo, CB, that's just his truth, man.
And that's
his truth.
That's her opinion. That's her facts.
Girl, you do you. You do you.
Oh, God, queen, you definitely saw curvature, queen. Wow.
Bitch,
slay curvature.
Somebody needs to record this, dude.
Bro, no, it's already recorded. You guys saying you see curvature from the ground. That's what we're laughing at.
Me? I don't know.
Yeah, not me. I mean, whether it was you or some other retard, somebody said
Oh, we're
it.
talking about. Stop playing stupid. You know what he said.
And y'all won't call it out either. That's the worst part. Y'all sit there and listen to it and like let your Glober friends get smoked and not say jack shit. What's wrong with you? If a flat earther says something crazy, we're all jumping on him. Idiot, shut up, that's stupid, don't say that. But you Globers will let your friends say they see curvature from the ground, and none of y'all will say shit. Well,
So
what
much
did
for
he-
survival of the
what did
fittest,
he
right?
have to? What did he have to
You
say
did
about you
not
calling him
say
out?
anything,
Nothing.
bro.
He didn't even
You
address
said
you
one
calling him out.
sentence. He said one sentence and then he let it go, and the guy kept continuing talking, and Trig just kept his mic muted. Man, that's exactly how it went.
No
We
one
have it
admonished
all
him
on
at
record.
all.
Nobody said shit to the guy. Y'all let him just get roasted, saying he saw curvature, and then let him try to justify. Well,
Matthew
no,
Lawrence
I
is
don't
in
see it.
here.
Trig
Matthew
just looked
Lawrence
up.
is hold on. Let's he's fucking. He was like, you guys are all flat earth. There's no Globers gonna check me. So
Get the
retard. Matthew Lawrence here is a university
Please.
professor, teaches mathematics, right? So he's gonna tell you that you can't see curve from the top of a mountain, okay? Then it'll be
Please.
okay, okay? So I'm gonna unmute you. Matt, tell this guy you can't see curve from the top of a mountain.
Please tell these guys, Matt.
Yeah,
who's
I
the guy
don't
in
think you
this
can
one?
see curvature from a mountain or from a
Oh,
plane
Matthew
or even
Lawrence.
from a
Thank
biplane.
fuck.
Matthew Lawrence. Sorry, say it again. I couldn't hear you that well. Somebody overtalked you.
Holy
The
shit.
curvature is so slight you can't see it from the top of a mountain or a commercial airliner.
Yeah, we're gonna need a concession, bruh.
We can't see at a commercial airline. Okay. Well, what do you
Yeah,
mean by like?
we're gonna need a
Because commercial
concession.
airlines usually fly like 20,000 feet.
Yeah, we need that concession.
Can you see it, but from mountain
No,
to mountain to the valley
47,000
in
feet.
between?
Yeah, the highest I've ever been in a commercial flight is like 43,000 feet.
Concede.
Well, then that would be enough to see the curvature. I don't know what you're
No.
talking about.
I don't think so. First of all,
No.
Yeah,
the
35.
horizon is pretty fuzzy when you're up that high, so it's not going to be that clear anyway.
Concede.
But it
or
can be detected as below 3,500
not
feet.
by you.
Sorry, 35,000.
So yeah, detected and seen are different things. Detected with a camera and careful analysis, yes. Seen by humans,
By naked eye.
So no.
I don't think you can discern it with the naked eye, even at that.
Nope.
But these are
listen to Neil-
subjective things,
Neil
right?
Steele,
Like-
the Bike
He's
Tyson.
not trying
Neil
to
Steele, the
concede,
Bike
guys.
Tyson.
He's
Neil
not
Steele,
trying
the
to
Bike
concede.
Tyson says you can't see it from frickin' 110,000 feet.
Matt's trying to soft landing this guy.
Well, that doesn't make
Fuck
sense.
that
You
shit,
say
man.
Neil
Who's your mom
Matt, call
playing,
him
man?
out, bro.
Nah,
Call him out, bro.
Neil Steele, the Bike Tyson says you can't see it from
Tell him,
110,000
'cause he's trying
feet.
to. He's trying to. He's
Well,
not trying to
yeah.
concede, bro.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly. So you sound stupid. You don't know what you're talking about. I agree.
Because I
But-
don't know who Mr.
No,
Neil,
it doesn't
Mike
matter.
Tyson,
It doesn't
or
matter who
whoever
you
the
know.
heck you guys are talking
Another
about is.
glow birther in here, who a math professor is trying to call you out and say
I'm not
you
trying to
don't
call
see
him
curvature.
out. Just
I
saying
don't.
what
Yeah,
was-
I don't think. I think
call him
you're
out,
using
bro.
some pretty
Call him out,
aggressive
bro.
language. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay,
trying to talk
Called out
to
Matthew
Matthew.
to admonish him.
You're
So.
In
soft.
C creation, I can talk to Matthew just fine. I'm actually having
I
a
get it.
conversation with him.
We get it. You're soft. You're a
freaking out
beta
right
male.
now.
We get it. We get it, bro. It's fine.
Yeah, no, we're just calling you out, and
We're
Matt's
just
our
calling you
call.
out. You don't
No,
like
you're
it. We're
you're
calling
being
you
kind
out.
of aggressive and just.
Yeah,
being-
You're a
soft.
heretic within your
Yeah,
own
you're soft.
scientism.
You're soft. You're a pussy. We get it. We get it.
Well, maybe I misunderstood something, and that's why I was talking with Matthew about it.
Matt's the new
I would have had just a fine conversation with you, but you're freaking out.
See, this is what you don't even understand, retard, is that CB is actually defending the globe model, whereas you're throwing it under
I
the
know,
bus.
and that's why I'm talking to him. That's
Why
why I'm
does
having.
No, you're not talking to me. You're trying to avoid it at all costs.
I said I was talking to Matthew. He was just talking about Matthew.
He said CB. That's me.
No, CB, creation
Oh,
bear.
CB. Okay, sorry. I don't remember the like code
He don't even
name.
know who he's talking to. He is a retard.
Okay, I didn't hear him say
freaking guy,
CB.
bro.
I heard him say.
I'll say it
This guy's
again.
retarded.
Creation Bear is actually defending the official gold model, and you're throwing it under the bus. You
Oh,
think you live on a little
um,
prince planet.
You just agreed 2 seconds
Well,
ago. Now you're
it
saying
may have been a
no.
misunderstanding,
What are you
sure,
doing,
and
dude?
that's what I'm saying.
Why does he look like
It
OG?
may have
I think
been
CB
like
is.
it was.
This guy,
I think his
bro.
understanding was it could have been correct, and that's what I'm saying. If he had a conversation with me, I could have understood that, and that's what I said with
He
Matthew.
didn't misunderstand you. You don't
Matthew
understand
was
your own
being more
scientism
charitable and
orthodoxy.
was saying it was actually willing to have a
just talking.
conversation instead of just
He's
kind of
just
this pressing
talking.
thing, this aggressive
He's just
behavior.
talking,
he
bro.
is just talking right now.
He's just
But hey,
fucking
if I was
yapping.
wrong, then I'm willing to learn to
You're
talk
yapping,
more.
bro. You are wrong. You are wrong.
Okay,
I'll
are you?
tell you
Can
one
you
thing
calm
you're wrong
down?
about.
So you
Tone
fucked up and
policing.
you lost some points, bro. We'll take your
Tone
last
policing
Well,
is
if I
what you're
was,
wrong
I'm
about.
willing to talk about it. I'm sure
Yeah,
that's why
no,
Matthew's being calm and waiting.
You're getting cooked.
He's deflecting
about-
so hard.
Retard. How about you
It's
stop tone
entertaining.
I
policing?
just said if I am wrong, then I'm willing to.
Bro,
admit
you're
that I
wrong.
might
You're
be.
wrong. Even Matthew said you're wrong. You're
I'm
still talking.
wanting to learn
Like,
more with
be
Matthew.
quiet.
Thanks for the tautological. Thanks for the truism about possibility. You were wrong.
Holy
There isn't a
fuck.
possibility.
It's pretty
You're just-
entertaining.
Okay.
Not a
I don't
possibility.
He doesn't
understand
even
why
know
you have to
what
be
he just
so
said. He
like
doesn't know the
aggressive.
category of the statement he just said.
Damn much.
Gregory,
bro.
why do you have to like point in? I thought this was a thing between me and CB.
Because it's a group chat. Did you know that?
Because you're wrong.
Well, yeah, but
You
you're
forget that.
seemingly
Or you
making this
took charge
very
of it.
confirm that.
personal. I don't know. It seems to be
You
very
have
weird.
amnesia.
Gregory, is this like something? Do you know me? I don't
who
know
is
you.
this guy? Like, who is this guy for real? Like,
Bro,
you're
Well, I would like if I
You're
can focus back
yapping, dude.
before
someone,
Gregory
like, we
goes off
got
again about something.
Globers calling you out, saying you're wrong.
Matthew,
saying
yeah.
you're
So,
wrong.
are you
He's
saying
still
that
talking.
anything below like 35 that you can't? Okay, when would you be able to see with the naked eye? Let's just say that.
Never.
I'm asking
So
Matthew.
let me just
Doesn't
put
matter
it.
who you
Let me
ask.
put it this
It's
way.
based off the math, ding dong. It
CB,
doesn't matter
you have
who
issues,
says
man.
what.
Calm down.
No, you're not listening
We'll
to
let
actual
Matthew answer
words.
since he did concentrated in.
But still, it doesn't matter who says what. It's
CB,
based
you
off
gotta
the
calm
math.
down,
But
buddy.
he's not. I'm
You
calm.
are right, but just let Matthew
I'm
answer.
saying facts.
You gotta
It doesn't
calm
matter who says what. He's not
Look,
listening.
let's
CB, I'll
let
put
Matt
it in a way
answer
that
so we
will
can cook
be
Matt
okay
next.
with
It's
you.
annoying.
So CB, let's put it this way: if the Earth is a globe, I think that there must be some height at which you would notice it, but that's going to depend on, how carefully you're looking at it, how clear the horizon is, and my suspicion is that it's going to be higher than 150,000 feet, and so it's going to be hard to see. And even if the height of the ISS, I think that it would still be fairly slight because they're so close comparatively to the size of the supposed globe Earth. So it's a subjective thing that we Globers say that the horizon curves more and more and more as you get higher and higher. And so when do you notice it? That's more of like a subjective, well, I don't know. It depends on how close you're looking and how carefully you can measure it, I guess.
All right, does this lose
Matthew,
your
why do you think? Why do you think they
Can we get
show
a
it so
confirmation?
clearly from the ISS? Then
I think they
Oh, you mean
used
that image that's supposedly from the cosmic vacuum? That's a second law of
Yeah.
thermodynamics violation.
Well,
how
they're
come they show
using
it so clearly from a place
fisheye.
that you said it should be sliced.
Yeah, you mean that image
That's
from
kind
the
of weird.
cosmic
Why
vacuum?
would they do that?
Second law of thermodynamics violating cosmic vacuum.
We need a confirmation or
From
acknowledgement from
Narnia,
this
yeah.
weirdo because he doesn't want to listen to people. So
No,
do you
I know.
understand or
I
no?
was going to get to that. I'm going to
Alright,
get
hurry
there.
up.
CB, you just got to calm down.
Hurry up.
So,
Bro, I'm
retard,
totally calm.
stop
bro.
tone
I know it's
policing.
hard to wait
Okay,
and listen. I know.
no, stop with your
Bro,
gay
like,
ass tone policing. Okay, just stop, dude. It's boring. That
The
shit
follow-up
might work
question
in
to
the
you,
atheist
Matthew,
chat, but it ain't gonna work
is
here. Okay,
if the
so
things I
if you
see
scroll
are
up,
that
He's
the
still
one
talking,
Indio,
bro.
retard.
Shut the fuck
What's up?
up.
I'm not calling you a retard as a pejorative.
No, I know,
I'm just
I
calling
know.
you
What's
your
up?
name. And I'm about to call it as a pejorative. If you scroll up, you'll see Blue Origin astronaut says Jeff Bezos' flight didn't go high enough. He went up 93 miles and didn't see Earth curve.
Okay.
Hey, is that enough?
Great.
Or is he like in on the flat Earth conspiracy?
That's wonderful.
You're refuted.
Anyways, Matthew, my next
What do you
question
mean,
is
anyways,
to
bro?
follow
How
up
do
on
you
that
do
is
this? How do you
when I
just
say I
ignore what
see
people
I see
say?
the Earth, or
Bro,
I see
we're gonna
the
ignore what you
curvature of
say.
Earth, right?
No.
I'm
We're
guess
gonna
what I
ignore
really
what
mean in
you
that
say.
sense is I
You
see
ignore what
the
Indio says. I'll just keep talking because Indio gave you a point. You just said so. Anyways, well, we're gonna do that to you too. If you don't acknowledge what he said, we're not gonna acknowledge
That's
what
great,
you
CB.
say.
I do not care.
Yeah, we're not. We don't care what you say either. That's why I'm
So
gonna
you're going to
continue to
continue the
run this.
invincible ignorance
dude.
fallacy, retard?
That's
Well, I was going to
fucked,
finish up with
bro. No,
explain
we're
that I
not
was
gonna let
wrong
you
if
finish.
and see
In
if I
other
was
words,
wrong or
yes, it's
right.
going to
Bro,
continue the
you have
invincible
to
ignorance
you have to
fallacy.
acknowledge what Indio
I was
just said
probably
to
going
you
to
before
show
you
you that I
just
was wrong, but
you're
I'm waiting for CB to finish his tantrum.
no. You have to acknowledge what Indio said before you just go. So anyway, you didn't talk. So
Explicitly out
anyway,
loud in the microphone now.
Yeah, I
that's
did. I know.
crazy,
It didn't add
bro.
anything to the conversation.
What do you mean?
He didn't add anything to the conversation yet. He's
What?
invincibly
That
ignorant.
wasn't already
Yo, we're
stated.
gonna say that
Yes.
about you. As soon as you finish, we're gonna. Well, you didn't add anything. So anyway,
Yeah, you didn't add
is
anything
that
to the
is that
conversation.
cool? So when you're finished, is that cool if we do that?
I know you're going to mute me anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
What do you mean? I don't have mute perms. So you're
Okay,
cool.
somebody
Adding
will.
anything to the
Whatever. I don't.
conversation.
All right. So we'll just mute you now.
I guess
then.
we're just doing
Fine.
meta now, eh?
Might as well just
Not
mute him.
really.
You're
So
still not
Yes,
adding
really.
anything to the conversation.
So
Well, then
anyway,
again, we've been doing that the entire conversation, so I guess
So
it
You're
doesn't
still not
matter.
adding anything to the conversation.
But
No, that's what you've been trying to turn this into is being meta. Okay, that's
anyway,
your game. That's not
he's
our
literally
game.
just talking about stuff. I mean, come
That's
on.
what you're
You're
doing.
not adding anything to the conversation.
I'm trying to get down to the original point here. With
so
Matthew,
anyway,
so we can figure this out.
We already got to the original point. You're still
I'm
not adding
saying
anything to
the
the
Earth is
conversation.
flat
the
from
point
my
is
view.
you
It's not
don't
gonna go so
concur,
anyway.
so
What
ding
about my
dong.
toenails?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I let you finish though, didn't I?
Yeah.
Not?
So the point is you don't.
You haven't finished any
So,
refutation of your position.
how about
You're still
this?
not adding
So,
anything to
just
the
say
conversation.
so anyways at the end
So
of what I'm
anyway,
saying.
yeah.
It's
So
not that
anyway,
hard. You
yeah.
can
So
wait until
anyway,
I'm finished, like I did for you.
yeah.
Okay,
Not
okay,
really.
hold
You already
on,
did
hold
finish.
on,
You're
hold
already done.
on.
You're done.
water.
This isn't a
Matthew,
game of
if
you
I'm
speak
saying
for 5
something
minutes and we
is
speak for
is
5
at like my
minutes.
level
That's
is
not how this
I walk
works.
out my door and I'm able to see the curvature of Earth.
You
Is that
don't.
just me seeing the refractions and
You
like seeing
didn't.
If you
things
don't
get
see the
further
curvature
away,
of
No,
the
you
seeing mountains
didn't.
at
further
93
away?
miles, and you
How
don't see
would
it
you
on the
explain
surface of the
that?
Earth.
Is that
we
actually
gotta
me
cut you
seeing
off,
curvature
bro.
or not?
We gotta cut you off
If
because
you
you
can't
didn't
see it
see
at
that.
93 miles,
I'll
then you
wait for
can't
you
see
to
it
answer
standing
this.
on any
We have
point of
to
the
not
surface of the
You've
Earth.
never seen
Bro,
curvature
this
of
guy
the
has the
Earth. You're
panel muted, I
bullshit. You're
swear.
just a liar. Okay? You're just a liar. It's
I
simple.
know. That's why I asked Matthew the question.
He has the panel muted facts.
I know, he
because
just conceded to being a liar.
you don't see that. No one sees that. Period.
Just trolling.
I think he has you muted. I think he's just ignoring you.
Yeah,
He's not. He
Yes, the
doesn't have
whole
him muted. He
chat
is
muted.
talking right through him. It's a master tactic of his.
facts, bro. You don't see that. Matthew just told you that. We told you that. You're just blatantly ignorant. You don't see curvature, bro. Get over it.
They do this talking over trick in all the channels. I've listened to it, man. It's a little
Facts.
game they all play.
Pretend like they can't hear you.
Part of the server culture, I've noticed.
It's fucking
It's called
toxic, bro.
steamrolling. Just speak
It's
like
toxic.
no one else is speaking.
It's called leftist behavior.
Yeah, facts.
I would agree with that. Leftists and atheists.
Facts.
So
Atheists,
leftists have a hard
solipsists,
time.
nihilists, existentialists, relativists.
Pretty much. Materialists, physicalists.
In other words,
Materialists,
atomists. In other words,
scientists.
the audible equivalent of the fluoride stare.
Oh yeah, facts.
I call it verbal diarrhea with mental constipation. Someone earlier said that space time was physical. Like, how hard of a freaking materialist do you got to be to say that space
I was
time
there.
is physical?
I heard it.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh yeah, I think I was in here too. Or maybe I was listening on the stream.
That's wild, bro.
Listen to this. I want y'all to appreciate this. When I say scientists, I only ever say it in the sense of scientism, right? Christians of Christianism, Jews of Judaism, etc., etc. So scientists of scientism. The link, I'll actually, you know what? For convenience sake, I'll just repost it again. I reposted it twice in here, but this is an entry from the Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Actually, hold on.
Yeah, while you look for that, but I cannot sit here and listen to any retard and say they saw curvature of the Earth, because we've spent years as flat earthers being made fun of. Well, you can't see curvature because of blah blah blah. For some idiot to come in here and be like, "Well, I saw it." You sound stupid as fuck.
Now listen to this. Listen to the entry. So the section that is section 6, so section 6, subheading 6, science as ideology, scientism. Finally, it is worth noting a sense in which science itself can form a basis of an ideology. When science is credited as the one and only way we have to describe reality or to state truth, such restrictive epistemology might graduate into scientism. According to this view, the only rationality is scientific rationality. Poetry, literature, music, fine art, religion, or ethics could not be considered sources of knowledge, according to this view, because they are not generated by scientific methods. Such fealty to the deliverances of science, especially at the expense of other ways of knowing, can become ideological, and scientism is the preferred description of such a view. While enthusiasm for science has been part of its ethos since the Enlightenment, scientism goes beyond enthusiasm in its insistence that whatever falls outside the scope of science is not knowledge. Alternatively, scientism is sometimes used to refer to more specifically to the uses of science to inform policy, if political issues are framed as scientific, so that scientific evidence alone can adjudicate the right policies. It constitutes a strongly technocratic move to replace politics with science, and such replacement can also be a form of scientism. The use of the label scientism typically implies a negative judgment about a problematic fidelity to science, but a few theorists have embraced the label as well. There is no simple relationship between science and scientism. Many scientists reject scientism, while some humanities scholars promote it.
When humanists decide they ought to work within a metaphysics they imagine to be scientific, they may feel compelled to adopt a materialist or reductionist framework, rejecting traditional categories of humanistic inquiry, such as person, will, freedom, judgment, or agency. Insofar as natural sciences might not recognize those categories, some humanistic scholarship has been transformed, some would say attenuated by the loss of such concepts.
Damn.
And according to science, a piece of meat should not be able to contemplate the vastness of time and space or whatever, and yet here we are. Just
a piece of meat.
Yeah,
You're
the
a
one
piece of
between
meat?
your ears.
You're a piece of meat?
According to science, he is. He's just a piece of
What?
meat.
Well, according to scientism, not true science.
Yep.
That's
So
crazy.
that's scientism. Says he's a complicated rock.
Yeah, you guys think you're wrong.
He's rock meat.
That's
No,
relaxed.
I'm rock.
I gotta
I'm
chill
rock.
out.
I'm rock slime. What are you talking about?
Bro, I'm just trying
So
to
I
figure,
guess you
like,
could say, even though it's not really possible in that worldview if you really were a rock, but you could then say, if you believe this idea, you rock. And that your loved ones are your rock.
but how did this guy say he saw curvature? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, who are you trying to fool, yourself or us? Because we are not falling for that.
He didn't even try to retract it. He just tried to like quadruple down on it, which is
No
he
way,
quadrupled down on it.
bro.
Yeah, double down, quadruple
Well, let
down.
me explain why I
Googleplex
said
down.
that. No, we don't need you to explain why you said it. You're wrong, dude. Like,
He dug
even
in
the
his heels
Globers
all
are
the way to
calling
the
you
center of the
out.
phantom globe.
That's so wild. Like,
what's wild is he really thought that he was going to come in here and say he saw a curve from the top of the mountain
and then
like, somehow burn us. Like, bro.
And he did. He accomplished it, and then he got muted.
That's
I agree. I mean, we can all say it was all part of the predestined plan, right?
What? What?
Very bad timing, Matt. Very bad timing.
Huh?
It was perfect. Man. Come on, dude. Perfect timing.
I know what he's referring to. He's just god awful at this.
All the NPCs are starting to get the same name.
It was predestined. It was predestined for him to do that, though.
Bruh.
Repeating the very bad timing is going to make it better, Matt.
Matt, stick with the moon.
I mean, I thought it was gonna be a deal breaker, man.
Yeah, come on, Matt Mooney. Come on, Matt Mooney.
Leave the tacit, insinuated insults to me. I'm better at it.
Can I ask retard why he's got a wheelchair?
That was a joke.
Why does he got a wheelchair? Why does he have a wheelchair in his name? Why is there a wheelchair in your name, retard? Guy.
Is it not self-explanatory prima facie on the username?
I think someone put a. I don't know what's wrong with his name, but his name's literally retard. I don't know what that was.
Is it even more conspicuous given what we heard from him?
I'm just wondering about the wheelchair. Just wonder if this wheelchair has any relevance to anything in your life.
Yeah, he's
That's all.
retarded.
Dude, I'm in a wheelchair and I'm not retarded. I am
yeah,
partially retarded. I am a little retarded.
It's his brain that's in the wheelchair.
Yeah, fucks. Bro, Mr. I saw curvature. We're in season 9, bro.
Yeah,
What the
yeah. Hold
fuck?
on. Well, the real
Are you
disability is the
serious?
guy who said they saw curvature.
Hell nah, bro.
I mean, with his logic,
I can see curvature in my bathtub.
Get
I mean,
the
with his-
fuck out of
with
here.
his logic, for all we know,
Well, I
he's
just
a brain-
believe it's pretty simple, man. He's 150,000.
He wasn't ever.
Can't get
This
my
is
joke.
what you get with cognitively disabled scientists.
Yeah, facts.
I guess for all we know, that logic, he's a brain in a jar, in a wheelchair.
Facts.
Hold on. Where's retard here?
Yes.
You see what he posted? You see what he posted? Okay,
Nah. What'd he say?
Okay, no, he posted a paper, a novel estimator.
Oh, now I get unmuted. No.
Yeah.
Bro, be quiet.
Because you didn't.
Now, why are you so aggressive, man?
Bro, are you a female? Like, you can't
No,
handle
just you're always
masculinity?
bitching and moaning
You're
at me.
fucking loser, bro. Like, you're so
Look at
aggressive.
begging for the bear.
Are you a
He's like,
woman?
somebody give
Just
me
every
a
time I
bear.
hear you, you're always just complaining at me. Every time.
Bro, I will cook you in real life
You'll
or on
cook me?
BC.
Oh, no.
Yes. Why are you?
Oh, I'm
fucking, like,
shaking
oh,
my
Why would
booty.
you cook him in real life? Can you explain
not-
that?
You're talking too
You cuck him in real life?
aggressively.
No, he
Yes.
cooked him in real life because his grandfather's Hannibal Lecter.
Bro, he
dude.
fucking.
Make a great
Bro, what is?
Anyway,
You're
come on,
aggressive.
listen. Let's
What are you?
back on topic. Back on topic.
Bro,
Let's
he'd
stop
come in
being
real life,
retarded
and
to topic.
I'd poke him and he'd fall over. Let's be real.
Yeah, right.
Okay, can we get a grip?
I'd kiss him on the lips, and he'd fucking forget everything.
Meanwhile, Larry is
Orthodox
kicking people
spherical
off the cars on the highway.
What the?
Oh shit!
Okay, so I want you to explain this
You gotta be
paper.
calm, man. You gotta have a little bit of levity.
Fuck you.
Levity
Can I
really
talk?
helps the
Are
situation.
you going to listen, retard? Or am I going to
Well,
speak
yeah.
you again?
Mute him.
So next,
You gotta
the
calm
next
down,
stage is
Indio.
fucking out of here because I'm fucking tired of this shit.
You're freaking out, man. You gotta calm down.
Calm
Just
down.
say
No,
how it is.
no, I'm not going to freak out. You're going to be by. We're not going to be talking to you anymore. Okay?
Loser.
So a novel
Are you
estimate.
gonna
of
say
Earth's
it, or are you gonna
curvature-
keep complaining?
I'm going to read the abstract. I'm going to read the abstract. Paper estimates curvature of the Earth defined as 1 over its radius without relying on physical measurements. The orthodox model states the Earth is nearly spherical with a curvature of pi divided by 20,000 kilometers. By contrast, the heterodox flat Earth model stipulates a curvature of 0. Abstracting from well-worn arguments for and against both models, rebuttals, counter-rebuttals ad infinitum, we propose a novel statistical method based upon verifiable flight times along regularly scheduled commercial airline routes. This methodology allows for both.
Your microphone's not
making
like catching
inference.
everything you're saying.
Yeah, in particular, a formal hypothesis test resolutely rejects the flat Earth model, whereas it does not
There you
reject the orthodox spherical Earth model. So I skimmed this paper, and for the distances on a flat Earth, they used the Gleason's map.
Like I said, it's
They
a general flat
measured
earther
the
model.
distances wrong. They did not measure according to the way you have to measure on the Gleason's map, which is actually which is printed on the bottom of the Gleason's map. They apparently didn't read that part and somehow got published in a fucking
But
journal.
you're saying that you skimmed the paper and now you understand it all?
Bro, you
Because
saw
I can
curvature,
listen
bro.
because
Relax.
they have diagrams with the distances and it shows how they measured the distances. They measured point to point across.
I'm sorry. Are you a scientist?
Listen, everything gets measured from the center. Listen, everything
So are you
Well,
ordained?
you're kind of just you skimmed over the paper.
Everything gets.
You're saying
That's all I have to do is
a little
skim the
weird.
paper. I automatically. That's
No,
how fast
I
I
don't
found
think
the
you
Even if he
flaw.
was a
it.
scientist.
That's how fast
Well,
I
that's why
found
I
a
understand
flaw
why I agree with
because
what you're
it's a
saying in the
common
paper.
flaw. You dumbasses do. You try to
Well,
measure straight line
Well, you're
distances
just
across
making
the
things
Gleason's
up,
map.
Indio.
Bro, shut up.
You skim
No,
the
I'm not
paper.
making things up.
You can't just skim a paper and say, "Oh, well,
I
that's a
can,
fake."
because they showed on the diagram the distances, and I know that's not how you
Okay,
measure
and you just
distances on
automatically
that
know
map.
it's just wrong.
Yes, because you measure from the center, then do a formula. Yes,
Okay, so
I
that's
do
the
know
third
it's
time the
wrong.
circle
You
is
stupid
repeated.
fuck.
So that's
And-
the third time the circle is repeated. So you're doing nothing more than
How do you?
validity
I
of
don't.
validity
Well, I
again.
don't.
You have no
Could you show
refutation.
that? How could you show
India, I
that?
just said to you, you're talking through me. I know you are. You have no good reason
Gregory,
to say
yeah,
that
he
what he
gave
said
me a
is
point.
false. You're just
Bro,
appealing to
this guy
incredulity.
cannot stop talking, bro.
Gregory, he gave me a point, so I was responding to him. Can you show me where they're
Yeah, you
wrong?
responded 3 times saying, well, you couldn't possibly. Well, you don't know that. Well, I don't believe you. Appeal to
Well, yeah,
incredulity
he kept
fallacy.
on saying multiple points. I know it's hard.
Yeah, you didn't actually rebut anything he said after you repeated
I know
it
I
yourself
am.
3
I'm
times,
asking
and he
him, could
refuted
he
you
show
3
me where
times.
he will
So
where
you're
he
just
sees
repeating
that?
yourself over and over again.
Gregory, like what you're doing now, like what you're doing right now, Gregory.
Yeah, I'm stopping
Great.
the
Okay,
repetition, the
cool. Can you
redundancy.
please
Yeah,
stop?
that's what I'm doing.
I'm trying to talk to who is it?
Bro.
You've already spoken to Indio. You just repeated
Indio,
yourself
yeah.
repeatedly
He was
over and
just
over
talking
again.
about.
It's being
Yeah,
redundant.
well, he was
Appeal
just
to
talking about how
incredulity.
he proved it was wrong.
We heard
So
you.
could he please respond?
You didn't say a single argument to refute him after the redundancy that you already
I
went through.
just did. I just asked him what
No,
he
you
found in
didn't.
the paper.
Bro.
That's not that's a question, not a fucking refutation.
Can I finish?
Okay, I was starting a conversation. Just
Bro.
calm down.
Yeah,
Go through the circle again. Go ahead and try to refute Indio.
I have a question.
You are so aggressive
Even
and
if I
mad.
talked
I
to
don't
your
understand
pussy in a
what
nice
is wrong
soft
with you.
voice, you'd still
Go
be
refute
wrong.
India.
Doesn't matter how soft
And
or...
everybody be quiet for a second, please, so I can
Thank you.
finish. I posted in the chat. You see the lines that he drew on the little flat Earth map there?
Mm-hmm.
They measured those lines as distances. That's not how you do distances on the Gleason's map.
And how would you do that?
You would measure from the center to each point,
Could you do
and
that?
then you would apply a formula to get the distance between them.
Could you do that for me?
No, but I can show you how it's done. I'm not doing the calculation.
That sounds great. That sounds just as
Yeah,
well.
but that's how you measure on that map.
I
Because
don't
if
believe
that
you. That's
map
why
is
I'm not
wrong,
want evidence.
because if that, listen, if that map is wrong, then the globe is wrong. Because if you apply that formula, it's the same as the globe.
I don't believe you. That's why I'm asking you for
I don't
evidence.
care what you believe or not.
I know we're in the same boat. That's how it applies.
What? He's
No.
not offering you beliefs.
Look, I just told you why it's wrong.
I don't
Okay?
Credulity again.
I told
Let him
you
repeat
how
himself.
you.
Holy.
Listen, do you want a photograph of the Gleason's map? I'll post the Gleason's map.
Could you give
can
me
read it.
evidence as to why
You
your
can
claim is
read it
true?
Listen, you can read it yourself.
You're just stating something and then saying it's wrong, and then you can find it yourself. That's your evidence?
No, you can read it yourself. How to calculate distances on the Gleason's map, because at the
you
bottom of
show
the
me that?
Gleason's lab, there's I'll post it. So there's instructions on how to use the map, right? Just like every map, it'll have like a scale, instructions, what the map's for, who is printed by, it'll have a color legend, like this represents frickin' this and this represents that, right? There's instructions on every map, okay? Right? Correct? Is that right? Yes or no?
Usually
Say
has
it.
a legend. No.
I'm about to kick you right the fuck
You
out
can't
of here.
answer
You
questions
dishonest
now all of a
fucking
sudden?
schmuck.
I just did. I said, yeah, usually there's a
That was
legend.
a question. That was a question.
Yeah. I just answered.
Okay.
With a question?
Was it yes or
I said,
no?
yeah, there's usually a
Yes
legend.
or
yeah.
no?
Okay, so this map has the same thing.
I just said.
Now,
I
if the
said that I
map
haven't seen
has
it.
instructions on how to use it, and they don't use those instructions, are what they did valid?
But what do you mean they have to? Why is there instructions on each map? They're using. Hold on. Why? Go back to the figure 4 here. Explain to me how this figure itself is wrong. Not.
You see the distance? See how you have Perth to Hong Kong, that line?
Yeah.
Then you have this other line, right?
Yeah.
Okay. They use a distance in the paper, right?
They're using 2 different maps with different information and saying and showing the.
And how did they calculate the distances on each of these?
Oh shit.
With that particular figure, let's look.
Let's look. Yeah, look.
You're using contrast in the sense of orthodox models.
What does that mean?
The heterodox flat Earth model stipulates.
No, how did they get? So they drew a line on this little flat Earth map. How did they get the distance of this line?
They're using the what was it? I just said it. They're using the contrasts of the 20,000 kilometers?
Huh?
What does that mean?
This paper, well, it's the absolute. Honestly, I'm not really. I was okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know.
Yeah, we know you never read it. We know
No,
that.
I'm not going to be honest. Well, yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. That's why I was asking you for evidence on your end.
Okay, I have a question for the flat earther gentleman.
Hold on, one second, because I'll wrap this up and then I'll go to you because I'm done with this, dude.
Fair enough.
So basically, you presented evidence. You don't even know what that evidence is, and I have to disprove the evidence that you don't know what it is.
Facts.
Well, yeah, I would.
Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Bye. Shut up. Next.
Peace.
That's how it
Burden
works
of
now.
Proof reversal fallacy.
That's
is
never
not
how it works.
All right,
Yeah,
I've been
that's what
listening
we're
for a
doing
while.
now.
I would like to pitch in for a second.
Mr. I saw curvature of the Earth. Go
So,
ahead.
to the flat earther gentleman, I want to ask you just one question. Are you aware of an experiment called Foucault's pendulum?
Oh hell
Oh
no.
Jesus!
They've never heard of that one.
Wow.
Are you aware of it?
Shit, he's got you now.
That's my question. Are you aware of it?
Nah, he not
Am
aware.
I
He
aware
not
of it?
aware. You just
Yeah, are
mentioned that.
you aware of it?
Oh,
Are you aware of
absolutely.
like actual results of this pendulum? The actual
Nope.
results, not what they tell you in school or print in a book, but what's actually observed in reality in the physical world. Are
Nope.
you aware of the results?
Sure. But
Yes,
why?
sir. Explain the why?
Yes.
What do you mean why? What do you mean why, bro?
Oh no.
What do you mean why?
Because usually questions don't get answered by asking another question, and especially if the
saw
question
one.
isn't even
I saw
directed
one
to you.
drop an egg
Everybody-
and it made a
everybody
really
quiet.
freaking fancy design.
Let Indio go one-on-one with Elon Musk here.
So the 15 degrees times the
Elon
sine of the
Musk.
latitude is how fast the pendulum is supposed to process, right?
Wait, are you the flat earther guy? I thought I was.
Yeah, I'm
talking
the
to
flat
the-
earther guy. 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude is how fast the
Sorry.
pendulum is supposed to process, right?
Sure.
Sure.
I don't know the actual number, but there has to be a
So why are you?
precession.
Yeah, and that's what the prediction is: 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude.
Yeah.
So whatever latitude, the sine of the latitude, right? 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude.
So what's the issue here?
So when you actually set one up, it don't fucking do that.
He said, "What's the issue?"
So the ones you
says-
see like
says
in a
who?
museum or a mall or someplace like that, those have a little magnet in it. So when the pendulum swings between the
Ah, I
magnet,
see.
they can speed it up or slow it down to make it do what they want, right? So
see.
they do the calculation. They say, I'm at 45 degrees latitude. How fast is the pendulum supposed to process? And you adjust it until it does that precession.
All right. So at the end of the day, you're gonna play the game of he said, she said, right? You're gonna
It's
play
not
the
he
game
said,
of
she
I
said.
don't
You want the
trust the
manual?
institution.
You want the manual?
institution does this.
You want the manual?
No.
You want the
The
manual?
manual of what?
Yeah, the
The
manual
Foucault's
for
pendulum
the
was made,
pendulums.
like,
I'll give you the
in the
manual for the
1800s.
pendulum. It's not he said, she said. There's
It's
a
a very
manual.
easy.
The
No, there's no
company that
manual for
makes
it.
listen,
How
the
is he still
company,
talking?
dude, these company that makes these pendulums, they have a manual and it
There's
tells
no
you how
company,
to,
my friend.
yes,
There's
there
no
is. They're
company.
called
Talking, bro.
dude, they're called
There's no
Academy.
company that has
Yes,
a
there
monopoly on
is.
Foucault's pendulum.
Yes,
No.
there
Foucault's pendulum is an
is.
experiment
You're
that you can set
ignorant.
very
Yes, there
simply.
is.
You don't
Yes,
need
How
to
there
is he
appeal
is.
to any company.
Yes, there
the
is.
answer?
So,
Yes,
so
there is.
listen. You
I'll
can
tell you
talk
the name of the
over me all
company.
you want,
Talking.
but it's
Why
not
are you
going to do
talking,
anything.
dude? It's
You
called
need
Bro,
to
be
take your
quiet. I'm
Academy.
trying to give you
You
the
need to
answer.
take
Listen,
your turn and listen
it's
to
called
me before talking over me.
No, we're
no.
not listening
You
to
just
you,
said there's
bro.
no such company. That's
So,
bullshit.
so
The company's called Academy
Here's what I'm telling
Pendulums.
you. So here's what I'm
Dude,
telling you
I'm
exactly. Here's
muting
what I'm
you.
telling
Okay, I'm
Bro,
muting you.
someone mute
Fucktard.
him. Someone mute him. Mute
Okay,
him.
you're muted. You can talk all the fuck you want to nobody. Probably still talking. Watch this. I'm gonna unmute him. See if he's still fucking talking.
He's definitely still talking. Facts.
So you're gonna listen now. The name of the
Bitch, be
company.
quiet.
You're gonna listen out. The name of the company is
Yeah,
called
be quiet.
Academy Pendulums.
Wait, what is this server? bro?
Academy Pendulums. Just type it into Google and look up the manual for like the Mark V pendulum. They make
What did you
pendulums
invite me to,
and they
man?
give. Yeah, so I gave you the. So you said there's no company that does it. You're wrong. You said
Oh,
it doesn't
man,
use
you're
this
getting
magnetic.
killed.
It doesn't use. It's
No,
not magnetically
you're
driven and
simply not
adjusted.
listening to
You're
me.
wrong. So you're just talking over
So
me.
all of what you're
You're-
saying right now is coming into one ear and exiting out the other one because you're not listening.
We know that. We know that because you're wrong.
So you're
Everything
gonna
you
take
said
your
is
turn.
actually wrong.
Are you gonna be a good boy and take your turn, or are you gonna talk over
Yeah.
me?
No. You
No.
made a claim, and I'm
All right,
refuting your
no.
claim.
All right.
No, you made a claim, and
no,
you're trying
like,
to. You're trying
here's
so
the
that
claim.
nobody hears the refutation.
You're not really understanding what the claim is. Let me explain to you the claim
Yeah,
again.
you said Foucault's
The
pendulum.
claim is that Foucault's pendulum is not controlled by a single company. Foucault's pendulum is a very simple experiment that you can set in your garage, right? Just the
And what
fact
are
that
the
there's some
results?
company that makes a pendulum and they have a manual for it is absolutely irrelevant. And the fact that you bring it up is pathetic, right? This has nothing to do with it
See,
at all.
okay. So listen. I didn't say that was the only thing. Did I? You think? Listen, you dumb fucks always think I always bring one piece of fucking evidence. No, I don't. I got lots.
If it's not
That's
the
why
only
I
thing,
asked
then
you-
there's no reason
that's
for
why
you to
I
bring it
asked
up.
you- Okay, so that's
It's
why I
that
asked
simple.
you. That's why I asked you if you ever seen any data.
It's that simple. If it's not necessary, if it's not the only company that makes it, then you bring it up is absolutely irrelevant.
No, I didn't say company. I said it's not the only setup.
Yeah,
Okay,
the one-
because there's non-driven, right? You can set one up yourself that isn't driven. And
Yeah,
you know what
so-
those results are? So they set
I
one up.
can-
Okay,
No.
you're gonna let me finish because I'm gonna give you another example.
I can
of
set it up and there will be one.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
it won't process at the rate you think it will. It won't process at 15 degrees
Yeah,
times
so
the sine
this
of
is
the
the
latitude.
he said, she said. That's
It's not he
that's
said.
simple as that.
No, I'm going to give you an example by scientists in the South Pole, not me. So they set one up, a 4-story pendulum, where they thought was the South Pole, and they swung it. And you want to know what happens? It processed at 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. The only thing is, it went the wrong way.
Okay, of course it's gonna depend on the sign of the
It went
latitude.
the
What's
wrong
point?
way, bro.
Of course
went
it's gonna
the
depend on the
wrong
sign of the
way.
latitude.
But
Okay.
don't you understand?
If it's
It
gonna
went the wrong
depend,
way.
yeah. If you have info, then by all means.
Okay, so hold on. I'll post it in a second in the chat.
Dude, how
so
about
then they
this?
did
How
it
about-
again. Then they did it again, and it was going 2 times the speed that it should be going.
How about plumb
That's why I
lines?
asked you
Plumb
if
lines
you ever
would work.
saw any data. So here, I'm going to bring up even another anomalous effect. The Elias effect.
No.
So if you have a
you
Foucault's
need
pendulum,
to stop talking and give me sources.
No. I'm utterly refuting your bullshit.
Yeah, you're
Utterly
refuting it by
refuting
words. I don't care what
Dumbing
you
it
say. I
into
care
the
what the
ground and
sources
cutting
say.
the guts out of it. Okay,
I care
cutting
what
your
the
guts
sources
out.
say.
No, I'm cutting your guts out, dude.
I care what the
And
sources
playing
say.
with your fucking entrails.
I care what the sources say. You're telling me that scientists did this on the South Pole or on the North Pole, whatever, and then there's this data that is not
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat in a
congruent with
second.
whatever
I'll post it in the chat in a second.
in a
Because I'm
second.
gonna
All right,
post
by
all the
all
shit.
means.
I'm gonna post all the shit in a second. Well, what have you
I'm
what have
waiting.
you posted? What have you posted?
I'm waiting for you.
What
Come
have
on.
you posted?
Come on. You're saying you're gonna
See, the
post
burden of
something.
proof
Wait
isn't
for me.
even on me, and but I'm treating you with positive evidence. You haven't even supported your claim.
All right. I mean, I can support it if you want, right? But at the end of the day, right? You're telling me you're gonna
You
post
can?
something.
Well,
You're talking some. You're gonna post something. You're
Post
not
some
posting
data
it.
in the chat. Post some actual observational
All
data.
right. So you're gonna turn the beautiful no you, right? You're telling me you're gonna post. I tell you
No,
go
well,
on,
first-
post, and then
I
the
don't
moment
have-
I tell you go on, post to put you naked in front of the room, right? You tuck tail, and then you tell me, oh no, why not you?
You were the one that came in. You were the one that came in and proclaimed Foucault's pendulum proved frickin' the Earth spins. Was that you? Wasn't that
Yes,
you?
that was me. That was totally me.
Yeah. So that's a positive claim, right? Have you presented any evidence to your positive claim? Yes or no?
That there are studies that show that Foucault's pendulum actually gives you deviations.
Post one of them.
Yeah. So see exactly what you're doing
Yeah,
now is a perfect
studies?
cowardly tactic. I love it.
Talking about
Listen,
I love
you
it.
came in with the claim.
Your claim
Post
with
it.
evidence is
Yeah,
a
dude.
cowardly tactic.
Right? You're telling me, right? The scientists
I'm
are doing
asking
this. You're telling me the scientists are doing this on the South Pole or the North Pole or whatever, right? I'm telling you, you're telling me, sure, I'm gonna post this in a second. And the moment I tell you, okay, I'm waiting for you to post in a second, your brain short circuits and you remember, oh shit, I should ask him instead to post it. Right?
Rebus,
And then you shift the thing around.
Rebus, you're fucking pathetic, man. Just get the
Like,
fucking
go on,
data and
post
let
it.
him get
You're
his
gonna
data.
tell me you're gonna post
and then you
something,
can talk,
post it.
and let
Let's
him
see
talk.
it.
Okay,
Go
do
on.
your part two. Do your part two and get the fucking information, and then you can duke it out instead of fucking having
I
this little
posted in
fucking
the chat.
this little.
Posted in the chat.
SouthPoleStation.com.
Now put your dick back
Alright,
in
he
your
posted
channel.
it.
All right,
Post it
let's
in
see
the
what
chat.
you, let's see what you
Now go
posted.
get yours.
Let's take a look at it. Hold on.
No, go get yours.
So what is SouthPoleStation.com? What is this? What is this? It's a fucking website called
Why aren't you making
SouthPoleStation.com.
haste to carry your burden,
Where's this
Ruckus?
study? Where's this paper?
Why aren't you
It's
making haste to carry your
Whitestown,
burden, Ruckus?
PhD candidate, University of Washington, John Bird, PhD,
No,
York
buddy, you're telling
University,
me there's a
Alan
paper,
Baker,
no?
Sonoma State University, abstract. The Foucault's pendulum at South Pole was determined to have a period of 24 hours plus or minus 50 minutes. Acceleration due to gravity was determined to be 9.895 milli.
So you're
meters per
sending me a
second
blog
squared.
post?
Yeah,
A blog post, yeah.
I'm sending you data.
Beautiful.
It was originally published at Al Baker's former page at the Sonoma State University website in 2001. I have adjusted the HTML and removed the dead links.
Yes, okay. I don't care about blog posts, I care about papers.
Okay, so post
You-
yours.
You want the scientist to actually send you a frickin' handwritten paper?
So post yours.
I mean, if you know anything about papers, you should know that papers
So
are not
post
handwritten.
yours. I know a lot about papers.
Yeah, the guy's a fucking.
I've read more peer-reviewed papers than you've ever even looked at.
Yeah, this guy's just.
You can think so. I don't really care about that.
I know
right?
for a
I care about that you're telling me you're thinking you're going to send me evidence, and the evidence that you
I'm
send
still
me
waiting for you to
right,
carry your burden,
is just a
Ruckus.
blog post.
The guy's just so much of
What
a
is
fucking
this?
snob. He just wants
What is
to
this?
pee
This is
together.
laughable.
This is
I'm
actually
still waiting for you to
it's
carry your burden,
You're
laughable.
sending me a website called SouthPoleStation.com.
Well, you have something
Like,
to review.
what is this
You
shit?
have better, listen, you're complaining about the source of this evidence, but that's better than the evidence you posted, which is jack shit.
So shitting the bed is not better than not shitting the bed.
No.
Okay?
So something is better than
you
nothing.
sending
Is
me a
better
blog
than
post
nothing.
is not in any way better than whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
I'm saying.
something is better than nothing.
Like
Something is better
this is
than nothing.
ridiculous.
Yeah, ridiculous.
I can make a blog post in 5 minutes. That's fine. That's
Yeah,
very
so
easy.
what? They got pictures and all that shit, right?
Yeah, I can just put fancy pictures on it. All right. And
Why
then
don't you
that's
do
it.
that?
There we
And,
go.
listen, then go do that. And then
The reason why I'm not doing that is that I'm not a mongoloid. That's
Yeah, now
why.
he's
No,
just
because-
multiplying cavils.
Right.
He's trying to
Look,
dodge
it's
his
just-
burden.
Yeah,
So
I
at
know.
the end of the
Because you
day, if
have
you're
no
gonna send me
evidence.
something, please send me something that has actual study.
Rebus,
How about you-
listen, this website was made by scientists, globe-believing scientists who went to the South Pole. That's who made this website. So it
Yeah,
would
I don't
behoove you
care
to
who
read.
makes it. I care about the study that's peer reviewed.
Well, then
Yeah,
read it.
peer review.
Right?
Is listen, is peer review arbiter of truth?
Definitely for us, yes.
Yeah,
Who's
you're worse
us?
than a mongoloid.
Who's us?
Us
Yeah, only if
being
it's approved
people
and sanctioned by the Phantom
who
Magisterium of
don't
Scientists.
trust the methodologies of any person who says anything, because for all we know, they could be funking the data.
Yeah, that's
So
your
the only way that we
heuristic,
can
my
make
guy. That's
sure
not a
that they're not
logical
funking the
determiner.
data is to make
That's
sure
your
that other
heuristic, my
experts are
guy.
reading the
It's not
data
a
and making
logical
sure that this
determiner.
data is not just gibberish.
Okay,
Your
so you
appeal
And this
to
is
know,
your
the
view
you
is
the
not
know.
method of
valid.
peer
It's not a
review.
logical
That's simple.
requirement.
It's the
It's a
repetition,
heuristic
it's
of
the
yours.
reproducibility, it's the
Hold
very
on,
foundation of
let
a
me bust
scientific
this
method.
bubble. Let me bust your bubble. Type into Google most peer-reviewed research wrong. Type that into Google.
No, it's fine. Peer-reviewed research can definitely be wrong. Have I ever told
No,
you that it is
most.
necessarily correct?
Most. I didn't say
Have I told
some.
you that
I
it's
said
necessarily correct?
most.
Have I
Most
told you it's
peer-reviewed
necessarily
research is wrong.
correct? I've never told you it's necessarily correct. Have I?
Then what good is
That's what your
what
inference is,
good is
Greg.
a peer-reviewed paper if most of it's wrong?
The good is that it's the best chance we have to recognize
Okay,
whether
can you
something is
Best
quantify
you
correct.
have
that?
is a
You got
non-logical determiner, a heuristic.
so our best chance is to be wrong. That's
Yeah,
your argument.
most of the time. Worse than a
We can be wrong a lot of the time. That's absolutely
Worse.
right.
No, it's
Science is wrong
most
a
of
lot
the
of the
time.
time.
Most
Worse.
peer-reviewed papers are wrong.
Science, I mean, yeah, of course, science
Worse
is more
than a
wrong than it
coin
is
flip.
correct. Absolutely.
Right,
But you
so
know
stop
who's also
appealing to
more
peer
wrong
review.
than
It's
they are
just your
correct?
heuristic, not a logical
Laymen.
determinant. It's not a logical
Great.
It's
heuristic
that simple.
to verify any argument.
Yeah,
So,
worse than a
let me
coin
ask
flip.
you this. How do you know peer review is any better than a fucking random blog post if peer review is wrong most of the time?
Is this the science lies to you
That's what I
argument
thought,
from
dude.
Always Sunny in
No
Philadelphia?
one
Is that
said
what's
that
going on in
shit.
real time?
No, it says
So there are
other
three
shit.
people. There are two people talking. I can't
buddy.
Yeah,
really.
another person got to throw his body into the fucking gears and try to change the goddamn subject. So
No, please, by all
I'll
means.
give you. I'm going to give you a peer review about anomalous behavior of Foucault's pendulum due to something called the Elias effect. I'll give you about during like a solar and lunar eclipse, it was noticed that Foucault's pendulums change their rate of precession. Sometimes it go backwards, sometimes it go forward, sometimes it slow down, sometimes it speed up.
What's the
It's
name
a
of the effect?
well-known effect, right? It's called the Elias effect. Now,
what do you think
using
causes
your
the Elias
logic,
effect?
using your logic, right, that a Foucault's pendulum measures the rotation of the Earth. If that rotation changes, that means the Earth's rotation changed.
No, I'm telling you. What do you think is the Elias effect? What do you think causes it?
Not
Nobody
the Earth
knows.
moving.
It hasn't been determined by anybody.
Yeah.
Hasn't been determined by anybody.
No, NASA
Yeah.
was supposed to study it in 2011 at 11 locations, but they never released the results of it.
Facts.
And this is just something I should take.
The Earth was spinning. Plumb lines wouldn't work
Oh,
correctly.
hey,
lines wouldn't work.
Piers,
It wouldn't.
hey, Piers, that are in here, review what I just said. Like, if you review it, then he'll believe it. Fucking clown.
What do you mean? Am I supposed to just believe that all facts? Like, bro, you just believe the globe
He
off
only
rip
believes what's
without
peer
facts.
reviewed that's mostly wrong. You sound like a
That-
crazy fucking
that's
culprit.
not
He
even true.
literally
You
just
just believe
conceded
it.
that he's only going to believe what his fellow
Understanding the
ideologues
point.
believe in scientists.
What
He's
you're
only going to believe his fellow
misunderstanding is
scientists
that
of scientism.
everything is mostly wrong. It's
what?
not
No,
just
just
peer
you.
review. It's not
Just
just peer
you,
review
bro.
Just
that is
you,
mostly
bro.
wrong.
Just you.
Right?
Okay,
So peer
great
review
job.
can
You
be
proved
wrong,
too much. So you
but
just
also
included
layman
all
can
of
be
your
definitely
peer
wrong.
reviewed papers.
And what's a better chance to
He's
be
still
correct?
talking.
It would be peer review and not the
Great
other
job.
way.
You just proved too much. You
Yeah,
just included
can
all
you
your peer reviewed papers by their
So,
premise.
do you have any evidence that peer review is better than some other method?
Nope.
Any evidence? Even any one shred of fucking evidence?
Nope.
That usually
And there's
when
a
we
real
make any
deal you can make it.
I
He's not
don't
going to
care
say
what
it.
you
have
think
papers
or
that are
how
not
you
peer
feel
reviews.
peer review should
That's
be.
your evidence. That's your evidence.
And
I just said
check this out. We'll
you want me
give
to
you
repeat
the
it
benefit.
again?
We'll
No,
give
you don't.
you the
Listen,
benefit of
you
the
don't
doubt.
have any evidence. You're just
So
saying
you
the same
asked me
thing
for
twice.
evidence. I told you evidence. Evidently,
No,
you
the
didn't hear it
evidence that
because you were
peer
too busy
review is
talking.
superior to other methods.
And then I told you,
That-
do you want me to repeat it again? And you're just saying no.
yeah,
So
I
you
want you to
actually don't
repeat
want
it.
to have a
I didn't hear
conversation.
it. Someone was talking, so I didn't hear it.
Yeah, and I
Someone
asked you,
yelled.
do you want me to repeat it? You said no.
I do.
Right?
Repeat
So
it.
evidently you don't want to have a conversation.
Repeat it.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
sure. So my repetition is just this: that if we ever do any accomplishment, right, by succeeding at establishing a theory or applications of a theory, It is via using knowledge that has been gained through peer-reviewed paper.
Who goes through all the peer review?
Something else.
Who goes through all the peer reviews and picks out the correct ones?
This is just
You realize that you didn't address what I said. You realize that, right?
Don't
You
forget,
realize I did.
But I
whatever
asked
your
you was,
answer is,
Not listening
watch
to it.
this. Hang on,
well,
watch this.
listen, I'm
Watch
going to
this,
ask
watch
him.
this.
I want to ask him again. I'm going
Go
to
ahead.
ask you again. I said, what's your evidence that peer review is superior to some other method?
And don't, it's got to be
Like
peer
a
reviewed.
blog post.
No, I responded to this exactly.
Cap.
If you're gonna just
reviews
pretend
has
that you
to be
don't
peer
think
reviewed.
it tracks, right?
The peer
That's on
reviews
you.
must be peer reviewed.
No, you just saying if it tracks is not evidence. That's
Oh
just
my
you
god,
saying
you
more
don't even know
words.
how I'm using the word tracks here. All right.
He literally just does not understand the question. He's asking you to give an argument that concludes with therefore.
No, I gave you an argument.
Supreme method.
You're not understanding the
quantify it.
argument.
I want you to
That's on you.
show me some study that could be peer reviewed or not peer reviewed that said, hey, we use this method to determine whether these papers are right, and we use this other method, and the peer reviewed method was superior to this other fucking method.
You can.
Real
What do
simple.
you think
I want the data, the
goes into the
quantification.
technologies of the things that we use?
So basically, just how you feel.
Yeah, facts.
No. Just answer me this. What do you think goes into technologies and the things we use?
Trial and error, engineering.
He's dodging the question.
Trial and error. So we've been just
Yeah, trial
mashing
and error.
rocks against each other until we.
Yeah,
do.
that's what we do. That's what human
Yeah.
beings do.
So I'm sorry, you don't understand how research works.
Yeah, I actually do.
That's
We're
positively
talking
not
about,
how research
okay,
works.
if you want to fab a chip, if you want to fab a computer chip, how many do we just do a bunch of like test chips before we
How
actually
many
get the,
peer-reviewed studies do you think are go into like solid-state physics and physics that goes into developing chips?
who
Chips.
fucking cares? Who cares?
Exactly, because you don't care. You're oblivious to what goes into it, and
You
thus you
don't
make
care
a
to
wrong
carry your
conclusion.
burden to justify the
That's simple.
predication that peer review is the supreme
that
epistemology.
simple?
We're talking. Listen, you're trying to move the goalpost. You've tried to do this like 7 times now.
No,
Okay?
I'm right
You
on
said-
point, my friend.
No,
You're
not
asking
on
me,
point.
right? What makes me think that peer-reviewed studies are worth jack shit compared to a blog post? My response to you is simply
What
that
studies?
when research happens at cutting end any technology, right?
What
It
stu-
happens using
digress to a red
peer-reviewed
herring again.
studies.
That's
It
not the
happens
premise he asked you.
using,
Dude,
right,
that's-
Vanguard level research. That's
What
how it is.
research? That's horseshit. You don't know how anything works, right? You do research, right? And right, they're doing an experiment to say make some new manufacturing process, right? And they're doing it at a university. And
How
they're
do you
trying to make
think
a
they
chip.
make
like
your
silicon on
computer chip?
insulator, right?
R&D.
No, I'm going to give you a specific fucking example. They try and they fail. 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 And then they
Yes.
go, okay, we succeeded. They publish a peer-reviewed paper about their success. Then it has to go to manufacturing. Then they have to make a fucking process on how
What
to
makes them
actually
decide
make
to
chips.
try in a specific avenue as opposed to a different avenue?
Trial and fucking error.
So,
Other peer-reviewed
what do you
people's
think?
trial and
How
errors.
do you think they make your computer chip that you're talking to me on right
You're
now?
just
Not a
repeating the
globe.
question over
It's
and
called
over again.
How do you
They
think
did
it
that
works?
in fabrication. They
Emphasis
went to
on
my
iterate.
computer. They probably made
And the
PSMC
publication
in
uses
Taiwan.
what theories, I wonder?
They don't
What
use
theories do they
theories.
use?
They use engineering principles. They don't
Engineering
use scientific
principles
theory.
that are what? What is engineering based off of?
Nothing to do with globe.
You're not only missing the
Engineering.
point of scientific
Nothing to do with
research.
the earth.
You don't even
Dude.
know what engineering is about.
Yeah, it's not a globe.
Engineering is not science. You can use mathematical
I
methods.
never
in
told you
engineering.
engineering is science.
So what do you think it's based
Well,
off
then
of?
why
then?
then why are you bringing it up?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're
so
the one who
that's
said the word
point, yeah.
engineering, you fucking monkey. I never said the
No,
word
you're saying,
engineering
oh,
to
well, you
begin
don't know
with.
what it's based off of, as if it's based off the globe or some bullshit. It's not. So
No, I
what's
never
your
said it's
point?
based off of the globe. I don't know
Then
what.
you
what,
sound
what
So
you're
all
trying
this
to
is a red herring then.
Yeah,
Okay,
you sound
it's
dumb.
another. Listen.
What do you mean?
this is-
You are the one who brought up engineering. Are you like? Do you have like a
Why are
goldfish
you
memory or
saying
what I
it
something?
call
like it's
a
some
No,
theory.
you
I'm not
scientific
sure.
mentioned.
Like,
sort of
What do you
content?
think?
you brought up
that
the
this-
issue
no,
of
you-
engineering,
listen,
not me.
you
I'm
mentioned-
telling you, solid state
You
chips go into
mentioned.
it. Solid
What do
state
you
physics.
think those
Right?
chips that
Solid
you
state
were
physics
talking
is
about?
made by
Right now, you
what
just
you
speak
guessed,
over me,
right?
right?
It's exactly
Let
just
Speak over me,
paper
right?
reviews.
Rebus,
Bookie's not listening to you
That's
at
it.
all.
Rebus, be quiet. Let Elbow cook. Go ahead, book. Wait, why is he muted?
Oh, that was Alberica?
Yeah, let Elbow cook, man.
I couldn't hear him. Go ahead,
You're
Alberica.
good. Oh, but you weren't talking over me. It was the other guy.
It was the other guy.
You were the one that mentioned that. What do you think these chips that you're talking to are based on? And he said engineering principles.
Yeah.
Yes. I never brought up engineering.
Yeah, but you brought up the chips.
Yes.
Scientists make chips.
Because
or
he was talking about
engineers make
research.
chips?
Talking about R&D, all right? I'm telling you that the chips is a direct example of my first argument, which was counter-argument to what he was asking me about why are peer-reviewed studies worth anything compared to a
You
blog
brought
post,
the chips,
right?
bro. You
And
were
my
the one that
response
brought
to
the
it is
engineering
that
part to
any
it.
research that is being done, research is being done via information from peer-reviewed studies, such as, right, solid-state physics that goes into making your computer chips. This is via peer-reviewed studies. This is via theories that have to do with scientists that did
So
it
we're
before.
all the way over here from Geodesy.
Okay, so listen. It's
You're not going to
based
respond to
upon
what I just said
peer-reviewed
now.
study.
Nope.
I am going to respond
Beautiful.
exactly what you said. You're wrong because the engineering side of it isn't based upon peer-reviewed studies. Typically, the abstract physics don't translate into the engineering process. It
You
doesn't
absolutely
translate
know
into the
nothing about the engineering process.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, cool story,
What
bro.
makes you confident of that statement? Honestly, I'm curious. I'm really curious. What
Because
makes you
I'm like
think what you're
50
saying now is
years
correct?
old, and I've worked for places like General Dynamics.
If you're
That's
50
why.
years old and you think this, you've gone wrong
Why
in
is
life,
he
my
still
friend.
talking? Why is he still talking?
Yeah, that's
Like,
a
you asked
hell
me
of a
questions,
reputation.
answer come through.
First
I'm
you
sorry, but
ask
your
me
age
what my
means nothing to
experience
me.
is, I give you what my experience is, and then you're like, you're just wrong. You
Your
actually
age
have
means
no
nothing.
experience in it.
Your age means nothing to
Just
me.
cart
No,
and hand
it's, I
waving
didn't say
towards
my
one after
age.
another.
So it's not age, it's experience, right? So amount of
Right.
experience and time doing
So
something.
your experience is in what exactly? I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go. Classic.
See, now we're digressing to this.
Yeah,
This is called
classic.
I don't even know.
You're the one who's bringing up experience. I mean, I don't care
classic.
about the other people in the peanut gallery
Because
talking.
we
I
can
just care
address
about you,
astronauts'
Indio.
experience and shit
So
like
just
that,
you,
and
Indio,
you're
talk to
Yeah,
me.
nothing
I
of a
know I'm your
problem with
target
that.
because you're determined to
I'm
burn
determined
me,
to
but
talk
you
to
can't
you.
because you're a fucking moron.
I'm determined to talk to you and not to the other people in the
So
peanut
tell me,
gallery.
listen,
Right? So I'm
there's a
interested in
peer-reviewed
talking to you.
paper by Pendry who made metamaterials at microwave radiation range. How is that translated into engineering and manufacturing?
Oh shit!
What paper?
Oh,
It's a 2001 paper written by John Pendry on metamaterials, split ring resonator metamaterials. How does that translate it into manufacturing?
Show me the paper and then I can answer your question.
No fucking idea, dude.
Oh.
Make it till you make it, dude.
Show me the. I mean, you're asking me a question
Wow.
about a paper. Show me the paper. I can happily answer your question.
So evidently you don't know anything about what he's asking you about.
I don't know the paper, of course. Why would I know this paper?
So why would
Okay, so
I
then,
don't have a reason to know every paper published in metamaterials.
Okay, so
why
then
would it be
moving on, you
published
don't
in this
know.
live? Oh,
Sorry?
got him.
No, what was the other guy saying?
Cooked.
Okay.
So anyways, this
he's-
humongous digression away from Geodesy. So would you like to give an argument to prove that you know the Earth is a ball now?
See, now you're trying to shift the goalpost again.
How
Shifting
could
the
published
goalpost,
papers be
going
lying?
back
Hell
to
you
what we
are.
initiated
You
on.
are. Because this guy was getting
Going
backed up
back to
against
what
the
we
corner when he's
initiated
trying to talk
on.
about
No, he
peer-reviewed
wasn't.
studies, right?
really.
And then afterward, you remember, oh shit! Now that we're losing on this ground, let's go to the original ground
Wait,
again.
how are we
Right?
losing?
And then we're just gonna
Going back to
restore
what we
all over
initiated
again,
on.
talk about
Geoffrey in
Kuhl's
the first
pendulum,
place
and it's
digressing
gonna
to
repeat
this.
all over
Go
again.
back to the issue of
Still
Geodesy.
talking.
Hold on. You still have not demonstrated that peer-reviewed studies are more accurate than some other method. You just told us a fucking story.
I told you you're just being obtuse about it.
No,
That's
I
your
want a
problem.
I want a quantification.
That's not an argument.
Just
I
a
want
example, not an argument.
You guys
That's not an argument.
Listen,
Do you
all I want
think
is
an
a
argument is gonna like magically in your head tell you that you are incorrect, or do you
What?
have to accept
Yes,
it?
you have to.
So if
make
I
an
give you an
argument,
argument,
bro.
you're gonna have to accept it.
Hang on.
Right?
Hang
If
on.
you're
No,
failing to
no,
accept
hang
it
on.
No,
or
well,
failing
either
to
you
understand
accept
Not
it,
giving an argument
that's
is
the
a
skill
no.
issue. I'm
We'll
sorry.
have to, listen, we'll have
Hang
to
on.
accept it or refute it. That's how it works, right? But you're not actually making an argument.
Hang on a second. You guys realize all that's been done, right, since the claim that, peer-reviewed papers are superior or whatever, is that you guys have honed in on maybe one or two examples of that, and then supposedly that's supposed to say, exactly, this is what
No, we didn't get one example.
Mm-hmm.
Even worse, right? Even worse, right? So,
Yeah, facts.
fuck.
Look, how do
Yeah,
we
he
know
didn't give an argument.
How do we
Doesn't
know
make-
peer review isn't better than chance? That we could just take a paper, flip a coin, and say this one's correct. How do we know it's not better than that?
Yeah, maybe this wasn't the bones all along. Just throw a bunch
No,
of
I'm
bones.
asking
like
you.
the
How do we
Nordic
know it's
people
not
did.
better than that?
So this is like the fourth or fifth time you ask the question, and I will answer it the same way. If you don't understand it, again, I told you
I
that's
do
on you.
understand
Not
it.
the problem.
I do
Evidently
understand what you're
not.
saying, but it's not
Evidently you do
sufficient
not.
answer.
We do.
It's not a
No,
sufficient
because
answer. Your
Okay,
answer is
again,
because it works.
it is very why does it work? Gee, I wonder why it works. I wonder why researching a very specific material, right, and not just going at a bunch of fucking plastic and sponges trying to make a connector out of it in a computer chip.
Sounds like the globe.
Why do we research specific materials? Why do we use specific materials to dope everything? What is the theory behind this? Why do we use certain radiation with certain light to do certain etching on the material? Why do we do this?
Hold on. But what about the ones that are wrong?
You're not answering my question by asking another question.
The question again, right there.
Listen, we're trying to figure
I'm
out.
asking you a question. Man up and answer it. I'm asking you a question. Man up and answer it. Stop running around.
No, you're
Answer
yapping.
what? Answer what? Your
Okay.
cherry-picked example?
So
Even a broken
what I've
clock
been
is
telling.
right. Is a broken clock right twice a day?
So you're saying a cherry-picked
Is
example.
a broken clock right twice a day?
Cooked.
Give me any example.
Is a broken clock right twice a day?
Cooked.
Give
So
me
dishonest, dodging
Got
every
him.
scrutinizing question.
Got
Let me
You
do
think I'm cherry picking?
He's
That's
cooked.
beautiful. That's okay if you think I'm cherry picking. You give me an example. You pick an example for me, and I will work with it. Since you think I am cherry picking, you pick an example for me.
A peer review that's wrong?
You actually gave me one. You actually gave me one. I was planning to
Peer review
play your
that's wrong?
game.
How about the guy that fucking
I
did
was
all
planning to
those
play your game. I told you what paper are you talking about, right?
no
And the
games.
paper that I asked.
We're talking about peer review as a general endeavor, okay? Remember? Hold on, I'm unmuting him. So peer review is a
I don't know who's the fucking monkey.
Are we
who's
talking about
moving me,
peer
but
review as a
whatever.
general
Be
endeavor?
quiet, bro.
So we're talking about peer review as a general endeavor. You saying, here's one example where it worked, doesn't tell us what, as a general endeavor, whether peer review is more accurate than some other process, right? Because you're ignoring all the ones which you already conceded that most peer-reviewed research is wrong. You already conceded that shit, right? So how do we tell the wrong ones from the right ones?
I didn't concede examples. I didn't even concede anything because I never made a claim counter to it, which I then conceded. Right?
You literally said
First of all,
most
that's a
things are
very
wrong.
improper users of the word
You said
concede.
most things
But
human
whatever,
beings do
semantics
wrong.
aside, right? I'm telling you, you pick me an example, right? Where the other way around was you think is more valid.
No, you're not
Right?
Contradicting himself.
Listen, you're not squirming away from this shit, dude. You're fucking worm, dude. Okay?
I am giving you the floor, the microphone, to give me a way to refute me, and then you're just putting your
don't need
fingers
an
in your
example
ears,
when we're
and
talking
you're
about
saying
the
la
gen-
la 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 la.
Look, we
No,
don't
you're
need
not
a
running
special
away.
case. We're talking about the general case.
How
We're not
do you
talking
prove the
about
general
specific
case?
cases.
How do you prove the general case? One way or another.
It's
How
not
do
my
you prove
claim.
it?
It's your fucking claim, dude. That peer review is
No,
superior.
no. Listen, if you want to prove something or disprove it, regardless,
I
you
don't
need to
have
have a
to
criteria for
Dude,
it.
I don't have to
What's your
disprove
criteria?
anything. It's your fucking claim.
Greg, get
I
him.
asked you to quantify your claim. You said peer review is the
Oh, I
best shit
did.
we got. You said
I
the
very
peer review
happily
is
did.
better than all other methods.
cap.
You
Yes.
said peer review does this, does that, and it even
Correct.
makes you toast. I asked you for the evidence for this fucking toast making peer review, and you got shit.
I told you one evidence, which was about computer chips. I can
No,
tell you
you
about
gave
other
me an
things if you
example
want.
of a single example. We're
I
talking
can give
about
you other
peer review
examples if you
in
want.
general.
It's up to
Yeah,
you.
well, what
That's
about the ones that are wrong? How do we know which ones are wrong and which ones are right?
Fucking cherry picking.
What do you mean which ones are wrong? Which ones in terms of what? The research at the end of the day is going to be done by peer
Research
review
is not repeatable. It's not replicatable.
All of a sudden, he doesn't know what the word wrong
It's
means.
not repeatable. What the fuck do you mean it's not repeatable? The very fact that the research ends up producing a product that works
gonna need
means
to
that
repeat
it is
that.
repeatable.
We're talking about
Not
peer
really.
review. We're not
It's a
talking
red
about the
herring.
engineering. Fucking, you're back to the engineering. We're talking about peer review. So peer review.
You do realize engineering would not exist without
So you
theoretical
think
sciences,
you
right?
think about? Oh my God! So no, you're not going to do it. I'm not going to let you deflect away into shit, dude. So when a paper's peer reviewed, do they repeat the experiment? The
When the
reviewers.
paper is peer reviewed, they repeat the experiment by doing either the experiment itself again, which does get past the
You're
peer
a
review,
utter fucking
That's
moron.
what peer
or
review
by
You
doing
are
research
utter
on it.
fucking. That's the
Both
stupidest
ways
shit.
repeat
They don't
repetitions of
repeat the
experiment.
fucking experiment. They don't repeat the experiment.
No, they don't.
Peer
Oh,
reviews
they
never
positively
fucking
do.
work that way ever.
They do. I'm sorry.
No, they
Do you have
don't.
any citation to back up what you're saying right now?
I'm sorry,
Holy
but they do
fuck,
repeat the
bro, you're the
experiment.
No, you're
stupidest
just
fucking in
saying
this room.
that.
Repetitions
I
of
can't even
these
believe you
experiments,
said
actually.
that peer review repeat the experiment. So peer reviewers, right? Like James Tour, so he's like one of the number one chemists in the fucking world. So when he's asked to peer review someone's chemistry paper, he goes to the fucking lab and sets up all the equipment that guy had and does the exact same experiment that guy had to verify that
Of
he got
course.
that result. You think
Of
peer
course.
review works like that?
Peer review works like that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
What the fuck?
It absolutely works that way.
God damn.
What are you smoking on, big bro?
Bro,
He's off
you're
$1 million
literally
bucks.
just saying
Peer
shit.
reviewed.
Period.
This motherfucker was just telling me I don't know how shit works. That's
Facts.
unbelievable.
That's not peer review. That's peer repeat.
That's crazy, Greg.
That's actually right, Gregory. I'll give you that one. It is peer review. What the fuck? That's funny.
And I bet he doesn't know what he says.
So CERN, where's the so who pays for this replication? So if CERN publishes a paper, do I set up another fucking Hadron Collider in my backyard and repeat the experiment? Is that how it works?
It's fucking funny.
Actually, it's very funny that you're talking about this because this is one of the most
It's not peer
peer-reviewed
review unless you peer repeat it.
experiments, actually.
Yeah. So how do they peer review it?
There are
How
lots
do
of
they
optical
replicate?
colliders out there.
How do they replicate the results when the results are randomized as it is?
What do you mean randomized as it is?
Quantum
It
mechanics,
means
right?
exactly what it said.
And the standard model particle physics is based
Oh
upon
my
statistics.
lord, no, you're not gonna do this. You're not gonna fucking say this.
No, it's based upon statistics, right?
You
So you have
really
detection.
fucking understand quantum mechanics if that's what you're gonna say.
No, shut
You
the fuck
definitely
up. You
don't.
don't know what you're talking about.
That's
you
not
already
how quantum
proved you're a
mechanics works.
fucking idiot.
Please
I would
explain to me
just
how
stop.
quantum mechanics works. Go on.
No, I said the standard model.
Rebus, think about
Standard model, what is it
part
based
of
off
quantum
of?
mechanics? Which
What is it
part of
based off
quantum
of?
mechanics? Which
What is the
part of
standard
quantum
model based
mechanics?
off of?
Talking, bro. You're
Is it not based on
Regis,
quantum
you're talking
mechanics?
way
Me
too
to talk
much for
about the
someone to answer your
retroactive,
question, bro.
the retrocausal quantum eraser? You want me to talk about that?
There is no wait. I don't want to talk about it. That has nothing fucking to do with what we're talking about the Large Hadron Collider or like everything is
Yo,
randomized,
Reba
as you said.
McEntire,
quantum
You
you
said
mechanics,
everything is
dumb fuck.
randomized. What the fuck do you mean by everything is randomized? That's
That means
nonsense. That's not how quantum mechanics works.
Okay, so they have a number of collisions. Like say they do a million collisions. In those million collisions, there's a statistical probability of them detecting, say, a muon, a fucking quark, top quark, bottom quark, down quark, strange quark. They have a probability of detecting each one of those, right?
Get to the point.
You asked me how is it randomized?
Yes.
So they're not going to detect exactly 7. There's a probability that they'll detect 7. There's a probability that they'll detect 8. There's a probability that they'll detect 9. So it's
Wonderful.
randomized. There's a probability that they detect 0. There's
Wonderful.
a probability that they detect 1,000,000.
Do you know
So it's
what these
randomized.
are?
So they're monitoring random collisions, right? Random, actually, they would be called daughter products or collision products. They're monitoring. They're measuring.
Are you familiar? Okay. That's actually I agree with you, right? There is a huge sense of randomization, right? But there's this thing that you're completely missing, right? Which is just basically accuracy to a sigma value. Do you know what accuracy to a sigma value means?
Yes, I do.
Nope. Okay, then wonderful. What is the sigma value statistic in particle physics? What's the golden standard?
Well, typically 5.
No, it's 6. All right.
No, it's
but
typically 5.
regardless, so when it's that amount, right? What is the probability that it's a fluke? That it is a
Bro,
random chance?
bro, hold on. There's some
Random
contention here between whether it's 5 or 6. Can you not just move on? I want to hear the answer.
We're moving on. You're the one who's bringing
No,
it back.
we're not. No, we're not. There's contention, so you
I'm
can
not
move on.
I'm talking about sigma.
Plenty of examples where they publish at 5.
This freaking guy, bro.
You know what's the chance of you being
Let me ask you.
not probabilistically a fluke when you are doing things to a 5 sigma value?
Okay, well that's that's called mathemagic statistical fucking nonsense, right? You can change
Nonsense.
your
So
fucking
mathematics is
airbus.
nonsense. All right.
Yeah, well,
So how do you think you're gonna come here try to talk to me
Why is
about
he
science
talking
when
so
you're telling
much?
me that statistics is math
This
is
isn't even
nonsense?
science.
What
It
is
is
this?
nonsense, and this is getting far away from the point, right? So the point was,
No, it
are they
absolutely isn't.
replicating this shit? Are the
It
people
absolutely
in
isn't.
CERN?
It all goes
they're
back to
replicating
this.
it.
It all
So
goes
they're
back to this.
replicating it.
If you're replicating
Bro,
something,
his
right,
talking to
you're gonna
listening
have to
ratio is
replicate
way
it
off.
within a certain deviation, right? If you are certain standard deviations away from what you're replicating, then you're doing nonsense.
So who
If you are
replicated
pretty
the
close
Higgs
to it,
boson
then you're
detection?
not doing nonsense.
Who replicated the Higgs boson detection?
There's plenty of Higgs boson replications.
who replicated it?
The same lab at different teams, as a matter of fact.
Oh, different team at the same place.
Yeah, of course.
So would they peer review each other?
Of course, absolutely.
They peer reviewed each other.
Absolutely.
So they all work at the same place to get a.
Actually, as a matter of fact, the first Higgs boson detection, right, was under heavy scrutiny because it was not
How
at
many
5
Higgs
sigma.
bosons are there?
No, the first Higgs boson detection. Listen to the full
Yeah,
sentence.
how many Higgs bosons are there in standard
Listen
model?
to the full sentence. So I'm telling you that when they first
The question
detected
is
it,
how many?
they were saying
How
that
many
it's
different
not up
Higgs
to 5 sigma.
bosons are there, and how many
Right.
did they detect?
That's
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
Why are you talking? Wait. This has nothing to
You
do
don't
with
know what I'm
we're
talking about, do you?
No, I know what you're talking about. It's nonsense. There's no such thing as many Higgs bosons. There's only one Higgs boson.
No, there's 6 Higgs bosons.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah,
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh yeah, there's
What are you
6
talking
Higgs
about?
bosons, bro. They're all at
What the
different
fuck are
energy
you talking
levels, and the
about?
only one they can detect, the only one they'll ever detect is the
Yeah.
lowest energy level one.
Which
There's
is
6
how
Higgs
much?
bosons.
What's the mass of it?
I don't know off the top of my head. I read
You
this
don't
shit
know
fucking
the top
20 years
Sure.
ago.
This is crazy, bro.
So
I
what
read
are
this shit
the
20 years ago.
bosons?
But the
What
point
theory
is
tells you this?
that they don't replicate. Listen, peer review
Prove
does
it.
not replicate experiments.
Prove it, please. Prove to
You
me
just
that
said
there
there
are
was
6 Higgs
one.
bosons.
You just said there was one.
Where are the other 5 coming from?
But you didn't prove
What
there was just
model
one.
posits that there are other 5 than the one that we know?
They're at higher energy levels.
Yeah, but cite it, like reference.
Yeah. Tell me, please,
He
which
didn't cite
model
or
tell
prove
you
that there
their
was just
name?
one.
Yeah, like he's got to
Hello?
He's got to cite that 6 Higgs bosons. What's
Okay,
the
but he didn't
citation for
cite that there was just one, break clown.
If you, well, it's kind of retarded to say, how many are there, and he says 1, and India says no, there's 6, right?
Okay, but it's also kind of
because
retarded for
India is
saying,
going to be
Indio, you have to
granting
prove
there's
it,
at
but he
least
doesn't.
1. India will be
We
granting
get it,
there's
you're
at least
biased.
1 if he says there's 6. Do you understand?
We get it. You're biased. We get it. You're biased.
If there's 6, there must at least be 1, right? That should be obvious.
We get it that you're biased.
Anyway, India, do you want to
actually
reference your?
think that the standard model
So if
tells
Indio
us that
has
there
to
are
prove
6
that
Higgs
there's 6,
bosons?
this other
Are you
goofball
serious?
has
Yeah, you got to reference that, India. I'm sorry.
This is
Yeah,
laughable.
yeah.
Like,
Well, it'll take me a while to find it. So hold on.
take you a while. Of
Hold
course,
on
it's
a
gonna
second.
take you a while.
Yeah. Like, listen, I haven't read that shit in like fucking 20 years.
I know you know nothing about it. I know you don't have to tell me.
Yeah,
It's okay.
you know I know nothing about it.
I know you know
Sounds like
nothing
he
about
knows
it.
more than you, idiot.
Now, how did
You
you
weren't even
prognosticate
Probably know
Indio's
more than
thoughts?
him
I want to know
about
that.
You weren't even alive when I started reading about this shit. You
It
weren't
like
even
actually
alive.
sounds like he knows more than
That's
this other
Okay,
guy.
see,
anyway.
I'm telling you,
fucking
age doesn't
retard.
matter anything to me.
So yeah,
Rebus, how did you
of course,
prognosticate
that's what
Indio's
all
thoughts?
children say.
Don't
All
let him.
children
Don't let him
say
find off
age
this shit
doesn't
before.
matter. But listen, Jekyll, or who Jekyll was just talking, right?
Oh, it's this other
Yeah,
clone.
but I'm just cheerleading right now.
Do they
White
do they
knighting,
does
relax.
peer review replicate experiments?
Do I do what? Sorry.
Does peer review replicate experiments?
Not all the time.
Cooked.
Ever.
Is
What do you
that
mean,
why
does it
the
replicate? Does a
whole
peer
room
review
temperature
replicate?
superconductor
No,
got
the
flagged?
I posted
I wonder why.
the systematic approach to how peer review works. It doesn't involve repeating the experiment in the peer review.
Oh wow! So
I'm
you
well
just cooked
aware
your
of that.
friend. Nice. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
If the peer review
Wait,
is
is that
of
meant
an
to be a victory?
experiment, then peer review. Sorry, if the study
Yeah,
is
you just
of an
roasted your buddy.
experiment, it usually will get
Yeah, I mean
peer
that's
reviewed
just a fact.
by
You can look
replicating
at how
it. If
peer
it's by a
review works.
theory, then not really.
Yeah, it doesn't
pe-
work by repeating. Thanks. You just cooked your friend. Nice.
Yeah.
that's
Wait, I
fine.
never
If he-
told you
Now,
that.
article this
if
says
I'm actually
he's
holding the
peer
claim.
review
wise,
should be.
that's fine. I don't really care.
I'm
What's
still
really
holding the
weird, I'm
claim.
Yeah, well, we
reading
care.
in Everyday Scientist, peer
I just
review
want to get
should
back
be
to that
replaced with
Higgs
peer
boson.
replication.
You
Jekyll,
can have a very simple example, actually, very recently, right? Where they
Jekyll, you're making your friend
replicated
look
the
bad,
room
bro.
temperature superconductor and they failed. And that's how they said that this study is bullshit.
Okay,
And it got
but
a
the
lot of
study,
hype from
but
people.
the study was
And the study
peer
was
reviewed
bullshit.
and published, right?
No.
It wasn't published. And how did you know about it?
The peer review actually ripped it to shreds, as a matter of fact.
How did you
Wait, so
know
how do you know
about it
about
if it wasn't peer reviewed?
No, it was peer reviewed and ripped to
Oh, it was
shreds.
peer
So
reviewed.
the peer review wasn't giving it a positive
So-
claim in
so
the
it was
end.
never
It was
published.
telling it that it was bullshit.
Was it published or not?
It wasn't published, no. They tried to publish it.
Usually, peer review interrupts publishing. But what's happening
is
with
this
these
guy
6
Captain?
Higgs
I mean,
bosons?
hell, it can even get published, right? It can get published and it can get peer reviewed,
Six.
and the
I
result
thought
of the
there was
peer
just
review you is that it's a bad result. Like this is
The
it actually happens a lot that you get a study that gets published, it passes the publishing, right? And after it gets published, the peers of the field see it and they rip it to shreds. And then they cite that paper as a citation. It's like, hey, look at this moron. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah, but Rebus,
Well,
what
you
about
guys
those
don't do
6 Higgs bosons, though?
Wait, 6? I thought
that's
there
a
was
good
just
question.
one. There was just one. I'm believing the
Good.
Goldberg
No, I'm
here.
gonna get you that. I'm almost done with that.
Oh yeah.
So
Wait,
the
why would
point
you
was
have to do that?
the point was, Master Deflector, was how do we know peer review isn't better than chance?
So you try banging rocks against each other randomly, and you tell me how much of a chance that's gonna give you to create a fucking computer. And then on the other end, go study, right? Statistical physics, go study, right? Solid state physics, go study material science, and then use the publications that were used in these fields to dope a certain material to become a conductor or a semiconductor. And that's how they do it. There you go.
Then
That's
they
an
look at
answer, and that's
they
a
read the
refutation. Now
peer-reviewed
you
paper.
cook on that, you swallow it, and then deal with it for a bit.
Yeah.
Or you-
So how do they know which peer-reviewed paper to pick, right? So you have all these material science papers that are published. How do they know which one to pick? Should they flip a coin, or should they try and replicate it, right? And then see if it actually works within their manufacturing process.
They pick the ones that were replicated before.
Really? I doubt that.
He just doesn't get it.
Viewers, you
Just don't
fucking
get it.
mongoloid.
Peer reviewers don't replicate shit, dude.
Yeah, that's the contention. I mean, at this point, you're just doing a semantic issue.
Man, you're both like
You don't
Semantic,
tell you
no.
they
you
do.
gotta calm down, India.
I'm telling you they do. It's
It's
that simple.
not about how calm. The other
and I'm
person
telling
in
you,
here
they
said it
fucking
wasn't.
don't.
I
Yeah,
gave
it's
you
not
a very
about-
simple example, a very simple proof by contradiction, right? How they do. You want the proof by
No,
contradiction?
you digress to another red herring again.
Your solid state conductor.
Listen,
Look at it.
yes, but listen, fine, but the peer reviewers are not the ones that debunk that, is it?
It is. It is.
So,
No,
so they
Absolutely
sent-
is.
So okay, I need a citation for that. That they sent it into a paper.
Citation, please.
That whoever they sent it into a journal. The journal hired people to replicate the test, and then they couldn't
No, they.
replicate it, and they
Okay.
didn't publish.
Do you think journals hire people to do peer reviews?
Yes,
What? Bruh.
yes, dude.
The fuck are you on about?
You're
Do
the
the
one saying
reviewers
peer
Are you
replicate
a
what
drug?
they're
Are you on
reviewing?
Bro,
Yes or
for
no?
real.
It's called peer review, not journal review.
Well, you're
It's
saying
reviewed by the peers, by the people in the same
Bro.
field, not by people who get
Yeah,
hired for it.
Listen, if I submit a paper to the journal Nature, the journal Nature will take that and they'll ask a bunch of people in that field, my quote unquote peers, if they want to review the paper. Right? Right?
It depends on what kind of paper it is. So here, there are two levels of
What did I do?
reviewing.
I self peer review? Is that
So
how you do it?
listen,
You get
listen,
to pick your own
listen.
peer reviewers?
I'm gonna educate you on this. I'm gonna tell you how it works. So there are two levels
You're
of peer
definitely
review.
not educating.
One level of peer review is measuring the theoretical, let's say, standing of the paper. So the paper
Can you give
basically
one
doesn't
example
do
of that?
1 + 1 = 3, right?
Can you
A
give an
second
example of
level
that?
of this
Calm down.
would be a replication if the paper
I'm
makes
calm. I'm
experimental
just asking
claims.
for an example of
If the
that.
paper
You
makes
clearly
experimental
have
claims,
muted
a
and
second
still
level of peer
talking.
review would be to
Cite
measure
that.
the paper, right, in terms of experiment.
Bro, but you see how he's just
If it's a
talking? Like,
theoretical
can you give
paper,
us an
it's not
example
going
of
to
what
get
you're
experimented
saying?
on
He
because
probably
it's just
has
a
everyone
theoretical
else's
paper.
volume turned down except
He
for
has
you.
everyone muted.
Yeah.
Like, bro, I swear, he hasn't been talking
Check
to
this out.
everyone.
Yeah,
So if I look in Nature's image submission guidelines, are they going to say what you just said?
Image submission? What do you mean image
No,
submission?
no, not image submission. Just their submission guidelines for submitting a paper to the journal Nature or the journal Science. They have submission guidelines. You know that, right?
Sure.
And they tell you the whole submission process and how they go through it.
Read it for me and see how try to disprove me.
Pretty sure he'd still be right.
Jesus Christ, dude. You see how you keep switching the burden of proof that you just make a claim and then I have to disprove your
Over
claim?
and over again.
You're
It's
the
called
one who offered,
obfuscating
buddy.
scrutiny.
You're the one who offered. I'm taking you up on the offer. Every time you make an offer thinking that I'm not going to take you up on it, I take you up on it. Right? You get
He's like,
shocked
"Oh,
and you
crap,"
tell
and then he
shit.
deviates, and he has to, like,
You're not
change
pushing
subject.
the burden of
He's
proof.
just lying
Don't make
now.
fucking offers about it.
He's
Hey,
lying.
And stick to your fucking words. Jesus Christ. Don't make offers you can't hold.
Bro, you
That's
you have
horseshit.
people muted. Be
No,
quiet.
you asked me for something earlier,
Yeah, everybody's muted
and
for
I
you, bro.
posted in the chat. Why don't you scroll up and look at it?
The only thing you posted for me that you
South
told me,
Pole.
"Hey, I'm gonna look at this." Yes,
South
I
Pole.
made. Yeah, and I ripped it for you.
No, you didn't. You hand waved it. You said, "Oh, this comes from the wrong place."
I absolutely ripped it for you. I mean, yeah, of course, it comes from a. It's a
He
blog
didn't rip
post. It's not
anything.
LinkedIn
All he did
post.
was attack that
I mean,
it's
I
from
can
his
just tell you
website.
BRB, right, for 5 minutes. I'm gonna make you a fancy schmancy bot post.
Yeah, right.
Post.
Gregory, he's
And
never
you're gonna
talked to
fucking
you.
post it on there and then give it to you and tell you, "Oh, sure, there you go."
All you did was hand wave it. You said this didn't come from the right place. That's like saying they wrote it down on cuneiform and not papyrus. So I don't want it because this isn't cuneiform.
Did you
it
listen
came
to
from the
what I just
Sumerians,
said?
not
Now,
the Akkadians. So fuck that.
did you listen to what I just said? Respond to
Yeah, I
that.
listened exactly to what you just said.
Respond to that. Don't respond to whatever the hell you're trying to work with. Respond to what I just
You
said.
have me muted, rebels or whatever the hell your name
I
is.
did respond to what I said. It's not my fault. You can't comprehend shit.
Ah, well,
Don't
now
have
this is
an argument.
ironic.
Your argument is it's a blog. That's not an argument.
This is ironic as hell. All right, I mean,
genetic fallacy.
in
Yeah,
that
that's what he's
case,
done.
in that case, I'm just gonna tell. I mean, again, I'm gonna repeat myself again. I'm gonna make a blog post, which is exactly the opposite of what you're saying.
It's a genetic fallacy. You just heard what he said, right? It's a genetic fallacy. It's wrong because it came from the wrong place.
I'm not telling you it's wrong. I'm telling you I should
Oh,
not.
so then it's right then.
Oh
No, it's not wrong, so it's right. Okay,
fine.
Exactly. It must be one or the other. Come on, man.
Well, it could just be the case that he doesn't trust whether it could be accurate or not.
So then it still stands
I
unrefuted.
don't really think you understand how epistemology works, so let me explain it.
Yeah,
for
so
you.
it still stands unrefuted. NDO said an argument.
You
You
don't know
proved his
if it's
argument.
true.
You say it's wrong.
doesn't
You
mean
didn't give an
I'm claiming
argument to
it's
it's wrong.
false.
So you are just
Figure it out,
committing a
man.
genetic
Did you
fallacy.
hear what I
You
just said
unrefuted
now?
him. His position is
Did you hear what
unrefuted.
No, I don't care what you're saying because I was just.
He actually has people muted.
Well, no, it's not that. It's just unreliable.
Exactly.
And you said it for what reason?
Yeah,
because it's not gone through any sort of rigorous review.
And you know that how?
Well, if are we talking about the blog post?
What NDO posted?
The blog post, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it hasn't gone through any rigorous review, and someone like this is a part of being skeptical, right?
logical determiner, yes or no?
Yes, I will say. I will say that if it hasn't gone through rigorous review, you are quite. It's quite fair for you to say, "I'm not going to really trust this unless you have someone who can corroborate it."
No credible person would look at that and go, "Oh yeah, this is believable."
These people, the majority did not approve this blog, therefore it's false.
Maybe you should try to be skeptical in all sorts of ways, Gregory, rather than just the ways you want.
Deflecting, you just committed a majority fallacy.
It's always deflection. It's always a fallacy.
It's not a fallacy. He doesn't know what fallacies are.
You are deflecting,
Bro, we haven't heard you
just
address
committed
a single
a
person
majority
in here.
fallacy.
You're just yapping, Britt,
Yo,
and your
so,
other homies.
So, Milf Racket. So you said it hasn't been subjected to rigorous review. What would that rigorous review look like?
So if I just posted
What would that rigorous review look like? What would be a sufficient?
There are different methods that you can use to put it for a review, but here's one. 1 second.
Would they replicate it?
I just posted one from Harvard.
Hold on. No. Would they replicate it? Would
There
they
you
go
go.
to the South Pole and
Already answered that question.
wait?
Already answered that question.
Of course you won't. Now you're muted.
I said I've already answered the question.
No, you haven't. Lied.
I said earlier. I said.
Blog post. No,
I said
this particular blog post. No, I don't care about your generalization. Would they replicate? Would you said this? He shouldn't trust the blog post because it hasn't been subjected to rigorous review. I asked you, what does that rigorous review look like?
Yeah, and well, first of all, I disagree with him if he's going to say the only sort of way he's going to trust the source. Well, I mean, it's his standard, but trust the source is whether or not it's been repeated by peer review. I would say that if he wants to say, look, it has to be peer reviewed and replicated, that's fine. But I don't know why it would be implied that in the peer review it has to be replicated.
You're disagreeing with your own side.
It was answered, retard. Did you hear what I said?
You didn't directly answer his question.
Okay, right. Indio, right? Hear me speak, right? It should be absolutely clear.
We heard you the first time. You're disagreeing with your own side.
We heard you the first time.
I did, but Gregory didn't apparently. Well, maybe he's a moron.
That's all right.
No, we heard you. We heard you. We heard you, idiot.
By the way, I posted from Harvard.edu how science papers are peer reviewed. It doesn't say anything about the peer reviewer replicating it. It says that.
Because it doesn't. You don't have to replicate something in a peer review.
Thank you for echoing.
Mike, we understand that. We understand that. Reb is
Jekyll, we know this.
Yeah.
Dumbass over here from Europe.
Yeah, I'm gonna echo what you just said to refute him.
Said that all peer-reviewed papers are replicated before they're published.
I didn't say this either.
And you didn't even
Yeah,
call
you
him
did.
out, Brett.
I did not
You didn't
say
even
this, and
call
if
him
you-
out.
No, I said it earlier on. I said it earlier on.
Here we go.
I said it earlier on. I said it the first time I was asked.
Not you.
You
Not
didn't say
you,
shit.
Jekyll. Not you, the other idiot. He said that all peer-reviewed research is replicated. Because I
Yep.
asked him, how do we know peer review isn't better than chance? And he says because, well, they know because they'll get some result that confirms what they're doing. Well, there's all the papers that don't confirm your result. What about those?
Okay, right, Rebus.
You didn't even say shit. Brett.
Rebus,
You ain't
I did.
say
Well,
shit.
I'll clip it, Creation Bear, and then you'll be mocked as a liar. Anyway,
Nah,
Rebus.
you don't even know who I am. Remember, you don't even know who I am. Remember?
Rebus, if I may ask you a question,
Wait,
do you?
what do you mean Creation Bear? You don't even know who I am.
I'll clip it, and you'll be mocked as a liar. Rebus, if I may ask you a question, do you think it's the case that every
dude.
do you think it's the case that every peer review
We're just gonna move on quickly.
requires replication?
That's what Homeboy said. You didn't say shit when he said it.
No, I never said that to begin with.
What?
I said that peer
He is
reviews
a liar.
What?
He's
studies
a confirmed liar.
or papers
Yep.
that have an
Facts.
experimental nature to them, right? And they the paper itself is an experiment. So the paper itself says we experimented and we found blah blah
You
blah.
lied. You lied.
Then
I
the
could have
peer
sworn I
review-
heard you say that, bro. I could have sworn I heard you say that shit.
Capper.
I booted him, dude.
I could have
Not gonna tolerate
sworn
that
I heard
shit.
him say that shit.
Capping liar.
Not
Brett, you
gonna
didn't even call
tolerate
that
that
shit out, bro.
Am not.
All right, okay.
Brett,
But I will now clip myself saying about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15 minutes
Do
ago,
it.
that it doesn't require replication.
Well, you should have told him that when he said
And
it.
you said something, and you actually responded to me, Creation Bear. And you said,
Why are you telling me?
you responded to me. You responded to me and said,
Why
"Oh,
you
you're
telling
going
me?
against
I
your
don't care.
buddy."
Why are you telling me, bro? You should have told him. Why are you telling me? I
But-
already know this.
I did 50 minutes ago.
Tell your
We
idiot
heard you,
friend
Jekyll.
who
We heard you.
believes it, bro. Like,
Look, listen, we don't think peer review has to replicate shit. He said all of it was. He didn't say they should.
You didn't
he
say
said
shit.
it was. Right? Because I asked him, he complained that it came from a blog. And he said, well, it ain't peer review. And I say, what makes you think peer review is better than any other method? And he
Crazy.
said, because peer review is superior because they get the same results. So I said, what do you think? Peer review is replicated? He said yes.
Yep, facts. And Britt, you pretend like you don't know who I am anyway.
That's
Clown.
fucking
So
wrong.
what the fuck are you talking?
And then we spent fucking goddamn 45 minutes fucking shucking and jiving trying to get around that shit.
Yeah, you're right, India. I agree.
The last
I agree with you.
Britt, you're like, I don't know who Creation Bear is.
I agree with you, India.
You would address me like you know. Who
Oh
I
my
am.
lord!
Creation Bear
This
thinks
guy-
he's like some famous guy.
yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
Anyway,
it's
India,
just
I
like that.
agree
It's
with
like,
you.
oh,
You
Creation
did.
Bear, Creation Bear. It's like, well,
Wait, this guy? It's not about you. It's not about you. This conversation is not about you. Just be quiet.
Is this the Creation Bear?
All right,
The
India.
one and
I
only?
would agree with you.
You keep flip flopping back and forth.
Oh my lord!
It is the Creation Bear.
India,
It's funny. It's funny.
I agree with
gotta
you.
Make up your mind, bro. Pick a
Jesus Christ. Okay, India, I agree with
gotta
you.
Pick one, bro.
India, I agree with you. You are right that it doesn't require replication.
Of course he's right.
But as for whether or not peer review papers are better than standalone blog posts, I mean, I think that's pretty obvious.
Well, I mean, that's not really scientific claim now, is
I don't think all peer review
Well,
requires.
it's about. I mean, it's about quality control. It's not about science.
I feel to my gut, and I think this method's better.
Yeah, it's not about. It's not a scientific claim. It's a quality claim.
Well, peer review is peer review is shit quality. Most peer-reviewed research that's published is wrong.
That's like saying
No, I agree. I think
How do you get better than most? How do you get worse than most wrong? All wrong?
Well, to be fair, India, I would agree with you. Peer review papers aren't infallible. Obviously, a lot of them are wrong. Probably most of them. But that doesn't mean that you would say, okay, well, just because peer review papers are mostly wrong, that therefore I should go for a standard which is probably going to be even more unverifiable.
What I think is that since it's a scientific community and they want to sit there and bash everybody in the head with the fucking science club, maybe they should bash themselves in the head with the science club and actually quantify the efficacy of peer review.
I mean,
okay,
It's a qualitative thing, not quantitative thing.
I want to no quantitatively. I want to see how good is peer review versus some other method. Chance, flip a coin. We're going to publish this paper. We're not going to publish this paper. Just fucking flip a coin. We'd see which ones are more wrong. The ones we flip a coin. Because what if peer review is worse than flipping a coin? You ever consider that? What if peer review is so bad that you'd have a better result if you just flipped the coin?
So, I mean,
because of human problems, right? Because of human vulnerabilities. Because you know that's always a factor, right? People are publishing shit that agrees with what they think, as opposed to not publishing. Here goes 30 years of my own fucking research down the tube. Publish or not publish. Flush. Send that shit back.
All right.
Let them publish in an open access journal they have to pay for.
That's definitely that. I agree with you. Definitely a problem of peer review. Peer review is not an infallible process. But I would say to you, if you're Dr. India, right, and then you produce a paper and you say these are my results, right, given this methodology, is it not better to have other people, your peers, to look at that methodology and give you criticism and critique your methodology?
That's not what's happening. That's not what's happening.
Better in what sense you have to specify?
Better in the sense that you can
we address that,
check
Red,
things you might have missed or problems with your methodology.
Well, I can do that with a copywriter. I could just do that with a copywriter, right? Just check my spelling and check my math, right? It's like I don't actually need a peer reviewer for that.
Methodology. You can't really check methodology with a copywriter.
Can we answer your question, or are you just going to keep talking?
Well, the thing about the peer review is that that people do a half-ass job, right? So this is like there was actually a paper published about this so people will submit something to be published, and the peer reviewers will see all the equations, but they won't actually do the mathematics to see if the equations actually pan out to be accurate. Just read the shit. It kind of looks right, so they just say, go ahead. They don't want to do the hard because you got to think you publish a 40-page document and there's 20 pages of equations. It's gonna take you fucking 3 weeks to work your way through that, right? Even if you're good at mathematics, you have to check and double check, and then we like, this might be wrong. Then you got to send it back, and they send it back to you. Then you got to do it all fucking over again, right? And you're kind of ostensibly they get a lot of these freaking They get a lot of people to do the peer review for free, believe it or not, which is fucking mind-blowing.
I agree with you. I think you're not even at all incorrect on any of those points. Like there are while you were talking, I was doing a bit of reading on some of the criticisms of how peer review processes go. I mean, you're completely correct. But the only other thing, you would probably agree. I surely agree that there's nothing that you have to lose by not sending it through peer review. Only gain, right? They can only critique it in.
So what? It's a moot point.
So it's automatically a better standard than just a lone blog paper.
We don't know that. But the thing is, we don't know that. And since we're doing science, don't you think we should use some science to figure that out?
Well, I think it's a qualitative
not necessarily
issue.
the case. Just because your peers are reviewing any of your work does not necessarily mean, not even very likely mean, that you're going to have the correct conclusion after the review. It could be the case that the so-called peers in Group A are more incompetent than the lone over here in Group B.
That's been acknowledged, but we're not saying that you're always going to be correct. We're just saying that it's going to be more reliable, at least.
Okay, so no, it's not. It doesn't follow, especially given when we've done the analysis of these people in academia. The academicians are not in the habit of being critically considerate and self-scrutinizing and logically sound. No, they're not.
I think you're like looking at peer review and you're criticizing peer review, but you're not situating in your mind with, in comparison to a lone blog post, is this more reliable?
Yes, that's why I said what I just said.
Look, everything you're saying is based upon intuition, like your intuition. This is what seems like makes sense to me, but there's actually there's nothing to support that.
The only thing, okay, oh my god,
between a logical determiner, a heuristic, and probability. They keep conflating the two.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it was pretty well acknowledged that I said not all peer reviews are going to be accurate. They're probably going to be mostly wrong, especially in science. And even though I acknowledged that, Gregory still asserted that I had the opposite view, that it would be all correct. Everyone knows this.
Attacking another strawman again. You're just trying to make me wrong.
Indio, I will say to you, Indio, at best, all I can imagine you saying is that peer reviews, while they might be qualitatively better. They aren't so much better given all of these criticisms. I can't. It's just silly to take the position a lone blog post is going to be better than a peer review paper.
He didn't say that. He's refuting your claim.
Even if
What's my claim, Gregory? No, wait. What's my claim, Gregory?
This is your best argument, you loser.
Listen, even if I did say that, the basis of you thinking that a peer review is better than a blog post is just intuition.
Can I just?
It's just a heuristic.
Can I ask Gregory? First of all, what's a heuristic, Gregory?
An interpretive
You don't even have
rule.
an argument.
An interpretive rule.
Bro.
Expand.
No, there's no need to expand. You're just trying to make me wrong. That's what a heuristic is. Type in heuristic in your search bar.
Can you tell me what my claim is, Gregory?
You don't have one.
Trying to make it seem as though peer review is more likely to be right than a lone wolf. You didn't give an argument to say that, like Indio just said. You're just asserting your heuristic.
Okay, right. If you when I say more likely, I don't even know if I said more likely. It's just probably better.
You did.
Right? I think.
Who cares?
Remember your own words for once.
I think it's pretty obvious that a lone blog post is going to be worse than a
Duality fallacy. That's not an objective, specific premise.
Seriously, listen, I've had a beef with this for about 20 years because I've heard scientists say, well, it's the best we got. Well, how the fuck do you know that?
Better.
It is not as though they've done a critical analysis of the other positions. They don't do that.
What are the other positions?
Like, they say it's the best we got or better than some other method. How do we know that if they've never tried anything else and they've never fucking analyzed it?
All right. Well, I mean, the only way I could imagine us discerning it in the sort of anally, sort of pedantic way it sounds like you people want is to say
you don't know what that is, dude.
Well, it's kind of pedantic to say, well, you don't actually have the statistics to say if it's better. And like, we could just take a handful. We could take a handful of lone blog posts, match it up against peer-reviewed paper, and we could discern the quality.
This is how much it's not a globe. We're talking about
quality?
peer review and.
I said it's a qualitative problem. I don't know why you guys keep trying to force it into a quantitative problem.
What do you mean by quality? Like the pros?
Probability is not a matter of quality. Way to go with a category error, you idiot.
Sorry, what did you say? What did you say, Gregory?
Probability is not a qualitative property. Way to go with another category error, you idiot.
Wait, if I say probably better, am I making a quantitative statement?
Better is the quality, not probability, you idiot.
Yeah, exactly. It's qualitative. It's better.
Bro, who gives a fuck about papers and
You are a
peer
fucking
review?
liar, bro. You called probability a fucking quality. It's not a quality.
No, I said
Get your
better
categories
is
straight.
quality, retard.
Bro, you don't have an argument for how the Earth is a globe.
Gregory's so dumb he can't even follow a conversation.
We get it. You have a horny.
This guy up here is really upset that I don't even know who he is.
Bro, relax. You're horny for Gregory and me. Just chill out. This is how much it's not a globe Earth. You're telling us, well, if I run a blog post, fuck your.
Here's the ironic part about all this.
Keep your blog post. You know that. I'm sure you'll get very far with
bringing
them.
a blog post.
All I have is a blog post. Let me have my blog post, please.
Where's the blog post, bitch?
Want to hear the height of irony? Oh, want to hear the height of irony? If someone actually did do the research about peer review versus some other method, right? And they wanted to publish, but the results were that peer review is a bunch of horse shit. Do you think some journal that's relied on peer review for 100 fucking years is going to publish a paper about everything they've been doing is a bunch of shit?
Yeah, right. Hey, CB, don't forget about me, man. The guy loves me too.
I like how.
Now.
Oh, sure. It's not about you either. The main thing is that it's interesting. It's interesting how you guys pick and choose when you want to be skeptical. You have your lone blog post, and now it's no more skepticism involved.
Fuck up.
When it comes to peer review, because you don't have any peer reviewed papers, you have to be skeptical towards them. It's weird. I call it, particular sort of skepticism.
No, that's what you're doing right now because you didn't hear the whole conversation and you don't know the context that was given to him.
Skepticism when it works for you.
He said the magic word. He came in and just said Foucault's pendulum. So I asked him, does he have any data that he's looked at? And I don't know what the fuck he did, but he didn't present data. I know that. Say, okay, I'll give you some data because you don't have any, so I'll give you some. And those are the only data points I know. I just gave him what I know. What exists out there in the world, right? For Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah, okay. Well,
right,
okay, India.
That's the funny thing is that you can find a lot of shit on Foucault's pendulum. You can't find a lot of shit on results of Foucault's pendulum.
You know, I actually think, India, you probably
But a
know.
blog post.
I think you probably know a little bit about peer review, India. So I'm just going to ask the other two, Christian Bear or Gregory.
Yeah, but a blog
do you know what? Can you tell me any of the stages of peer review at all?
We don't give a fuck, bro.
Because you don't know. You're just cheerleaders. You don't even know what you're against.
To scrutinize again.
Neither of you know.
You already
How
posted it
funny.
in chat, so yes, I do.
Hold on, bro. Can I answer? Like, what's the point of asking a question when you're going to start talking through the answer?
He's trying to get a W.
Your answer was, "Who cares, bro?"
Like, you
He just keeps getting truckloads of L's every time he comes in here.
It's embarrassing, isn't it, for you guys?
Well,
I mean, at least
embarrassing
India
how?
knows why
cannot
he's skeptical of peer
talking.
review. You guys are just going with
Brits.
whatever he says.
Yeah, he's still going on. So he's
What's
trying
the
to
point of
masturbate his
asking a
pride,
question
trying to
if
make
you're
himself
gonna
feel
keep
dystopian.
yapping?
So funny.
It
He's
doesn't
got
make sense.
I'll let you guys cope with each other now. It's fine.
Shut the fuck up. Like,
It's
you
so
ask a
funny.
question, you don't want to hear the answer. This is how ridiculous you
So,
guys
anyways,
are.
here's the takeaway from all that, right? Enough with your heuristics. Stop conflating heuristics with probability and logical determinants. Learn the difference. Moving on.
Yeah. Do you feel like you sound smart when you say stuff like that?
Who cares? Like, bro, dude, you're talking about blog posts. You sound stupid.
Oh, Indio's blog post.
It is stupid to reference blog posts.
The blog post is it's not good enough because my fellow scientists didn't approve of it.
Well, I am not even taking his position. I'm just saying it's fair for him to be skeptical of a blog post.
What? Blah, blah,
It's more likely because
obviously, you're skeptical.
Approved it.
You guys pick and choose when you want to be skeptical. I feel like this blog post is going to agree with me, so I'm going to take this position.
Scientism magisterium didn't approve of it.
But blogs. But the blog said.
Well, the blog agrees with me, so I'll agree with it.
Fuck your blogs, bitch.
I don't think either of you.
Magisterium.
The fact that neither of you could even tell me.
Conciliarism, in contrast to Romanist Christianism with the magisterium and other types of Christian conciliarism, this is scientist conciliarism.
Hey, you're just a zealot. He doesn't even understand what he's arguing against most of the time.
Talking about blogs, dude.
Doesn't even know what a peer review is. Doesn't know what a peer review is, and has been arguing against it for the last 20 minutes.
Bro, you didn't even call out your own side for saying that.
Yes, I did. Actually, I did. I can clip that. You're a liar.
No, only until we call.
And I know you're lying because you responded to me. You actually responded to me directly when I said it the first time. So I know you're lying.
Yeah, he's just being vindictive with his copium. This is one of his tactics to cope. Just vindictive mockery.
I like selective skepticism. I think it's really fun. Yeah, I'm also selectively skeptical.
He's still doing it. He's just repeating himself over and over again rather than just stopping. Like it's not even funny anymore.
Muted, so just relax, Brett. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You only called people out after we called.
Oh my god.
So take another L. There's your L. Enjoy.
You know, it's good that you two retards are on the same side, and it makes it easier for me. It's like killing two birds with one stone, you know?
You've had us both muted probably this whole time, so just relax.
I don't even know who you are. What have you muted?
You're trying to figure out, you gotta figure it out, bro. Are you my simp or you don't know who I am? Because you keep going back and forth.
Creation,
it's actually very cute.
How dare you?
No, it's cute. It's cute because he was like, "Oh, you're so handsome. You're this, you're that." You were talking about me. You couldn't keep my name out your mouth, and you want to pretend like, "Oh, I don't know who this person is."
Are you
who
quad?
Is Creation Bear? Why are you talking, bro? Pick one, man.
Hey, you must be quad.
Pick one. He can't even remember things for more than 30 seconds usually. That's why he has to keep repeating the same question over and over again after you answer it thoroughly.
If he's handsome, he must be quad.
Bro, you see me on camera.
Self-inflicted amnesia.
And you want to pretend like, "Oh, I don't know who."
An auto-amnesiac.
Look, if any of you two want to tell me what peer review is, let me know. If you don't,
it's not
then
peer repeat. It's not peer repeat, and you should have told your friend that.
And just be quiet.
Before we called you out.
It's okay, CB. Eventually, talk to him enough, you defeat him enough, he'll brand his name with your name too.
McFraction.
Yeah, didn't he do that with Greg? Didn't he copy Greg's profile picture, name, and shit?
That was Matt.
Yeah,
they do weird
just
shit like
brand
that.
themselves with their defeaters.
Do you tell yourself you've defeated us to make yourself feel better?
And no one said that. You're my simp. Just relax. So,
sounds like a cope.
You didn't call out your own side until we called you out for not.
Right, you said it the third time now. If I clip it, will you concede?
Do you use your vindictive mockery and posturing in your job?
Wait,
do you use your vindictive mockery and posturing in your job?
Clearly. That's why he's so good at it.
I'm gonna clip me saying it 10 minutes.
So I passed that
50
question.
minutes
Good.
before.
Good. And then send the clip to your friend.
No, you're gonna concede to me. You said you're gonna concede.
Well, okay, so you're gonna concede that you're my simp then, pussy? Because you're gonna keep pretending like you don't know who I am.
Oh my lord.
You keep saying, "Well, who's Creation Bear? I don't know who this person is."
Why does it bother you? Why does it bother you? I don't understand.
Because you're funny. Because you're funny, bro. Like literally, you'll be like, "Oh, Creation Bear," and then be like, "Well, who's Creation Bear? I don't know who this person is." While
He's
I'm
an
addressing your
autoamnesiac.
Oh my god.
An
Never seen anyone.
autoamnesiac zealot scientist.
Wrong. You pretend
I'm
like
not a scientist.
Who's talking?
CB, how about
You
CB? How
subscribe to
about this?
scientism. You're a scientist.
CB, how
I
about
don't like science. I think it's boring.
CB? How about this? Carry this
Pretend I
conversation up.
don't know Creation Bear.
Yeah, CB,
Hey,
it's
right.
okay. Carry
Can
this
someone stop
conversation-
white knighting while Mike is talking?
Yeah, CB, carry this conversation out for another 24 hours, and then see. Have
Go
all
back
your
to making
peers
your
around
pasta,
here.
Nick.
Are you trying to
Come on,
exhaust
old
yourself
man.
to another
Have all
coffee
your-
break?
They're
Have
already
all
trying
your
to interrupt Mike, bro. It's crazy.
have all your peers in here review the conversation, and then then you'll see.
That's hilarious.
Creation Bear, last night I exhausted Jekyll with beating his ass over and over again
Well,
in the debate. And then
it's more
he
like
said, I'm
talking
tired,
for
I'm
a
exhausted,
while.
I have to
He
go get
can't
some
even help
coffee.
himself from interrupting.
It's more like he was talking for a while. That's what it really felt like.
Greg, he can't even help himself from interrupting you just talking, like plainly.
Yeah.
Remind the room.
So ironic.
He's in pain.
So
He's
ironic.
in pain.
He's a chronic disruptor.
He's in pain, bro. He's hurting.
Yeah.
Like, just let Greg talk. and then you
Maybe
can talk
I
after.
heard
No one's
because
muted
Gregory
you.
talks a lot, or maybe
No
Creation
one's
Bear
even
hurts.
muted you, Brit.
I'm
You're
not.
just talking.
I'm not
and
mentioned being
interrupting
muted.
people
What are you
from
talking
speaking
about?
you? Are you in pain?
I'm not.
Greg
I'm not talking
can't
about
talk?
being muted.
So just let Greg finish, and then you can talk.
Okay, Greg, you do
Or
your
is it so
ramble.
painful when he brings you up? You have to speak through him, or what's going on?
Well,
you
I mean,
can't help
yeah,
it.
you'll ramble.
He
You
hates
just can't
me
help
because
it,
he
can
ain't
you?
me.
You can't help it, bro.
Sounds like you
Brit,
guys have a lot of
Brit,
cope.
just relax.
A lot of
Brit,
cope.
Brit, relax. Let Greg finish. What were you saying, Greg? So what was Brit
Yeah,
doing?
the chronic disruptor. I was telling you that last night I was whooping him so bad and so repeatedly last night from the mid-afternoon, my time in California, from mid-afternoon all the way to
California.
sunset, and I exhausted him to the point that he said that he's exhausted. Then he went away to go to get a coffee. So that's why I said to him, "You gonna get another coffee break soon?"
All right, get you a coffee, man. Brit.
What?
Coffee. Mr. Who is Creation Bear? I don't know who this person is.
Go get some
That really,
crumpets, right?
that really bothers you, doesn't it? Yeah.
I'm not bothered.
just
I just
so
know it's lies,
inconceivable
bro.
that
Bro,
you
come
know
on,
who
man.
he is.
I know
It's
you
unbelievable.
lying, bro. I can't call out liars.
Wait, here we go. Right. This is actually
You've seen me
the
on
smartest
camera.
thing.
We have
This
DMs.
is the
You
smartest
can't sit
thing,
here and be
Greg.
like, I don't know who
Oh,
this
okay.
person is.
Just
as
hold
a
on.
rebuttal to me calling
This is the
out your
smartest thing
bullshit.
Gregory's ever said.
I'm an ignorant ass. I should shut up and actually ask myself the question: do I know what the fuck I'm talking about? These people don't clip
Smartest
the
thing he's ever
voices of
said.
anyone else. I've never seen
Brit.
them clip the voices of anyone else except mine. They are so butthurt by me.
Yeah, facts.
Gregory, maybe we like your voice. Maybe it's there's like
Maybe.
tension.
He has
it's
a
like this
hate
self-contradictory kind of like emotionally sadomasochistic infatuation you have.
They have a hate boner, bro.
Oh man, you're
boner is
killing me with
hard.
these words, Gregory. I'm not on your
Hatred.
level. You have to know this.
Sorry, guys.
Mike,
Don't-
Fracted, just relax for a second.
Here's the
'Cause you guys
thing, you
have
know
the
what?
same name because you guys are weird. But
Yeah,
put
they're gonna
your
remember-
hate boner away for Gregory and me. So just put the boner away.
Not you,
Hey,
bro.
don't
We
forget
don't
me, man.
have a boner for you. Trust me.
You're talking right now, so
I'm not going
you
to
felt
trust
the
you.
need
You
to
were
respond
talking
to what I
about
said
Riz and
briefly
me
there.
in the goddamn open chat, Matt.
Yeah,
The
fact that
can't
you
you tell
felt
he's a
both-
big deal?
Okay, the fact
Matt?
that you both feel the need to respond while
I
I'm
forgot
talking.
he's a big deal.
Everyone
Put
knows.
your
him, yeah.
hate boner away, guys. If you don't have a hate boner, you shouldn't be interrupting while I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I thought. So put your hate boner away, guys. Thanks. Appreciate it.
That's what I thought.
Kind of smacks of insecurity. I don't know.
Look at this. Look at the fucking hate boner, bro.
DB, you know what disturbs me the most? They've got such a hate boner for me that they've got me in their name. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's unsettling or not, but one thing
Bro.
I can take away from
Wait,
this
Mick,
these days.
can I ask you a
Stop.
question, Mick?
These
They
guys,
made a meme of you
these-
also.
hate
Like they made a
boner
meme
away,
of your
guys.
name, Mick. So like you're kind of like in the same category I am.
Exactly. These guys are gonna remember me for the rest of their life. It seems.
Mick, may I ask you a question? Why do you only chirp up when you've got your defenders here? That's curious.
No. He can talk on his own, bro. We're just,
He's
we're
such
just
a
saying,
liar.
put your hate bone
Is it because you're as Indio described the weak zebra?
Indio's been muted for the last half hour, bro.
The weak zebra, Mick.
The weak
Of course,
What does
he.
Indio? Y'all only got hate
Indio
boners for
said
everybody.
Indio said about your attitude, not about Mick.
Don't let the hyenas get
Mick,
you.
the weak zebra.
I'm obviously the weak zebra that you misperceived, right?
Well, not very. Well, it doesn't seem like it. You need your herd with you to protect
Exactly.
you.
It doesn't seem like it to you. You misperceive, like Mick just said. Yeah.
That's why you've branded me as
When your herd's here, you're all safe. But when your herd goes, Mick, you shrivel up
Yeah,
right
sure.
like a cow.
That's why you've got my photo in your bedroom, right?
Yeah,
that's why when the retard was coming in here talking about he can see Earth curve from the fucking surface of the Earth, that's why none of you said anything. You would
None of
smack
y'all
us up
said
and down if we
shit.
said that. But when retard, your fellow scientist, wannabe zealot, said it, you didn't say shit. You were muted.
None of y'all said shit.
Oh, do you think I'm always sitting at my desk listening to what everyone's saying?
Yes.
Well, do you think we're always sitting here listening to Mick? Huh?
Yes.
Huh?
You never. To be fair, Gregory, can you tell me the last time you've ever corrected another flat earther?
Tonight.
When?
See how quickly you thought of that question?
Okay.
Yeah,
When?
I have.
When?
Tonight.
When?
Bro, you didn't do. Why was with the double standard?
Oh no,
bro!
You guys won't correct our Glober, but when it comes to flat earthers, we're allowed to not correct them.
Britt, I'm trying to answer your question. This is what the problem with you guys is. You ask a question and you immediately start yapping through the answer. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, I wasn't really talking to you, Creation. I don't know why you're responding.
Give a fuck about your own questions that you ask. You don't even care because when people try to genuinely answer them, you just start rumpusing the answer.
This dude's crazy.
Bro, okay, I'm trying to answer it still, and you're still yapping.
You a narcissist,
bro. Shut the fuck up. As I'm answering your fucking question that you asked, does Homeboy disagree with other flat earthers? Yes. You should see our DMs.
Oh, you DM each other. Oh, I really disagree with this guy.
Okay, Britt. Bro, this is how ridiculous you guys are. Put your hate boner away. What's the point of asking questions if you're not going to allow the answer? This is how fucking biased and ridiculous you guys are. You might as well just stop asking questions and just start spewing statements because you know you have an agenda. You don't give a fuck.
I mean, the
about
moment Creation Barrett ended the sentence, he immediately contrived the caricature.
Right. Bro, you said, well, does Greg ever call anyone out? Yeah, he fucking does.
I'm not speaking to you. I don't know why you're talking.
The goddamn answer again.
It was rambling. You're rambling. You're rambling.
You fucking loser. Bro,
you're rambling.
And you won't. What do you mean? You
don't like it when other people do it.
Look, you're freaking out.
You exercise some self-discipline and self-awareness and consistency.
You should control yourself, Creation Bear. You should control yourself.
You don't want the answer.
Just control yourself.
Objection.
Bro, this is one of Creation Bear's famous rants. You just gotta
gotta listen to it.
He's famous. He's known for it, right? From across the land.
The point of
Dude,
why are you guys both white knighting for each other?
Go on, freak out. Go on, freak out for me.
Bro. Okay, I'll speak to you as a calm. I'll speak to you in a calm voice since your vaginas need the calmness. You asked. You asked a question.
He's got me there. On a clown.
Yuck.
Britt's he's
right
cackling
about you.
like a clown. Britt, you asked a question. Does Gregory ever call someone out? Yeah, he does a lot, actually.
You've already said that.
Okay, so then you got your answer then, dummy. He does.
Yeah, okay. All right, be quiet.
Yeah,
so
as soon as he completed the answer, you then said a caricature of the answer he told you. So.
You got answered. Stupid.
Yeah, be quiet, yeah.
What do you mean be quiet? I answered your question, dummy.
You answered it.
Hey, here's a suggestion, Jekyll. If you don't want to hear his voice anymore, you can just leave the call or deafen yourself.
I'm not sure many people do want to hear his voice. That's the problem.
You do.
No, of course you see it as a problem.
Mick needs to hear it.
Man,
Mick needs to hear it because he's the weak Glober, you know, the weak flat earther, the weak zebra.
Why are you calling
out? You're complaining about hearing people's voices rather than solving the problem.
Yeah, CB, this guy, he doesn't. I'll answer your question that you asked earlier. He doesn't ask questions to get answers. He asks questions to hear himself speak.
Facts.
He asks questions to try and trap the interlocutor in his stupid ass traps. That he
always works. You always fall in.
That's how most
the fun part.
Act.
That's
Yeah,
the
you always
majority
fall
of
into my
comments.
traps. You know, it's really good.
He
It's
who
fun.
lays the
No
snare
one's
shall
going
fall
to.
into it.
I don't know who the fuck ever said that, but okay.
You have never
Of course you
set
don't.
traps
You're
for
ignorant.
rabbits or anything, have you?
Britt got cooked. Cooper got cooked. Bro, Cooper, I don't even know why you're white knighting in the background.
What?
You don't
What?
have an
I got
argument.
cooked? How did I get cooked,
You're
Creation
just
Bear? I'm your biggest fan.
cheerleading,
I'm
bro.
your biggest
Cooper,
fan, all right?
you're
I
just,
know
you're
you.
just relax. You're just cheerleading from
Yeah,
the
you're the
background.
chef
Be
that
quiet.
cooked yourself.
No, bro, I just like Creation Bear, right? I think you guys should
Yeah,
all
we
know
get it.
him.
You're another one of my simps like Britt. And then Britt
Yes, I'm
pretends
your
like he doesn't
simp.
know who I am.
I
It's
am your
fucking
simp.
hilarious.
That's the fakest laugh I've ever heard.
Yo, no. It's actually funny, bro. Because the last
This is
time we
like
spoke,
I can hear the
That's the
pain in your
dumbest
laugh.
critique I've ever heard.
Brett, relax. Because the last time I was in here, you're like, "Wait, Creation Bear, I don't know that name. Who is that?"
All right, can we actually debate
That's
flat Earth now? This is boring.
fucking funny. It's funny, bro.
Because I don't like.
Wait, why are you saying?
I don't like.
Talking about flat Earth, you
It
just
makes
get whooped on that
know
one.
who I am.
It makes
You
me
get whooped in
feel.
condescension.
Wait a
You get
minute.
It
whooped
makes
in
me feel
insults, you get
uncomfortable
whooped in
hearing
love
someone's
language,
pain. You know.
Wait a minute.
You
I
get
thought you
whooped in
didn't know who
flat
I
earth, you get
was.
whooped in cosmology, you get whooped in peer review, you just get
That's
whooped. You just get
crazy.
whooped.
You don't even know what
get
peer
whooped
review
so
is,
bad,
Gregory. I know what you're talking
You get
about.
whooped so bad, you pretend like you don't know who people are. Like,
You get
All
whooped
right,
in
okay.
identifying people, like you just lose, dude.
Yeah.
wait, who are you
Never
again?
forget
I don't remember
the
you. I
Creation
got cooked
Bear.
so
Gregory's a
bad.
very
You get whooped in remembering things.
This guy really.
Gregory's announced more of his victories than he's actually got. He always says, "Oh, deductive refutation." Never actually refuted
You get whooped in
anything.
refraining from lying.
Persevering.
Ah.
Right.
Have you ever refuted an argument successfully, Gregory?
Bro,
You get whooped in scrutiny.
Black.
saying this right now.
What was your last argument you claimed you refuted? What was it?
You get whooped in remembering things or not
remember.
suffering amnesia.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
He does get amnesia.
You just
He does
talk,
get
Gregory.
amnesia. Because instead of refuting,
We have
facts
the
or
guy
arguments,
freaking
you're
out
saying-
over there.
whooped in being self-aware.
We have the weak zebra. The guy freaks out, and
Dude,
Gregory who
bro,
rambles.
No one's freaking out just because
You
someone's
get
speaking
whooped in
into
refraining
you
from
in
committing
aggressive
fallacies,
voice.
including especially a straw
You
man.
Oh, you
clam
know,
up.
it's look at your raging over it. You know, it's crazy.
No one's raging, bro. We're just talking to you in a masculine voice, and your pussy
Oh,
ass
yeah?
is like, "Oh, well,
Oh, yeah? Is that what
I
you're
can't
doing?
handle it.
I'm talking to you in a
no.
masculine
I don't even
voice.
Being a
Bro,
pussy.
you're talking through my rebut. Like, bro, like
This is the biggest cope I've ever seen.
no. How am I coping? The cope is when you say, "Well, I can't address your rebuttal because I don't even remember who you are."
You
Alright,
get
okay.
whooped in not being
Crazy.
emotionally feeble.
As if we don't have shitloads of DMs, and you've been simping for me, and you've seen me on camera, and you're
Alright,
gonna be like,
okay.
"Well, I just don't remember this person, so I'm not gonna address your argument."
Whatever you
That's
say.
how
Whatever
we're-
you say.
You get whooped at not being an acumen midget.
That
Can we
is
talk
cope.
about flat Earth now? This is kind of.
No, you're saying we're coping.
I don't like listening to other people's pain. It makes me feel awkward.
No, it's not pain. It's
You
just
get whooped at not projecting.
You're willing to say other people are coping, but you want to address your own coping behaviors.
Heretic, can you get him to talk about flat Earth? This is getting boring.
Yeah, classic.
Just
mute this
molding.
guy. Just mute this guy, bro. Like, what's the point of speaking to him?
He's obviously a mouth. Right?
Still going?
You're on. Like, control yourself, dude. Like,
You get
how you
whooped
gonna
at
go
and
from
exercising self-control.
They can't stop themselves, can they?
from what?
You love it.
Big cope.
Smoking
Yeah.
you?
How about you give an
You get
argument for
whooped at
flat?
not indulging
Wait,
in
dude,
copium.
bro,
How about
there's
you give
no
an argument
bigger
for
cope
flat
than you
Earth
saying,
rather than
I don't know
cope?
anyone named Creation Bear. That's the biggest cope I've ever seen. I give you a rebuttal, and you're like, "Well, I don't know who's talking right now." You sound stupid.
Okay, you done? You got over it?
Here we go again.
All right,
You're
let's talk
pretending
about
like you
flat
don't
Earth.
know who's talking.
Oh my god, can we talk about flat
Okay,
Earth now?
saying, "Well, I don't know who this isn't talking
Oh
about
my
Flat Earth, is
lord!
it? Come
Is
on,
there
man!
any-
With the double
is
standards,
there
it's
any
crazy. Jekyll,
fluff
you're not
mod who
above
could just-
anyone.
Oh,
You're not above people saying, "Let's talk about flat Earth." You're the
It's
one.
just a
that's saying-
cope. No one wants to hear you cope and
Hang
your
off,
weird insecurity.
Bro, dude, just mute him, bro. This is ridiculous.
Just a weird insecurity. That's all.
Insecure how?
Vaseline or something.
When I give you a rebuttal and I say this is what you said that was wrong, you're like, "Well, I don't know who's talking."
I'm
right
not
now. I
here
don't
to
know
make you feel
anyone named
comfortable,
Bear."
Creation Bear. I just want
I'm
to talk
not
about flat
trying to
Earth.
feel comfortable. I'm happy.
you get whooped at
cooking
being
you,
critically considerate.
and you
Gregory doesn't even know what's
cope by
going on.
being like, "I don't know who's talking." When you do,
Maybe we should ask the weak zebra. Weak zebra, what you got for us?
bro,
I'm talking
You get
directly,
whooped
and
at
you're
being
doing the same thing.
self-scrutinizing.
What
Jekyll,
have you got? What's your argument for flat Earth, weak zebra?
Just mute this clown, bro. Where are the mods at?
Vaseline out or something? The fuck's your problem?
You say?
Jekyll, you're done, bro. You're done. You're cooked.
Speaking to Mick over here.
You get whipped and not getting cooked.
Like, you won't address anything, first
Oh
of
my
all.
lord, this is crazy.
Yeah,
Mick,
yeah.
what's your argument for flat
Should I
Earth?
just
Maybe
do
we
what
can
you did? Wait,
maybe we can restart the
who's
conversation.
talking right now? I don't understand who's
Yeah,
talking.
my job.
Who are we talking to?
Just
I've
try and
never
talk
spoken to
me.
this person ever before in my
Flatsy.
life.
You try and task me with something that's not my job.
Wow.
The weak zebra. All right, what's your argument for flat Earth?
Wait, I don't understand who's talking. We can't address what is anyone's saying unless we know who we're talking to specifically.
It's okay.
Who's
Christian
talking?
Bear. Okay,
Wait,
Christian
no,
Bear,
who's
it's fine.
talking?
Don't be upset.
Wait, who? Creation,
It's
who?
okay.
Wait, I don't know who that is.
Is this
Those are
what is
great.
these fake laughs?
You see when I
I need to
discuss
do
the,
my
when I,
Bitmode
you see
these
when I
now.
display the exact same behavior as you, it's crazy. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, it's a bunch of fake laughing. I don't know.
Right, as soon as I display the
Mick,
same
he still
behavior
has
as you,
your
it's
name and
crazy.
his name.
Isn't that wild?
Like he wants to be your wife, dude.
No,
Bro.
his name is
He's a
the fake zebra.
He's a simp, bro. He's a simp.
The weak zebra, sorry,
But
the weak zebra.
in 30 minutes, he's gonna pretend like he doesn't know who Mike is.
Nah, he's got my photo in his bedroom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
facts. Facts.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
Right.
loser.
Okay, Mick, what's your argument for flat Earth?
That was more effeminate
Who's
than
Mick?
Remus.
I don't know who Mick is. I don't understand what that is. Can you please tell us first before we engage in the argument? Because we need to know who we're talking to.
Cooper,
before
is
we
this
engage.
normal behavior by an adult? By any chance?
Exactly. I'm
It
just
doesn't
copying your
seem
behavior.
to be normal adult behavior.
Yeah.
It's maybe
Right.
normal
I don't know.
16-year-old behavior.
Exactly.
If
Yeah, a
the
little
16-year-old
When
is
I,
like
when I
really
copy the
insecure.
Little
exactly,
bit.
Cooper.
A
Exactly,
little bit of
guys.
insecurity in
When I
there.
copy
A
the
little
exact same behavior as Jekyll or Britt or whoever the fuck this is, then it's a
Bro,
problem.
just let it go. Jesus.
Yeah,
Christ.
nobody wants to talk about it anymore.
Right,
Just
right,
drop
right.
it.
So when I display your
You hear them?
behavior,
You hear
it's
them,
a
Creation
problem.
Bear? Keep it
Yeah,
up.
I do. I do. See, like, they
They
don't
can't
like their
handle
own
it.
medicine. When we
They
do
don't
the
like
same
their
shit as
own
them, they're
medicine.
like, "Oh, it's bad. This is a problem."
This is so
But when
boring.
you do it,
It's
it's
just
fine.
like their own allopathic medicine.
That's fucking wild, bro. You don't like the taste of your own medicine. When you do it, it's totally fine. It's
All right.
not a problem.
Just
You're
like the
winning.
pharmacists,
But
just
if we
like the
give it, if we
allopaths.
give you the same
If you're
shit
upset
back,
by it,
it's a problem. No one's
if you're
upset.
upset by it, Creation Bad, just message me. Right?
No
I'm
one's
bored
upset.
of this conversation.
No, I already messaged you. But
All right, okay, I'll reply in a second.
which
Just
you
let's
didn't.
let's
Which you
move on.
didn't reply. No, you
I'll
didn't
reply in a second. Let's just move
you
the
didn't
conversation
reply.
on.
No.
Oh my god.
I already messaged you. You didn't reply.
You have a
So
god now?
let's stop the
Yeah.
cap.
You
Oh
been
my.
irrigated into
Oh
thieves?
my
And
Yahweh.
listen,
Oh my
the
Yahweh.
problem.
Can we just move on?
Now
No,
you
we're not
believe
moving
in
on from
Yahuwah?
shit. We're just
Yeah.
giving you a taste of your own medicine, Jekyll. Notice how you don't like it. So
You've
I'm
been irrigated
bored.
into repentance? Is that it?
well,
I'm just
now you
bored.
know how
Just
flat
admit you
earthers
don't like the taste of the
feel.
medicine. It tastes
Okay, I
bad.
don't like the
Yeah,
medicine.
admit
I don't
it.
want this
Yeah.
medicine.
Yeah, well, you're
All right.
happy
Now
to
call
give it
the
out,
medicine
but
what
you're
it
not
really
happy
is.
to
It's
receive
poison.
it. You're happy to give it out. You'll dish
All
it out,
right.
but you don't go.
I'm
you
done
don't
with the
go take it.
medicine. You know what? I
All right,
don't want the
bro.
medicine.
Call it what it really is.
All
Call
right.
it
Okay,
poison as
Mick.
it is.
Fake.
You're willing.
Weak zebra. What's
You're
going
willing
on?
to dish it. You're willing to dish it out, but
I'm
you
not going
can't
to talk
take
to you
it.
enough, man.
So
You doing what? Sorry.
Besides
yeah.
speaking to you enough. I'm sick of your voice. Speak to
Sick of my
somebody else.
voice.
Yeah, you're
I'll be
insecure,
quiet. I'll be
Jekyll.
quiet. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Good. Yeah, just meet him.
Speak to somebody else.
Just meet up, bro. It's fucking crazy, bro.
Good
The
job,
double
Creation Bear.
standard.
Good job,
Yeah,
Mick.
I see, bro. This is what I'm good for. The double standards out here are wild. Like for real. You guys are so confidently willing to be like
Nicholas is crazy.
this bad behavior, and then when we give it back to you, you're like, wait, but the bad behavior. It's like, yeah, okay, well, where do you
Is
think
this
we got it
normal
from?
behavior for an
What
adult?
the fuck? Yo, bro. Like we want to talk about flat earth, but you guys go off into random tangents about blogs and fucking papers and some bullshit. The fuck? Yeah, but can we talk about flat earth? Why don't you just talk about blogs, nigga? Man, what the fuck? Bro, come on, man. Y'all sound stupid. I swear to God, man. Y'all are stupid, bro.
No, it's fine. I probably wouldn't have engaged with this guy as much as I had, thinking he was as smart as he had, unless he had that UK voice. It makes him sound smarter than he is.
But what about the blog post? Man.
But what about my scientism?
I'll take that. Mick, to be fair, I'll take that as a compliment because you are dumb and your accent matches it too.
Oh, he's bad. He's bad.
He just took something that he didn't
Hey,
get.
Yeah, no. His accent matches his stupidity.
Britt, hey, man, I told you to put the hate boner away, man.
Magical
you got it back
reception.
out? You got the hate boner back out? Man, put that shit away, man.
Put it away.
Put your hate
Okay.
boner away, man. You've been
I mean,
jerking off
Mick,
this
Mick,
whole
have
time,
you,
man.
Mick? If you want to debate, I mean, I'm
The
happy
hate
to have
boner,
one.
the
You
hate
know, I'm
boner
happy
is
to have
hard
one.
right now. You're hard. You're hard, bro. Relax.
You're scared of me, aren't you, Mick? That's
You're
the problem.
hard. You're horny, bro. Put your hate boner away.
That's the
We're
problem.
repulsed by that fallacy, rather.
The fallacy.
You're horny. You're horny, bro. Just chill.
All right.
Put your hate boner away for Mike and Greg and me. Just chill out, bro.
Oh,
You want to
there's
talk
no
about
hate.
Flat Earth?
Mike or
You
Mike?
ain't.
I
You ain't
can't
talking about
hate.
no.
I
No, hold on.
can't
You're not
hate
talking about
Gregory
no,
and
you
Mike.
say,
They're not smart enough for me to
sir.
hate them.
You said let's talk about Flat Earth, but you want to talk about Mike and Greg and me. So just put your hate boner away.
Yeah,
It's
no,
gonna
I
be
can't.
fine.
It'll be.
I know
obtuse.
you can't. You
Be
can't
obtuse,
talk.
wouldn't it?
You can't help yourself. You're horny.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, but then you want to say, well, let's talk about Flat Earth.
Does this
Then you bring
does
up
this
Mike
tell you
immediately.
someone who might have an
You're
insecurity
horny.
issue?
Yeah, you're horny. We get it.
It
Just
sounds
relax.
like an insecurity issue.
That's why you change your name to Mike.
Define
and
insecurity.
You simp for me and Greg.
Well,
so you're
I
horny, bro,
don't know
relax.
if there'll be a definition of insecurity, but it definitely looks
So
like
you don't know what it is
he's.
then.
Yeah, that's why you
I've
said the
heard one of
Flat
his.
Earther.
Well, no, because it's going to apply to different people.
You're
right?
horny, bro.
So
Relax.
it would be more like he's
Couldn't
concerned
possibly know
that
that it applies to anyone. You don't know
he's-
what it is.
he feels
Bro.
insecure because I've
Yeah.
insulted his feeling that he should be well known or whatever. I don't know.
But you don't know
That's
what
not the
insecurity
problem.
is.
That's not the issue. I already said it very clearly what the issue is. You just have a hate boner. Put it away. It's gonna be fine. You're horny.
How could I hate
It's all
you?
good.
Or Gregory or Mick? Mick's
Yeah.
Right,
you
Mick's
don't
the
hate
weak
me. You're
zebra.
my simp.
Mick's
By
the weak.
choosing
for
to
all three of
desire and do
us.
that which is
Yeah.
against our well-being.
Mick's the weak zebra.
Bro,
Gregory
bro,
just pretends to say words that he doesn't understand.
You asked a question and you're already.
And then-
Second, the one who couldn't define
Well,
insecurity while
and
you're
then-
citing it
You
to
proved
creation
my
bear.
point from earlier.
And then
what you
Creation
do-
Bear's
you
just
do the
insecure.
Yeah.
Not worthy of
This-
hate.
This is what's funny, is because you do the same thing every time. You ask.
Is
a
there any other
question-
Glober in here who
Yeah,
could
it's
just
just
please,
You're
like,
doing it again. You're doing it again. You're doing it
tell
again.
him to be quiet?
Creation bear, is this normal
Brit,
behavior for
it's
individuals
not.
just repeat
Maybe
the same
a flat
behavior over
earther
and
even,
over
He
again
asked
right?
for no good
Brit,
reason?
shut the fuck up, Brit. Be quiet. You asked a question. How could I do this? And then you just start talking. You answer your own self. Like, what's the point of asking questions?
That's called
say something.
schizophrenia.
Yeah,
Having an
it
entire
is.
Crit, are
conversation
you
with
here?
yourself.
Are you hearing
No,
this?
Brit. You literally asked a question and then started talking. You answered your own question for yourself. What's the point of
Alright.
asking questions if you're not willing to get an answer? You might as well just make statements instead of asking.
Well, it's more of a rhetorical
The manifest
question.
irrationality of a schizophrenic.
Oh, classic.
I mean,
it was rhetorical.
asking you a question doesn't really lead anywhere, does it?
Yeah, of course.
Especially when you keep talking
You're
to yourself
proving
after
my
you ask him the
point.
question.
You're literally proving my point. You might as well not ask questions. Just say shit. Just make statements, bro, because you don't want to hear answers. Period.
Or just say it in your head and not speak out loud. Spare us.
Yeah, that would be better. Yeah. That
You
would be
think
way
people
better.
want to hear your voice right now, Gregory?
Do you think people want to hear your voice right now, Jekyll?
Oh, bro.
If you guys
Come
don't want
on,
people
man.
coming in here, put a lock
I'll
on the
answer
room.
that. I would much rather listen to Gregory.
Lock on the room.
Well, no, you would because you need him, Mick, right?
Greg.
Otherwise, you're the weak zebra.
Yo,
And you
Brit,
wouldn't because you can't
said,
handle it.
can we talk about Flat Earth? You've only been talking about Greg, Britt, or you only been talking about Greg, Mike, and me.
You got okay. You all three of you. I muted my mic. I muted my mic, and you kept on talking about me.
Let's talk.
So I
about
unmuted
Flat
my
Earth.
mic, and now you're
This guy
complaining.
So what?
Yeah, we're not
Stay
complaining.
muted.
We're
Go
calling
back on
you
mute.
out
Chris
again.
is calling me the weak
It's not a
zebra.
It's not a complaint. It's
I just
a
want to know where can I get more creation bear content.
Cooper. Yeah, Cooper. Just
Wait, do you have a Twitter or YouTube?
bro?
Yeah, where I can find you?
Both. Yeah, both. You can sim for me too. It's fine. Cooper.
Link them,
Just-
please. A PayPal?
Yeah,
you got a
you can
PayPal?
find me. Yeah,
Hook me up with a PayPal. Come on.
bro. Cooper.
You know I'm on
Relax.
that creation bear.
Dude, Cooper. You don't have an argument, dude. Like you're
What?
just
I've
cheerleading for
only
Brit.
participated
We get it.
in
You're Brit's
Care
boyfriend.
Bear creation.
Yo,
excuse me.
Cooper.
Creation bear.
Cooper.
Like
Cooper.
simping, right? That's all I'm
You're
interested in this
you're
conversation.
just Brit's boyfriend. You don't really have much to say
Who's Brit?
besides
Talking about me.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
So you're doing the same as Brit.
His name is Milk. All
You
right?
don't even know the one you're simping for. That's
you don't know
crazy.
who you're talking. Yeah, that's crazy.
Called
You don't even know who
schizophrenia.
you're talking, bro. That's fucking wild, bro.
I'm simping for
Cooper.
creation bear, all right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know, facts. Yeah,
The
you can't
creation
not
bear.
talk about me, bro. I know.
You're
facts.
right.
He still doesn't know who he's talking to right now.
He's the
Yeah,
original
bro.
bear.
Should now.
Who is Brit? You don't even know who Brit is. Why are you white knighting for some retard?
I'm just
retard in the room.
I'm asking Cooper, not you, Britt.
Technically, I am white knighting for a retard, but I'm white knighting for you, Creation Bear.
No, you're not. Hold on, no, wait. Let me
You got you there.
No, actually, no, Britt, be quiet. White knighting how? Because you're not white knighting. You got your hate boner. You're whacking out your hate boner in front of this whole panel. That's not this. I don't know.
Right
If you, hold on, sir. I don't know if you
directly.
You're talking.
And so if he's retarded, what does that make you?
I don't know if you know what
Simp
white
of a
knighting
retard?
means.
No, got you there.
No.
I mean, if you want to accept that, Creation Bear, do you want to accept that?
You don't know what it. First of all, you're not white knighting for me. You're absolutely got your hate boner out and you're wanking in front of this whole panel. It's the absolute opposite of a white knight.
Dude,
idiot.
nobody cares.
Britt,
all I
I'm
want to
talking
know
to you.
is
Britt, I know you're my
white knight hate
bro,
boner.
Britt, you gotta pick one, bro. Because the last time I joined this VC, you were like, I don't know who Creation Bear is. Who is
Now I'm
this
saying
person?
nobody cares what you're
Why
saying.
Are we talking? But who?
You're saying.
I thought
Given
you
that I
didn't know
care
who
what
I
Creation
was.
Bear is saying, therefore your predication.
Well, I mean, you've got a walnut. You've got a walnut brain, Gregory. So I mean, you're gonna like whoever you feel. Because to be honest with you, Gregory,
No,
I know why you want Creation Bear to talk. I know why you want Mick to
you
talk.
don't even know who I am.
And the reason why
My walnut
is
brain is
because
bigger than your mustard
Gregory
seed brain,
has
so.
an inferiority complex.
You're just
Well, my
mad.
walnut brain
He
is
feels
bigger than your
inferior
mustard seed
next to
brain,
me.
so what does that make you?
He feels inferior next to me, so he wants to keep this dragged on because he thinks he's
my
getting
walnut brain is
somewhere.
bigger than your mustard seed brain.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, big brains, you know. Anyway, so
you have short-term memory loss.
Creation Bear, nobody wants to
why-
hear you ramble. Nobody cares what you have to say. You're stupid.
Creation who? Wait, Creation who? I thought you didn't
I'm
know.
still
who
waiting
Creation
for the
Bear
debate
was.
conversation
alright?
again.
Because
Can
again, the
please
last
regain
time I
the
joined,
control?
you were like, I don't
Surely
know
there's
Trying to
who
regain
named
dominance of the
Creation
VC.
Bear.
How about you just like talk about flat Earth? How about that?
You don't want to talk about Flat Earth. You want to talk about me and Greg and
When did you
Mike.
become a moderator in the voice channel?
Yeah, you're not a moderator.
None of you are moderators. I mean, I feel like if I asked one of the moderators, would you
They're
rather
not even
listen to?
active right now.
Would you rather listen to this or Flat Earth? I'm sure they'd say they'd rather listen to Flat Earth.
Dumbass. If they were
This is why we
active,
don't
they
want
would
to talk
mute
about
you.
serious subjects with you right now because you always answer some other question that wasn't asked to you.
Talk about it with Cooper or Matt or someone else.
I mean, Cooper's here to white
Just
knight
move
for
on.
you.
Just
He's got a
move
hate
on.
boner out for you, Britt.
He's
You're a clown.
trying to do my
bro.
tactic.
Creation Bear, I only have
Direct us to
eyes
move on.
for you, okay?
All right, faggots. So.
Right, okay, got that clipped. Gonna send that to the mod mail.
All right.
Cooper, do you have an argument about anything right now?
Yeah, I'd say the Earth isn't flat.
You don't know what
How do
flat
you know
Earth
this?
means.
So when we look at the apparent motion of the stars around their axis in the northern hemisphere, we see that it rotates counterclockwise around that axis. And when we go to the southern hemisphere, or excuse me, south of the equator, we see them suddenly shifting the other direction. This can really only be explained by a z-axis flip in the view of the perspective of the, like, from the viewer's perspective, which is impossible on a flat Earth.
What's your deductive argument for that premise?
I just gave it.
No, you didn't. You made an inductive appeal. You appealed to concrete particulars or empirical and data to then get to the conclusion. That's an inductive argument. You don't know the difference between an inductive argument and a deductive argument.
And he definitely doesn't know what flat Earth is either. So you're only debunking a ghost that you created. Congrats.
Are there two sides? Like, is there a z-axis flip
Yeah,
that
see,
happens in a flat Earth?
exactly. You don't know what flat
Yeah,
Earth
hang
is.
on, back up
You
a
heard my
moment.
point.
Creation Bear, that's a good point. I just asked him to prove the premise that the Earth is not flat. Then he directed our attention away from the Earth to the celestial bodies. So that's just a flagrant red herring.
No, we can learn things about, like, the world by observing other things.
Okay, well, that's another truism, which is a red herring digression from the premise I'm pressing you about.
Sure.
You ought to study
What
logic
is-
before you try debating.
This isn't really a debate. This is a conversation.
No, it's a
Yeah.
debate.
Oh, I don't. But I don't want to
This is the
participate
cross-examination
in a
process.
debate. I don't want to.
This is
do
the
a debate.
this is
I
the
have
cross-examination
I
in an
have
informal setting.
conversations here.
Yes, the
Yeah.
cross. You don't need to talk through this, right? I'm going to tell you what's happening right now.
I'm going to
This is the
tell you how I'm
cross-examination
willing
section.
to participate.
I'm telling
in a
you what we're doing right now.
conversation,
Like you
and I'm
just
not
talking through
going
the
to
instruction. That's why we can't move
participate
forward because you
in
just
your
keep talking through the instruction.
instructions
You're
because
obviously
I
lost
am not
our place in
your
the debate right
monkey
now. So I'm trying to tell you
motherfucker.
where we are
Cooper
in the debate
talking?
right now. So now you're trying to talk through this
Balls.
because you don't actually want to engage in discourse.
Where are the
So
mods
the
at?
fact of the matter is that right now we're in the
cross-examination section of the debate. So you just failed to prove your concluding premise because your concluding premise is that the Earth is not flat. Then you directed our attention away from the Earth to then prove that the Earth is not flat. Yeah, that's called a red herring fallacy. Try again. Don't appeal to it again.
No, I like that argument. I'm going to continue to appeal to it. I think it makes
Okay,
a
so
good
it's just
point.
nothing more than a red herring fallacy. So you didn't prove your premise.
You are the worst kind of sophist imaginable.
Wow, that's not a rebuttal.
Can you even define
sir.
sophism? But you know,
Yeah,
you can
it's like
spare
you're
us your
not
failure.
making. Yeah, it means like you're making like an argument that kind of sounds convincing, but is full of logical holes and doesn't like
You
keep
couldn't
up.
even
Identify my
name
error.
one
Let's
hole.
watch this.
You were
Let's
talking through his
identify
whole
my
argument.
error.
Your error in
Oh, you
calling
don't know
your
what error
error.
is?
Yeah, your error would be saying that my argument is fallacious.
And you're going to justify that critique?
Yeah, through like basic deductive observation of the world around me.
Hang on. Me refuting your argument is not a matter of observation. So you just failed again.
No, my argument is a matter of observation.
Yeah, my argument wasn't a matter of observation. So you just failed to refute my critique of you.
Sure, what's your critique of my argument?
Now you have amnesia all of a sudden. Can you not suffer amnesia? Can you not be an auto-amnesiac so that we can make progress in the debate?
I don't
If not,
know.
then I'll just disengage.
Okay, I'm okay with that. That sounds pretty good, actually.
So yes, you
You want to
cannot discontinue being
disengage?
an auto-amnesiac.
Do you not want to continue this conversation?
Can you discontinue being an auto-amnesiac, yes or no?
Can
Nope.
you?
He can't.
I don't know if I can. I
No,
don't.
he can't.
I
He
don't know
can't.
that big
No,
word.
that's not
He
very
can't.
reassuring. So you're
He
done.
can't. Yeah,
Okay,
he's cooked.
sounds good.
He's cooked.
So, I mean, do you have an answer to the
Easy
apparent
work with that
motion
guy,
of the
huh, Creation
Just
stars?
change his
or-
name to Looper. Looper L. Looper.
He's cooked. That's why he's a chef.
Cooker. Change his name to Cooker because he's cooked.
So
Given the stars move in the following way, therefore the Earth is not this given shape. Do what?
Idiot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be impossible, right? Can you explain
not a
how it would
shape,
be possible?
Gregory.
You don't know what our position is. You're only debunking a
Can you
flat
give
Earth
the
that
deductive
you
argument to
came
prove
up with.
that it's impossible, please?
Sure. So, if flat Earth is like a Z,
It's
or
not.
like let's call it like a Y plane, like you
It's
stand
not.
on, you never flip your feet over your Z axis on a flat Earth, right? You never like are standing upside down in relation to anyone else on the Earth.
Yeah.
Right?
Why would you be? Why would that happen?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked that, Creation Bear, because we can.
So you're saying that does happen?
I'm saying
What
that
do
we
you-
observe that through the motion, the
No, you
apparent position of
don't.
the stars. Yeah.
No.
I'd like to hear
no.
him, Creation, but I would like to hear him complete this deductive argument. Let's listen to him fail.
You know, I'm not really sure what. I'm not down with all the debate lingo, so I don't know if I can tell you if I'm actually making
I
a
bet you're not.
deductive argument.
Yeah, I'm
Obviously
sure you
not.
can't defend the thing you're saying. Yeah, facts.
No, I think it makes sense in
Go ahead and
like
complete the
It doesn't matter if it
human
makes
reasoning,
sense. You have to
basic
stand
logic.
on it with facts. It doesn't matter if it makes sense
Creation
to
Bear,
you.
you've never.
Go ahead,
you,
Cooper. Complete the argument.
Yeah, don't sing for me. Put your boner
Creation Bear,
away. Put
just
your
send me
boner
your
away.
PayPal, bro. I just want to send you
Cooper,
money,
why are you
right?
I
deflecting?
don't
Complete the
understand.
But
argument,
anyway,
dude.
so
You're
the
saying it
argument
makes sense.
is that if we're on
You
this
don't have an argument.
y-axis, you like, would you agree with that? Like, if we're on a y, like we could conceive of the flat Earth being like a y-axis, z-axis
No.
plane, where you're never flipping over. You're like, there's no reason on a flat Earth you would ever flip your z-axis and be like standing upside down, right?
In general, in the world, in general,
Bitch, I ain't
you
talking.
could say
Stop
the
I'm
asking
same
me
talking to
thing.
questions.
Gregory.
Stop asking me questions. Finish the argument.
I want to know if we're on the same page.
Stop asking me questions. This is the problem with you people. You people don't know how to say an argument. You keep asking questions.
Yeah, you don't have an
All the time.
argument.
You just
engage in this
persevere to
matter.
scrutinize
Good
the
night.
interlocutor you're
Have a
talking
good
to. You're
one.
supposed to be
Bye.
saying the argument to complete the cross-examination. Say the argument.
Yeah, even the chat agrees. Dude's confused. No one's standing upside down. I agree. Like, you have to make the argument that people are standing upside down, dummy. Did he leave? He left?
He left.
He gone.
Wow, bro. These guys are losers.
So did you
That's
time
crazy.
my time to kill? I
Oh,
feel like
that
the
was
equalizer.
that was a
About 30
90-second kill, bro. 90 seconds.
Yeah, minute and a half. I was gonna say 30 seconds to a minute.
That was
I feel like
wild.
Denzel Washington.
Oh, Lord.
TTK.
He said, well, how come you're not upside down on a flat Earth? Well, how come we're not upside down on an Earth in general?
That's not
Like,
even the
you
worst
have to-
part. Like he was
Like-
supposed to complete the deductive argument to get to the conclusion that we couldn't observe this while standing on a flat plane.
Like you have to say, like you have to then go on and say, like, well, here's how we are upside down, which you're never
Began the
gonna be
deductive
able to
argument, didn't
do.
complete the argument, deflected from his own argument to then talk to you about a bunch of other stuff, and then resumed with trying to scrutinize me, trying to turn the tables of the cross examination when he's still in the hot seat. I mean, just everything except actually saying the argument.
Gregory's been putting in some work recently, man.
God damn. I swear, bro. If they just put
Respect
their
it.
hate boner away, they would make better arguments. They're just too
God
horny.
damn it, Bobby.
They're too horny for
It's not
Greg,
hate,
man.
I don't think you know what hate is.
God damn it, Cooper.
Hey, listen, if I was a Globey, I'd be horny for Greg too, man. Just saying.
You just swing
Now
that
I
way,
have to
it's
go
okay,
get my
man.
propane tank and let the gas out to let it can crawl back in the fucking propane tank itself. Because that's how gas works. Gas tries to go into a focal point, not expand to fill the space.
Uh-huh.
Imagine believing that gas is trying to contract to a focal point so that we don't suffocate. TTY
Hell,
peace be
Globe,
well.
bro. What was that thing earlier that the
Globe
Glober said that the other
Globe
Globers didn't call him out
ducks.
for? Oh yeah, dude said he saw curvature and nobody piped in. Nobody said shit.
Mick,
What? You see curvature? Y'all were all quiet.
Mick, what was
You
that?
can see shit we can't see. It's that simple, man.
Huh?
Greg, I thought I heard you say you were taking off, so I said see ya.
Yeah, see ya. See you all. TTYL, peace to you.
All right, peace.
You too.
And no more
Oh, perfect. And now Mick's on his own.
Of course, now you gotta try.
Oh, isn't that good? Isn't that good? You know, the funny thing is, Matt. The funny thing is, Matt. The funny thing is, the funny thing is, Matt, is that Mick needs people to protect him, right? So this is going to be funny. This is going to be funny. He's on his own now. The herd's gone. Right, Mick. What?
The big savior, Gregory's a gunner now.
Let's talk a little bit, Mick. How about that?
What's the problem?
So, what's the best argument for flat Earth?
Why are you wait till Greg leaves?
How about you make an argument?
You don't,
can now attack.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, well, the thing is, like, it's like, we're the Lions, as Indio said, right? And
really.
Gregory's gone. Mick's on his own.
So wait,
Mick, this
so
G.
you actually think Greg is like
Mick actually can't take anyone on a one-on-one. He always fails. Let's see what he does.
Wait. So let me ask. So Greg is the big bad opponent you can't accept. And then, so once Greg leaves, now we're gonna attack some other people that you find as lesser opponents.
Well, I mean, I could do you, Creation, but I think you'd struggle on your own as well.
No, wait, hold on. No, that's fine. You can do me, but you got to acknowledge the fact that the last time I was in here,
It's funny. Gregory's actually a saver for them.
He is because he talks so fucking long, right?
Talking.
Whenever you pin like Mick on something, it's always Gregory will always interject and like ramble about something. You're like, and then you lose track of what Mick said.
I know you guys can hear me. Like the fact
Hi,
that
Dazza, by the way. Hi, Dazza.
while I'm talking is fucking crazy. Like, why do you address me and then I start talking and then you just start immediately rumpusing what I'm saying?
Who are you?
Exactly. That's my point. Like, I can pick on Creation Bear. Pick on.
You gonna say something?
I've been trying to talk and you were interrupting me.
I'll go ahead and finish, buddy.
All right. So okay, you could pick on me, that's fine, but like you got to acknowledge the fact, Britt. The last time I was in here, you were trying to pretend like you didn't know who I was.
We still doing that?
I don't know.
We're talking about flat Earth.
Come on, man! Like how you?
Before we're talking about flat Earth,
bro.
All right, okay. Let me know when the flat Earth conversation starts.
Nah, fam. Like you gotta pick one. You can't flip flop back and forth. Like I'm gonna pick on Creation Bear. Oh wait, Creation Bear. I don't know who that is. Like, it's fine. You don't have to know me, but this whole faking shit is cap, bro. It's crazy. and you don't even want to address it, which is
Are you a
wild.
celebrity? Are you a
No,
celebrity
dude.
of some sort? What do you do?
I'm not.
Like, what's
I'm
your
no
YouTube channel?
different than any other flat earther in this panel. But it's like I've
Alright, then why are
spoken
you
to
acting like you are?
bro. I'm not acting like anything, Zebra. First of all, I
Shut
don't know
up.
because a lot of you guys change your names a lot. My name's been the exact same from day one. Britt and I have DMs. We've seen me on camera. We've spoke a lot, actually a lot. So it's just really funny. The last time I joined, he's like, well, I'm not going to address anything this person's saying because I'm going to pretend like I don't know who they are. But then today he's like, well, I can just pick on
No one
Creation
knows
Bear.
you, buddy.
That's fine. You don't have to know me. But this guy does. And the last time I was in here, he was trying
Back
to
to the
pretend
flat
like
Earth
he
thing,
did.
because this channel is not about
Okay,
Creation
but
Bear.
you're
It
doing
would
the
have been
same
named
thing.
Creation Bear. So
Zebra,
what's your best evidence for the flat Earth?
Zebra, you're doing the same thing. Because I'm gonna join the next time. You're gonna be like, well, we've never spoke
What's
before.
your best evidence for the flat Earth, sir?
All right, here we go. Listen, you guys don't care about flat Earth.
Go ahead. Mick, you're up. Mick, you're up. You're up for the best evidence of the flat Earth.
So Zebra doesn't want to acknowledge me either. Classic. The one
We're not going
person
to
in here,
acknowledge Creation Bear. He's
the
not
one
going to be
person
put
in
on
here
any
cooking
pedestal
your
here.
dumb ass. You want to move on to someone else. Classic.
Oh, Creation, you're cooking me by telling everyone who you are?
Oh, wait. So let's not address Creation Bear. Let's move on to someone else who hasn't been talking.
Okay, let's go, Creation Bear. What's your best evidence for the flat Earth, Creation Bear?
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Evidence.
Wait. Creation Bear. I thought no one knew who Creation Bear was.
It's in your name. I don't know who the fuck you are. You're just in here.
Okay. Wait, you want to talk to me or Mike?
Know me. Someone know me.
Bro, first of all, Zebra, I don't think
no one knows you, buddy. It's okay.
Bro, A1, I don't think I was even talking to you. I was talking to Brit.
Someone speak if they know who the fuck Creation Bear is.
Yeah. Weak Zebra. I was talking to Brit.
Thank you.
You're clearly
Not
salty.
as much. Oblivion, shut up before you dick ride. Mick, shut up before you dick ride. Thank you.
Yo, I was talking to Brit. Zebra, are you Brit? Because you're white knighting right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, CB and I
correct.
Can you give me your... Let's talk about some flat Earth, right? Okay.
Yeah, let's get the flat Earth evidence. Come on.
Position,
white
the
knight
gas
for
pressure
Brit is
requires a
crazy.
container, by chance.
Yeah, just let Brit be the flat earther.
Is that your
Can
position?
we talk about how gas pressure requires a container?
Yeah, that was Brit who brought
Or
that
the
up.
moon. Let's talk about let's do the moon thing. The moon.
Or the moon. You're excellent.
Yeah. Zebra.
You know what? We're gonna do the moon today. We're bored.
Matt Moon.
Yeah, Matt Moon. Matt Mooney.
Okay, so we're just doing this whole like Glober LARP right now. We're doing Glober LARP.
Yep, we do whatever the hell
or
we want.
Are we doing hate boners for flat earthers? Which one are we doing?
Windows.
Who's want to debate?
That's what you've been doing this whole time, Britt, dummy.
Hide.
So, you guys have been.
Check my screen out, ladies and gentlemen, including Creation Bear. Let's go over some.
Who?
You know, Creation Bear hasn't seen this argument, Jekyll. So
Zebra
it's
cannot
be beautiful.
keep my name out of
He's
his
not ready
mouth
for it.
right
He's
now.
not ready
It's
for
crazy. I told you. Which are we doing? We doing the hate boner? We must.
Oh my God! Look what's it called? Just put in the chat. I can't bring up the moon, guys.
Yeah, we're doing the hate boner right now. Got it.
I'm gonna be muted if I bring up the moon. How dare she?
Yeah.
You said yes, fuck Pat.
So remember how Britt asked the flat earthers to bring up flat earth stuff, and Zebra's talking crazy right now?
Go ahead, bring your flat earth evidence. Come on.
Okay. So are we doing Brit or are we doing hate boner or what are we doing?
We're doing We're doing flat earth. We're doing flat earth. That's what we're doing.
How about Matt? Matt, how about you say something? Because you guys are the antagonists in this story, right? You start.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a deductive argument, as Gregory would say, right? So the flat Earth is claimed to be a horizontal plane of reference with horizontally flat water, right? Which means that a boat going on the horizontally flat Earth would disappear slowly on the horizon, but never bottom up since it's on a horizontally flat surface, and that's not how resolution works. So therefore, if we experience bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth, there's no longer flat Earth. What's up with the interruption?
We gotta stop you right
Why
there.
am I
Gotta stop
being
you right there. Gotta stop you right there.
interrupted? Can someone mute this guy?
We gotta stop you right there because you're leading onto a straw man, right? We don't think that.
Wait, okay, identify the straw man. Go ahead.
Hold on.
got to stop you because you're saying, well, if the Earth was flat, boats would not disappear the way they disappear on the Earth.
Yes.
Yeah, no, that's not what we think, sir. So if you want to at least address,
And what's your explanation,
hold
brother?
on. You want to talk about flat Earth? You're not letting the flat Earthers talk. So I knew this is why we don't want to engage in you guys' bullshit because you guys don't actually like. when you
No
say,
monologue. No monologue.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
So notice how you're cutting me off. When you ask a flat earthers to talk about flat Earth, you're not letting the flat earthers talk.
Go ahead. No
You
monologue.
see?
No monologue.
You see?
Go ahead.
Stop
the meta. Holy shit.
Or didn't you not ask the flat earthers to talk about flat Earth?
Yep, but you can't monologue.
Yeah. See,
You
this
have
is why
to
we don't engage in your guys' bullshit because you don't actually want to talk
in
flat Earth.
dialogue. Monologue.
Yeah, well, you're not talking about flat Earth, are you? You've brought up a straw man.
Are you going to answer at any
where
point?
on a flat? See, you guys are already cutting me off from talking about this. Is why we don't do this.
Yeah.
Because you guys are cat. You say, well, let's talk about flat Earth, and as soon as we try to start talking about flat Earth, you guys were like, whoa, I don't want to talk about that. Yeah, well, okay, we're going to talk about it now. On flat Earth, which is the same Earth that's outside where we go out and see boats, quote unquote, disappearing bottom up. So when you say, well, if it's flat, well, we wouldn't see what we see. Wrong. We all live on the same Earth, whether you're a flat earther, globe earther, or some other earther. We all see the same shit, which is boats disappearing bottom up. So if your presentation is, well, a flat Earth would be boats do some other thing, you're wrong. So we're not talking about flat Earth if you bring that up, which is hilarious coming from the people who are saying, let's talk about flat Earth. Y'all not talk about flat Earth. So you have your own agenda. You have your own ideas of what you think flat Earth is. We're not. How are we going to talk about flat Earth? You guys don't even know what that is. Crazy. Quiet. Yeah, crickets. Exactly. Crickets.
Oh yeah, thank you for unmuting me. Beautiful. So Creation Bear, you said that it is flat Earth and we should be able to see it bottom up. Now explain the cause.
Well, not a hill of water.
Okay, you identified what isn't, what it can't be. Now what is it?
Yeah, facts. Well, the only thing that really is concerning to you is you think it's a hill of water. I'm here to tell you it's
No,
not.
no. That's not my claim.
Hold on.
My question is what is it?
You don't get to make your own claim, sir. Right?
No, buddy. I never claimed it was a hill of water. I said, what is it?
Hold on. There's no BYOB
What is
here,
it,
sir.
Can he be muted? Can someone mute him so I can respond? So he can be forced
trying
to answer
his
and
question
not
here.
obfuscate.
I'm trying to answer the question. There's no BYOB. You don't get to bring your own claims to the table.
No, that's not what we're talking about, though, buddy. I'm not going to let you obfuscate.
He's cutting me off.
Right?
So,
you said what it isn't.
Hold on.
I want you to tell us what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, bro, this is
It
the
isn't a
thing.
hill of water.
This is the thing, guys.
what?
This is the problem. They say, well, let's talk about flat Earth. As soon as we start trying to talk to them
Oh,
about
so he's
flat Earth, give
monologuing
them the
again,
facts, they start
monologuing
cutting me
content,
off. Right? You see it? You see it in
cutting
real
me
time,
off.
guys.
I'm going to lose
You
my
guys not-
mind.
You see this in real time. They say, "Look, can we please talk about flat Earth?" As soon as
It
we
isn't
start
a hill
talking
of
about flat
water.
Earth, they're
You're
still
just like doing
still
method the whole
interrupting.
time.
Shut
We heard you.
the fuck up,
It's not a hill of water. It is
bro.
what then?
Bro, you cannot help yourself.
Okay.
You guys are
It's because I'm not going to let you
internally.
obfuscate.
You say,
dude.
"Can we
I
please
asked
talk
you
about
what
flat
it
Earth?"
is, and you told me what it
I'm
isn't.
trying to tell you about flat Earth, and you
And
cannot.
if you know how
shut the
dialogues
fuck
work,
up.
if you don't know what it is,
Shut
right?
your
If you don't know what's
fucking
causing
mouth,
it, then you can't say
bro.
it would work on a flat Earth.
You don't want to talk about flat Earth because you can't shut your goddamn mouth.
Tell us what it is. Go ahead.
Yo, you might as well just tell. Like, you don't talk. You want to talk for a bit?
Can you stop talking about how you can't talk because you're still talking about it?
I'm not saying I can't talk.
God
This
damn,
guy's been
Exactly.
talking
Thank you,
so
Danny.
goddamn
You're so
much.
gay, bro. You're a fag.
Thank you, Danny.
Oh
You
wait,
just
clip
said
it,
that.
mods. Clip it.
Nobody
Clip it,
cares.
Moz, nigger.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck's wrong with that guy?
That's hilarious. Yeah, Zebra, shut up, bro.
Back
Like
to work.
you're the one who was saying, "Can we please talk about flat Earth?" And like here we are trying to tell you about
Here's the
flat Earth.
10th time you're saying the same thing again.
Danny, the
Thank
white
you,
knighting,
thank
bro.
you.
Move
Now,
on.
Christian Bear,
Answer the
Danny.
question now.
told us,
Yeah.
you told
This
us
is why
what
we
it
don't.
is, and what is it?
Yeah. Here's the thing. We all agree on what is really happening. I'm sure you guys agree that there's refraction, there's weather, how high off the ground you are takes a place, right? There's a lot of things. Yeah, there's a lot of things going on for how
Okay.
you see how far.
Thank you.
You're gonna cut me off
You
already?
mentioned factors that
Damn,
we're
that's
aware
what I'm
of.
saying, bro. Like you
No,
guys
we're not going to
cannot
your
help
monologue.
yourselves, bro.
You've mentioned factors that we're all
You're
aware of.
already
Weather,
cutting me off from
refraction, right?
finishing my
Height.
fucking
What's the
answer,
cause?
bro. Yo, like. Just talk, bro. I'm gonna just mute up. You can talk, bro.
Thank you
Because
for
clearly
just
you
letting
don't
me
want to
talk.
hear the
Appreciate it.
answer, bro.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
This is wild. Like, goddamn,
You
bro.
said just talk, so now I'm gonna talk, right? Thank you.
Go ahead, bro.
So you
Go ahead.
told us about things we know, like height, weather.
Yeah,
Tell me
yeah.
what's exactly causing the bottom-up
Yeah.
obstruction.
I'm sure you would agree there are many variables taking place.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'm here to report that the only variable that's not taking place is curvature of the Earth, and that's the only variable you're trying to prove. We all agree that
Who
there's
said I'm
weather.
trying to prove
All
curvature?
right,
I'm
he's
trying to
cutting
get an
off the answer
explanation.
again. We all agree
Now you strawman
that
me.
there, bro. Like, we all agree that there's extra variables taking place. How high off the ground you are will factor into how far you can see. If you're in an airplane, obviously you're going to see a
Why
lot
are you telling us
farther.
stuff that we already know that has
Bro,
nothing
why
to
are
do with what
you
we're talking about?
cutting me off?
Why are
Can
you
I at
cutting me
least-
off? I'm
Can I at least,
monologuing and I'm
like,
not saying shit.
bro. You say
You
I
just
want to
talk
talk
like
about flat
an
Earth. I need
adult.
to hear the flat Earth answers, and you won't let me finish.
Why do you keep telling us stuff
Holy
that we
fuck.
already know?
Bro,
Matt, if you haven't
like,
Matt,
yo,
if you
where are the
haven't realized
mods at?
yet,
Where are the mods at? Like,
Yeah,
yo,
I can just be like, well, bottom-up obstruction is caused by
bro,
refraction
do you
because
like
the light is
okay?
hitting the water or
Do
something. Don't be
do
like,
you
well,
have questions for
refraction.
flat earthers, or do you just want to talk? Because the flat earthers are trying to answer your questions, and you're talking through the answer. So
Yeah,
if you
so
just want to speak and make statements, go ahead, bro. But if you ask questions, at least let the answer come through.
yeah, CB, sorry to
Y'all
interject.
all said, please, can we talk about flat Earth? And now that the flat earthers are talking about flat Earth, you're interrupting the conversation. This is why we barely listen to you guys, because you're liars. You don't actually want the answers.
You done, Creation Bear?
See? You see what I mean?
CB, sorry to interject, but allow me to add throw something in here. If you guys haven't noticed that every time you interrupt, he ends up repeating himself. I don't know if it's intentional. Probably is just to clear the air and to have a chance to actually say everything from top to bottom. So if you haven't picked up on that pattern, then you might want to develop your pattern recognition skills and actually shut the fuck up and let him finish. So it saves everybody. Thank you.
Be quiet.
Yeah, to be fair, saying there's a lot of factors and curvatures, not one of them, is not an explanation of how those factors actually work together to
Listen,
create what we're
here's the thing. Let
observing.
me address that, AK. So I appreciate you adding in, but for someone who's been a flat earther for, I don't know, 6 years now, the very first thing we've been dealing with is, well, boats go over the curve. Sunsets prove the Earth is a globe. Well, they're saying that you can't see China because there's curvature. So they're saying that the only variable taking place for why you can't see the sun after a certain time, aka the sunset, or why you can't see China, or why you can't see a certain boat going over a certain distance, is because of Earth curvature.
Can I help you out?
Hold on, you're already
Christian
cutting
Bear?
me off. God damn, bro. Like, fuck. This is why I don't trust you guys when you say, well, can we talk about flat Earth?
Well, I
As soon as
think I
start
want to
talking
help
flat
you.
Earth, you're already
Here he
trying
is
to
again,
interrupt
back
me,
at the
bro.
same script.
Like, goddamn. And then when I call you out for interrupting me, you're like, oh, but you're speaking meta. Well, I'm trying to get through my answer, and you're interrupting. So shut the fuck up. I'll give you my answer. There will be no meta conversations. Then you can respond. But I know you guys don't actually want to talk about flat Earth. So this is why we don't barely engage with you retards. But you're saying that the variable taking place for sunsets, for why you can't see China, and for why boats disappear is because of Earth curvature, right? Now, we said for the longest time there were other variables taking place, weather, observer's height, refraction, etc., etc. There's many variables. I'm sure you all would agree. The only variable that's not taking place is curvature. So in
Okay.
terms of explanation,
Well, shut the
you
fuck
all,
up.
yo, in terms of an explanation, you all agree with the extra explanations. How high off the ground you are explains how far you can see. Your perspective.
Double speaking.
All right, bro. See, this is the thing. This is why these guys don't want to talk flat Earth.
Well, just
They
look at the
will
side
not
chat.
listen to an
Look at the
answer.
side chat, Creation Bear.
Flat Earthers, bro. Fuck
Creation
these
Bear, I'm
Flowers,
sorry.
bro.
I'm
They
sorry. I
don't
didn't
actually
mean
wanna
to.
listen the
I
answer, bro.
didn't mean.
Fuck these guys.
Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, you
It
did.
just seemed like
Yeah,
you were
you
gonna.
did.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry then. Can you wrap it up then?
Bro, I can't wrap it up because y'all can't help yourselves.
Just look at the side chat,
Like
Creation
even the
Bear.
chat
What's
recognizes.
happening?
Even the chat, yo, Brick Jekyll, like you're doing it right now. Even the chat says, "Let them respond, please, after you finish." Yeah, exactly. Like, how am I gonna wrap it up when y'all niggas keep interrupting?
But
Just go ahead, man. You guys
okay.
don't have questions. Just say what you want to say.
Yeah, well, I do, because I've actually already addressed some of the problem in this image, which is why I was trying to say I'll help you,
What
right?
image?
So
I've never posted any image.
the side chat. I posted an image in the side chat. It has the distance to the object. It has the height of the observer, and it has a boat sinking. What do you reckon's going on there?
Not a hill of water, bro.
No, I'm asking you, what do you think is going on
Yeah,
there, not what you don't think it is.
Here's the thing. The one thing that you think is happening isn't happening.
It's not why I asked you.
Now, I told you, I did give you some other explanations, quote unquote, other variables, but you don't accept them for some weird reason because I said it.
What variable is going on here?
Oh my god, the chat says I'm crying about those variables.
Well, we've got the height of the observer, we've got the distance of the objects.
Wait. The chat says I'm crying about those variables. So are you gonna pretend like I didn't give you those variables or what?
We've got the height of the observer and the distance of the objects. What else do you want?
I gave you some other ones than that, but
Like what?
Am I crying about them or did I not offer them up?
Like what?
Really?
What other variables would you like to know?
Really? Because you said I was repeating myself and stuff like that. You didn't. I to repeat myself again.
Just name them. Just name them.
Bro, like, oh, you guys are
height of the observer, distance of the objects.
The chat typed it out, making fun of me for crying about it. Like, are you thick?
Why are you spending a lot of time not just telling me the answer? What's going on?
Bro, like, Weak Zebra typed out exactly what I said and said I was crying, and now you're like, well, I didn't hear you.
Okay, you're gonna tell me?
What's going on, bro?
You're gonna
Zebra, tell him what I said.
obfuscate?
Zebra, what did I say?
Yeah, right. Zebra, what other phenomena did he
Because
say?
I don't want to cry about it, right?
Other observations. What else did he say?
Offer those variables, right? Like, come on, dude, really? I already told you, we all agree on these extra variables. That's not the problem. You do.
Oh, you said
agree.
refraction.
You're goddamn cutting me off already, bro. This is what I'm saying, bro. Like, you ask a question, I try to answer it, then you interrupt the answer. This is why we don't believe you when you ask questions.
Yeah, but you said refraction. What refraction is taking place there? Are you crying?
You're the one getting derailed instead of just finishing your sentence. Holy shit!
How am I supposed to finish when he asks a question?
By not changing your sentence.
You're
you
doing
finish
it
it.
too. You're doing it too.
Okay, I'm
You
done
guys
listening
ask
to you.
a
You're fucking
question,
annoying.
I get halfway through the answer, you interrupt, and then I call you out for interrupting.
You're spending a lot of time complaining and a lot of time just answering the question. What are the variables?
You're doing it again.
Is it refraction?
Oh my god. I specifically gave the answer. I gave those variables multiple times. Your boy put it in the chat, said I was crying, put all those variables, and now you want me to list them again?
Okay, no, actually, I know some of them, right? So we have the height of the observer, the distance of the object, and we have refraction. Can you clarify what refraction you're referring to?
Cock. Again, we all agree that there's refraction. Are you denying refraction?
Yeah, but what kind of refraction to cause that kind of extreme sinking of the Princess Paula?
Refraction, Jekyll. Haven't you remembered? Don't you remember?
Basing your observations off of assumption.
Just saying it's refraction. You have no reason to say why, other than this you feel like it's refraction. Is it magic?
Obviously, right?
I'm not talking to you, Mick. Christian Barry, is it magic? Is there a reason why you say it's refraction?
Who's invoking magic right now besides you?
Is there a reason why you're saying it's refraction?
Why are you invoking magic?
Are you not going to answer the question? Is there a reason for why you think it's refraction?
Okay, sir.
You're trying to
both
poke fun at
agree.
me.
I've
Supposedly
said
what I
this at least 4 times. This is why you guys are bad faith. We both agree refraction takes place on the Earth. If you want to sit here and deny that that happens, that's on you. We've been saying that there's refraction from the jump of this whole flat Earth, globe Earth argument. So again, you have to acknowledge that the only thing you guys give a fuck about for real is curvature of the Earth. You're saying that the boats are disappearing because of curvature. You're saying that the sunsets happen because, well, the sun goes down below the horizon or the curvature of the Earth. Or you can't see, say, China because of the curvature of the Earth. So you're not really offering up the reason why you can't see sunsets or boats or China.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about this in the image.
Oh, here we go again.
Let's stay on topic. Let's stay on topic. How about
the end
that?
of my statement, you're already interrupting. Shut the fuck up. So
Stay on topic. Just stay on topic. We're not talking about the sun. We're not talking about the sun.
Dude, shut. I swear to God, bro. Like,
you're struggling, but we're not talking about the sun. We're talking about what kind of refraction's taking place here.
Cutting him off.
Goddamn statement,
Why is
bro.
he
It's so fucking annoying. Again, the only variable you care about is curvature of the Earth. We've been arguing these other variables from the jump. You already agree that these other variables are taking place. The only variable you should be concerned with is curvature. But notice how you don't want to talk about curvature. You want to talk about these other variables like, well, what kind of refraction? Yeah, well, what kind of curvature? That's the only thing we care about. But you won't talk about it, will you?
Well, we can eliminate refraction possibly being a major impact here, right?
Dude.
We could eliminate it being a major impact here, causing that extreme effect.
No,
if you just tell me, yeah, but not this kind of refraction, this sort of extreme condition.
The refraction happens.
What kind of refraction is causing this sink?
When we say
what kind of refraction?
What refraction?
What kind of refraction is taking place in this image?
Give a fuck. Again, my point is this. Yo, he's literally not listening, guys.
What kind of refraction? You don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question.
Brit, listen, bro. Come on, man. You're being intentionally thick. The only variable you need to concern yourself with is the claim on the table, which is that boats are disappearing because of curvature of the Earth, or sunsets happen because of the curvature of the Earth. But notice you don't want to address that even one little tiny bit.
All right, okay. I'll show you this, right? Because obviously you're struggling a little bit. Now, this is using the... One second. The simulation. This is a simulation comparing the flat Earth to the globe Earth, right? What you should be expecting to see in that image, given both, right? Now, I'm saying, okay, like, fair enough, it's matching with the globe, but maybe I'm missing something. Maybe there's conditions of the day that are creating such extreme refraction that only impacts one of the two boats. And I'm asking you... Now you've seen a simulation, you've seen the image, to tell me what conditions are required to create that kind of refraction.
Guys, I really appreciate the fact that Britt did not address a single goddamn thing that I've said tonight. So I just want to make sure the whole panel sees that as well.
He will just continue to
the fact that I'm being
obfuscate.
cut off
That's all he wants to do.
mid-statement again shows you guys are in pain and can't help yourselves. So
Hilarious.
we'll just hold the W for now.
I mean, is it okay if I join in?
Already interrupted.
Are you going to run away, Creation Bear? Is this your running away?
How am I running away when I'm talking right now?
You just tried to exit the conversation. You've just tried to exit the conversation. You said, I'll hold my W and you're trying to move on. Okay. You didn't answer the question. What conditions are required?
And you guys are already interrupting. You guys are so afraid.
You're trying to get the mods. You're trying to get the mods to mute me, but you're not answering the question. What conditions are required?
I haven't said shit about that.
Because you're complaining a lot. That's why.
I'm just. How am I, bro? The only thing I'm frustrated with is that you ask me a question and I try to answer the question. And I'm getting rumpused mid-answer, and then when I say, "Hey, yo, can I finish?" You're like, "Yeah, but your meta conversation." It's like.
Doing it right now.
Bro, I know, because you guys can't shut the fuck up and listen for a second, bro. Like, what the fuck? Again, we all agree that there's refraction. Whether, like, that's not a problem. There's no contention there. The only contention is curvature of the Earth. You can't address that. We acknowledge that. We see you avoiding that. That's a L. But please, go ahead and bring up refraction again.
Well, actually, I did. First of all, I addressed that. You just completely ignored it. I gave you a simulation of what you expect to see under globe Earth, and it matches exactly what you're seeing in the image, right? Given the curvature of the Earth. Hold on. Given the curvature of the Earth, you're in that simulation. You're seeing exactly what you should see in the image. So I've addressed the curvature of the Earth problem, but that's not the problem right now, because you could just say, well, it's just refraction, right? So let's just get to the meat of it, Creation Bear. What conditions are required to create that kind of refraction?
Again, so to be clear, you are talking about refraction, not curvature of the Earth. You haven't offered any curvature of the Earth. You're saying, well, here's a simulation that has refractive conditions that matches some sort of Earth that's a globe or whatever because of the refractive conditions. You didn't offer up. Okay, you didn't offer up, here's the curvature of the Earth. Certainly, showing us a simulation isn't showing us the curvature of the Earth. You're only offering us up, well, here's some refractive conditions that could make up for why we're not seeing the curvature of the Earth.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand. So in that simulation, the reason why I pointed it out is because we're not saying that image is refracted really at all, right? It actually matches almost exactly what the globe calculations are. Right, just for the curvature of the Earth. Now it's exactly? You who needs refraction in this image, not us.
I'm sorry. Just to be clear, what image are we looking at? Just so everyone's on the same page.
Okay, let me repost it 1 second.
Is it the one with the McDonald's, the McFracted?
Yeah, the McFracted.
Okay,
because we know that you're going to appeal to McFraction, right? That's what's going to happen.
Hold on. Because again, I offered you multiple variables for why we don't see curvature of Earth. Okay, right. So one of them was refraction, but that was just one of the several that I offered. So what I see in this image is not a hill of water. So what do you mean by flat Earth?
What else is it then?
Not a hill of water.
You know the height of the observer. You know the distance of the objects. I could show you the video where they zoom into the object and it doesn't come back into view.
Yeah, whatever you have, please post it. We'll take a look. But all I'm saying is that there's no hill of water here. Refraction, weather, whatever. There's no curved water.
All right. Okay, I'm going to post this.
Yeah, please.
Here you go. This is the video. There's them zooming in.
While you ignore what I'm saying, I appreciate it.
Okay, I'm just saying that I posted the video of the zooming into the object.
Flat horizon and water, not a hill. So what's the problem here?
The boat's still sinking. You haven't accounted for it yet. And
again, okay, hold on.
Here's the conditions of the day.
Guys, he doesn't care about the answers from flat earthers. He just wants to yap. But again, boats are designed to not sink in the water, right?
Yes, that boat didn't sink. Yes, that's correct.
So we can agree that boats are designed to like not sink.
That boat's not sinking.
So it's not actually sinking, right? We can agree on that?
Duh, yeah.
Okay. Well, says the guy that thinks the boat is sinking, which is fucking crazy. Like, bro, what the fuck? What do you mean, duh? You're the one who thinks it's sinking. We don't think that. It's just moving away from you. But you think that the water's going over, or the boat's going over a hill of water, or it's sinking below some sort of hill.
Sorry, is that meant to be a question in there or a statement?
Okay, guys, he doesn't care about the answers from flat earthers. Let's just.
Well, I mean, look, I've posted.
Again, he's asking.
You almost made it
garbage.
Really,
fucking point,
Danny,
you made a point. You made a point, which I think is worth addressing.
Well, so what's really happening? And I tell you, and you're like, so is that really what the flat earthers say? Why are you asking questions, bro? Just make statements, because when I answer your questions, you don't care about the answer. Period.
Okay,
so you know how you guys are.
All right. Okay. So you made a statement. You made a statement which I think you were sort of alluding to is it's moving away from you. But we have the zoom, 125 times optical zoom with a Nikon P1000 camera, so we can rule out any angular resolution problems where you can't resolve the boat. Right? We've ruled that one out. We have the conditions of the day I've posted, so you can look at the humidity of the day. You can look at the tide of the day. You can see the time of the day. You can see that it's in New Zealand and it's in the summer, right? So you can also see the wind speed, the gust speed, and you can see the direction of wind. I've also got for you that it's in high tide, right? What about 1 meter maximum tides? But so you know the conditions of the day. You can see the image. You can see the zoom.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, facts. Okay, this is great, guys. Also, I want the whole panel to acknowledge that. Notice how he's brought up a bunch of extra variables that we all agree with, right? Zoom, the weather, tides, waves, like a bunch of stuff that's happening. Of course, all these variables are taking place that you should consider. The only variable we don't consider at all is curvature of Earth. And notice, folks, he can't even talk about curvature of the Earth. The only thing he can talk about is, well, there's refraction or waves or tides or whatever. We all know about these things. Those are the only variables that actually do matter. The only variable that doesn't fucking matter at all is curvature. But not a single person in here can defend that. So we appreciate that. Thank you for bringing up all these extra variables. W, flat Earth. L,
So it sounds like you actually don't have an explanation. That you're just saying it's not. Like you're saying it's not a. You're saying it's not a globe. I've got you the simulation here, which I'll post again. Simulation here, comparing it to a globe Earth versus a flat Earth. We've got all the conditions of the day. I've given you so much information, and and the only thing you can say is it's not a curve, right?
Wait,
you can't tell me what it is. Just it's not a curve.
We understand you have an agenda. Let me just address that again. So you're offering a simulation, okay? Cool. Remember, the variable that you need to be defending right now is curvature of Earth. But the only thing you can talk about is what? Other variables besides curvature of the Earth, and you're offering a simulation on a website.
Given atmospheric refraction,
okay, hold on. Again, not curvature of the Earth. So I really appreciate you proving our point that there's all these other variables taking place, and the only variable not taking place is curvature, because you can't even defend that.
Okay, so
that's a W for flat Earth. I think
I'll say it will be a process of elimination, Creation and Bear, because we've eliminated the idea of angular resolution being a problem because we know the optics of the camera, and we also know the distance of the object and the height of the observer. We've eliminated that when we've eliminated atmospheric refraction by modeling it in a simulation, comparing it to what you expect to see on a globular Earth versus a flat Earth. I've given you the conditions of the day. Don't interrupt me. I've given you the conditions of the day, and you've ignored it, and all you keep saying, and you hope it sticks, is that it's not curvature. I would like you to either tell me what is going on or concede that you don't know.
Okay, no, we have to address this. You just said we have eliminated refraction, but that's the one variable you keep bringing up. You didn't eliminate that. That's your get out of jail free card.
What conditions? What conditions do you require in the day to create that kind of refraction?
Not curvature of the Earth, sir. The only variable that matters.
So you don't know what conditions. You just believe it's magic. It's magic refraction. It's micfraction.
Again, I've never said the word magic. Okay, that's you.
Magic. Can't describe it.
Guys, just for the panel to be aware, Mike, I'm sorry. Mike, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, he's appealing to the last 24 hours of back and forth over this and poking at me, thinking he's funny.
So if you actually, there's another reason why I would make you doubt that it's refraction, right? That's like
what do you
major.
mean doubt it's refraction? No,
I'll tell you why.
Panel, chat. I've made it so clear. There is no contention that refraction is happening. So when he says, you doubt refraction, no one doubts shit. The only thing we're doubting is curvature, sir. But
your kind of refraction you're appealing to has to be significant.
We only care about curvature, but you don't care about that at all because you can't defend it.
Look, I'm eliminating your possibilities. You can go for every possibility you want. We can eliminate them all until you have to agree it's curvature. What else do you have for me?
Bro. How are you eliminating refraction when that's the one thing you keep leaning on?
Well, in the image, right? You have a simulation with atmospheric refraction modeling it. It's an agreement with the globe. It's an agreement with the globe. Secondly, we have the conditions of the day. The conditions of the day go against the idea it's refraction, right?
How are you eliminating refraction?
Three. And when you actually look at the image, only one of those two boats within a 3-mile distance of each other, so they're quite close to each other, are allegedly being refracted. One's being sunk, one isn't. And
Guys,
neither of them are
I need the
distorted.
panel to acknowledge. I keep making this extremely clear. He keeps leaning on refraction while saying, we've eliminated refraction. This fucking retard.
Why am I leaning on refraction?
I don't
need
know.
refraction.
Like, dude, I don't know why you would do that when we all agree refraction happens.
Can you explain to me when I said that this is a highly refracted image?
No, bro, listen. My position is extremely clear. I've said it multiple times.
Is it? It's just not curvature, is what you're saying. Repeatedly.
Dude. Like, please, at least address what I'm saying.
You just said it's not curvature.
Dude, no, I'm saying there are other variables. Lots of things to consider, right? If the weather is really bad or just like a really foggy day, of course it's going to affect how far you can see, right? When, like, okay, say there's a boat on the ocean and there's a really bad foggy conditions. Well, maybe you won't see it as far as you would on a clear day. Well, is that because of curvature?
It's a clear day, so how is that? It's a clear day in this image.
Why are you interrupting me mid fucking answer, dude? Shut the fuck up.
Because your objection is not applicable to this example.
Y'all are so bad faith. So bad faith. Again, so there are other variables that we do consider, like weather. For example, I just gave you an example. Shitty weather conditions, well, you might not see the boat as far as you would on a clear day. That's not because of curvature. Well, that's because of some other variable taking place. And we offered you other variables, like how high off the ground you are. If you're in an airplane, obviously, you're going to see a lot farther than you would just standing on the ground. Okay, so that's another variable. Also, refraction. So there's tons of variables. And the only thing we really care about is addressing the claim that's on the table. We're told that the Earth is a globe, and we know that because of sunsets and boats go over the horizon, etc., right? That is the claim on the table. And when we try to address that claim that, well, here's some reasons why that curvature doesn't take place, why there is no curvature. You go, well, there's refraction. It's like, well, we know there's refraction. Oh, well, there's observer height. Well, we know that. The only thing that we care to address is this curvature claim that boats are supposed to go over and sunsets happen behind. But notice when we address it, you can't even defend that argument.
All right, okay. So I think we're getting to the point where we're starting to repeat ourselves a little bit, because I've given you the information about the weather of the day, the conditions of the day. I've given you the tides. I've given you a video where they zoom in. You've got the distances to the object, and you've got the height of the observer. You've got the camera. You've got the optical lens. I've given you a lot of information, and your response, Creation Bear, was
I'm not asking for any of that.
Be quiet. Your response was, Creation Bear, be quiet. Be quiet. Your response was, we know that there are other conditions. I'm not
asking you for those
be quiet. Be quiet.
Because
be quiet.
Specifically
I waited for you to finish.
You said I've given you this.
Be quiet.
I did not ask you for those
variables. Be quiet.
No, you said I've given you all these variables. I did not ask you for those variables. In fact, I gave them to you. I'm asking you for the variable called curvature, and you cannot provide it.
All right, so this is what I'm getting to, right? So when you say something like it could be a misty day, but we know it isn't, right? And it could be refraction, but we know there's no strong refraction there. Or it could be perspective, but we know it's not going to be a problem of perspective. How many variables could you use to escape the fact that it actually matches up exactly with a simulated model of the globe, and it matches up with a globe calculator? So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can list them as many as you want, Creation Bear, until you finally admit you either don't know what's going on in that image, or you concede it is, in fact, Earth curvature on your flat Earth.
I'll address that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So notice how, folks, I want the whole panel to acknowledge. Again, he keeps offering up extra variables besides the one variable that actually matters, which is curvature of the Earth. Now, when we try to get that variable from him, what does he offer? A simulation on a website. You're not actually going out into reality and offering up, well, here's the variable that we are trying to defend. Cool.
The observations are reality.
Hold on. 1 second. I'm almost finished.
we appreciate the fact that you have some website that can calculate or simulate curvature. That's great. What we actually need from you is this variable in reality, my friend. But it's great that you have something on a simulation, though. That's cool. Even if I offered you like a simulation of a flat Earth, you wouldn't be like, "Oh, okay, cool. That must be flat then," because you simulated it. Like we also don't accept the Earth as a globe because you have a simulation on Walter Binsland's website.
It's actually not about the simulation. The simulation is just meant to be illustrative,
okay.
right?
That's cool.
Because
Well, we
I
still
would
need the- we still need the
would
variables
say
taking
that
place
the most
outside.
important thing, I'd agree with you, is going out into reality.
Yeah, which you
seeing
haven't done.
seeing something that you shouldn't. Well, the video's there. You can look at it. That's an observation
No,
of reality.
you didn't offer
seeing
this variable.
something,
No,
something
you didn't
that
offer
is
this variable.
below
You
the
said, "Give the
horizon line.
simulation."
Hold
You
on,
all give
it's
the
below the horizon line. Right? That's not
We
what you
already addressed
expect
that.
on your flat Earth, right?
We already
So
addressed
when
that.
you list variables, but you're not willing to engage with any of them, then
I did.
I'll take that as good as a concession. Thank you.
No,
You
I
refuse to tell me about refraction. You refuse to tell me about perspective. You won't give me any explanation. You just tell me that, well, I have to prove it's Earth curve. Well, look,
Of course
it
you do.
definitely doesn't happen on the flat Earth where boats just randomly
No,
sink.
first of all, bro, this is so annoying. First of all, you don't know what flat Earth is.
Oh, does this happen on flat Earth? Let me just post it again. Is that flat Earth?
Can you relax for a second? This isn't. We're not talking about flat Earth right now. You guys don't know what flat Earth is. You don't think that this flat Earth is even possible. So to ask us about a flat Earth is crazy. You guys think that, well, boats go over the curve. Look, I can't see this thing because of the curve. So we're trying to address that curve. You guys keep ducking and dodging and talking about other variables like refraction, some other bullshit. When we try to address your curvature, you're like, yeah, but what about these other things? Yeah, we see you ducking and dodging the curve. We know you can't defend on that. You can't stand on curvature, period. You want to talk about refraction or simulation or some other bullshit. Okay, hold the L, bro. There is no curvature in reality. You can't go out and point to it. You can't put a stick in it.
Oh, look right there. I'm pointing to it.
No, you're not.
Well, look.
You
So
pointed to
look at the
Walter
image.
Binsland's
What is that boat
website.
doing? What? No, I've got an image. I've got a video. I've got the weather conditions of the day.
We addressed that already. I said, well, boats don't actually sink, do they? So you think that it's sinking below some sort of hill of water, which one doesn't ever happen.
Behind an obstruction, behind the curvature of the Earth.
So physics, you guys talk about physics, right? Physics, bro. Well, yeah, physics of water, that doesn't happen. Okay, boats don't actually sink into the water. Okay, the sun doesn't actually go under the ground or in the ground or anything like that. So you guys are simply saying that these things take place because of curvature. And we're saying, well, no, there's other variables you need to factor in, like your observer height, weather, refraction, etc. And you go, well, yeah, but no, you're not thinking about refraction. It's like, literally,
Yeah,
we
I've
are.
given you all the possible variables, and you
No,
just
that's us.
and all you come
That's
back to when I give you the variables is,
No,
well, I mean, you haven't demonstrated its curvature. Look, that on baseline should not happen on a flat Earth. So when I say what conditions of the day should be causing that kind of refraction, and you say, well, prove the curvature, and I say things like, could it be perspective, and you say, well, prove the curvature, and we eliminate all these variables that you say could be the case, eventually, once you eliminate enough of them, you will get to the point where you accept it is a globe Earth.
No,
You're not
he
actually
said
eliminating
we
any of
eliminate
the- hang on.
variable. No, dude, hold on, Mike,
Yeah,
real quick.
Stevie, let me take this. Hang
real
on,
quick,
I'm sorry.
I'll be
Yeah, save creation bed. Someone's got to.
Stevie, I'm sorry.
Jekyll,
This is
shut the
absolutely
Someone's got to save him.
Stevie, I'm sorry. This is absolutely pathetic.
You're getting saved by a baby flat earther, by the way, Creation Bear.
Yeah, shut your
You were calling Mike out earlier, saying he was a baby flat earther.
He's a zebra. You're getting saved by the zebra. What does that mean?
No, hold on 1 second, bro. You're saying that we've eliminated variables when those are the variables you keep bringing up, and you cannot defend the one variable that you need to defend.
Yeah, Jekyll, you're
wrong.
hand waving you're hand waving them and calling that an elimination when you actually did not go through any of the steps to actually scrutinize it, right? And then when the same operation is set to you on in your direction, you do the same thing and claim that it doesn't matter, right? You don't see a bit of a double standard there.
So, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about with respect to not hand waving it, right? Because I'm open to the idea, Mick, right? I'm actually asking him to say, what are those variables, right? Let's go through them and see how likely or how we can eliminate them, right? So, for instance, with perspective, hold on, Mick. With perspective, for instance,
hang on,
just pause. I'm trying to finish off what I was going to say.
No, what if we spun that around and said, okay, well, you guys have the curvature claim on your side. Let's walk through it. You don't want to do that, right?
Well, okay. Well, we'll get to the curvature in just a second. Let me finish off what I was going to say, and we'll get to the curvature thing.
You're never gonna get to.
I will first address the first part of what you said, Mick. I will address what you said, but you can't just gish gallop me, right? So let me do one thing at a time, right? The first thing, Mick, is that when you said that it's a matter of me talking about eliminating variables with perspective, for instance. We can look at the geometry of perspective. We can calculate, given the information that we know, how much wouldn't be resolvable, right? We can eliminate it, right, as a problem. Now, the other thing you said with respect to curvature is that it just so happens to be the case, Mick, that the boats lined up are sinking exactly about where they should be given the measurements of the Earth, right? So, as far as I can tell, right? According to the globe, according to the globe size, right? It should be sinking about where it is.
Can we mute him for a second? Because
a roundabout, exactly a roundabouts, right? It's like, yeah.
As opposed to the idea that the boat's sinking on our flat Earth, sinking boats.
To address that anomaly I pointed out.
I don't know what it. Oh, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you're referring.
You know how there seems to be a band of sky creeping under the mountain.
So why do you think it's sky? Why do you think it's under the mountain?
It's the same color. Seems like there's a color field, so right, extending out from underneath, right, the mountain, right. It seems like a color field of sky, right, and it extends out, and where the mountain seems to end, there's this black line, right, that meets up with the boat. Right, so there's a field of color of the sky in between the black line and the water, and then above the black line, the sky continues.
Yeah, it could just be haze because we know the conditions of the day, right? We know that the humidity
was just haze. It couldn't possibly be something like mirroring, refraction, and that couldn't actually be more surface beyond that point, right?
Well, actually, trigonometry went over mirroring early on, so you'll have to go over it with him because he's done that part of the thing.
But you don't want to deal with anything that is going to maybe indicate that this could be a black swan, right?
What conditions do you require for mirroring?
Well, I don't know exactly, but it could be that could be surface of water that you're seeing that is mirroring the sky before you see the mountain. Because there's clearly a line separating the water from the mountain.
But that wouldn't really explain why the boat's halfway underwater.
It's not.
It's kind of like a side quest that's interesting, but not necessarily relevant to the problem.
The fact that you think the boat
because that could be due to refractive effects, right? That so-called refractive effects, weather conditions causing anomalies.
Would you like me to give you the weather conditions, T-Dub? 1 sec, let me post them in the chat again.
Well, and while Jekyll's doing that, T-Dub, if you haven't picked up on it yet, the term that you're referring to now, according to Jekyll, is what we're now going to be calling Nick fraction, right? Because I actually made the same claim yesterday of speculation, and for some reason it turned into a big joke because, of course, that claim is obviously preposterous, according to Jekyll. And we went on this little tirade for about 18
Right, okay, you're telling everyone the same story.
And you shut the fuck up and let me finish. Apparently, over the last 24 hours, this has been turned into a big joke. And now that you're bringing it up again, it adds credence to the possibility. So eat a bag of dicks, Jekyll.
Well, I'm going to quickly address what T-Dub says. I'm going to let whoever wants to make the final word make the final word. But I do want to kind of let Danny Dialectic.
You're not addressing anything. You're just gish-galloping.
I do want to let Danny Dialectic have a go because he's new here and he's not spoken yet.
Clown.
So anyway, I'll address what you said, T-Dub. Right. So we have the conditions of the day. I went over this earlier on, but we know the max wave height was 1 meter. We know the gust of winds were 15 knots. The wind was 14 knots. The direction of wind was 73 east-northeast. We have the tide at 1.76 meters.
Not
We
curvature.
have the temperature at 21.5 degrees. We
Not
have the
curvature.
relative humidity at 51.1.
Well, how about that? You're going through all
We have
this
the
nonsense
pressure.
when we could make this really simple.
It's in
Once the
news-
ship disappears over the horizon, the true bring it back into view, regardless of how.
So that would
powerful,
require every
telescope that
horizon
you
distance
have.
measurement to
So
be no more than
there's that.
1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And yes, I sound like a robot for saying it every time, but it's a fucking argument.
All right, we have the date, we have the time, and we know it's in New Zealand, so we know it's the middle of summer, right? So, I mean, we have a lot of information about the conditions of the day. Does that help you explain what kind of refraction you're expecting to see there?
No,
Bro,
I
guys,
don't know
notice how you can't
enough
talk
about that, but it is
Refraction
an
has
effect that is observed, right?
Jack diddly to do with that ship
Looming.
disappearing over the horizon, regardless of atmospheric conditions. Once that ship disappears over the true horizon, you will never bring it back into view, regardless of how powerful a telescope that you possess.
What?
Earth is a globe.
Yeah, Randy,
Sorry.
you're confused. You're on my side, you know that, right?
No.
If he's saying that you can't bring a boat back into view no matter how far you zoom, that is kind of the point.
Precisely.
Yeah, I agree.
That was the point of the video.
Yeah, that's the point of the video, yeah.
The conversation. That's all.
All right, yeah. Okay, anyway, so whoever wants to make the final point, go, but I want to hear Danny Dellett.
But that was a straw man as well. Like, that video is a straw man.
Okay.
No flat earther was saying that.
Does someone want to let Danny Dellett know? And he's new here, so I thought he might have a chance to speak. But he's muted right now because he was talking when I was talking, or when Creation Bear was talking. That could be interesting to get a new person in, other than just me talking.
Yeah, facts. Because you're not talking about curvature, you're talking about other variables that everyone already agrees with. So that's an L, bro. You're not making a point. You're just agreeing with the rest of us who are flat earthers. So, L globe. If you're going to argue for curvature, at least make the argument for curvature. Insert
flat
that
earth?
variable. Okay, insert that variable into the equation, if you will. We've eliminated the variable called curvature. And you're talking about eliminating variables that you already agree with, like refraction, which is fucking so retarded. What do you mean eliminate refraction? When we talk about Black Swan, you're like, yeah, but what about refraction? You're not eliminating jack shit. The only thing that's being
apparently doesn't want to
eliminated
talk.
and we're being cut off again.
Oh,
The
you've
only
just been
thing
rambling.
And we're being cut off immediately. So the only thing being eliminated is curvature of the Earth. Notice how you can't even defend that shit. You're like, yeah, but temperature. Yeah, but weather. Yeah, but observer height. That's our point, dummy. You need to be talking about curvature, but you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Bro, this has been like an hour, 2 hours. I don't know how long it's been, but you keep telling us, well, we eliminated refraction. No, you fucking didn't. Because as soon as I bring up Black Swan or some shit, you'll be like, yeah, but refraction. You didn't eliminate anything. The
I'm
only
not going
thing
to
you
lie to you, Creation, but with all due respect, because you're just rambling. You're rambling.
Yeah, but you're
Nobody wants to
somehow
hear your
He always
monologue.
does that.
Okay, bro,
That's
bro,
his whole
this is
thing,
not a
is He
rebuttal.
talks forever until you get mad at it and you interrupt him, and then he keeps monologuing.
Creation, but just to be clear, right? You did a very disappointing show today. You did really bad at debating.
Okay, bro. Yeah, that's fine.
But,
you didn't like it. I'm not here to.
But,
accuse
it's fine.
you, dude.
Yeah,
I'm not
maybe
here for
you'll
your
actually remember
feelings
it.
or make you feel better. Bro, you actually think that I'm like here to make you feel good, Britt?
Oh no, I
didn't
expect
like how you
a challenge in a
formulated.
debate. I
I
expect
don't
at least
care
a
what your
challenge.
feelings are. You got roasted. I'm calling you out saying that you keep trying to eliminate variables that we all agree on. And my point is proven that you can't defend the one variable that actually matters here.
I have a question.
The one
on
variable.
that. I have a question on that. Jekyll, why don't you defend that part?
Yeah, you can't.
Defend it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, look, the thing is, because
Obvious claim,
it
right?
being
'Cause on one
curvature,
side of the
so
argument, we say refraction is getting in the way on our side, and then when we something's presented on our side, you flip it and say, "Oh, it's refraction doing the other thing." Right?
okay, Mick, we're gonna have to do a bit of logic, right? Because this is actually a problem of reasoning right now.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. So we can actually nullify that variable because it appears to be influential on both sides of the debate. So then that means it's other things that would be that would be the burden on your side of the boat to actually defend.
Okay, we need to do a bit of reasoning right now, Mick, because when it comes to excluding variables, what are you doing? You're falsifying possibilities, right? You're saying you're trying to approximate the truth, and the globe being us living on a curved surface is a variable, right? That you can't eliminate in the equation, right? So when you look at different things in this observation, and you say, could it be just crazy refraction? Could it be perspective? Could it be that the surface of the Earth is curved, or whatever might be causing a bottom-up obstruction? You go through all of them. Right now, right now, we can go through refraction, perspective, any other sort of phenomena you want to describe, eliminate them, and each time you eliminate them, Nick, this is the principle.
I can eliminate Earth curvature right now.
This is the principle of falsification.
I can eliminate Earth curvature right now. And everybody's missing the fucking elephant in the room. Hello, everyone is missing the elephant in the room. That this was the argument pre-2020.
Exactly.
This was the argument before the Black Swan.
This is the argument from 2,000 years ago. There's no problem with how old it is.
This isn't the only ever example of something like this being presented.
2,000 years old. It's brilliant.
Jackal, watch this. Let's put something.
I'm not. I didn't actually finish what I said, Mick. Just to be honest.
No, you're done. You're done.
Because you don't understand the reasoning. Because I know you struggle with logic, right?
We're done. I do. So
okay, explain the logic then. Explain the logic.
Let's balance the playing field, right? You take this image. This is your presentation, right? If I go ahead, which I won't right now, but I get the Black Swan image, right? And we can put them side by side and talk about them at the same time, and then eliminate the variables simultaneously, right?
Yeah.
We can do that, right?
Look at the side chat.
What would be the final one that at play here at play at that instant?
Well, if you look at the side chat, you can clearly see one's heavily distorted and one isn't. I think that should be a big fucking clue, right?
What do you mean by distorted?
Oh my god!
Look at the side chat.
So retarded.
It's weird that you're
Black Swan.
Hang on, that's not the Black Swan.
And wipe that thing off the map. It's done.
That's not what I'm talking about.
So, Mick, just to be clear, I don't think you understand what falsification is. You're meant to be eliminating possibilities, like that might be likely, and then you get closer to the truth every time you do it, right? So when you say it's perspective, and I say it's not perspective, but you say, but it could be, but we keep on eliminating it, and every single time we do, you keep saying, but it could be. It's because you want. You've already decided, Mick, what the conclusion is.
No, because in the end, that's
on the same page, bro.
That sounds like what you're saying.
Yapping.
Jackal, that sounds like what you're saying, right? Because in the end, when we eliminate the variables on both sides of the playing field, the only thing that comes up is, it must be curvature, right? That's because you want it to be that, right? Because if you see my point? So, I mean, eat your own cooking, bitch.
I don't know if you just made a point there other than to say, well, no, you.
That's not a rebuttal, bro. Jekyll, can I please respond? Like, dude, I've already addressed everything you've said. And the chat's getting mad because I have to keep saying, but you're not listening.
I don't think anyone wants to hear you speak, Creation Bear.
Oh my god.
Can someone else talk? I'm done. I'm actually done right now because, to be honest with you,
you've
just ramble,
You've been roasted. Like,
I'll take the W and I'll take the W. Thank you very much.
You can't take the
Great
W.
Great win, Jekyll. We appreciate it, man.
Thank you. I'm here all week.
Wait, where's the W?
You're just resetting to 2015, Jekyll.
Actually, I'm saying to 500 BC.
Oh my god, dude, shut up for a second. Like, you keep saying we've eliminated variables that, your whole side keeps leaning on. Yeah, well, we eliminated refraction. No, you didn't. I'm going to tell everyone that says, yeah, well, refraction debunks the Black Swan. Yeah, well, Jackal said they eliminated refraction. This is crazy, bro. Like, you didn't eliminate that variable when we all agree on it. First of all, and again, you say, well, you can't prove that it's not curvature. It has to be curvature. Well, you haven't inserted that variable to begin with. You do not want to argue that variable this whole time. That's our whole point. You keep bringing up other variables that we all agree on, like refraction and weather and observer height. You didn't eliminate those variables. We've eliminated curvature. That's the end of the argument. You can't even insert that variable.
Yeah,
like 3 hours.
Bear, let's break this down to the simplest of terms. At the beginning of the day, perhaps. Okay, just at the beginning of the day, when you wake up in the morning and you look towards the east, does that sun move towards you or does it rise from the horizon?
I don't know. Like, what is your argument here?
You
What's
don't
the?
know. I mean,
I'm just trying to understand. Like, are we?
simple
Is this
question.
a new?
Is the sun moving towards you or is it?
So what are we clarifying here? Because we're just talking about curvature of the Earth. What does the sun moving in the sky have to do with that?
Plus, rising and setting is rhetorical language, anyways.
Yeah.
It doesn't do that either.
Facts.
Whatever paradigm you believe.
Facts. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that. Again, I'm trying to get you globeheads to insert the variable called curvature. Not one of you are willing to do that. You want to talk about refraction, sun moving in the sky. Thanks, bro. Not you're proving my point. Y'all can't defend curvature. You want to talk about other variables that we already all agree on. Thank you very much.
Implicitly, what's happening is they're basically saying, "Oh, well, if it's not curvature, what else must it be?" And then,
Right.
prove it to us, right? So it's a classic reversal of the burden, and then with obfuscation.
That's not logic. That's not logic.
Shut
It's
your mouth,
misreasoning.
Jeff. Go to
Bro,
sleep.
you said you were gonna
Go to
mute up.
bed.
Be quiet,
You
bro.
said you were done.
No,
So
you're just
hold
saying
yourself-
wrong things.
Hold yourself to account. I've listened to you guys' rhetoric and horse shit for the last 24 hours and more, and I'm pretty spot on about it. And I'm sure a lot of other people in here
No,
can.
Mick.
You're not even a man of your word, Bray. You said you were done. Just mute up, dude. Like, be a man of your word at least.
Yeah, keep your word, bro.
Bro,
Keep your
you're not,
word.
you guys
Say
are
what
trash.
that's what real men do, right? They say what they do, what they say they're going to do. So do it. Prove it to yourself.
Keep posting black swans, man. I love it.
Facts. Yeah, facts.
So the whole idea of eliminating all of the variables, you'll get down to whether it's a globe or flat, no matter what. So you would have to eliminate one or the other. But we resolved the surface of the Earth as flat against the sky. So you're only going to have a flat Earth, flat surface, wherever you get to this point. So you're going to have to measure the curvature of the Earth directly.
Cooked.
I mean, think about it. It's the only thing left to do, right? Because on one side, an argument is presented, and they said, "Oh, well, it must be refraction," right? And it's hard to really validate that because, oh, well, we weren't there. We didn't have probes necessarily throughout the entire view, and then have gathered the data to actually assess whether it was that or not. Okay, fine. And then the counter argument is presented, and then the opposition says the same thing. Oh, well, it must be refraction because it can go both ways depending on the conditions, right? Light bends up and down depending on how how the indexes of refraction are different, right? From positive to negative or negative to positive, or greater than to less than, or less than to greater than, right? So, but we don't have the probes and all the data to assess it. Okay, so fine, so fuck that, right? It can be likely or not likely, doesn't matter, right? So you put those to the side because they can't be validated. So then you move on. You go down the chain of all these different types of things that can be used on both sides. And what do you find? What do you end up with? The only differentiating factor, you have the curvature. So when that's scrutinized, no one's willing to actually go out and validate it. They can only be inferred or calculated based off of other assessments thrown in with a shit ton of other assumptions, which then are also not validated either. But it must be the case because we've known it for 2,000 years. It's horseshit. Can't be done.
Here's my black swan. Just posted it in the chat. What a beautiful black swan it is.
Yeah, I mean, y'all don't know what black swans are, so you sound dumb.
Well, for the flat earthers, black swans are basically a long distance observations that they shouldn't be able to see because it's supposed to be obstructed by Earth curvature. That's what their black swans are, but
so
clearly
you not
refraction.
posting another example of where there's no Earth curvature. That's incredible.
You're wrong, Matt. That's so wrong. How can you be? How can you have been in here this long, Matt, and still get it wrong? Oh my goodness!
On purpose.
You're telling
that's
me a
how-
black
on
swan is
purpose.
not long distance observations where things should be below the curvature of the Earth?
What do you mean the curvature? You
No.
keep saying the curvature with.
Oh
without
wait, so what are
presenting
black
any
swans? And I must have
curvature.
missed it. My bad. Been in here for 5
It's
months.
about the horizon.
Holy shit!
What the fuck do you think curvature is? The horizon,
Not the
you
horizon, you idiot!
Distance
my
to horizon, no more than 1.225 miles times square root of observer
He
height
said-
You can
in
see
feet.
beyond that.
What?
So
Yeah,
in the
in
Chicago
Jekyll's, I
skyline, you
posted.
should be able
I
to
showed
see
in
either,
Jekyll's where you can
right?
see surface beyond that.
Yeah, but
That's
refraction
also
that
a
we
black
eliminated.
swan. It shouldn't be no more than
So-
1.255 times the observer's height in feet, right?
He thinks it's the horizon in that image. Isn't. It's behind
So
it.
now you're talking about Jekyll. I wasn't even talking about his stuff. I'm on my own image now, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So your own image. Is yours a black swan? Is that about distance to the horizon?
Actually, yeah, it's 62 miles away. Should you say that should be below Earth curvature too, or no?
You keep saying the Earth curvature like it's a thing, bro. You cannot insert that variable.
Well, it is a
defend that
thing.
variable.
You know what's funny? I love the Chicago. I love the Chicago skyline because it
He's
actually
already
proves
Should
that
what
Earth
be
is
below the curvature?
What are you
The
talking
horizon?
about?
How can the horizon be below itself?
Are you just not? Are you looking at the chat right now, T-Dub? Are you looking at the
I
chat?
don't need to.
Flat water.
I don't need
What?
to.
Then shut up if you're not going to look at the chat. I mean,
We
it's not
see
my
it.
fault you don't know what's going on.
It's flat.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Wait, flat. Wait, can you tell me why I can't see the bottom of some of those buildings?
Again, we gave you multiple. hello.
Again.
Hello, Zebra. Hello. I've given
knock
you the.
knock. Are you there? Hello.
How the fuck is
Yep.
he interrupting me mid? You asked me a question, Zebra. Trying to answer
Wait,
it.
go
for you
ahead.
clown head.
Go ahead, tell me.
Hello.
Yep. Go ahead.
Yeah. So when you ask questions, shut the fuck up and wait for the answer. Maybe.
Go ahead. Then you're not gonna tell me to shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. Stop talking.
That's abandonable here.
Yo.
Go ahead. Tell me.
Yo, be quiet. Okay. We already gave you the answer, ding dong. There's shitloads of variables.
No. You were talking to Jekyll.
Yeah,
You weren't talking to me, buddy.
Hello. Am I talking or are you talking? Because you asked a question. You just
we're
want to
both
talk to the fucking answer. Yo, we gave you the answer already. There's lots of variables. And the only variable that's not taking place is curvature of the Earth. First of all, there's no curvature observed in that image, dummy. There's a flat horizon. Horizontal.
Okay. Thank you.
He's
You
still
made a
talking,
claim.
guys.
You're done now.
Guys,
You
he's
already
talking.
said enough. Okay.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
said you made a very good claim here. You said that it's
No, I didn't
flat
make
and there's
any
no curvature.
claim.
Why can't I
We
see
all
the
see
bottom of those buildings?
Bro, like, I would like to get through
Why
the
can't I
answer,
see the
but-
bottom of those buildings creation there?
Again, I answered it already, but you cut me off, remember? So again, there's a bunch
said
of
it's
reasons.
flat, but it's not.
Dude, like, bro.
You're a liar.
Yo, can you hear me or like?